Chapter 1. Brother, you arrived late. Hey Hitao, do you know who the hottest treasure appraisal streamer is right now? Of course, it's that abstract fellow Quan. Then what makes you think you have the edge to snatch his bread? In other words, why should we hire you? Because I have actually raided tombs. The director's eyes clearly conveyed skepticism. Are you serious? We're just looking for a streamer that you've really raided tombs? The kind that uses a Luoyang shovel? Luoyang shovel? Hitao shook his head. Too exhausting. I've never used one. Then what were you doing? Digging up loose soil or selling rice? Neither. Then what exactly were you doing? The director inquired, puzzled. Actually, I was an undercover agent. An undercover agent for the police? No, I voluntarily infiltrated a tomb raiding group. In your case, that should be called joining the gang, right? One could say that. After all, he had a clean record and could provide proof of no criminal history. As for the past, it was best left behind, merely wished to earn a living now. The director was not overly concerned, as long as he had never been arrested and had no criminal background. The more diverse his experiences, the more suitable he was to be a treasure appraisal streamer. His concern lay elsewhere. Your clean record is it because you lack professionalism? Never excavated a significant tomb? I usually don't dig. My main task is to assist in appraisals. What do you mean? That is, I help people verify the authenticity of their items. Hitao knew this question was unavoidable, so he voluntarily revealed a bit of his true background. Graduated from a major in archaeology, born with a natural talent for the field, inadvertently found himself among tomb raiders during his internship. He could have walked away, but to protect national treasures from being lost, he spent 5 years undercover. He had joined 7 or 8 different teams. If he hadn't been caught, he might have become a prominent figure in the tomb raiding circle in North China. Fortunately, the clouds parted, and he finally apprehended all the criminals. Of course, this was a simplified version of his story. The reality was far more perilous and complex. Regardless of the journey, he had now stepped back. After achieving his goal, and with no place to stay, he decided, upon the police's recommendation, to try his hand as a treasure appraisal streamer. This appraisal hall was his first stop. The appraisal hall was backed by a small internet company. The streamers took turns broadcasting under the appraisal hall account. Although the primary goal of the company's live broadcast was to drive traffic to its antique trading software, over the years, it had amassed hundreds of thousands of followers. A few days prior, the previous evening's appraisal streamer had resigned to pursue full-time stock trading, necessitating the recruitment of a new hire for the appraisal hall. Hitao happened to see the job posting. The requirement stated over 3 years of experience in the cultural relic industry, and with 5 years under his belt, he was undoubtedly qualified. Hitao thought to himself that he would start working there. Once he made a name for himself in the streaming circle, he could venture out on his own. Upon hearing Hitao's story, the director wore a satisfied expression. A clean background tomb raider was like a pearl hidden in the vast sea, akin to finding gold. However, whether he was suitable to be a streamer remained to be seen. Hitao, are you free tonight? Can we do a trial broadcast at midnight? Midnight tonight? Yes, our small company values efficiency. Midnight. Is this meant for ghosts? Hitao silently muttered to himself, but promptly replied, No problem. I'll be lively at midnight. That I used to work at that hour. All right, as long as tonight's trial goes well, you'll receive a month of internship. Then we can discuss the terms of your employment. Thank you, director. Just wait and see. That night at midnight. After wandering around outside the office building for a few hours, the time for Hitao's trial broadcast finally arrived. The appraisal hall's live streaming room was quite professional, resembling a radio studio. The director and the producer, separated by glass, observed Hitao, who was facing the camera while monitoring the situation in the live room. If any issues arose during the trial broadcast, the stream would be promptly cut off. Although Hitao was a seasoned professional, his extensive experience made the director somewhat apprehensive. All right, everyone, attention, action. With the producer's command, the live broadcast commenced right on schedule. Hitao began by reading directly from the script. Good evening, treasure friends. Teacher Shun has an urgent matter, so I'm here to fill in for the day. My surname is he. You can all call me Xiao. I specialize in all categories of antique appraisal. I'm not picky as long as it's an antique. I can assess it, and the older the item, the more accurately I can determine its value. Hitao genuinely could appraise all categories since the underground was essentially a treasure trove. Previously, there were even some clueless tomb raiders who brought hair for him to appraise. If any treasure friends need an appraisal, please apply for a video call in the lower right corner. If this were a new account after the self-introduction, it might take a year to get someone to connect. However, the appraisal hall's account was quite robust. As soon as Hitao finished his introduction, the producer helped facilitate a connection. The first treasure friend arrived. The connecting treasure friend was named Uncle Speed, with an avatar of an AE-86. As he connected, the video feed initially went black for 2 seconds. Then, in a physical sense, the lights came on. A flashlight illuminated a low grave. in a familiar scene. He Tao felt a chuckle rising within him. Was this not his old profession? Had his former colleagues become this audacious? On the other end of the video, the treasure friend politely introduced himself. Good evening, Teacher Xiao He. Previously, Teacher Shin from your platform said he could help assess the age of my family's ancestral grave. We're planning to relocate the grave, and I've heard that if it's an immovable cultural relic, it needs to be reported that we had originally scheduled to assess it today. And I even sent gifts. Could you all take a look? If you can't assess it, could you return the gift to me? The Teacher Shin mentioned by the treasure friend was the one who had resigned to trade stocks. Now that He Tao was stepping into the role, he had to take over the other's responsibilities that at least. That's what the producer required. The producer also kindly reminded He Tao. Immovable cultural relics refer to all ancient sites before the Yuan dynasty or renowned sites before modern times. He Tao, just help analyze the age of the burial site. The director added, this shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Sure, this is not difficult. He Tao nodded in agreement. Treasure friend, please walk around the grave. I'll see what the situation is. He Tao thought to himself. Perhaps he was indeed being stereotypical. What if the other party truly was relocating the grave? At this moment, one must undoubtedly display their prowess. After surveying the surroundings, he had a clear understanding of the situation regarding the tomb. 5 years of professional experience is certainly not to be underestimated. He meticulously elucidated to the companions and viewers. Come, my friend, let us examine the intricate designs upon the tomb's archway. This depicts the dual dragons playing with a pearl, although it has suffered corrosion. One can discern that it is a quintessential representation of the pig-nosed dragon. This is quite revealing, a dragon motif from the Ming dynasty. Moreover, it dates back to the mid to late Ming period. With 4 claws, the tomb's occupant must have been either affluent or noble, likely an official or aristocrat. Did your ancestors hold high positions? Teacher, he indeed possesses some skill. A tomb of a high-ranking official from the Ming dynasty. This is a relic. How could one be unaware of the era of their ancestral tomb? Having examined the tomb, are we not about to excavate? What sort of live stream is this? Why focus on a tomb? A flurry of comments cascaded through the screen, the majority praising He Tao. This certainly pleased him. The viewer, Baoyu, was no exception, responding in a sycophantic tone. Teacher, your discernment is exceptional. My ancestors indeed had a great general. I recall hearing tales of this from the villagers during my childhood. Who would have thought it was buried here? Surely, our ancestral tomb is destined to be revered. Is that so? It appears my judgment is quite astute. He Tao nodded with a smile, then shifted the conversation. However, my friend, you have arrived rather late. Chapter 2. Where's the pig's head? Arriving late? The friend on the other end of the video paused in confusion. What do you mean by late? I mean the return to one's roots is overdue. He Tao winked and smiled, saying, before you, it seems some relatives have already paid a visit. How did you deduce that? Indeed, how can you tell? Is it because there are traces of offerings? If someone had visited a grave, the friend should have noticed. Take 2 steps to the left and look in the corner by the memorial archway. Yes, right here, just a bit further. He Tao smiled as he directed the other person. In the video, the friend shone his flashlight, following He Tao's instructions step by step. By the moss-covered drumstone, the flashlight illuminated several cylindrical clumps of soil. The soil was arranged in a remarkably neat line, prompting He Tao to remark, the workers must be quite meticulous. It appears they are seasoned and discerning. The alignment is so precise, perhaps they even have obsessive tendencies. However, the friend watching this scene was not as composed. He kicked at the clumps of soil on the ground and exclaimed, damn. He was agitated. This was clearly earth excavated from a Woyong shovel, likely dug up 2 or 3 months ago. He Tao analyzed the color of the soil and casually inquired, brother, when did you first set your sights on this? 6 months ago or last month? Last month. Oh, what a pity. We actually knew the ancestral grave was here. We just never came. I understand. Don't be anxious, brother. This is an attempted crime. It's nothing serious. He Tao gestured for the other to relax. Are today's youth so carefree? It's merely a live-streamed grave visit. As long as you don't dig, it's not illegal. Besides, even if you did dig, you'd probably just find an empty box. Is this really grave robbing? The host has sharp eyes. He noticed that. Professional. I can only say professional. He seems more skilled than the previous teacher Shun. This one is a living member of the old 9 Gates. Shouldn't we interview him? A comment echoed He Tao's thoughts. Having encountered a fellow practitioner, it was a chance for meaningful exchange. Brother, since we're here, why not search for the tunnel together? Let us see how skilled they are at digging. After all, observing their technique with the shovel should reveal their expertise. Look at how well the soil is packed down. Before the friend could respond, the director grew anxious and quickly reminded through his earpiece, He Tao, watch your limits. Don't ruin the live stream. However, the supervisor nearby gestured for the director to be quiet. Can't you see the comments and viewer count are rising? If you don't let him broadcast, will you go up and scold him instead? Find a tunnel. The friend on the video finally emerged from his disappointment. What am I supposed to search for? It's already been dug up. Am I supposed to be a masochist? Get lost, get lost. What bad luck. Farewell. After finishing the conversation, he hung up abruptly. All right then, farewell, my brother. Tao waved helplessly at the camera. In truth, this brother is quite polite. He even remembered to bid me farewell. Haha, indeed. The tomb raider was infuriated. The general's tomb from the Ming dynasty may indeed contain valuable treasures. Is there any law enforcement in a live stream? It's time to call for backup. However, that was not a general's tomb. To prevent misleading the audience, Tao expertly elaborated before connecting with the next viewer. If it were a general's tomb, the decorations would be significantly more intricate. Moreover, there should be stone statues present. I was merely teasing him earlier. Typically, tombs of this caliber are built for wealthy merchants who were granted official titles during the late Ming period. The hidden treasures beneath, compared to ordinary Ming and Qing tombs, will be more plentiful. Unfortunately, they have all been looted, so there's no need for anyone to dwell on it. By the way, protecting cultural relics is a responsibility we all share. In the monitoring room outside the live stream, upon hearing Tao's explanation, the director shot a shocked glance at the supervisor beside him. Where on earth did you find this person? He sounds rather too knowledgeable, doesn't he? Are we going to face any issues? Don't give me that look. Live trials often come with unexpected situations. As long as nothing has happened yet, we should be fine. The supervisor blinked, his expression somewhat peculiar as he replied, to put it mildly, would you say he is knowledgeable? It does seem like he knows a great deal about tombs. The director nodded and added, he probably knows a lot about tomb raiding too, but I wonder if he is adept at appraising treasures. I am not certain. The supervisor shook his head, but he mentioned he used to assist in appraisals. So he likely possesses some level of expertise. Don't just stand there. Quickly connect him with the next viewer. Is the host sharing experiences in tomb raiding? I can't help but wonder if teacher he is switching careers. Can there really be so much knowledge just from looking at tombs? I find it hard to believe. As a myriad of comments swirled across the screen, Tao was quite eager to engage with the audience. Yet, the director disagreed, allowing only a brief pause before hastily connecting the next viewer. Once the video call was established, the other party appeared quite normal, at least indoors, eliminating the possibility of tomb raiding. The speaking viewer was a man from the north. Hello, teacher he. I had an appointment with teacher Shun as well. I possess a rather difficult to identify artifact that many experts are uncertain about. It is a piece of bronze. Can you take a look? Assessing bronze artifacts may require some effort, as inferior cameras often distort images. However, identifying bronze is exceedingly simple, as Tao had encountered countless bronze items unearthed from Ming and Qing tombs. Bronze bowls, spoons, basins, furnaces, and bronze sun-top structures. There was scarcely a bronze item he had not seen. Yet, when the viewer directed his camera towards the artifact needing appraisal, Tao realized he had underestimated the situation. 5 words instantly flashed in his mind. There are masters among the folk. What on earth is this? ISNT this the pig head from the old summer palace. We have some serious goods here. Recording team, prepare. This is a national treasure. Teacher, do you recognize this? Baoyu inquired, as if in an examination. Tao, no novice himself, was certainly aware of what it was. Although he had never encountered such a bronze artifact in reality, unfamiliarity did not equate to difficulty. It remained a mere formality. Of course I recognize it. Its prototype is the pig head from the old summer palace. This imitation is glaringly obvious, Tao stated with unvarnished honesty. The director outside the live stream winced at his words and promptly whispered through the earpiece to a rookie host when appraising artifacts and spotting fakes. It's prudent to temper your remarks. You must learn to be more tactful. Otherwise, Baoyu may not take it well, and it could lead to complications. As soon as the director finished speaking, Baoyu on the other end abruptly let out a peculiar chuckle. You, the host, haven't even examined it thoroughly before declaring it a fake. Surely, the scanning couldn't have been that swift? How irresponsible of you to present yourself as an appraiser. I urge everyone not to seek evaluations from such an unreliable expert. Is this person out of their mind? They must be from the National Treasure Association. It's just how these individuals are. One gets used to it. Baoyu's sardonic comments fell on deaf ears for Tao, who was instead contemplating the director's suggestion to be more diplomatic. How could he express it more delicately? Suddenly, an idea struck him as he gazed at the pig head on the screen. This should suffice in terms of tact. Dear Baoyu, this bronze pig head is a blatant imitation. It is certainly not an authentic piece. If you look into a mirror, you shall find the true essence of the pig head reflected back at you. Chapter 3. The Soul Ring Treasure. Ha! Laughter akin to the clanging of bells resonated in Hitao's earpiece. Unable to contain himself, he removed the headphones, waiting for the mirth to subside before donning them again. The host is exceptionally forthright. What an honest teacher I am now following. I appreciate an expert who stands their ground. The barrage of comments was overwhelmingly complimentary. In a room filled with thousands, only the connected value stood as an exception, for he was indeed the pighead in question. You call me a pighead? If you dare, repeat that to my face. Hitao shook his head in resignation. If even this level of subtlety was ineffective, there was little else he could do. The director, after all, was not omnipotent. It was time to speak the truth plainly. The pighead from the Zodiac Animal Heads is currently housed in the Poly Art Museum. Students may visit for free with their student ID. Alternatively, value. You might consider showing your face on a live stream, sparing everyone the need to attend in person. If you lack the courage to reveal yourself, then so be it. Hitao shrugged. Upon completing his remarks, Balyu completely lost his composure and began launching personal attacks. This was the advantage of streaming under a company account. Hitao merely needed to focus on his own role, as the cleanup was managed by others. Soon, he welcomed the third participant of his live stream journey. A user named Adolf Shampoo, a name that implied a certain slickness. Teacher, this item was passed down to me by my grandfather during my wedding on National Day. Could you please help me ascertain its authenticity? Certainly, but where is the item? Hitao inquired, raising his hands in a gesture of inquiry. In the video, there lies nothing but a crimson bedsheet. Oh, I almost forgot to lift it. My apologies, teacher. This is it. As the friend spoke, he unveiled the red sheet to reveal a verdant bronze vessel underneath. It features a round mouth and double ears, a remarkably quintessential bronze goe. Please proceed with caution in your assessment of this bronze artifact, the director cautioned through the earpiece. We received notification last month that any genuine bronze items must be reported. Examine this piece thoroughly while I take notes. Hitao nodded in response. Bronze artifacts are treasures of the nation, warranting utmost care. With 5 years of professional experience, he had handled hundreds of bronze items. However, he had only encountered a vessel this large and intact once before, during a visit to a client's home with a rice vendor. That proprietor was later sentenced to 4 years and is currently serving time. Thus, he understood the director's caution entirely. He collaborated with the director to document the bronze piece. Now, dear friend, show me the interior. After a thorough inspection, he suggested, let us examine the surrounding decorations as well. We should inspect the base. May I have a glimpse of your face? I assure you, it is mere curiosity, not a matter of preference. Hitao scrutinized the item with great diligence, while the friend gradually lost patience. Teacher, have you discerned anything? Is it genuine or a replica? No need for equivocation. Just speak plainly. This piece is indeed a goe among bronze vessels, Hitao explained. In fact, fakes often surpass the authenticity in quality. Why is that? Because genuine pieces bear a soul ring. Hitao elucidated with a look of disdain. Do you know the purpose of a li goe? It was a ceremonial vessel used in sacrifices during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Typically, a goe is used for cooking meat, akin to our hot pot. However, this one is significantly larger, nearly comparable to a ding. Such a deep and spacious li goe was specifically designed for boiling the heads of war captives during sacrificial rites, as smaller vessels would not suffice. Do you understand now? Oh my, that's rather unsettling, the friend remarked. Wasn't that how it was during the Shang and Zhou periods? Nothing too terrifying. If I had this in my home, I certainly wouldn't be able to sleep, another chimed in. Even if it were genuine, I wouldn't consider purchasing it. It's probably a counterfeit. Otherwise, it would have been reported by now. Understood. After hearing this, the friend disdainfully discarded the bedsheet that had covered the bronze goe. Teacher, this must be a fake, right? Otherwise, I'd have to deliver it to the police station tonight. Hitao stroked his chin thoughtfully, nodding slightly. There seems to be something amiss. The verdigris appears somewhat artificial, likely a result of chemical aging. It seems to have been subjected to a concoction for aging, with no other materials having been processed. Upon hearing this, the friend exhaled a sigh of relief. That's a relief. Otherwise, with such an item at home, my wife would surely have a go at me. Haha, it's all right. You're safe now. Indeed, thank you, teacher. The third friend departed, expressing endless gratitude. One might mistakenly believe he had just uncovered a national treasure. Is there anyone else who wishes to join for identification? Hitao is beginning to feel the essence of it. The live treasure appraisal is simpler than he had anticipated. However, he could not wait for the next treasure enthusiast, as the director informed him that today's session would conclude here. The trial broadcast was a success. After shutting down the live stream, Hitao followed the director to the conference room where the afternoon interviews were held. The female secretary was already waiting with a probationary contract in hand. Mr. Congratulations on passing the trial broadcast, the director said, shaking He Tao's hand. Based on my observations just now, you are naturally suited for this field of live treasure appraisal. You possess a high degree of professionalism, diligence, abstract thinking, humor, and good looks. You are quite simply the jaguar of the treasure appraisal world. If you apply yourself diligently, I am confident you will eventually become a major broadcaster with millions of followers. Is that so? He Tao chuckled. A broadcaster with 1 million followers would surely earn a 6-figure monthly income, wouldn't he? He took the director's words to heart. Rest assured, I have a keen eye for identifying talent in broadcasters. As the director handed over the contract, he outlined the salary during the probation period. A base salary of $10,000, a 20% commission on gifts, with broadcast commencing at 6 p.m. and concluding at midnight, allowing for 2 days off each month. The reason for concluding the trial broadcast so swiftly was to ensure He Tao could start work on time the following day. After transitioning to a permanent position, the base salary would increase by $2,000, with other conditions remaining unchanged. For those commuting to work in Beijing, the salary might not seem particularly high. However, for He Tao, it was quite appealing. It offered him the opportunity for growth, the chance to earn money, and even the possibility of saving a little, which was already a significant advantage. While tomb raiding could yield quick profits, it came at the cost of freedom. And after 3 years, one might only accumulate a mere 100,000, making it a low return on investment overall. This job, with its 6-hour daily technical work, was far more suitable for him. After signing the probationary contract, the director handed He Tao a thin booklet. The cover bore the title Popular Terms in Live Treasure Appraisal. He Tao opened it and realized it was a glossary of insider jargon. The booklet proved invaluable. After merely perusing the first page, he grasped the euphemisms spoken by the director. Fake items should be suggested to the treasure enthusiast as needing to settle down. Genuine items should be described as opening the door wide at first glance. Recently unearthed artifacts should be queried about their ancestral provenance. Items with questionable legality must be addressed with, "You truly are in trouble." He had not realized there were so many nuances in live treasure appraisal. The following afternoon, armed with his newfound knowledge, he returned to the live streaming room. He was clearly more adept than the previous day. The moment he successfully connected with a guest, He Tao immediately reacted. "Let us welcome, fishing should not be on Shu Dao Mountain," this treasure enthusiast with applause. The name of this enthusiast suggested they were a fishing aficionado from the Sichuan Chongqing region. As the video began, indeed, a black fishing rod appeared on screen. However, curiously, there was also an engineering shovel beside it. What is that shovel for? Bringing a shovel to forage for wild vegetables? That is quite unconventional. A fishing enthusiast? There must be a waterhole nearby, right? Chapter 4. Struggling to maintain proportions. It is well known that fishing enthusiasts can catch everything but fish. Initially, He Tao believed that the individual had successfully unearthed an antique, pondering whether there truly existed such fortunate souls in this world. However, the gentleman in the video did not reveal any grand treasure. Instead, he casually brandished a green entrenching tool and gestured into the distance. "Teacher He, I stumbled upon your evaluation of the burial mound last night. It's a grave, not dung. Do be mindful of your pronunciation, lest I be likened to a dung beetle." He Tao corrected himself, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. "In any case, I sense you possess considerable skill. Hence, I have come to this location today to fish, hoping you might assist in examining the 2 blind boxes nearby. Thankfully, you are live streaming now. Had I arrived even a moment later, it would likely have been dark by then." The term blind box actually refers to a coffin, a specialized jargon in the realm of live streaming treasure appraisal. Previously, He Tao referred to these items as boxes. The term blind box is somewhat misleading, as often one can intuitively deduce the contents without physically entering. 2 blind boxes? Interred together? I have no idea. The treasure seeker's tone reflected his confusion. That is precisely why I sought your expertise. Very well, but before we proceed, might you first explain the purpose of your entrenching tool? He Tao inquired with curiosity. He had witnessed fishermen rummaging for river clams, thieves pilfering cattle, and stealing vegetables. Yet this was his first encounter with an entrenching tool. Are you digging a trench before fishing? Is it to catch crocodiles? Oh, this. The treasure seeker shook the shovel in his hand. Rest assured, this tool is not meant for grave digging. It is not for digging worms, either. I utilize lures, employing artificial bait. This shovel is primarily for self-defense. A helmet is far too passive. Sometimes, when the ground is uneven, I can use it to level the area. It serves multiple purposes. The streamer appeared somewhat anxious. An entrenching tool is not a Luoyang shovel, thus lacking any implication of criminality. It seems they are by a riverbank, Presumably, the water level has receded, revealing something. Hitao observed the comments analyzing the scene, casting a glance back at the treasure seeker's footage. It appeared that a river had entered its dry season. Soon, the treasure seeker guided everyone to the location he referred to as the blind boxes. Two grayish-white stone coffins lay side by side at the water's edge, only a few dozen centimeters from the shimmering surface. The surrounding ground was starkly barren, clearly having been eroded by the river's flow for an extended period, indicating that the coffins had previously been submerged. Now, as the water level had receded, they were unveiled. However, this treasure seeker had arrived too late. Both stone coffins bore holes, and one could even see weeds within. The likelihood of any treasure within was negligible. "Teacher, what can you discern about these two coffins?" the treasure seeker asked, pointing to the stone structures. "Are you situated in the Basha region?" Hitao countered. How did you deduce that, teacher?" The treasure seeker was visibly astonished. "I speak with a strong local dialect. How did you guess I was from Bashu? It can't be mere coincidence. Have you visited here before?" "Not at all. I merely took a wild guess, as fishermen from your area are quite renowned." Hitao smiled subtly, refraining from elaborating further. He could hardly divulge that he had encountered similar discussions in a Tomb Raiders WeChat group. Could he? In this new era, Tomb Raiders have evolved significantly from their predecessors, primarily due to the advent of the internet, which facilitates rapid dissemination of information. The stone coffin before them was a familiar sight, presumably dating back to the Ming Dynasty. In the Bashu region, as well as throughout the entire Sichuan-Yunnan-Qing Tibet corridor, the custom of interring the dead in stone coffins has been prevalent since the Han Dynasty, making it a rather ordinary artifact. Numerous examples of such stone ship coffins, like the one before Baoyu, have been unearthed over the past few decades, and scholars have extensively studied them over the years. Interested viewers may refer to a book titled Stone Coffin Burials by Professor Luo Eru, which provides a comprehensive overview. The barrage of comments indicated that the audience was somewhat taken aback. Even the director in the control room scratched his head, feeling overwhelmed by the information. Who exactly was Hitao? He resembled a tomb raider, yet possessed an uncanny familiarity with academic discourse. However, this scholarly demeanor did not persist for long. It was merely a fleeting manifestation of the Hitao from the Archaeology department of Zhongda University. Soon, he reverted to his previous self. Baoyu remarked that these coffins had long been emptied of their contents. During Zhang Xianzhong's plundering for gold and silver, many such stone coffins were smashed, and any remaining treasures had long since been extracted by earlier generations of tomb raiders. "Don't you agree?" Baoyu affirmed enthusiastically. Nonetheless, these two stone coffins were not Baoyu's primary focus for the day. He barely lingered before the two blind boxes before directing the camera toward a small hill behind the coffins. "Teacher, there's something else. When I was fishing here previously, I discovered an abundance of stone slabs on top. Do you think it could be a large tomb?" "Oh, stone slabs?" Hitao's interest was piqued immediately. The hill behind the two stone coffins certainly did not appear to be an ordinary sight. A river lay before the hill, and a range of mountains stretched behind it, presenting an auspicious feng shui. Excitedly, he urged Baoyu, "Let's go. Let us investigate further. This place might hold significant treasures." In the control room, the director could no longer restrain himself and contacted the supervisor via WeChat, expressing his concerns about Hitao's unusual behavior. "I feel he is eager to lead Baoyu and the audience on a search for a tomb, almost resembling a tomb raider. Who said that searching for a tomb equates to raiding it? Discovering ancient burial sites is essential for their preservation. Are you aware of cultural relic surveys? Those professional conservationists are tirelessly seeking out ancient tombs across the globe. I understand you have collaborated with Lao Shun for many years and share a strong bond. But now your host is Hitao, so you must work closely with him, understood? Do not let me hear any further gossip behind the scenes, or else this time." The director fell silent, contemplating the complexities of cultural relic preservation. This method of exoneration was a novel sight for him. Perhaps the director had been blinded by the allure of popularity, considering the live stream had not attracted such a multitude of viewers in quite some time. He cast another glance toward the glass, observing the exhilarated expression on Hitao's face. Mustering his courage, he ventured another inquiry. "But what if this attracts real tomb raiders?" "What then? You asked me what to do. I'm a police officer." The director retorted with irritation. "If there are tomb raiders, you should report it." "Understood, Mr. Chun." The director nodded, realizing that further inquiries would yield nothing but reprimands. In the live stream, Hitao patiently followed the angler for 5 minutes, traversing from the riverbank to the summit of a small hill. At the top lay a modest grove with a treasure seeker, familiar with the terrain, led them directly to a patch of sparse grass. "Teacher, do you see something amiss with this area? The surrounding grass flourishes, Yet this patch remains nearly barren. The boundary is remarkably distinct. I could easily outline a circle around it. The treasure seeker circled the barren patch with his fishing rod in hand. Indeed, this is rather peculiar. Is this akin to the crop circles in wheat fields? There must be something buried beneath. It should be the top of a burial chamber, right? Goodness, this angler seems to uncover everything. Hitao regarded the area pointed out by the treasure seeker, his expression solemn as he nodded in agreement. The treasure seeker's assessment was astute. Perhaps he was not merely a treasure enthusiast, but also an amateur archaeologist, naturally endowed with an innate talent for excavation. The absence of grass atop the burial mound was due to the clay mixed with lime, which serves a dual purpose of moisture prevention and water absorption, leading to arid soil where grass cannot thrive. This fact, typically unknown to those lacking experience in studying burial mounds, was clear to him. Hitao hesitated, pondering whether to continue following the treasure seeker's line of thought. What if he inadvertently crossed a line? Will he find himself in trouble? To put it plainly, he was uncertain how to navigate the boundaries of the live stream. Yet, silence was not an option. In that moment, he opted to pass the baton, feigning the act of adjusting his cup while glancing toward the control room. Coincidentally, the director was also watching him. They exchanged a brief look. The director, recently chastised by the supervisor, assumed he had erred and quickly offered a servile smile, bowing slightly toward Hitao as if to inquire. Is there anything you wish me to do, esteemed sir? Chapter 5. On-site instruction. What was the director implying? Was it a gesture of good fortune or a sign of confusion? Hitao felt somewhat perplexed. However, since the director had neither halted the broadcast nor indicated a need for caution, it suggested that discussing this topic was permissible. Indeed, with internet police monitoring live streams, any real issues would lead to the authorities visiting the company, with the director being the first to face consequences. As a mere worker, he need not concern himself unduly. With this thought, Hitao cleared his throat and responded earnestly, "Ahem, treasure seeker, your conjecture may well be correct. There is likely a hidden treasure below. You now find yourself directly above the burial chamber, atop the archway. Am I correct? I knew it. My theoretical knowledge is sound." It is evident from the tone of my companion, Bao Yu, that he is chuckling with delight. "Teacher, take a look over here. There are numerous stones. Gentlemen, this time it seems to be genuine. Something significant is about to unfold. Tomb raiding. Tomb raiding. Tomb raiding. It is my first time witnessing a live stream of tomb raiding. The materials from this small workshop are indeed impressive. I sense the live stream may soon conclude. In the video, Bao Yu approaches a slope. Several stones, covered in moss, protrude from the incline. Their surfaces remarkably smooth, suggesting they are not entirely natural. Do these stones hold any significance? Bao Zhu Ingui, Paoiting. Hitao furrows his brow slightly, shaking his head as he responds, "I cannot ascertain that at this moment. Can you extract this stone? Extract it? Let me give it a try." Bao Zhu, being a man of action, swiftly digs and pulls the stone from the earth. He then places it on the ground, offering Hitao a clear view. Indeed, the surface of the stone bears signs of human craftsmanship. Is this a tomb brick? Bao Zhu Ats, Paoiting. It should be, approximately so. At this moment, the smile on Hitao's face can no longer be contained. He is all too familiar with such artifacts, having encountered them during his first business trip to Bashu. Bao Yu, this is a tomb brick from the Western Han Dynasty, but it was not used for constructing the burial chamber. It was intended for paving roads. Is that so? From the Western Han? Bao Yu exclaims, eager to pick up the brick from the ground, as if cherishing it. Are Western Han bricks valuable? These are nearly weathered to stone. What value could they possibly hold? Bao Yu feels as though he has discovered treasure. With a tomb brick in hand, we must hasten to find the tomb. The police may arrive soon. Bao Yu's realization comes a tad slower than the barrage of comments. But he quickly grasps the situation. Yes, we must locate the tomb. He rises, simultaneously showcasing the surrounding environment to Hitao while asking, "Teacher, where might the entrance to the tomb be? This is the top of the tomb, and this is the path surrounding it. The entrance should be nearby. Do you truly wish to know?" Hitao retorts, "Of course. If there are valuable treasures, I would certainly report them." "All right, we are live streaming, so remember your words." Hitao chuckles and begins directing Bao Yu to move. Initially, from the base of the mountain, it was unclear. I thought this place was simply a vantage point. After circling the open area atop the tomb, Hitao realizes that it is, in fact, surrounded by mountains facing a lake. As the river flows through this area, it has formed a small lake. This terrain suggests that the slope where the tomb brick was discovered aligns with the direction of the lake. If all goes as expected, the entrance to the tomb lies along this line. Goodness, my hometown has a similar topography. Gentlemen, I've activated the Luoyang shovel. I will proceed first. Are we setting up a pot, brothers? As the comments flowed in, one user asked, "Where's the brother? Can you add a pair of chopsticks?" Though the banter had taken a peculiar turn, Hitao merely chuckled, unfazed. What archaic terms? Now, the latest jargon is going dark. It's far more subtle than asking for chopsticks. The police would never suspect it. While Hitao perused the comments, on the other end of the video, a fellow enthusiast, Bao Yu, was cautiously advancing along a line. Step by painstaking step, the trowel in his hand had now become quite useful. With every step, he plunged the trowel into the earth, applying forceful thrust to ascertain if any issues lay beneath. This methodical search yielded results. Found it. Bao Yu et Golim, capturing the attention of the streamer and over 2,000 viewers. It's right here, as he delicately scraped away the surface soil with his trowel. A stone block resembling a grave slab gradually emerged. Digging further down here could very well lead to a burial passage. Stop, Hitao called out, halting Bao Yu, who was eager to lift the grave slab. Have you thought this through? Are you absolutely certain you want to proceed? What is the alternative? Bao Yu Vito. Let me remind you, excavating a Han Dynasty tomb, regardless of whether you find anything, will land you a minimum 2-year sentence if you disturb it. There is hardly any room for negotiation. Is that for real? Bao Yu seemed skeptical. To this, Hitao simply smiled. Having attended nearly 80 court hearings concerning tomb raiding, he recalled a young newcomer who had barely been on site for 20 minutes before being apprehended, setting a record for the quickest incarceration in the field. They had found nothing, yet the act of disturbing the ancient tomb had led to a 2-year sentence and a hefty fine of 5,000 yuan. Streamer, are you serious? Bao Yu pressed on. I can only say this. Do not use your enthusiasm to challenge my livelihood. Hitao replied with a somber tone. Well, then I want to go in, Bao Yu conceded. Are you backing down? You can't be scared of this. Wow, what a coward. What business do you have searching for tombs? Brother, give me the address. I'll take over. You've been expelled from the old 9 gates. When it's time to feast, you'll be seated at the children's table. All right, what is the address over there? Hitao began preparing to document Bao Yu's situation as per the director's instructions. This tomb had been discovered, and it was imperative to notify the Cultural Heritage Protection Department. The director emphasized that this was a duty of those in the cultural relics industry, and cooperation was essential. Although Han tombs are often empty, one could never be certain if something lay within. If a rogue archaeological team were to catch wind of the live stream and raid the tomb, the consequences would be dire. Without uttering a word, Bao Yu abruptly disconnected the call. He fled. A sense of foreboding washed over Hitao. Hello, brother? What's going on? Don't do anything foolish. Han tombs don't necessarily hold treasures. He urged repeatedly, uncertain whether Bao Yu is still in a live stream or if his words had any effect. It's fine, Mr. He. You continue with your broadcast. The director quietly reminded through the earpiece. Such individuals cannot escape. If they do, they merely assist the archaeological team. Can this be interpreted in such a manner? Hitao, upon hearing the director's words, stroked his chin in confusion. It appears that, in the eyes of some, tomb raiders are indeed aiding the archaeological teams. This seems plausible. Excavating new tombs is currently prohibited unless they have been disturbed by tomb robbers, thus necessitating rescue excavations. As Hitao pondered this, he slapped his thigh in realization. Alas, had he known earlier, he would not have been so humble before the archaeological team. Hitao, hey, don't zone out. It's time to connect. The next participant was already on air. On the screen, the other party's camera focused on a large basket filled with coins. More accurately, it was a bamboo basket commonly used in the countryside, tied with a short piece of red string. This red string holds significance. Hitao, having momentarily lost focus, instinctively asked, Brother, where did you acquire such an abundance of miscellaneous goods? Is your home out of rice for cooking? I hope I'm not making a fool of myself here. The director in the control room smacked his forehead in exasperation. Oh no. Chapter 6. Is this thing truly so valuable? Should I inform the director that real tomb robbers have arrived? No. Given Director Chen's temperament, he would undoubtedly retort. Does uttering a few cryptic phrases make one a tomb raider? Then all those commenters in the chat would need to be apprehended. The director's internal monologue was rife with complexity as he observed Hitao in front of a live stream, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Good sir, do take a look at the barrage of comments. This place is turning into a gathering of the 9 doors. I know where the pot is, but I cannot cook. Is there a master who can assist? Brothers, I possess a pot from the Warring States period. I am Hubai, currently seeking Wang Pongzi. Is there anyone knowledgeable in feng shui who can help assess my ancestral grave? Hitao certainly noticed these comments. However, to him, they appeared to be mere playful banter. The true tomb raiders are those with remarkable initiative who silently excavate others' ancestral graves, only to be discovered during the ancestral worship at the year's end. Individuals who are vocally active online are far more likely to be undercover police than actual tomb robbers. The person currently connected, however, is indeed a genuine Tomb Raider. If action were to be taken, it should be against the obvious wolf. Although the Tomb Raider selling goods does not descend into the pits, he is still a member of the criminal organization. A complete tomb raiding team undoubtedly includes individuals dedicated to the distribution of goods. The northern faction refers to such individuals as grain sellers, while the southern faction is more casual, simply calling them dealers. Hitao has encountered numerous dealers, all of whom carry their goods in baskets, invariably marked with red string. This method of concealing goods is quite discreet. If they were to disguise themselves slightly, even the police might inquire, "Good sir, what brings you to the city to sell? Would you like to take a break?" This is the reason why Hitao instinctively categorized the individual with the basket of coins as a dealer. It was simply a case of professional instinct. However, he truly did not expect that the friend on the line would engage in conversation. Hitao continued, "Brother, where did you find these assorted goods? From each household?" He found this a bit strange and quickly inquired, "Aren't you digging for Zongzi? Don't you go into the graves? Secret language?" Alert expression. It seemed as though the two were engaged in some sort of transaction. "All right, just now you were tomb raiding. Now you're selling goods, is that it?" "Indeed, this world has transformed into something I can barely comprehend." Regarding my accidental intrusion into the transaction scene of tomb robbers while watching a live broadcast, Hitao mused that the imagination of the barrage comments was truly vast. In reality, the two were not discussing any transaction at all. The elder brother, who had come with a basket full of ancient coins, was not even a professional seller. To be precise, he was a scavenger, following behind tomb raiders to pick up what they had overlooked in graves that had already been plundered. Items such as copper coins and jars were generally deemed too trivial for ordinary tomb raiders to bother with. At least, Hitao had never allowed anyone to take such things. Tomb raiders were always in pursuit of instant wealth. What use was a copper coin worth a few dozen dollars? With that time, one could earn money much faster by moving bricks. It was precisely this mindset among tomb raiders that gave rise to the profession of scavenging. The risks were minimal, the rewards modest, yet it was exceedingly thrilling. Understanding what the other party was engaged in, Hitao found himself devoid of further questions. What was so fascinating about some copper coins or dragon dollars? Yet, while he had no inquiries, his friend had much to say. "Teacher are you truly a teacher? Or merely a figurehead?" "I am merely a treasure appraisal broadcaster, with a slight understanding of tomb exploration." Hitao sought to be modest. However, his excellence was undeniable, and the other party would not let it go. "You are not just slightly knowledgeable. You understand far more than most tomb raiders I have encountered. Just now, you assessed the feng shui without using a Luoyang shovel to locate the burial passage. If you were to actually tomb raid, I shudder to think of the consequences." "What consequences are there to fear?" Hitao shrugged and revealed the truth. Regardless of how one attempts to rob a tomb, they will eventually be apprehended by the police. "That seems true," his friend pondered, finding Hitao's words quite reasonable. "Teacher, some of these items were not scavenged. I exchanged jars for them and am a bit uncertain." "You are a treasure appraisal broadcaster. Surely you can discern their value?" "Of course, show me what you have. Let's start with this piece." His friend rummaged through the basket and pulled out a Qianlong tongbao, encased in a small box from amidst a pile of silver dollars. He opened his palm to reveal it to Hitao. Hitao felt a bit perplexed. Wasn't this just a copper coin? Inagrave. He wouldn't even bother to bend down to pick it up. "Brother, what significance does this Qianlong tongbao hold?" Hitao inquired, not ashamed to ask. "It does." His friend turned the coin over, using his rough fingers to point at the characters on the back. "This is the Manchu script for Treasure Zhejiang. Now look at the front. The script is in the Chongping style. If this is genuine, it would be worth at least 1,000. 1,000 for one?" Hitao's tone carried a hint of astonishment. The price of copper coins has indeed risen significantly. A typical Qianlong tongbao may only fetch around $5, and that is contingent upon its excellent condition. "Did you find this one?" "No. I exchanged it for a Han Dynasty jar. I suspect it is a Han-era urinal, and I believe that this trade should be quite fair." Impressive indeed. Hitao could likely surmise what the collector had traded. The scholarly term for an urinal is huzi, which is among the least coveted items in funerary offerings. This one is undeniably of the Chongping style, and its condition is commendable. "I'll take it for 1,000. He remarked. Does the host not understand copper coins? Why such a slow appraisal? This tomb raider seems uninformed. Clearly, the Longyang is worth more than the copper coins. I have already spotted a Longyang priced at 2,000. The average price hovers around 7,800. This collection is valued at several tens of thousands. Various prices scrolled across the screen, overwhelming Hitao's senses. He truly lacked knowledge regarding the pricing of these copper coins. There are dozens of variants of a single Qianlong tongbao. Who could possibly remember them all? Nevertheless, he grasped that these items possess considerable worth, with a single coin's value potentially exceeding that of an ordinary Qing dynasty burial. He recalled vividly an incident in a courtyard in Yanjing Xiaoyang, where a blind box had been unearthed containing valuable funerary items such as one silver bracelet, one silver inlaid glass ornament, and a piece of blue glass, all of which caused quite a stir for the grave owner, none of which surpassed the worth of a single huzi. By the way, is my coin authentic? The collector inquired. Judging by the patina, it should be genuine. Hitao offered a conservative assessment, then asked, "How many copper coins do you have in total?" 342. So many? If you inspect them one by one, you might as well forego sleep tonight. Hitao sincerely suggested, for the authentication of your coins, you should consult Qianzong. He specializes in ancient currency. Have him examine each piece and provide an appraisal. How splendid that would be. Which Qianzong are you referring to? The collector retorted, "You can't mean that internet celebrity. Can you? His live broadcasts are filled with fans. How could I dare approach him? It's simple. Gather a few friends and go for authentication in several visits." Hitao replied, "Ah, that makes sense." The collector exclaimed, realizing the practicality of the suggestion. Inadvertently, Hitao had orchestrated an entire evening's activities for the industry's leading figure. Perhaps this is what constitutes the essence of commerce. Before concluding the conversation with the scavenging collector, Hitao suddenly recalled something. Not far from this company, in the suburbs, lay a small Qing dynasty tomb he had previously visited, which seemed to contain a notable number of copper coins. He had once jested about the grave owner's poverty. It appeared no one had claimed them, as they were not discovered during subsequent inventory checks. Might there be valuable sculptural coins or mother coins, as mentioned in the comments? The more Hitao pondered, the more plausible it seemed. He decided he would take time the following day to investigate. It is said that if one finds a couple of copper coins, the police are unconcerned and the official restrictions on cultural relics do not apply to ancient coins. Yet, how accurate is that statement? Hitao resolved to inquire with the concerned parties. "Brother, may I ask, since you found such old coins, have any authorities come knocking?" Chapter 7. No pament, no consideración. Clahat? Oh, you mean the police, right? Of course, there are many who wish to apprehend me as a KPI. And then? Hitao discerned from the other party's tone that they seemed quite fearless. And since I haven't committed any crime, on what grounds could they detain me? Just think about it. The graves I visit are all looted, essentially abandoned properties. I am merely scavenging in derelict houses. What is the issue with that? To take it a step further, should I happen upon a valuable treasure, I would simply turn it in, letting the police register it. Wow, this is enlightening. I'm off, brothers, to explore the ancient tomb in the neighboring village. Now I understand how those wilderness tomb explorers monetize their ventures. I previously turned a Han Dynasty pottery jar, and they didn't even bother to accept it. That's quite reasonable. Hitao nodded, finding no fault in his elder's words. Hey, you're asking so many questions. You're not trying to steal my job, are you? Baoyu felt a twinge of anxiety but quickly reassured himself. No. Teacher, you're now a major streamer. Streamers earn 8 or 9 figures annually. Surely you wouldn't be interested in these trifles. Hitao was left speechless. You've already spoken my thoughts. What more can I say? He could only continue. Yes, indeed. I have no interest in your meager offerings, rest assured. All right then. I'll take my leave and head to Quanzong's livestream later. Good. Go and give him a hard time. After bidding farewell to Baoyu, a single remark from the director suddenly caused a bead of cold sweat to trickle down Hitao's back. Teacher they refer to you as the head. Do you not find that worth rebutting? Why not hang a sign reading, Tomb Raider Online Appraisal? That would increase your traffic. Indeed, I am no longer the head. I have not played that role for many years. Hitao hastily sought to remedy the situation. I trust everyone's eyes are keen. And this is merely a script. Let us not dwell on it further, as it may have adverse effects. So, if it is a script, I thought it was genuine. I thought it was real. I assumed it was scripted. I'm not foolish. My eyes are not dim. How could I not discern if it's scripted? Stop backtracking, the head. If that scene was acted, I suggest it be included in the curriculum of the Beijing Film Academy. Most viewers were skeptical of Hitao's claims about it being scripted, with a small fraction completely disbelieving. This served as a wake-up call for Hitao. Today's audience is not easily deceived and requires careful navigation. Fortunately, the previous participant was merely a scavenger. Had a genuine peer appeared, the live stream would have erupted. Luckily, the next guest was quite normal, a fellow interested in a bronze mirror. In other live streams, a bronze mirror would be a prized item. However, in Hitao's session, the audience felt it lacked excitement. This was somewhat related to the item brought by the guest, as the mirror was rather small, no larger than a palm, easily portable. Teacher, could you help me determine whether this mirror is genuine? I find it curious. It reflects light somewhat like stainless steel. The guest held the mirror in his hand, showcasing it to Hitao. Although the front of the mirror exhibits numerous imperfections, certain smooth areas reflect light akin to stainless steel. This phenomenon is attributed to mercury infiltration. Hitao discerned this with remarkable ease, as he had encountered such artifacts countless times. It was not uncommon to unearth a dozen or 20 copper mirrors from a single pit. Judging by the intricate designs, it is likely from the Tang dynasty. When copper mirrors were cast from high-tin bronze, coupled with the unique preservation conditions that resulted in this mercury infiltration. To dispense with any ambiguity, let me be direct. This is a relic from a waterlogged area. Hitao pondered for a moment, realizing there was no need for circumspection. After all, they were all online acquaintances. Why not express his thoughts candidly? Allow me to venture a guess, if I am not mistaken. This item was excavated from the vicinity of the free shipping zone, correct? I see. The host excels at identifying unearthed artifacts. Free shipping zone? Is it beneath Qiandao Lake? This was dug up by a digger. Waterlogged area? It must have been the work of southern collectors. Teacher, you can even tell where it was unearthed? The treasure enthusiast was astounded by Hitao's words, their astonishment comparable to tasting a duck's rear, discerning its origin. I purchased this in Linen. We have quite a large antique market. I found it while browsing a few days ago. You actually found a genuine, unearthed copper mirror at an antique market? The comments flooded in with, don't believe rumors, don't spread rumors. Hitao was somewhat taken aback and inquired of the treasure enthusiast. Is this the only piece you bought? Yes, just this one. What kind of person goes retail at an antique market? Hitao mused, perplexed. Has the southern faction fallen to such a state? How much did you spend? 1,000. Oh, that explains it. Hitao understood and informed the enthusiast. This item, if priced at wholesale, should be around 800 yuan. The retail price in an antique shop would merely double to 1,600, which would be quite remarkable. If I were in your position, I would also wish to sell it to you. Shocking. The host wants to sell himself to a man. I would buy it for 1,600. Where can I find the host? This mirror's condition is subpar. It truly lacks value. Copper mirrors are not worth much these days. Is it really that inexpensive? The treasure enthusiast found it difficult to accept and retorted to Hitao. Teacher, where do you derive this price from? ISNT, trading bronze artifacts prohibited now. Well, trading is certainly restricted, but exchanges are permissible. I could trade 1,600 buns for a mirror identical to yours. Do you believe that? I do not believe it. I sense you are attempting to undervalue my treasure deliberately. Undervalue? Oh, you believe I wish to purchase? Hitao shook his head in refusal. You might be mistaken. I do not collect scrap. The treasure enthusiast was momentarily taken aback and eventually replied. All right, thank you, digger. Huh? What digger? Hitao, now alert, responded. When in a live broadcast, address me by my title. Call me Teacher He. Very well, thank you, Teacher He. As Hitao attended to each treasure enthusiast in turn, far away in Bashu, by a riverbank known as Heilongtan, a fisherman was packing away his fishing rod. He who is known as Yichang is kin to Hitao. As he awaited the fall of night, he watched Hitao's live stream, convinced of his cousin's genuine skill. With the moon now gracing the sky, he recognized that it was time for action. An insatiable curiosity urged him to explore the tomb from the Westerhan dynasty. His anticipation felt akin to ants crawling upon his skin. Earlier, during the live broadcast, he had refrained from digging, not out of fear, but to avoid leaving incriminating evidence. However, the words of a nearby scavenger had sparked an idea in Hichang's mind. If rummaging through a looted tomb was not deemed illegal, then why not enlist someone to plunder the tomb anew? After stowing away his fishing gear, Hichang stood with hands on hips atop a small hillock as a golden van approached along the mountain road. The occupants of this van were summoned from the village by Hichang himself. The previous foreman, his cousin, had been easily persuaded with a single phone call, unaware that he was being summoned to an impending incarceration. A touch of brotherly affection would be needed to sweeten the bitter taste of iron bars. Upon meeting his cousin, Hichang led them directly to the bald hilltop. His green entrenching tool was planted at the entrance of the tomb, serving as a beacon, making it easy to locate despite the darkness. Brother, when did you develop an interest in ancient tombs? His cousin marveled at the chosen site. How did you find this grove? How did I find it? By using my intellect, of course, Hichang replied, proudly hoisting the entrenching tool upon his shoulder. Did you think I was merely indulging in tales of ghostly adventures? After years of studying ancient tombs, the moment for me to showcase my prowess has finally arrived. Beneath our feet lies a tomb from the Westerhan period, and judging by its scale, it likely belongs to a feudal lord. Do we truly have feudal lords during the Westerhan? Interjected an elder among the crew. His cousin frowned at the interruption, retorting whether we did or not. If my brother says we did, then certainly we did. Come now, let us not be so fierce. We are here to seek fortune together, and harmony breeds prosperity. He-Chang interjected, feigning amiability. Allow me to outline the steps we shall take. His plan was straightforward. He would have his cousin and the crew dig while he observed from a distance in the nearby grove. Then, He-Chang would emerge to remove the treasures from the tomb piece by piece. This way, if confronted, the crew could claim they were merely excavating earth when they accidentally unearthed an ancient tomb and fled in fright. It was a plausible and logical narrative. As for He-Chang, he would simply appear to have stumbled upon the looted tomb while out for a stroll, picking up a few discarded items. My arrangement should pose no issues, right? We can advance or retreat as necessary. Safety is paramount. What do you all think? I have no objections. The others chimed in, shaking their heads in agreement. Though some suspected that He-Chang's scheme bordered on folly, they had already invested their resources and chose to assist a fellow villager with this minor endeavor. Upon discovering a hidden treasure, it is only natural that all parties involved would share in the spoils. Very well, let us commence our endeavor. By the way, Lao Tang. He-Chang instructed the elder man, who had just been reprimanded, to refrain from engaging and instead assist by keeping watch by the vehicle. Should any passerby approach, he was to alert the group in advance to prevent any unwelcome intrusions. Although we possess a backup plan, it is preferable to remain undetected. Without further ado, Lao Tang complied and departed. He-Chang's cousin observed Lao Tang's descent down the mountain, muttering softly, "Brother, why not prevent him from digging? Are you foolish? If he does not dig, he will not be entitled to a share of the treasure." He-Chang replied tersely. "Ah, indeed, my brother is wise. Un ben kun to Lao Tang." He was the target of scrutiny. Suddenly, a knock echoed against the car window. Knock, knock, knock. "Hey, open the door." Upon lifting his gaze, Lao Tang was startled by the sight outside, causing his phone to slip from his grasp. A uniformed police officer stood outside, his head tilted, staring intently at him, a gaze that could freeze one in their tracks. "Can you not hear? I am speaking to you. Exit the vehicle." Should he comply? After all, the van's doors were not bulletproof. Observing the officer's gestures, Lao Tang swallowed hard and hesitantly opened the door. He initially intended to step out, yet inexplicably, his legs became weak, and, as the door swung open, he collapsed to his knees before the officers. What to do now? Panic surged through him. Yet the more anxious he became, the weaker his legs felt. In a stroke of ingenuity, he clasped his hands and bowed. "Allow me to extend my early New Year greetings to the esteemed officers. Happy New Year!" To the seasoned officers present, this display was exceedingly suspicious. Why was he offering greetings? Was he signaling to accomplices lurking in the shadows? The most astute officer instinctively reached for his handcuffs. Just as Lao Tang was about to plead for assistance, the sight of this action rendered him even more feeble, his lower body nearly incapacitated. He hastily raised his hands, exclaiming, "Do not shoot. I am merely a lookout." "A lookout? For what?" "For thieves, grave robbers." "Grave. The officers exchanged knowing glances, their understanding deepening. The lead officer inquired, "Are you referring to a Westerhan tomb?" "What? How do you know?" Lao Tang stammered, Yes, it is indeed a Westerhan tomb." Fearing his explanation would falter, he awkwardly pressed on, Many of us, the foreman's cousin. We received a package of cigarettes, each to assist in excavating the tomb of a feudal lord. It is up on a mountain. I insisted there was no feudal lord, but they insisted there was, and they sent me to keep watch. I was just cleaning the window. That's what I was doing, cleaning the window." As the officers listened to Lao Tang's account and watched his miming, their expressions shifted dramatically. A tomb of a feudal lord from the Han Dynasty. Y&T the cyber police clarified this. For the cultural relics officers, this was a significant case, a matter of utmost importance that required careful handling. 3 officers might not suffice. The lead officer gestured for quiet, signaling for his colleagues to summon reinforcements. Taking advantage of the thieves' lack of awareness, they aimed to surround them completely. As the police initiated their operation against He-Chang and his associates, thousands of kilometers away in Yanjing, He-Tao was concluding his workday. The appraisal process was indeed time-consuming, and He-Tao felt he had only attended to a handful of treasure enthusiasts. The director's voice echoed in his earpiece, signaling that it was time to wrap up for the day. "All right, treasure friends, we shall pause here for today." He-Tao stretched languidly, attempting to organize the documents before him, much like a news anchor would. However, the director's voice abruptly interrupted him. "Teacher please hold on. There's an urgent situation." En urgente situation? He-Tao was puzzled. What could possibly be more pressing than the end of his workday? Could it be that the stocks he had invested in were finally rising? "I just received a call from the police in Sichuan province," the director continued. "They informed me that the tomb raiders we reported earlier have been apprehended. The officer responsible for public sentiment wishes to connect with you to explain the situation and simultaneously promote cultural relics protection. Please hold on. I will facilitate the connection. What situation necessitated a link with the police? Tao was still trying to grasp what was happening. He had been live streaming and was unaware that the director had reported the suspected tomb raiders, who had joined his broadcast, behind his back. This included the one known as the Fisherman. While reporting, the director had even taken screenshots to assist the police in pinpointing the suspects' locations. As it turned out, they had indeed been confirmed. Although Tao was oblivious to these developments, this did not hinder him from connecting with the police. Having communicated face-to-face with them on numerous occasions, he felt no trepidation towards the officers. Before long, a familiar uniform came into view. The officers have arrived. Brace yourselves. Oh no, the live stream might be over. I think I've seen this officer before. He is quite a well-known figure. Finally, the authorities are here to hold Tao accountable. Good day, officer, Tao greeted. Upon doing so, he suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. How had he become a host? Yet the circumstances appeared unchanged. Hello, host, the officer replied politely. We have just apprehended a group of tomb raiders, and their leader stated that he embarked on this unlawful path entirely due to your guidance as a host. It has come to our attention that you have been offering free analyses of tomb locations to these raiders during your broadcasts. Chapter 9. Round Faces and Glasses. Slander. It is unequivocally slander. Tao remained unruffled, vehemently refuting the claims. It is evident that someone, having been captured, harbors resentment and seeks to drag me down with them. I am merely an ordinary appraisal host, upright and proper in my conduct. The audience in my live stream can attest to the fact that I have engaged in no unlawful activities. I can attest. Indeed, there has been wrongdoing. Head, I shall take my leave first. You keep the officers occupied. Teacher, just confess. A mere 3 to 5 years in prison, and you'll be out. Officer, you are entirely correct. The comments flooded in, filled with treachery. Nevertheless, Tao remained calm. His only concern was whether his live stream would come to an abrupt end. As for the matter of assisting the tomb raiders in locating tombs, he was wholly innocent. The suspect adamantly claimed that it was I who assisted him in surveying the tomb, insisting that without my guidance, he would have been utterly lost in his nefarious endeavor. The police officer on the line maintained a solemn demeanor, the weight of his words palpable. Such absurdity warranted a reluctant rebuttal from me. Before I even provided him with directions, he had already located the position of the tomb's vaulted ceiling. Even if I had abruptly terminated the call, this miscreant, if truly intent on plundering, could have easily employed a Woyong shovel to breach the tomb. In truth, my intentions were noble. I endeavored to safeguard the ancient burial site to the utmost extent, reluctantly assisting him in locating the entrance to the tomb passage. By entering through the passage, he would inflict minimal damage upon the tomb itself. Our backstage director could attest to our continuous efforts in gathering as much information about this burial site as possible, preparing to report our findings immediately after the broadcast, ensuring that not a single criminal would escape justice. Well said, echoed the audience. One word to describe the host, silver-tongued. No wonder you could lead a gang. I've learned a thing or two from your eloquence. Purely an old Nine Gates affair. I find the host's reasoning quite compelling. What Tao articulated was not merely reasonable. From the outcome, his explanation was impeccable. The gang of tomb raiders was apprehended the moment they breached the tomb chamber. Having not yet had the opportunity to desecrate the site, the delay in their entry was due to the narrowness of the tomb passage, compounded by their numbers. Had they opted to tunnel from the top of the tomb, the chamber would likely have been left in ruins. Furthermore, the director's timely report provided a small yet significant assist. The police officer's expression softened slightly, seemingly indicating that Tao had passed this hurdle, at least providing an explanation that could satisfy the authorities. However, while absolution was granted, admonishment remained necessary. The officer cautioned Tao, treasure appraisal carries risks. You may bear joint liability. The live broadcast is not a lawless domain. Please report any issues to the relevant departments promptly. Rest assured, officer, we have a dedicated director responsible for reporting. Should we overlook any suspect, you may apprehend the director directly. Thank you, I appreciate that. So it was the director who reported. I knew the leader wasn't that kind of person. Mr. He, in the world of Jianghu, one is oftentimes compelled. May those who report be blessed with children free of misfortune. As the police reiterated their warnings, and Tao assured them repeatedly, this brief exchange finally came to a close. Upon ending the broadcast, Tao wiped the sweat from his forehead. He was still perspiring. Fortunately, after 5 years in the field, while he may not have perfectly gauged the nuances of live streaming, he had always been adept at navigating the complexities of tomb raiding. He could ensure maximum participation while ultimately appearing as an innocent bystander, devoid of any incriminating identity. How about that? Mr. He, feeling a bit sweaty. The director approached the studio to engage He Tao in conversation. In the future, we should simply drive away such tomb raiders. There is no need to invite trouble for the company. You're talking nonsense. A man's reprimanding voice resonated fittingly from the doorway. The speaker promptly pushed the door open and entered the room. Upon seeing the newcomer, Director Chun took 2 steps back, feeling that he had misspoken once again. So you are aware that I am Director Chun? Had I not known better, I would have mistaken you for the boss, he remarked. What caliber does teacher he possess that you would dare instruct him? Director Chin's tone towards the director was quite brusque, as a momentary lapse could have led to a significant mishap. However, upon turning to face He Tao, his demeanor shifted to one of joviality. With his round face and circular glasses, he bore a resemblance to a figure straight out of a Chengdu culinary guide. His overtures of goodwill startled He Tao, causing him to instinctively take a step back, primarily due to his uncertainty regarding the other's intentions, which elicited a slight tightening of his apprehension. Teacher He, do not heed his words. Your live broadcast is a divine gift. I watched your stream today, and the results were exceptional, with a notably high viewer retention rate. Upon analysis, it appears you have filled a void in the treasure appraisal broadcasts. While this is typically the domain of feng shui masters in the offline realm, live streaming such practices is deemed superstitious and promptly banned. Your unique approach to appraising tombs skillfully sidesteps any violations, aside from attracting grave robbers, which might lead to unwelcome visits from Uncle Hat. However, this solitary drawback is one for which I have already devised a solution. What solution? He Tao inquired, curiosity piqued. I intend to hire a live broadcast assistant for you, someone who can articulate those sensitive topics on your behalf. This way, if the police come, they will apprehend him instead of you. Your limitations are finite, but your assistance can be boundless. What do you think? A splendid idea, is it not? Director Chun, are you not merely recycling the corporate legalese? The director interjected, unable to restrain himself. This time, he was met with a thumbs up rather than reprimand. Indeed, it is the same principle. The assistant would be a mere intern, making it particularly convenient for shifting responsibility. I have already disseminated the job posting. Teacher He, if you have any specifications for the assistant, do let me know, and I shall incorporate them post-haste. Specifications? I have none, He Tao replied, shaking his head, unconvinced that anyone would seek such a position. Well then, shall we leave it at that for today? Absolutely, He Tao nodded, only to suddenly recall something, adding, it is not easy for young female streamers nowadays. Perhaps we should refrain from leg appraisal for the time being. Director Chin dismissed this suggestion, stating, we are, after all, a company. Such actions could lead to accusations of objectifying women. However, if you have any personal interests, I could sponsor you a level 72 Douyin account. Oh, it seems Director Chun possesses a more personable side, He Tao mused. Initially, he had perceived Director Chun as somewhat effeminate, but after hearing this remark, his impression shifted entirely, even considering the possibility of friendship. However, it was late, and being in the office, it was not the appropriate time for extended conversation. True to his word. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Director Chun sent over his high-level Douyin account. After reviewing the contents in the account's favorites, He Tao confirmed that despite Director Chen's appearance, he truly was a genuine man. The back end of the account was filled with unread private messages, opening his eyes to new possibilities. However, the account of Mr. Chen was not granted without cost. Early the next morning, the other party called, requesting assistance from He Tao. Teacher He, I have a personal matter I wish to trouble you with. This weekend, I would like to invite you to my hometown to examine several ancestral graves. For some reason, I have an unsettling feeling that a few of them have been disturbed. Chapter 10. Old He, are you coming? Disturbed? Why would you harbor such an odd notion? What evidence do you possess? He Tao, somewhat perplexed, inquired further into the matter. Upon mentioning this issue, Mr. Chen's demeanor shifted, becoming noticeably agitated as he explained. Teacher He, my ancestors were high-ranking officials, esteemed in their time. One can only imagine the treasures that lie within those graves. Our family has always stationed guards to protect them. But who would have thought that some individuals would forsake sleep at night? Unable to excavate the graves, they resort to prying open tombstones and stealing memorial arches. This sets the backdrop of the situation. Upon closer questioning, it became evident that there were indeed complications. A group of surveyors have been seen loitering around my family's ancestral graves, informing my uncle that the graves were situated on a newly planned highway and must be relocated. However, when asked about the timeline for construction and the official documentation, they could provide no clear answers. I'm gravely suspicious that these may be grave robbers scouting the area. Our ancestral graves are under threat. Teacher He, what do you think? Based on your experience, is there a possibility of this being true? From my perspective, It is indeed difficult to ascertain. He Tao was not evading the question. He genuinely could not be certain. Nowadays, some young grave robbers exhibit remarkable creativity. The behavior of masquerading as surveyors to scout locations certainly aligns with their modus operandi. If they were of the post-90s generation, it would be more straightforward, as they typically operate under the cover of darkness in a more traditional manner. Oh, I see. Mr. Chun seemed to comprehend, albeit not entirely, and continued to inquire, what about those born in the 70s? The 70s? Just a casual occurrence while passing by. Very well. After hearing this, Mr. Chun felt somewhat reassured, as his uncle had mentioned that the surveyors appeared to be of a certain age, not mere youngsters in their early 20s. Nevertheless, He Tao felt compelled to accept the invitation. Firstly, it would provide comfort to his relatives back home. Henceforth, their ancestral graves would be under the protection of He Tao. Secondly, in the event of needing to relocate the graves, having knowledge of their condition would be prudent preparation. If it were indeed a grand official burial site, perhaps a greater sum could be negotiated during the relocation process. Of course, a businessman of Mr. Chen's stature would not expect He Tao to work without compensation. For the weekend's endeavor, Mr. Chen offered He Tao a fee of 2,000 yuan per day, along with full coverage of transportation, meals, and accommodation. There would also be a stay at a hot spring resort. Considering their shared interests, He Tao reluctantly agreed. The allure of the hot spring resort, even more enticing than a massage tub, was hard to resist. He Tao had only witnessed the allure of such business trips in films, and he had never experienced it himself. Moreover, earning at least 4,000 yuan would ensure his rent for the month was secured. Had this been 6 months prior, during his contemplation of retirement, he would have deemed such an amount insignificant. 4,000 yuan is scarcely sufficient to weather a single day's decline in the stock market. Regrettably, a previous case was re-examined, leading to the freezing of his funds, leaving only a modest sum, which is now ensnared in the stock market. This predicament has ignited He Tao's curiosity about the legality of scavenging, prompting him to consider this as a potential avenue for income. Methods of earning that are not explicitly denoted in criminal law are deemed the most favorable. After concluding a phone call with Mr. Chun, He Tao hastily consumed a bowl of instant noodles for breakfast and rushed out the door. His destination this time lay in the outskirts of Yanjing, not far from the renowned Ming tombs. A year prior, He Tao had intended to visit the tomb of Emperor Wanli with his companions to study the internal structure of imperial tombs while also seeking opportunities. However, fortune eluded him, as instead of finding opportunities, he stumbled upon a Qing dynasty tomb in the backyard of a fellow villager's chicken farm. The tomb was well concealed, hidden amidst the poultry. At that time, the leader remarked, "Thieves do not leave empty-handed. It is an ancestral teaching. Grave robbers are still thieves, thus we must excavate, lest we violate this precept and suffer dire consequences." He then rallied his companions to excavate the chicken farm throughout the night. Ultimately, they unearthed nothing but a heap of worthless scrap metal and, on their way out of the village, were met with a severe beating from the villagers. Now, returning to the scene, He Tao was well acquainted with the path and soon arrived at the doorstep of the villager's home. Compared to a year ago, the residence appeared even more dilapidated. It seemed the chicken farming business had encountered a downturn, and he wondered if the agritourism venture was still operational. As he pondered this, he knocked on the door, hoping to ascertain whether the archaeological site still existed. If it had vanished, there would be no need for further effort. "Is the owner in? I've come for authentic roast chicken. Is anyone there? Do you still sell roast chicken?" He mused, contemplating the possibility of the establishment having closed down. His knocking grew more insistent. To his astonishment, the door of the villager's home suddenly crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust that nearly left him breathless. Coughing, He Tao covered his nose and waved away the dust, peering into the interior of the house. Inside, he found only bare pillars and a scattering of construction debris. It had indeed closed down. Cautiously, he stepped inside, and after taking just a few steps, he noticed something peculiar at the foot of the steps. Could this be a Han Dynasty pottery jar? He initially thought he might be mistaken, but after pouring out the rainwater from the jar and examining it closely, he reached an unwavering conclusion. It was indeed a Western Han pottery jar, and it bore clear traces of being unearthed from the earth. He could not have misidentified it. Professional grave robbers despised such seemingly worthless artifacts, as they fetched no monetary value and were prone to exposure. Where am I? Is this truly the place I visited before? He Tao surveyed his surroundings, beginning to question whether he had wandered into the wrong location. Yet, upon glancing back at the small hillside behind the house, he confirmed it was indeed the same spot. Could it be that there was another Han tomb nearby? He Tao pondered for a moment, realizing that the Han tomb was unrelated to him, and decided to return to his original destination. He followed the narrow path around the slope, recalling that the Qing dynasty tomb was situated just behind a cluster of bamboo. At that time, there were 2 earthen jars filled with copper coins, resting beside a large stone. Having located the bamboo, he now sought the stone. But where was it? The stone, standing half a person tall? He gazed at the large puddle before him, utterly bewildered. Surely, the passage of time could not have wrought such rapid change. Circling the puddle, he discovered that its very center corresponded to the location of the ancient Qing tomb. Had they struck underground water? It seemed someone had followed the traces of the tomb raiders and dug down, not sparing even the stone. It appeared he had arrived too late. Given the current state of affairs, it would be fortunate if he could even find a single copper coin beneath the water. He let out a sigh of despair. What bad luck. He had wasted effort and lost 20 yuan in travel expenses. Just as he was about to turn away, a hoarse male voice called out cautiously from behind. Lao He, is it you? The voice sounded somewhat familiar, prompting He Tao to instinctively respond. Hua Hashang? Chapter 11. It was I who reported the incident. Indeed, it is you, Lao He. It truly was the Hua Hashang. He Tao turned around, and the two exchanged a knowing smile. The newcomer was a member of the previous tomb raiding crew, having trained at Shaolin Temple. He sported long hair and appeared rather flamboyant, earning him the nickname Hua Hashang. He Tao did not know the man's real name, but now, with a shaved head, he certainly resembled a monk. After some pleasantries, the first question the monk asked struck a chord with He Tao. Lao He, when were you released? Released? He had never even been incarcerated. Yet, they were 2 tomb raiders meeting. He Tao felt that admitting he had never been inside would come across as somewhat boastful. The monk, possessing a modicum of skill, might end up making him regret this encounter. Actually, I was just released only a few days ago. How about you? The monk pointed to himself, offering an embarrassed smile as he stepped forward to pat He Tao on the shoulder, reassuringly saying, I'm on probation. I never went in. You poor thing, my brother. You didn't go in? Indeed, have you forgotten? I was responsible for keeping watch. I always received the least share, and my pay was lower than what I earned as a bodyguard. Thus, I received the lightest sentence. Old Baotou, however, was unfortunate. He received a 15-year sentence and is rumored to celebrate his 60th birthday inside. By the way, why didn't you join us in court back then? The monk inquired curiously. Because I had other cases pending that needed to be tried together. No wonder. I thought you were the laziest of us all, doing nothing. You must be on probation as well. So it was a case of multiple offenses being punished cumulatively. This was a good thing. Now he could start anew. The monk seemed quite satisfied with He Tao's explanation, having constructed a coherent narrative in his mind. He began to take an interest in other matters and inquired of He Tao. By the way, what brings you here? Surely, you do not intend to retrieve the antiques you previously overlooked? There's still some left? He Tao feigned surprise. I merely passed through while traveling, hoping to enjoy some roast chicken at my fellow villagers' home, only to find they have moved. Oh, I see. The monk nodded. He was not a particularly profound thinker and naturally did not question He Tao's words. Then, he took the initiative to share his purpose. Unlike you, I came here as soon as my probation ended. Old He, come take a look at this pit. The monk squatted beside the water-filled hole. Pointing as he spoke, before Old Ba entered, he mentioned that there is a Han tomb beneath. After he removed the coffin, he used a Luoyang shovel under it and discovered more sealed earth below. He believed it to be of the Han dynasty. Is that so? A tomb beneath a tomb? He Tao furrowed his brow and suddenly recalled the Han dynasty jar at his fellow villager's home, connecting it with the large pit before him. The situation became all too clear. The Han tomb below must have already been desecrated, likely by an amateur, for there was no need to excavate such a large hole. Even tomb raiders of the Qin Emperor wouldn't require such a vast opening. However, He Tao refrained from disclosing his discovery of the pottery jar to the monk. He was uncertain of this individual's true intentions. Based on their interactions over the past few months, this monk was a rare specimen among tomb raiders, being rather normal. It was said that he had turned to grave robbing to fund medical treatment for his nephew back home. Yet now, having just completed his probation, his motives appeared less than ordinary. Why did Old Ba mention the Han tomb to you? Did he wish for you to dig it up? The monk nodded, believing He Tao to be an ally. Old Ba said that such small Qing dynasty pits usually conceal valuable items. He wanted me to retrieve the treasures from the tomb, sell them, and split the proceeds, so he could send half back to his wife. He feared that by the time he got out, his son would have taken another surname. So, do you intend to excavate it now? He Tao asked, stepping back slightly. The question created a tense atmosphere. No, it's no longer necessary to dig, the monk replied. Why not? He Tao asked, puzzled. I just visited Old Ba's home last week. His wife has already remarried and is preparing for a second child. Moreover, she confided that there was only a 50% chance that the first child was Old Ba's. She even urged me to start anew. After hearing this, He Tao was left speechless. Only 2 words could encapsulate his feelings. Impressive. So what brings you here now? I came to check if this tomb still exists and then to report it. Han Dynasty tombs ought to be preserved. Old He, have you seen national treasures? As conscientious members of the Huaxia, we should safeguard the invaluable heritage left by our ancestors. Ah, yes, you make a valid point, He Tao thought, incredulous that he was being lectured. Are you suggesting that I am any less virtuous than you? Had I not feared your potential aggression, I might have felt compelled to enlighten you. Years ago, when you excavated this grave, it was I who alerted the authorities. But does that justify your actions against the proprietor of the poultry farm? Since you seem to find my words reasonable, the monk rose and gestured politely, urging, you should leave swiftly. I intend to call the police shortly. Should they see you, they will surely apprehend you. No need for that. Just inform them directly. I have done nothing wrong. I fear no law enforcement. He Tao, still eager to wait for the police to arrive to discuss the matter regarding the canister at the entrance, felt no urgency to depart. Truly unafraid? Indeed, absolutely. His calm demeanor left the monk momentarily stunned. Without further contemplation, the monk produced his phone and dialed 110. 5 minutes later, the police arrived. Upon seeing the uniformed officers alight from their vehicle, the monk hastily approached, greeting them, "Good afternoon, officers. I was the one who called the police." "Call?" "I heard no report of an emergency," responded the officer in front, puzzled. He then turned to his colleague behind him, holding a phone, and inquired, "Is it him?" The other officer nodded, affirming, "Yes, it's this bald man." "Indeed, that is I," the monk continued. "I made the call." The officers, somewhat bemused, waved their hands dismissively, stating, "Once more, I must clarify, there was no emergency call. Someone, keep an eye on him. The rest of you follow me. Ensure this lad's accomplices do not escape." He Tao, crouched beside the bamboo grove engrossed in his mobile device, paid little attention as the officers rushed past. He was preoccupied with suppressing D. Rengia in his game, not even lifting his head, casually gesturing towards a large puddle nearby. "You arrived so swiftly. Truly commendable efficiency. Officers, the grave lies right here, though I suspect it has already been emptied. Monk, please guide the officers and introduce the situation regarding the old man. He may be implicated for incitement." Observing He Tao's demeanor, the officers appeared perplexed. Could this individual genuinely be a tomb raider? Such behavior was unprecedented. Nevertheless, the surveillance footage from within the house had indeed captured He Tao taking the deliberately left pottery from the police and heading directly to this excavation site. If he were not a grave robber, what business did he have in the dilapidated backyard of a house abandoned for over 6 months? The lead officer gestured for calm. Approaching He Tao, glancing at his phone screen, and quietly remarked, "You truly lack skill." "Huh?" He Tao instinctively looked up, only then realizing that all the officers were fixated on him. The monk who had greeted them was nowhere to be seen. What was happening? His initial reaction was to suspect the monk of betrayal, but he quickly dismissed that thought, reasoning that the monk lacked the cunning to implicate himself without any gain. What then was the meaning of the situation? "Good day, officers. You are here to investigate the ancient tomb, are you not?" "Indeed. But we are also here to apprehend tomb raiders," the officer replied with a smile. "Tomb raiders?" He Tao, interpreting their gazes, asked incredulously. "You do not truly believe I am a tomb raider, do you?" The officers nodded affirmatively. He Tao finally grasped the misunderstanding at play. However, it was of no consequence. He could clarify the situation now. "You must have made a mistake. I am gainfully employed as a broadcaster, wholly unrelated to grave robbers." "What kind of broadcaster are you?" "A tomb raiding broadcaster?" inquired the officer. "Well, somewhat. My primary focus is on artifact appraisal." "That fits. As the provincial department has recently reported several cases of suspected tomb raiders masquerading as artifact broadcasters. Spare yourself the trouble. Come with us for a moment." Chapter 12 Unklarheit was momentarily trillet. Tomb robbers posing as artifact broadcasters. The moment the officer spoke those words, He Tao realized he could not evade this predicament. Being a broadcaster technically places him in the public sphere, potentially salvaging his reputation. After all, as a broadcaster, it would be absurd to livestream grave robbing, wouldn't it? However, given the officer's insinuation, it appeared that artifact broadcasters were the prime suspects. Surely, this cannot be a problem? The police officer chuckled in agreement with He Tao's request. Such demands were commonplace among suspects, often merely an attempt to seek assistance. They had grown accustomed to it. Seeing the officer's amiable demeanor, He Tao reluctantly picked up his phone to inform his teammates in the game. "Apologies, brothers. I've been apprehended by the police." He quickly exited the game and boarded the police vehicle. As he sat in the patrol car, everything felt familiar. He Tao was entirely at ease. Moreover, he was not handcuffed, which was a marked improvement from previous experiences. The only disappointment was that until he was escorted to the interrogation room, he had not had the chance to see the monk again. He certainly would have asked, "Is this the police you called?" before commencing the inquiry. The officer honored his promise, allowing Hitao to call Director Chun in front of everyone. "Hello, who is this?" "Wait a moment." "Yes, understood," came an indescribable sound from the other end. The intern officer responsible for recording blushed. Hitao felt a twinge of embarrassment. "Ahem, Director Chun, this is Hitao. Are you available at the moment?" "Oh, I'm free." "Why, what's the matter?" "Director, I find myself in a bit of trouble and may not be able to make it to work on time tonight." What trouble?" Hitao was about to reveal that he had been apprehended for suspected grave robbing when the officer covered the microphone and shot him a warning glance. "Don't even think about alerting anyone." "Mr. He, what exactly is going on?" Director Chen pressed from the other end. "The situation is rather complicated, Director. If you have the time, please come to the Downing Street police station." The police station? You've been arrested?" "Indeed, the matter is rather complex and cannot be explained over the phone. If you come here, the officers will assist you." Hitao was well aware of the handling process for grave robbery cases. Entering the police station was easy, but exiting was another story altogether. Unless, of course, the director could come and assist in applying for bail. As the employer, it was not unreasonable for the director to step in when an employee faced difficulties, right? Having studied upper management, Hitao felt justified in making the call. "All right, I'll come right away. Please inform the officer beside you that our company has a partnership with a popular law firm. They should tread lightly. There's no need to worry, Director Chun. I trust that the police will handle the case according to the law," Hitao declared, turning to smile at the officer beside him. Unfortunately, the latter lacked a sense of humor and promptly hung up the phone. "Well then, Hitao, you've made your call. Do you have any further requests?" "None at all. You may proceed with your script." The officer nodded and took a seat opposite Hitao. A feeling both strange and familiar washed over him. "Have you comprehended the content I had just relayed?" Clearly and distinctly, Hitao replied in a resonant voice, mindful to prevent any potential issues with the recording's clarity. After signing the notice of rights and obligations and detailing his personal circumstances, the officer began to inquire about the so-called tomb raiding case. "I had originally intended to enjoy some roasted chicken. Pardon? Could you elaborate on what you mean by roasted chicken?" "Officer, please don't get too excited. I was heading to a farm restaurant to enjoy chicken that lays eggs and crows, not any illicit poultry." The recording officer paused momentarily. The other officer pressed on. "Since you were going out for a meal, why did you continue to venture inside when you found no one there? What were you searching for in the back hills?" "I was actually hoping to see if I could stumble upon some valuable antiques." "Antiques? What made you think there would be antiques in that room?" The officer sensed a potential inconsistency in Hitao's narrative and quickly pursued the inquiry. "What old house doesn't have a few antiques? The difference lies in their value. I am an antique appraisal host, capable of accurately identifying valuable items. Naturally, when I encounter an abandoned house, I must take a look. As it turned out, my choice was vindicated. I discovered a Han Dynasty ceramic jar within the room." Hitao succinctly described the jar's characteristics, conveniently justifying his presence in the back hills by claiming that upon seeing the jar, he suspected there might be a Han Dynasty tomb nearby, prompting him to explore the area. This explanation rendered his actions more logical. Furthermore, considering that the monk had also been apprehended, Hitao did not conceal his previous grave-robbing activities at the chicken farm and recounted everything candidly, including his role as an informant. Upon hearing this, the officer's demeanor grew increasingly serious, and his gaze toward Hitao shifted. With a hint of curiosity, he pondered, could this truly be a well-meaning citizen? The officer responsible for the inquiry decided to pause, intending to review the case files and clarify the details of the prior case before resuming the conversation with Hitao. Hitao, of course, had no objections. Moreover, even if he had, no one would heed his concerns. All he could do was wait. After a lengthy 2.5 hours, Hitao finally witnessed the inquiry room door swing open once more. This time, an elderly officer in uniform entered. Upon his arrival, the officer promptly released Hitao from his handcuffs and gestured toward the door. "You may leave now. Turn right outside and proceed straight ahead. The person from your company is waiting for you." "Leaving? Is it really that simple?" Hitao questioned, feeling somewhat uneasy. "Don't you have any further questions for me? You're not going to claim I escaped as soon as I walk out, are you?" The officer shook his head and replied, "You've watched too many cop movies. Now that it's more like it." "I understand." Hitao nodded at the elderly officer. "I have experienced over a dozen cases, all of which received 5-star commendations from the police." After stepping outside, following the direction indicated by the officer, Hitao swiftly arrived at the entrance of the police station. On the steps outside, Mr. Chun was crouched in the corner, discreetly smoking a cigarette. Upon seeing He Tao emerge, he quickly extinguished his cigarette, shook his hands, and approached with a smile to grasp He Tao's hand. Mr. He, the police did not give you any trouble, did they? No, they were quite kind to me. He Tao replied, gazing at Mr. Chun before suddenly asking, was it your influence that allowed me to be released so quickly? Indeed, Mr. Chun nodded. When you called me, were you not seeking my assistance? It appeared that He Tao had concealed his true identity well, as the police had not discovered it. Thus, Mr. Chun's preparations had gone unused. Mr. He, speak to me candidly. Please, Mr. Chun, it isn't necessary to embellish. Are you certain? I am absolutely certain. He Tao affirmed with conviction. Mr. Chun tilted his head, examining He Tao for a moment before nodding in reassurance. Very well, I shall refrain from making further arrangements. Mr. Chun, I did not engage in tomb raiding, He Tao quickly denied. We are at the police station, and there are certain things that cannot be carelessly uttered. Receiving He Tao's glance, Mr. Chun seemed to understand. He immediately altered his approach. What I meant to say is, you did not raid tombs. Rather, it was a treasure hunt, correct? That seems a bit too direct. Was it a gold-seeking venture, or perhaps a treasure dig? Mr. He, I truly do not comprehend your jargon. As long as you grasp my meaning, I am merely curious about what exactly you unearthed. Chapter 13. The launch of new product at the Antique Appraisal Hall. Treasure hunting, gold-seeking, treasure digging, such terms. And you claim to be unfamiliar with the lingo? Very well. I can endure a little longer. The director nodded in admiration. Mr. He, you truly embody a passion for your craft. You are the epitome of a diligent worker. If I were in your shoes, having the ability to profit from tomb raiding, why would I still be a streamer? He Tao shook his head in response. Tomb raiding, in fact, does not yield substantial income. It certainly does not compare to the profits of streaming. Within this police station, there is a true tomb raider who has previously been sentenced to probation. During his time in a team, he earned a mere $4,000 a month. If compared to a leading streamer, that amount is trivial, merely a matter of a single competitive match and the associated legal risks of each position. With just that fixed monthly salary of $4,000, after the incident, all earnings were reclaimed, rendering it equivalent to working for free. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chun could not help but lament. The tomb raiding novels are truly misleading. I genuinely believe that excavating a grand tomb would yield billions. Billions? That would require unearthing a national treasure, at the very least something of the caliber of the heirloom ding, He Tao analyzed. Indeed, such possibilities cannot be dismissed without dreams. How does one differ from a floundering fish? However, there are both advantages and disadvantages. In such circumstances, capture could lead to a minimum of 20 years, with the possibility of life imprisonment, and, crucially, the money must be returned, making it ultimately unprofitable. Ah, I see, Mr. Chun said, enlightened. After a moment of silence, he suddenly inquired, Mr. He, you mentioned earlier that there is another tomb raider in the police station. Is he your accomplice? Should we not assist him? He is not an accomplice, since I did not engage in tomb raiding. How could I have an accomplice? We are merely acquaintances. The notion of rescuing someone is no longer applicable. I am uncertain about the nature of his transgression. As for myself, I am unscathed and logically. He should be as well. He Tao sighed inwardly as he pondered what mischief that monk had been up to, suspecting that only their next encounter would shed light on the matter. Upon returning to the company, the director and a multitude of staff were already in position, eagerly awaiting He Tao's live broadcast. Initially intending to head straight to the studio, He Tao was firmly redirected to the director's office by General Chun, who insisted on discussing a matter of great significance pertaining to his broadcasting career. Mr. He, from today onwards, your live streaming responsibilities will deviate from the norm, Chun announced. What do you mean? He Tao inquired, but before he could delve further, a female secretary behind him presented a tablet. Displayed on the screen was a shopping webpage, reminiscent of 1688, but with a pixelated, antiquated design, evoking a sense of early millennium aesthetics. The top left corner boldly proclaimed the title Antique Appraisal Hall. ISNT, our company, primarily focused on app development? He Tao questioned Chun, seeking clarification on the relevance of the webpage. The app and the webpage are essentially identical. Chun elucidated. What we have developed is an application that essentially embeds a browser, leading directly to this webpage. Xiao Hui, please show Mr. He our newly launched products. Chun instructed. Certainly, General Chun. Mr. He, take a look here. The secretary leaned in, her delicate fingers operating the tablet with a languid grace, her alabaster neck drawing attention. Seemingly intentional in her attire. However, He Tao soon found little time to admire her, as he realized that the new product was astonishingly pertinent to him. The product bore the name, Mr. He's Professional Tomb Appraisal, live streaming exclusive. and the promotional image was a rather exaggerated close-up of him squinting in the broadcast studio, reminiscent of the famed Lao Gan Ma chili sauce, priced at 25 yuan per session. It implied that in order to engage Yitao for ancient tomb appraisals during live streams, one would first need to purchase this product, followed by the live connection. Is this feasible? Yitao expressed his skepticism. I've seen some appraisal live streams where participants are hesitant to pay a mere dime for a fan badge. Your pricing seems exorbitant. Who in their right mind would pay to have a tomb assessed? Those willing to spend 25 yuan to look at graves likely have an 80 chance of planning to dig them up. Otherwise, it's a pure loss. Yitao had legitimate grounds to suspect that this product link was, in fact, a trap for tomb raiders, cleverly designed to ensnare those lacking in intellect. In response to He Tao's doubts, Chun first chuckled before revealing, Mr. He, you may not be aware of the current climate in the cultural relics community. There exists a significant backdrop, a nationwide cultural relics census. The primary objective of this census is to catalog immovable cultural relics across the country, with ancient tombs being the most prevalent among them. It is essential to recognize that not every archaeological survey team possesses individuals capable of determining the age of ancient tombs, particularly those whose gravestones have been obliterated. How, then, can someone like yourself, a specialist, expect ordinary personnel to distinguish such matters? Are you, then, venturing into business with the Cultural Heritage Department? Yitao suddenly felt his perspective had been limited. Indeed, I have been negotiating collaborations with the relevant local departments. During the live stream, I may prioritize these orders. Moreover, even in the absence of their orders, there will be no shortage of buyers. However, they must exercise due diligence to avoid legal pitfalls. I wanted to communicate with you in advance, Teacher He. When the time comes, should the business negotiations prove fruitful, I advise you to exercise some restraint during your appraisals. There are certain things that should not be carelessly uttered, lest we find ourselves in jeopardy. Understood. You need not worry about that. He Tao nodded, turning to the question that concerned him most. How much will I earn from an order? 10 yuan. What do you think? That is already the maximum commission I can negotiate within my capacity. Teacher He, you are well aware that our live stream audience tends to be rather frugal. While they may enjoy the spectacle, one cannot expect them to shower us with gifts. As we are not promoting goods, we hardly make any profit from Douyin. Our earnings are entirely reliant on this app. I understand, 10 yuan is sufficient. I can accept that, He Tao replied readily. Otherwise, explaining this to Mr. Chun would be an endless endeavor. In any case, He Tao's visit to the Treasure Appraisal Hall was merely a transitional phase. He undoubtedly aspired to venture out on his own in the future, striving to become a top-tier internet celebrity akin to Quan. When the time arrived, the broadcast commenced punctually. The first treasure enthusiast of the day appeared to be an ordinary individual, with the online moniker Mongolian Top Laner. Generally, those who adopt such names possess benevolent hearts. The artifact he presented was quite commendable. On the other end of the video, 3 figurines, roughly the size of beer bottles, lay quietly on a red silk cloth. The patterns on the figurines were rather indistinct, and due to the limitations of the phone's pixel quality, He Tao could only discern that they were likely maidservant figurines. Teacher He, is this item genuine? Yes, absolutely. Having examined hundreds of figurines, He Tao was quite adept at appraisal. These are 3 maidservant figurines from the Northern Qi dynasty. Just these 3? Indeed, merely these 3. That seems incorrect. Typically, such figurines are found in even numbers, 2, 4, or, at most, 24. Odd numbers are considered inauspicious and unlikely to sell. Did you not consider this when dividing the spoils? Chapter 14. Was it intentional or a mere oversight? This is clearly an item that has been excavated. The host's remarks are rather blunt, aren't they? Brother, are you dissatisfied with the division of spoils and seeking to expose it? Division of spoils? Teacher, this is not about dividing spoils. Do not accuse me falsely. No need to be anxious, He Tao chuckled. I was merely jesting. All right then, are all 3 of these genuine items? Certainly, they are authentic. He Tao nodded while sipping water. These are Northern Qi figurines, though regrettably, they have suffered significant corrosion. Was the tomb chamber exposed to soil? I have no idea. I have never been to the tomb chamber. Teacher, please do not attempt to elicit a confession. You may find it hard to believe, but I stumbled upon this object. Stumbled upon it? He Tao furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing the figurine in the video. It appeared to be of modest size, perhaps around 20 to 30 centimeters. Thus quite portable. One would think tomb raiders would not overlook such an item. The terracotta figures from the Northern Qi dynasty had fetched over $1 million at Sotheby's a few years back, marking them as quite sought after. After all, the ones He Tao had encountered previously had all been taken away. You found 3 of them at once? To be honest, I find that hard to believe. In truth, I do not believe it either. The notion of finding it is quite appealing, even more so than an heirloom. If it was found 3 meters underground, then it can indeed be termed as found. But isn't there a requirement to turn in found items? Come now, don't be too clever. Not only these 3 figurines were found. Bayu pointed to his collection and explained that even the outer box and the cloth inside were also discovered. Oh, please elaborate. Hitao gestured invitingly, sensing there was a story behind these 3 figurines. Last year, while serving as a caregiver at a cadre sanatorium, I happened to wander outside one afternoon and stumbled upon them in a flower bed. At first, I thought they were some kind of health product, but upon opening, I was taken aback. Which sanatorium is this? Hitao inquired with a smile. Surely, this isn't something the leaders discarded intentionally? If Bayu was not lying, it was highly probable that this item was a gift from someone else. The notion of gifting Northern Qi terracotta figures is intriguing. These figures were meant for the deceased. What a curse transcending millennia. Well, I cannot say much, only that it is a government facility. Ah, I see. No need to elaborate further. Hitao had initially wished to delve deeper, perhaps uncovering a hidden treasure. However, the director's voice in his earpiece cautioned him against overindulging. You might not even realize how the company collapsed. Teacher, are these 3 figurines valuable? I am not well versed in such matters. They appear somewhat chucao. Indeed, they are rough. That is characteristic of the Northern Qi figurines, which are not particularly refined, Hitao explained with expertise. Your phone resembles a door lock. It's hard to discern clearly. Allow me to provide a basis for judgment, and you can assess for yourself. Figurines generally come in 4 colors: black, white, gray, and red, with value descending from high to low. Additionally, size plays a role, with larger pieces being more valuable. Oh, so what could these 3 pieces of this size fetch? Bayu inquired eagerly. Ah, you wish to sell them? Ha ha. Hitao laughed heartily. No, my friend, when you speak of value, you refer to market price. Whereas I'm discussing the scholarly value of artifacts. Northern Qi figurines are indeed cultural relics and cannot be traded. Of course, you could exchange them for buns if you so desire. Go ahead and sell them overtly, and you might end up in solitary confinement at the detention center, with all meals provided. Not only buns, but also egg soup. This person must be quite obsessed with money. I sense he might want to sell, but has not succeeded. Why not report it to the authorities? Perhaps it could lead to uncovering a corrupt official. Cannot sell? Then this item can only serve as a decorative piece. Bayu remarked with a hint of disappointment. Yes, it can indeed serve as a decorative item. Hitao nodded, giving a thumbs up to the camera. Your thoughts resonate harmoniously with those of the tomb's master. Years ago, he commissioned these small figurines to serve as ornaments, fearing solitude in the afterlife. Placing them in your home, I can only utter 2 words. Indeed. Goodness, is it truly so? One friend exclaimed, bursting into laughter, while another sighed in resignation, saying, now I understand why the leaders opted to discard such items. To have these in a nursing home would be utterly inauspicious. No wonder they are leaders. Hitao chuckled as well, amused by his friend's slow reaction. Who would throw away something of value? Teacher, what should I do with these 3 items? I dare not report to the authorities, yet holding on to them feels ominous. Hitao pondered, stroking his chin, and offered the most prudent suggestion. Why not donate them? Small local museums often lack artifacts and would gladly accept your items. You might even earn a reward of 500 yuan. In his previous work, he had known someone who donated a guardian beast to a museum. Although it only resulted in a certificate, it effectively resolved the troublesome situation. If tomb raiders can donate, surely you can too. Understood. I shall go and donate them tomorrow. If I receive a reward, I will bring a gift for you, teacher. No, please don't. I do not wish for our academic exchange to be tainted by monetary matters. Hitao was not naive. How much could his friend possibly gift him through the live stream? It would be wiser to save or even owe a favor. When he eventually ventured out on his own, these friends might return to his own live stream to support him. No gifts for the streamer? Unfollowed. This is a charity stream. Gifts cannot be withdrawn. I had planned to contribute a little, but now I think not. All right. Thank you, teacher he. You're welcome. Farewell. Just as Hitao finished his farewell and was about to stretch, the screen indicated an incoming connection. He turned to glare at the director in the control room. Have you lost your mind? We are all working here. Do you expect me to keep going without respite? The director, upon receiving the glare, quickly apologized through the headset. I'm terribly sorry, teacher he. I pressed the wrong button. Next time, please signal me when you're ready before we connect. Hitao was surprised by the director's swift concession. Well, what else is there to say? Let us shrug it off and continue working. He connected with the next caller. Hello, friend. Are you outdoors? The friend appeared to be at a construction site, illuminated by bright lights from above. This fit perfectly with the civil engineering reality of 24-hour operations, almost as if they were willing to create an artificial sun. Yes, We are indeed at a construction site. Teacher, take a look. The friend showcased the surroundings filled with excavators and cement mixers before introducing his situation. A few days ago, we unearthed a small house where people once lived, and I would like your assistance in examining it. A small house? What a delightful term. Distinctly separating it from the blind box. Hitao gave a thumbs up to the treasure-seeking friend, acknowledging that such phrases, which can bypass scrutiny, are essential for a treasure appraisal host a master. Did you excavate intentionally, or was it an accident? Chapter 15. So audacious. I understand. Do not be anxious. I am merely inquiring casually. I am not anxious. Teacher, look over here. The treasure-seeking friend continued to walk while explaining. This is a tomb constructed with blue bricks and white lime. It is not particularly sturdy. When the excavator unearthed it, we initially thought it was a broken wall from someone's house, so the operator didn't pay much attention. It was only later, upon noticing the unusual structure, that we realized it might be a small house. Teacher, based on your observation, for which era do you believe this tomb originates? This is a matter for later. Dear friend, I have something to attend to. Hitao had intended to commence the appraisal, but suddenly recalled an important detail. He stepped away from the camera, muted his microphone, and inquired through the glass to the director, for this tomb appraisal, should we proceed directly, or should we provide a connection? Hitao felt uncertain. Whether the 10 yuan was worth earning was secondary to preserving the lucrative opportunity set forth by Director Chun. If a client from the relevant department discovered that they were not charging for a direct connection while demanding 25 yuan from them, wouldn't that jeopardize the collaboration? Teacher, regarding this matter, I am unsure as well. Perhaps you should decide? You are the host on duty, and you hold the authority in this room. Hitao felt speechless, as if he had been unfairly burdened. It was certainly too late to consult Director Chun now. Both the treasure-seeking friend and the audience were awaiting his response. After a moment of contemplation, Hitao resignedly pursed his lips. All right, I shall focus on fulfilling the responsibilities of a treasure appraisal host, ensuring clarity and understanding for each friend who connects. He had nearly drowned the goldfish kept at home and had to perform artificial respiration on it. Come now, friend. Were we in our discussion? We were discussing the era of this tomb. The treasure-seeking friend reminded him. If it is modern, we can relocate it ourselves. If it is ancient, we must report it. Professional indeed, my friend. The current state of a civil engineering student. If it is ancient, the construction site must cease operations. In such situations, we typically bury it directly, pretending we did not see it. One can tell it is a state-owned construction company. They are quite formal. Very well. Lift the tomb brick for me to examine. Hitao instructed. Find a complete one. Why are you holding a broken brick? This one will do. Let us see if there are any patterns on it. Under Hitao's guidance, the treasure-seeking friend sifted through a pile of construction debris and unearthed an intact blue brick. Upon seeing the size of the brick and considering the white lime mentioned by the friend, Hitao quickly pieced together the information. This should be a tomb from the Qing dynasty. If I am not mistaken, it is a collective burial site for a family. Oh, the treasure-seeking friend on the other end of the video emitted an ambiguous exclamation. Teacher, you can discern that? How can one not see it? If I cannot, what would I be appraising? Hitao feigned modesty. Impressive, impressive, the treasure-seeking friend remarked. This is a small house with 4 rooms and no hall. Behold, this is room 1, and this is room 2, Hitao remarked, admiring the meticulous reconstruction of the crime scene. He then proceeded to interview Bao Yu. Did you uncover any bones or hair? There are a few, but not many, Bao Yu replied. What about the large blind box? There were none. If we had found a substantial blind box, we would have ceased our excavation long ago. The excavator didn't suspect it was a tomb because no significant boxes were unearthed. Not even any burial goods. Is that even possible? How could there be no burial goods? Given that this is a family tomb, surely there must be something. Came the skeptical murmurs. I find it hard to believe what Bao Yu claims, another voice chimed in. Perhaps they've been secretly hidden away, someone speculated. The burial goods must have been distributed among the deceased, unbeknownst to him, another added. A flurry of doubts arose among the viewers. Yet, Hitao's perspective diverged from the crowd. He concurred with Bao Yu's assessment. His extensive experience corroborated this notion. Finding nothing was indeed commonplace. Allow me to elucidate for the audience. What you are witnessing is a collective tomb from the Qing dynasty, distinctly organized with separate burial chambers. However, upon closer inspection, you will notice that the 4 chambers are closely aligned, and there are no coffins within. Could this possibly belong to affluent individuals? It is likely the resting place of the impoverished, interred together during times of conflict or epidemic for convenience. The absence of coffins suggests they were simply wrapped in straw mats and deposited directly. Thus, the lack of burial goods is entirely expected. My goodness, It feels like looking into a mirror, one viewer exclaimed. Stop it. I'm overwhelmed, another lamented. If I were in the Qing dynasty, I would probably just be wrapped in a straw mat and tossed into a sinkhole, a voice mused. Could this be akin to an ancient mass grave? Another pondered. Perhaps it was the kin who assisted in the collection of the bodies, hence the presence of burial chambers, but no coffins, someone remarked. You are absolutely correct, teacher he. Bao replied with admiration. Your insight reflects the actual circumstances. How many excavations have you conducted to gain such wisdom? I am in awe. He Tao responded with a light chuckle. So you think I must have dug a multitude to know? Yuyist, Bao Yu. This is a grand tomb of a Qing dynasty prince. By protocol, it should contain 81 burial items, with 3 tons of gold alone. You should investigate where everything has disappeared to. Wait, no, teacher, I was wrong. Bao Yu exclaimed, startled by He Tao's words, hastily begging for mercy. All right, I was merely jesting. I'll conclude my assessment of this tomb here. Whether to report it is your decision. Thank you, teacher. I wish you continued success in your live streaming endeavors. May your words bring me good fortune. The third participant was a female enthusiast. He Tao had initially presumed she would present a bracelet for appraisal, but to his surprise, she revealed a sword. More precisely, a dagger, or perhaps a hidden blade, measuring approximately 30 centimeters in length. Often, objects that appear unremarkable turn out to be the most authentic. Teacher, I have 3 bronze artifacts. Could you kindly assist in examining them? Of course, He Tao replied, nearly choking on his drink. It is quite unusual for someone to boldly proclaim their dealings in antiquities, particularly bronze artifacts. Young lady, are you currently residing abroad? No, I am right here in the country. If I were overseas, there would be a time difference. I see. It is quite audacious to act so brazenly while still within the domestic sphere. It is indeed my first encounter with such a person. The live stream boasts several thousand viewers. What if law enforcement is monitoring? Teacher, my husband claims this piece is from the Han Dynasty, retrieved from a water pit. Is that correct? Well, that is somewhat accurate. He Tao nodded, remarking that such an excellent condition, devoid of any soil oxidation, typically indicates it was excavated from deep water. It likely originated from the bottom of a river or lake. Beyond that, I cannot say. The female acquaintance shook her head, stating she was unaware of where he purchased it. Teacher, please take a look at this item. It was also bought a few days ago. Does she truly wish for her husband's downfall, constantly emphasizing the purchase? Incredible how she exploits her own husband. If law enforcement is indeed present in the live stream, they could initiate a location trace. Chapter 16. Domestic deceptions are difficult. The second item presented by the female acquaintance is a bronze dagger, remarkably preserved, with little to no verdigris, its color reminiscent of ancient black lacquer. The water pit truly works wonders. Items from the Western Han era have been preserved to this day, nearly indistinguishable from those freshly unearthed by Master Wang at the village entrance. He Tao, to be honest, felt a pang of envy. Such finds are nearly unattainable. Even if he were granted permission to excavate freely now, it remains uncertain whether he could ever uncover an artifact of such caliber in his lifetime. In the past 2 years, anyone who managed to excavate such a piece would certainly not have gone unnoticed by He Tao. Thus, it is undoubtedly a previously stored item. As for its value, in foreign auction houses, it would fetch no less than a couple of million. That makes sense. It is indeed from the Western Han era. Although the female acquaintance exhibits somewhat peculiar behavior, He Tao cannot resort to falsehoods merely out of sympathy for her husband. The truth remains, and illegal activities are indeed illegal. Not only is it authentic, but it is also the finest piece of dagger he has encountered in recent years. Is that so? How wonderful! The woman exclaimed with a hint of surprise. My husband must have made a profitable purchase. You believe he has profited? Haha, what a naive fool. Teacher, there is yet another piece. Is this a spear? How does it fare? This spear is also commendable. It too hails from a water pit. He Tao once again raised his thumb in approval. Bronze artifacts submerged in water often develop a thin, yet durable oxidized layer due to the materials and the slow interaction with oxygen in the water. This layer can be so fine that it preserves even the most delicate decorative patterns, allowing water pits to frequently yield exquisite items. An elderly expert once remarked that the pinnacle of water pit finds is a bronze mirror. When polished, it reflects one's visage, indistinguishable from the inexpensive mirror sold today. Is that so? It appears my husband has indeed made a wise investment with these 3 items. Indeed, He Tao nodded in agreement. He has profited at least 5 or 6 years' worth. Haha, it certainly starts at 3 years. As someone involved in cultural preservation, these 3 pieces could qualify as second-tier cultural relics. Repeated dealings in bronze artifacts would yield 5 years of free lodging and meals without loss. In reality, the prison term of 5 to 6 years that He Tao mentioned was not entirely accurate. He merely intended to subtly caution his female friend, do not cause any trouble. If this continues, your husband may truly end up behind bars. The cyber police are monitoring. A typical individual, upon hearing He Tao's words, would either inquire about the meaning of 5 to 6 years or simply express gratitude before ending the call. However, this woman appeared to be anything but ordinary. It seems she did not register He Tao's warning. Instead, she asked, "Teacher, could you assist me in estimating a value?" He Tao responded, "It is rather inconvenient to provide an estimate. Perhaps we should use the price at which your husband purchased it as a reference. I worry that if the valuation is too high, the sentence may be exacerbated." Sentence? What sentence? The woman finally grasped the situation, inquiring with confusion. Bronze artifacts are strictly prohibited from being traded by national decree. Engaging in such transactions is illegal, resulting in at least a reprimand. However, in cases like yours, immediate arrest is typically the outcome. "Oh, that? I'm aware of what you mean, teacher. It's nothing to worry about. We just need to be discreet." The woman maintained an unexpectedly optimistic demeanor and continued to query He Tao. "So, is there a possibility that you could provide a valuation based on collectible worth, rather than an actual transaction price? For instance, ivory cannot be traded, yet its collectible value is set at 250,000 per piece. Is this woman truly so relentless? I shall not leave until I ensure my husband is not implicated. This extravagant woman is utterly bizarre. I shall support my virtuous wife's aspirations. May she return my silver bracelet. With such a devoted partner, my fortune is assured." "Your husband has also purchased ivory?" He Tao asked, astonished. No. That price is merely something I encountered online." "Ah, then you certainly have made an error." He Tao possessed a document titled Assessment Methods for Wildlife and Their Products. An Asian elephant is valued at 200,000, while an African elephant is set at 100,000, these being the minimum prices. When calculating case value, one must also multiply by the coefficient for endangered species. Hence, it is certainly not 250,000. However, it was unnecessary to delve into such details with this lady. She would not comprehend them. That 250,000 is incorrect, and what you refer to is not a collectible value. It is the assessed value determined by the police and court when sentencing your husband. Do you understand what I mean by assessed value? I understand, therefore. It is difficult to estimate, correct? He Tao nodded, thinking that this foolish woman had finally grasped the concept. Had she stated that she was buying for herself, He Tao would have reported the assessed value immediately. After the female friend disconnected, he reminded the viewers in the live stream, regardless of how you choose to engage privately, openly buying and selling bronze artifacts is illegal. Gentlemen, please exercise caution, especially those who possess both bronze artifacts and wives. It is quite perilous. Teacher, how can one avoid such peril? To avoid danger is quite simple. Choose either the bronze artifact or your wife, and send one to me for safekeeping. Rest assured, the integrity of the host is beyond reproach. I will not disclose your identities. The next viewer presented a piece of porcelain. During his university years, He Tao had already acquired a certain level of knowledge regarding the appraisal of porcelain, which he applied with considerable finesse. Coupled with years of practical experience, he could discern problematic items at a mere glance. The distinction between authentic pieces and replicas sometimes resembled the contrast between Ming Dao and Ruan Jingtian. To the untrained eye, the differences might be imperceptible, yet to those in the know, identification was instantaneous. The porcelain in front of him was a case in point. "My friend, this piece is not genuine," he remarked. The official kiln porcelain from the Guangxu era of the Qing dynasty can be discerned with considerable accuracy just by examining the base mark. You might want to consult the Palace Museum for authentic examples to compare. The genuine Guangxu official kiln pieces display a higher 3 dots of water in the character for Qing, and the final stroke of Guang is notably elongated. Official kiln wares were meticulously selected, and given the quality control of that era, such glaring discrepancies in base marks would not have occurred, unless, of course, the artisan had grown weary of his craft. As for the superficial gloss and uneven glaze, those are evident indicators of inauthenticity. This is what one would term expertise. "I hadn't anticipated that, teacher, he would possess such skill in porcelain appraisal," someone remarked. "Indeed, connoisseurs can analyze porcelain with the precision of a scanner," another added. "However, teacher, I acquired this piece at an auction," Baoyu said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "An auction? How much did it fetch?" "Over 80,000. 80,000, you say?" "Baoyu, even if this were genuine, it would hardly be worth that amount." The item in Baoyu's possession was academically referred to as a yellow ground, powdered color, openwork dragon and phoenix pattern dish. In simpler terms, It was a yellow porcelain plate adorned with a dragon and phoenix motif. While the design might appear imposing, it was merely a product of the Guangxu era, having existed for just over a century, and thus did not possess the rarity or provenance to command a high price. Then, what is its actual worth? Value inquired. The value is irrelevant to this counterfeit. I can only inform you that if you paid 80,000, you are likely to lose 79,000. Value laughed, though there was a tinge of bitterness in his mirth. Teacher, I won this at an auction in Belgium. How can such blatant forgeries also make their way into foreign auctions? Foreign auctions. Hitao nodded in realization. Currently, it is difficult to deceive within the country. Selling counterfeit antiques could lead to charges of fraud, hence they have sought refuge abroad. Were you guided to this auction by a tour guide? Indeed. Was the guide part of their scheme? Chapter 17. It's a pity you don't study archaeology. You are correct. Hitao nodded at Baoyu. The latter's quick wit was commendable. Your tour guide may very well be the orchestrator of this ruse. Such auctions are colloquially referred to as slaughterhouses, and we tourists are akin to the pigs being led to market. Baoyu continued, echoing Hitao's sentiments. Congratulations, you've mastered the art of rapid response. The host is merely jesting with the naive, someone interjected. Nowadays, foreign counterfeits are nearly indistinguishable from domestic ones. My father currently operates an antique shop in England, catering specifically to Chinese clientele. This scheme has been in existence for over a decade. Has it resurfaced? Well then, thank you, teacher. I have a rather personal question that I would like to pose to teacher He, if that is permissible. Certainly, feel free to ask. Hitao gestured invitingly, welcoming all inquiries. However, he soon regretted his openness, for the question posed by the guest was rather pointed. Are you truly the retired leader of a civilian archaeological team? I am studying psychology in France, and I can discern from your gaze whether you are being truthful. This statement left Hitao slightly flustered. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and remarked, Dear guest, let us not engage in idle chatter. With your impressive skills, how could you have been deceived by counterfeit items to the tune of 80,000? Was it a desire to be deceived? Perhaps next time you purchase antiques, you might employ your psychological insights to interrogate the seller, ensuring you acquire genuine artifacts to enlighten us all? Teacher that stings a bit, the guest sighed, somewhat disheartened, and promptly disconnected from the chat. Once the guest departed, Hitao, eager to establish his credibility, gazed directly into the camera and addressed the audience in the live stream. Brothers, I assure you, I am not a leader. Please refrain from spreading rumors or playing pranks that could jeopardize my reputation. He then instructed the director to connect the next guest. As the subsequent guest appeared, Hitao could not suppress his laughter upon witnessing the scene on the screen. At last, we have you, the cyber excavator. Among the four principal factions, Mokjin, Mountain Moving, FHCO, and Shelling. Only the lineage of Shelling remains active today. The guest, an older gentleman, was utilizing an excavator, the most common tool among modern Shelling excavators. Once an exaggerated rhetorical device, the term Shelling has now become a literal descriptor for those who can excavate mountains. Good sir, you are connecting from an excavator. That is rather audacious. Are you intent on ensuring that everyone knows what you have unearthed? Hitao chuckled, suppressing his amusement. Indeed, the gentleman responded with a grin, explaining, other areas of the construction site are under surveillance, but the operator's cabin of the excavator is not. Can you see clearly, teacher? We unearthed this intriguing object just a few days ago. The guest revealed a yellowish artifact, slightly blackened, resembling an octopus in its peculiar form. The soil clinging to it indicated it had only recently been excavated. Hitao relished such guests who presented freshly unearthed items directly in the stream. Despite the abundance of soil, he found that the task of identification was significantly easier. This is a piece of black pottery. Could you rotate it 180 degrees for me? Yes, just like that. It becomes more apparent. This should be the upper half of a soul bottle. Typically, a soul bottle features relief sculptures of figures and towers on the top, while the base is rounded. What about the lower portion of your soul bottle? Was it shattered by the excavator? Soul bottle? Excellent. This is undoubtedly a relic from an ancient tomb. It seems that soul bottles ceased to exist after the Song dynasty. With the fall of the Song dynasty, there was a cultural rupture, and even the custom of soul bottles vanished. It appears that modern construction workers are capable of uncovering anything. There are indeed pottery shards below, but they are not in my possession. The elder brother explained. We often unearth fragments of pottery, predominantly blue and white porcelain. This black shard, however, seems to serve little purpose, given that it shattered. He nodded affirmatively. Nonetheless, it would be prudent to preserve it, for it is a soul bottle from the Song dynasty. The police or the Cultural Heritage Department may very well inquire about it later. Is that true? Please don't deceive me. Is it genuinely from the Song dynasty? Indeed. It is authentic, no counterfeit involved, replied He Tao with unwavering confidence. Have you uncovered anything else? Perhaps a coffin or decayed wood? No, nothing of the sort. Bao Yu quickly denied. This is rather peculiar. While deceiving friends is acceptable, one should not deceive oneself. A grave owner worthy of a soul bottle must surely have had a coffin. What if this family simply opted for a mat instead? I have never encountered a soul bottle buried alone. That contradicts the burial customs. Could you kindly show me the surrounding environment? Certainly. Teacher, take a look. Bao Yu adjusted the camera, revealing the excavation site to He Tao and the audience. The construction site was situated in an open area, already excavated to a depth of several dozen centimeters. The surrounding feng shui could neither be deemed excellent nor poor. The individual interred here did not appear to be of immense wealth. Yet considering the Song dynasty's customs of lavish burials, one would expect more than just a single soul bottle as a funerary item. Moreover, the absence of a coffin in the vicinity of the soul bottle raises questions. How could the deceased reside within the soul bottle? Unless, brother, do you recall how deep you dug when you unearthed this soul bottle? It wasn't deep at all. It surfaced with just one scoop. The elder brother gestured towards the area that had been disturbed by the excavator. It was unearthed right here. We dug all around and found nothing else. Understood. He Tao nodded, effortlessly unraveling the mystery. He smiled and informed the elder brother, within a 500-meter radius. There should be a Song dynasty tomb. This soul bottle belongs to the tomb's owner. However, it seems that the grave was plundered post-Qing dynasty, perhaps even in modern times. And the soul bottle, deemed ominous, was discarded by the grave robbers, ultimately unearthed by you. Really? The elder brother was taken aback by He Tao's deduction, responding skeptically. From just this fragment, how did you deduce all that? Because that is how he earns his living. The reconstruction of this criminal act is astonishingly clear. The host shows no regard for his elder. I can sense a hint of regret in He Lao's tone. Indeed, Song tombs are susceptible to theft. The ancients were aware of the abundant funerary items from the Song dynasty. How did you ascertain this? He Tao murmured to himself, quickly tapping into his reservoir of academic knowledge, explaining this pertains to certain archaeological concepts. Have you heard of the stratigraphy? Your Song dynasty soul bottle, excavated from layers dating to the Qing dynasty, can only be explained by grave robbery. Meanwhile, in the city's most opulent restaurant, Mr. Chen was pouring wine while introducing He Tao, who appeared on the live stream. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Teacher, our company's specially recruited treasure appraisal expert from the archaeological team. Without him, I would feel quite embarrassed to discuss collaboration with you all. As for his expertise, I believe you have all seen it clearly. There is virtually no knowledge pertaining to ancient tombs that he lacks. Mr. Chun, wait a moment, interrupted a middle-aged man with a rather imposing physique seated at the main table. Isn't this live treasure appraisal merely a source of entertainment? How can we be sure that what we just witnessed wasn't scripted by you? Even if this He Tao indeed possesses some skill, given his age and background from the archaeological team, how much experience could he possibly have? Discussing geological layers with someone like him seems rather bookish, doesn't it? Everyone knows that young recruits in an archaeological team spend the first 3 years digging, no different from laborers. Our upcoming cultural relics assessment will test practical abilities. We should select the most adept individuals for this task. For instance, our company has 2 senior experts who were once notorious grave robbers, but after rehabilitation, they now engage in cultural relic protection and are significantly more competent than the average archaeologist. Mr. Chun, why not let us handle this project? Let you handle it? Nonsense. Mr. Chen spat in disdain. Zhu, the only one who could come is your mother. All right, let's not quarrel, interjected the leader seated between them, gesturing for calm. I find this He Tao quite promising, and we initially negotiated collaboration with Mr. Chun, so it would be inappropriate to change our decision at this juncture. How about we begin a trial cooperation with Mr. Chen's side next week? If any issues arise, we can then consider bringing in Zhu's experienced individuals. What do you all think? Chapter 18. There's a grave at home. Despite this, Mr. Chen seemed determined to assign tasks to He Tao, which felt somewhat unreasonable, considering the arduous nature of his live stream. In the live room, He Tao was fixated on the streaming screen, his expression subtly shifting as he squinted and frowned, as if encountering something perplexing. Wait, director, what is going on? Why are you showing me a beaker? The girl on the other end of the video, clad in extremely short shorts, posed sideways before the camera, intentionally or not displaying her long, fair legs. From He Tao's perspective, her current behavior was clearly skating the edges of propriety. The platform was quite stringent regarding the upper half of the body, enforcing strict guidelines, while as long as there was a scrap of fabric on the lower half, it was permissible. Thus, contemporary boundary-pushing female streamers tended to present themselves in such a manner. Sister, where's your treasure? He Tao couldn't help but inquire, despite the alluring sight before him. After all, thousands were eagerly awaiting the appraisal in the live room. It was only 11 o'clock, and leg appraisal typically commenced after midnight. I advised the streamer to refrain from meddling in unrelated matters. Dear sister, could you please turn around? Teacher could you ask the girl opposite to stand up? Stop the connection. Let us commence the competition directly. Is it possible that they are merely showcasing their treasures? Dear brother, the treasures need to illuminate the exhibition hall to be truly appreciated, for there are countless surprises within. If it's free, this is the extent of what can be seen. Huh? He Tao furrowed his brow and glanced at the director, who, through the glass, responded with a lewd grin. Subsequently, he explained through the earpiece. Mr. Chen mentioned that teacher he enjoys this style, so while I'm live streaming, I should keep an eye on a few things and adjust accordingly. This is something I often watch. Does it suffice? Ah, you cunning director, inserting your own preferences. He Tao felt reassured and reclined in his chair. Brothers, we've been appraising treasures for 3 hours, and it's been a bit tense. Let us take a brief respite. A sport car dance, perhaps? The female host replied. All right, just a moment. He Tao directly entered the other S live stream. After all, it was just a small gift. Swipe. Since he was using the company S account, it was company money being spent. The pinnacle of being a worker is to spend the company S funds for personal affairs. Thank you to the brother from the Treasure Appreciation Hall for sending the sports car. Ding, ding, ding. When the train whistle blew and he saw the female host donning the train conductor's hat, He Tao instantly felt at ease. It truly was delightful to drive a train. Thank you, host. The restroom door has opened. I'll take a quick trip. This is the live stream I wish to see. Damn. Tomorrow marks the first day of self-discipline. As the dance concluded, He Tao couldn't help but softly applaud. He was deeply moved by the spirit of this young lady, who strives for a better life. Thank you for your hospitality, host. Our connection ends here. Just as He Tao intended to hang up, the female host suddenly called out to him, Wait, big brother, are you the treasure appraisal host? Indeed, otherwise it would use the name Treasure Appreciation Hall. He Tao shrugged. So, who is more popular, you or Mr. Quan? Certainly not me. The female host blinked, taking a moment to comprehend He Tao's meaning. You're quite humorous. Big brother, I see you have over 3,000 viewers in your live stream. You're quite the prominent host. If you wish to see more dancing next time, remember to include me. Include you? Now, that is truly wishful thinking. He Tao waved his hand, and without warning, disconnected from the call, leaving the female host perplexed. It is said that there are millions of female hosts on Douyin. To focus solely on one is truly remarkable. One must switch things up daily to maintain that exhilarating sensation. Did you all enjoy what you just watched, brothers? If so, please follow. If tonight's live stream data is good, I'll have a reason to ask the boss to load 100,000 into the account tomorrow, and we'll go enjoy some dancing together. He Tao was not joking. He genuinely believed this could be done. Live streaming must be lively, otherwise, continuous appraisals will bore the audience over time. Once the live stream takes off and he becomes a major host, drawing traffic to the app is no trivial matter. I support teacher, he, as the decision maker. Can we connect before midnight? The National Museum is waiting for me to visit. The following day, He Tao had made arrangements with General Chen to set off from the company to his hometown in the morning, with the intention of inspecting the ancestral grave. Prior to their departure, General Chen mentioned that his hometown was located in the suburbs and was not far away. He Tao assumed that it would take a 1 or 2 hour journey, but to his astonishment, after leaving Yanjing, they traveled for a full 6 hours before arriving, finding themselves near the Taiying Mountains upon disembarking. Upon reaching this location, General Chen remarked that his ancestor's tomb was a grand one, and He Tao believed him, noting that in the historical context of the Ming and Qing dynasties, even a third-rank official's burial would be considered commonplace. This village ahead is my hometown, General Chen stated as he led the group, offering explanations. This area was once called Chenjiagu, originally home to just 7 or 8 families, all of whom shared the Chen surname. However, as many sought refuge here, the village gradually expanded, and the name Chenjiagu faded away, now known as Wudong Village. Among the direct descendants of the Chen family, only my second uncle's family remains. The others have relocated. Mr. He, I will take you to my second uncle's house, first to greet him, and later we will spend the night in town. Sounds good, He Tao nodded, not finding any issues with General Chen's plans. Over there, General Chen gestured from a distance, and He Tao followed the direction of his finger. All he could see were trees, obscuring any clarity. However, by examining the terrain, he could discern some clues. Friends who frequently engage in tomb raiding would immediately pull out their phones to check the map, not for the geographical location, but for the surrounding topography. The convenience of modern mapping applications was undeniable. Noticing Hitao suddenly pulling out his phone to consult the map, General Chen inquired, "How is it? Is a location of my ancestral grave acceptable?" "Quite satisfactory," Hitao confirmed, adding, "The only drawback is that it stands out a bit too much." "Stands out? What do you mean?" "The burial site is rather conspicuous." Hitao pointed towards a distant hill and explained, "This area clearly resembles a dragon's head. The extensions on both sides resemble pincers, known as left and right clamps, signifying that the dragon's momentum abruptly halts here." "Oh, halts," General Chen echoed, mimicking Hitao's words as if he understood, though in truth, he did not wish to reveal his confusion. However, the female secretary accompanying them seemed to grasp the concept and queried, "Mr. He, is this terrain akin to that of a Grandmaster's chair?" "Ah, are you from the Northern School?" Hitao responded. Only those with insufficient acumen in the Northern School would refer to such terrain as a Grandmaster's chair. But the term is too broad. With a bit of knowledge in Luantu Feng Shui theory, one would comprehend what left and right clamp signify. "All right, I am not from a Northern School. I actually learned from watching tomb exploration videos," the secretary replied with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, General Chen discreetly whispered to the secretary, "I had no idea, Mr. He was so scholarly. Otherwise, he might have elaborated on how to use mobile maps to discern dragon veins and assess whether they are alive or dead. At present, let us strive for brevity. Typically, once the terrain characterized by the dragon's head and the flanking sands has been established, the position directly beneath the dragon's head becomes what is commonly referred to in Feng Shui as the cave. This is synonymous with the concept of determining the cave through the division of gold. Naturally, whether this location is suitable for a burial site, and whether it requires a slight adjustment, involves a process of verification. However, given that your ancestors, Mr. Chen, chose to be interred here, we may trust in the wisdom of the ancients. Furthermore, your family line has not yet ceased. This place undoubtedly proves to be sound. It is not merely acceptable, but rather advantageous. Otherwise, your relatives would not have relocated to the city. Evaluating a tomb is not solely an examination of feng shui. At times, one can deduce outcomes in reverse. Mr. Chen, with a fortune exceeding 10 million, travels in a Maybach with a leaking roof. The feng shui of his ancestral grave has evidently not impeded his success. As long as all is well, that suffices. I appreciate the effort of Mr. He in providing this analysis. Mr. Chen has grasped the essence of this. Hitao is indeed praising the wisdom of his ancestors. After surveying the topography of the Chen family grave from a distance, the group continued towards Mr. Chen's second uncle's residence. Just as they had taken a few steps, Hitao suddenly made a new discovery. "Mr. Chen, please pause and look over there. Is there not a person near your ancestral grave?" "Is there?" Mr. Chen halted and quickly turned his gaze towards the direction indicated by Hitao. Squinting for a brief moment, he exclaimed, "Lo and behold, there is indeed someone. Could it be a despicable grave robber?" Hitao pondered for a moment and proposed a possibility. "Could it be a villager tending to the land?" "Impossible. There is no cultivated land in that area. I often herded sheep there as a child. I am well acquainted with the terrain." "Mr. He, could you accompany me to take a closer look?" Mr. Chen requested somewhat sheepishly. "In case it is one of your former colleagues. Could you perhaps persuade him to spare my ancestors?" "Very well. Let us proceed to investigate." Hitao agreed, intrigued to ascertain whether the individual was indeed a grave robber. Working in broad daylight is rather disreputable, potentially alarming the family members. The group descended from the village's concrete path, gradually advancing along the rural trail towards the burial mounds. As they approached, Hitao discerned the individual's activities more clearly. "Shoo!" Upon nearing, Mr. Chen gestured for everyone to crouch down. They bent low, utilizing the cover of the grass as they advanced. When they were approximately 4 or 5 meters from the figure, Mr. Chen suddenly leaped out and bellowed, "Yu Yajun, what in the world are you doing?" The man, startled by the call of his name, fell directly to the ground. Mr. Chen, however, afforded him no respite. Continuing to interrogate, "I demand to know what you are doing, you scoundrel, in front of my ancestral grave?" Yu Yajun glanced at the items beside him. Steeling himself to explain, "I am applying pesticide. I noticed the grass here was excessive and was assisting in clearing it from your ancestral grave." Upon hearing this, Hitao, Mr. Chen, and the female secretary fell silent, feeling their intelligence insulted. Ultimately, it was Mr. Chen who countered, "Are you taking us for fools? What you are holding is clearly a metal detector, and you have a battery strapped to your back. Have you come to search for treasure in my ancestor's grave?" He demanded. "Tell me, what have you unearthed?" Upon being exposed, Yu Jun surprisingly remained composed, rising to brush off his trousers. Do not wrongfully accuse me. I am not here to seek treasures at your ancestors' grave. I merely came to retrieve a lost coin. What? Is searching for lost money forbidden? You are more tyrannical than the village chief. Chun, intending to continue his tirade, suddenly found himself at a loss for words and glanced at He Tao for assistance. As fate would have it, he had turned to the right person. He Tao not only recognized the device as a metal detector, but had also used one before. My friend, your bravado is quite remarkable. What you possess is the XT professional model from Mibao, priced at 4,000 yuan, specifically for treasure hunting, He Tao stated coldly. Upon hearing He Tao's words, Chun's posture straightened, and he pointed an accusing finger at the man across from him. Keep pretending. My archaeological team's experts have already seen through your charade. If you continue to feign innocence, I shall summon others and see if you still have the audacity to show your face. Please no, Yujun pleaded, waving his hands in surrender. After casting a deep gaze at He Tao, he lowered his head in defeat. I admit I was searching for treasure. However, I truly found nothing of value. You may search me if you wish. I do not believe you. Chun shook his head. I actually think we might give him the benefit of the doubt. He Tao whispered from behind, his voice audible only to Chun and his secretary. Why so? Chun asked, cupping his mouth to lower his tone. Because this metal detector he purchased is utterly subpar. It only detects objects up to 20 centimeters underground, and they must be iron. Even copper, with a slightly lower iron content, eludes its detection. We evaluated it previously, and it is notoriously ineffective, often yielding nothing but nails or pipes. Oh, I see, Chun nodded, placing his trust in He Tao's expertise. Yet, he pondered, what if luck favored him? A search was still necessary, was it not? Sir, conducting a personal search without consent is illegal, the female secretary interjected. Ah. Chun and the secretary exchanged glances, momentarily at an impasse. Sensing the hesitation, He Tao sighed in resignation, stepping forward to retrieve the metal detector, handing it to Chun. Simply use this to scan him. It will suffice. Once it was confirmed that Yujun had not concealed any treasure, Chun issued a few threats before allowing him to depart. Wait, just like that? You're letting him go? He Tao questioned, perplexed. Shouldn't we at least inform others in the village? Otherwise, have we not acted in vain? No, we cannot let the villagers know, Chun replied, shaking his head. This fool is unaware that the metal detector only penetrates 20 centimeters. But I cannot dismiss the possibility that others might know, yet did not consider its application at my family's grave. What do you mean? He Tao asked. Are you suggesting that once they find out, they will come here with metal detectors? Not everyone, but a significant majority will, Chun remarked, a hint of frustration in his tone. What do you think I'm worried about? My father recounted that in his youth, the very spot where we now stand was adorned with an archway. Further along the path, one could find stone rams and horses by the roadside. Goodness, this is even more ruthless than grave robbers. He Tao couldn't help but exclaim. The most unscrupulous tomb raiders he had encountered merely removed the coffins of the deceased to extract jewels, crafting them into bracelets. Yet, those who would even relocate stone statues are undeniably a bit deranged. However, this also subtly indicates that such individuals have never encountered anything of true value. Perhaps the ancestral grave of President Chun remains entirely intact. Upon this thought, He Tao found himself inexplicably stirred, though he was not a grave robber. Chapter 20. The Tomb of the Minister of Inner Affairs. Now that we are here, why not ascend and take a look? My ancestral grave should be situated above. President Chun suggested enticingly, pointing to a spot on the hillside. He Tao promptly stood to continue his ascent. However, the female secretary suddenly halted them. Professor He, President Chun, we haven't brought a camera today. Shall we return tomorrow? Oh, do we need to record it? He Tao questioned, puzzled. Indeed, we must document it. President Chun nodded, belatedly realizing the oversight. Thank you for the reminder. I nearly forgot about that. My apologies, Professor He, but we shall postpone our ascent today. He Tao nodded in understanding. Understood, President Chun. You may arrange as you see fit. Adapting to the host's wishes, He Tao was content to return the following day. As an additional day meant additional wages, which he welcomed. Furthermore, this ancient tomb appeared to be untouched, and the workload seemed manageable, making the exploration rather uncomplicated. The other party was a diminutive, elderly man with a square face, slight in stature and seemingly austere. Upon hearing President Chun introduce He Tao as an expert from the archaeological team, Uncle Chun immediately became animated. Professor He, we have awaited your arrival. He grasped He Tao's hand, fervently expressing his gratitude and excitement. After all these years, it was the first time someone had spoken to He Tao in such a manner. Previously, he had only encountered the vile remarks of grave robbers. President Chun excitedly outlined his plans nearby. I have devised a strategy. Once Professor He completes the assessment, we shall promptly submit the results to the county's Cultural Relics Bureau, requesting them to designate the ancestral grave as a protected cultural site. At that point, Uncle, you could serve as the site's administrator, earning a modest monthly salary. Really? Is that even possible? Would that mean I have secured a stable position? Uncle Chin's excitement grew, and the way he looked at He Tao was more fervent than a eunuch seeking a bride. Fortunately, his home was not far. Otherwise, He Tao might have felt overwhelmed. Most of the previous members of the Chun family had relocated from Wudong village, leaving behind 7 or 8 vacant houses. Uncle Chun had chosen the largest of these to reside in. As He Tao approached the entrance, he pondered why a solitary old bachelor like Uncle Chun would occupy such a spacious dwelling. Wouldn't managing it be exhausting? However, upon entering the courtyard, He Tao quickly realized he had misjudged the situation. From exterior perspective, this quaint farmhouse courtyard spans approximately 200 to 300 square meters, brimming with an assortment of items, leaving only a narrow path for passage. The house itself is not only modest but rather diminutive. Within the courtyard, one finds an eclectic collection of belongings, and amidst it all, He Tao could easily mistake it for a flea market. Uncle, when did you transition to collecting junk? Chun queried, voicing He Tao's unspoken curiosity. What junk? These treasures were all unearthed from our family's vacant houses, Uncle explained, revealing the burden of managing 7 or 8 empty rooms alone, which had proven exceedingly exhausting. Cleaning one room a day would lead to a relentless cycle of work for 7 days a week, year-round, even more taxing than his labor on construction sites. Thus, Uncle conceived a brilliant idea to gather all valuable items from each household here, discarding the true refuse. After elucidating his plan, Uncle intended to invite everyone inside for tea, but suddenly turned to He Tao, his eyes gleaming. Professor He. Yes, what is it? He Tao responded, accustomed to the other's exuberance, yet still perplexed by the situation. Uncle approached with palpable excitement, inquiring, as an expert from the archaeological team, you can appraise treasures, right? My courtyard is filled with riches. Could you assist in identifying anything of value? Ah, that would require a fee, wouldn't it? He Tao glanced at Chun, who confidently thumped his chest, assuring, no problem, Professor He, feel free to appraise. Uncle, you truly have chosen the right person. Professor He is indeed capable of appraisal. However, you haven't even served the tea yet and are already asking for work, which seems rather impolite, doesn't it? Right, tea. I completely forgot. I'll prepare it right away. Once Uncle Chin departed, Chin discreetly approached He Tao, whispering, if you find anything valuable, let me know first. Why is that? He Tao countered. A wealthy entrepreneur with millions won't squabble over such trifles with his impoverished relatives. Will he? This made He Tao reconsider his perception of Chun. I am not trying to intervene. Chun seemed to anticipate He Tao's thoughts and clarified, I need to ascertain whether the items belong to my uncle. If they happen to belong to other relatives, and he sells them, it would lead to a familial drama. Just the thought of it gives me a headache. Understood. Upon entering the courtyard, He Tao had been meticulously observing the assortment of items. Although they could not compare to the burial artifacts he had encountered, they certainly surpassed the typical offerings of antique markets. Now, he could rightfully touch and feel the materials and patina, making the appraisal process relatively straightforward. Chun, from my observations, that intricately carved bed appears to be the most valuable item in the courtyard, He Tao remarked, pointing to a wooden bed propped against the wall under the eaves. That bed? It was part of my grandmother's dowry. Ah, your grandmother must have come from a well-off family. This is a Mid-Qing dynasty carved mahogany bed, traditional craftsmanship, entirely handmade. Given the thickness of the mahogany, a new one would likely cost around 200,000, although this piece shows some wear. Selling it for around 100,000 should pose no issue. Really? Is it worth that much? Chun stepped closer to inspect the bed, shaking his head in disbelief as he examined it. In my childhood, I was quite mischievous, bounding about recklessly, nearly collapsing the bed in the process, which resulted in a sound beating. In retrospect, I realized that the punishment was not unwarranted. I must not allow my second uncle to sell this. Teacher, please refrain from disclosing the price to him. Allow me a moment to contemplate. Let us do this. You can appraise these items, for I would not mourn their sale. He Tao followed the direction indicated by Mr. Chun, observing an array of stone carvings and columns, which appeared rather dull and dirty. Mr. Chun deemed these artifacts to lack value. Are you certain? He Tao inquired with a smile. Those stone lions are from the Ming dynasty. If you wish to sell them, I can promptly find you a buyer. Goodness, from the Ming dynasty? My household is in dire need of Ming stone lions for guardianship. Mr. Chun rubbed his eyes and, confirming He Tao's assertion, hurriedly approached to capture a photograph of the pair of lions, stating that he intended to send it to their owner for confirmation. After sending the message, Mr. Chun gazed at He Tao with eager anticipation. Do you have anything from the Qing dynasty or earlier? Indeed, there is much. This pair of drum-hugging stones dates back to the mid-Qing period. This stone drum is from the late Qing. This flower pot is... Wait, teacher, Which one do you mean? Which is from mid-Qing? This pair of upright stones resembling drums, which were once placed beside the wooden door slightly beyond the threshold. Drum-hugging stones reflect the social status of their owners. The saying matching doors and families refers precisely to these artifacts. Oh, I understand. Mr. Chun, demonstrating a commendable grasp of comprehension, successfully identified the objects He Tao had mentioned. He sat down, somewhat contemplative, patting the drum-hugging stones, his mind already devising plans for their disposition. And what of this threshold? Is it associated with the drum-hugging stones? Threshold? Where's the threshold? This one here, is it not? He Tao approached and realized that beneath the drum-hugging stones lay a slab of blue stone, intricately adorned with elaborate patterns. He crouched down to examine it closely. When he raised his head again, his expression had shifted to one of subtle intrigue. What is it? Teacher, please speak. Oh, my apologies. I had assumed you understood already. He Tao, surprised by Mr. Chen's illiteracy, pointed to the stone that appeared to be a threshold, explaining. It inscribes, granted the title of Zhongyi Dafu of the Qing dynasty. Did you not mention that your ancestor was a third-rank official? This stone is evidently the horizontal slab from your ancestor's memorial archway. Mr. Chun, do you not consider the possibility that the items from your ancestral grave were not stolen, but rather collected by your own kin? Chapter 21. My voice may have been a tad raised earlier. He Tao's words plunged Mr. Chun into deep contemplation. Was it truly so? Had he inadvertently condemned himself while denouncing those despicable tomb raiders? Mr. Chun found it difficult to accept this notion. There must be some misunderstanding. At that moment, his second uncle emerged with a tray of tea, prompting Mr. Chun to hasten towards him. Uncle, please come with me. Very well, just a moment. Unbeknownst to Uncle Chun, a perplexing event was about to unfold. With a cheerful demeanor, he handed over a cup of tea, saying, Here, could you kindly bring this cup of tea to that young lady outside? I will fetch tea for Teacher He. No need, there is no rush for tea. Teacher He probably wouldn't wish to drink the tea you brewed at the moment, interrupted Mr. Chun directly. You ought to clarify something for me. Why does the archway of our ancestral grave appear to be in your possession? Archway? What are you talking about, fifth brother? There is no archway, Uncle Chin replied, bewildered. Stop pretending. You can feign ignorance before me. But Teacher He is here and has already conducted his appraisal. What more are you attempting to conceal? Calm down, Mr. Chun. Let me take the lead. He Tao stepped forward, gently patting Mr. Chin's shoulder to soothe him and prevent him from pacing about, which could induce dizziness. Uncle, where did you acquire this stone? It bears inscriptions and patterns, suggesting it is of considerable significance. Uncle Chun ambled over to the spot indicated by He Tao, tilting his head to scrutinize it for a moment before shaking his head. I cannot recall. These items have been moved here for quite a while. I am growing old, and my memory is not what it used to be. I bumped my head on the door a few days ago. Do not fret, Mr. Chun. Let us methodically analyze the situation, He Tao reassured him, managing to restore a semblance of calm. As for Uncle Chun, his forgetfulness was inconsequential. He possessed a degree of memory recovery technique. Uncle, please examine this item again, He Tao remarked, moving to the side and pointing to an octagonal stone pillar by the wall. You should remember this substantial pillar, correct? Yes, I recall this, Uncle Chun nodded. Gesturing towards Mr. Chun, it was taken from his home. That is preposterous. When did my family ever possess such a pillar? Mr. Chin immediately retorted. It was indeed taken from your residence, next to those jars in the corner of the courtyard. If you doubt it, you may inquire with your father. Very well. I shall photograph it and ask my father right now. Go ahead, take the photo promptly, you foolish one, he scoffed. The two relatives were at odds, while He Tao observed quietly from the sidelines. Once Mr. Chun completed the photo, He Tao cleared his throat softly. Ahem, regarding this pillar, I neglected to mention that. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a stone pillar, also known as a huabiao. What purpose does a stone pillar serve? Uncle Chun inquired, seeking knowledge. It is placed at the entrance of a tomb as a marker, akin to a flagpole, He Tao explained with expertise. The archway serves as the entrance to the spirit path, while the pillars are positioned on either side to provide direction. Originally, their function was similar to the street signs we see today, though over time, they have primarily been used for decorative purposes. This design, in ancient times, was not accessible to the common folk. The owner of a tomb adorned with such a feature would have been, at the very least, of the third rank. Third rank? Does that not imply our esteemed ancestors? Uncle Chun asked somewhat dimly, then turned to his nephew, fifth brother, When did your father relocate the pillars from our ancestral grave? Were we planning to move the graves? Why was I not informed? Still spreading rumors? This was clearly your doing, Mr. Chen said indignantly. Hold on a moment. My father is sending me a message. Mr. Chen glanced at his phone and suddenly fell silent. He Tao found the wait quite tedious and felt inclined to approach the others to ascertain the situation. However, Mr. Chen reacted swiftly, stepping aside with a sudden movement. What is the matter? What did your father say? Inquired Uncle Chen, who was nearby. Mr. Chen smiled apologetically. I'm sorry, Uncle. I may have spoken a bit loudly just now. I hope I didn't disturb you. Teacher there is no need to investigate these two items further. This pillar and the archway were previously possessions of my family. It's quite satisfactory for them to be kept at my uncle's place now. The particulars are somewhat intricate. My father will call Uncle later to clarify. All right, I shall await his call. Uncle Chen replied with a grunt, refraining from elaborating further. He Tao was indeed curious about the underlying circumstances. However, since Mr. Chen was not forthcoming, he felt reluctant to pry. It was only later, when he inadvertently inquired about the matter with Uncle Chen, that he learned the truth. The stone carvings had previously been confiscated by the county's Cultural Relics Bureau, and Mr. Chen's father had sought connections to retrieve them in exchange for several other artifacts. As for what items were exchanged, Uncle Chen was unaware, but it was rumored to be an ancestral bronze vessel of significant value. However, that was a story for another time. The following morning, they resumed their exploration of the tomb. To ensure the utmost accuracy in their findings, He Tao specifically requested Mr. Chen's assistance in procuring a Luoyang shovel in the county town. The purpose of a shovel was not solely to examine the burial mound. It could also help uncover concealed looting tunnels. In terms of tomb exploration, using the shovel was arguably the most cost-effective method. The group set off from the location where they had discovered the presence of Yajun the previous day, ascending the terrain. Along the way, He Tao persistently sought stone sheep and stone horses, yet found nothing. They eventually halted at a distinct hillside, following his directions. Having only recently entered the field, He Tao had learned how to use the Luoyang shovel, but after a considerable hiatus, his technique felt rather rusty. Fortunately, the other two companions were novices themselves and regarded his efforts with admiration. The shovel struck down, barely penetrating 20 centimeters, as if it had encountered an obstruction. No amount of force could drive it deeper. We must have found the tomb, Mr. Chen exclaimed excitedly from his side. Not so fast. It's likely the steps leading to the altar, He Tao countered, shaking his head. If the burial chamber were this shallow, it would be an open buffet for tomb robbers. This place should have been thoroughly excavated by now. Come, let us proceed. He Tao advanced 3 steps before striking the shovel down again. Once more at around the 20-centimeter mark, it met stone. This confirmed He Tao's previous analysis. Beneath them lay the steps leading to the altar, merely obscured by debris, possibly due to a mudslide. The scale of Mr. Chen's ancestral tomb surpassed expectations. He Tao's method of striking the shovel every 3 steps proved remarkably accurate, albeit rather tedious. Initially, Mr. Chen observed with rapt attention, but as time passed, he began to find it somewhat dull. Meanwhile, the female secretary was engrossed in photography, leaving him with little to occupy his time. Teacher, you continue your exploration. I shall scout ahead, he suggested. All right, He Tao replied nonchalantly. An hour later, He Tao finally located the surface of the main altar. Mr. Chen, I found it. Mr. Chen? Hello, where is everyone? He wondered, noticing the absence of the secretary as well. Chapter 22. Wake up, you are saved. Although He Tao was aware that the affluent often indulged in extravagant escapades, he could hardly believe that, in this desolate wilderness, General Chen and his female secretary could truly abandon him for some other pursuit. After all, he was a CEO. Surely he could not be that starved for adventure? The only plausible explanation was that the two had encountered a matter of greater significance than merely observing him excavate a grave. They had come here today to inspect the tomb, yet there could be something even more pressing. He Tao set aside his Luoyang shovel, preparing to make an inquiry. Where had they gone? He could not remain here alone. In this remote location, wielding a shovel over an ancient tomb, he would surely be mistaken for a grave robber. He attempted to call General Chen, but there was no answer. When he dialed the secretary's number, it connected almost immediately. Hello, is it you? Before He Tao could finish his question, he was met with the secretary's anguished cries. Teacher, help. Something has happened to General Chen. Help? What's going on? Please, explain clearly. The response was a weak voice from the other end. Don't take your time. If you do, I might perish. Teacher, please hurry up the hill. I will send the secretary to fetch you. All right, just hold on. Try not to expire too quickly. Tao hung up the phone, grasped his Luoyang shovel, and hurried up the mountain. If he could not save him, then so be it. Ascending the steps of the altar, and surmounting a large hill that likely concealed the main burial chamber, Tao soon spotted the secretary awaiting him at the roadside. She appeared disheveled, her expression a portrait of panic as she scanned her surroundings. Upon seeing Tao approach, she immediately rushed over. Teacher, quickly this way. General Chun is stuck. You must find a way to rescue him. Stuck? Tao was taken aback by this revelation. What was even more surprising was the image of General Chun in such a predicament. In Australia, there exists an adorable, endangered creature known as the wombat, which is capable of producing square-shaped excrement. When faced with danger, the wombat burrows into its den and uses its sturdy backside to block the entrance. General Chun seemed to be emulating this behavior. However, due to his 2 legs, the spectacle was far more comical. The reason for General Chun's faint voice was now clear. His head was inside the hole, and his words were resonating through the ground. Hello, is that you, teacher? General Chun called from within. Indeed, it is I. Tao replied, standing behind General Chun, discreetly capturing a photograph to document this rare occurrence. You finally arrived, General Chun said, a sigh of relief evident in his tone. Can you pull me out? Xiao Hui lacks the strength. All right, I shall give it a try. Tao grasped General Chun's feet, hoisting them onto his shoulders as he exerted force to pull him free. The secretary also lent her strength beside him. For a moment, the scene was almost too beautiful to behold. However, General Chun was exceedingly heavy, weighing in at 180 pounds, and having been inverted for too long, he could not contribute to the effort. Tao and the secretary attempted various positions, but none succeeded in liberating him. What now? The secretary inquired anxiously from the side. Let me think. Perhaps we should go to the village and summon help. In the current situation, there is no lack of oxygen below, and he can still endure for a while. However, maintaining an inverted position for an extended period could lead to complications with his spine and brain. Let us summon 4 or 5 robust young men. Together, we should be able to manage it. No, hold off on calling anyone for now. Mr. Chun shouted with force from below. You might try exerting force from the back to push me into the hole. This appears to be a Tomb Raider's tunnel. I sense that once inside, it opens up considerably. You cannot fit in there. Tao, feeling somewhat helpless, crouched down to communicate. Mr. Chun, the tunnel you are attempting to enter is designed for petite grave robbers. Someone of your stature could only serve as a cook in our previous team. Therefore, trust me, it is only feasible to move backward, not forward. Tao's expertise left Mr. Chun momentarily speechless. After a brief silence, just as the secretary was about to make a call for assistance, he called out again. Still no good. If we summon help now, the news of my ancestral grave being robbed will spread throughout the village. At that point, the grave robbers may flee upon hearing the rumors, and we will lose the chance to catch them. Mr. He, you are so clever. Surely you can devise another solution. I implore you. Upon hearing this, Tao's expression turned pained. As a reasonable individual, he found it incredibly difficult to refuse a plea for help from an unfortunate creature. However, rescuing someone is indeed a daunting task. If all else fails, we may have to resort to a more rudimentary approach. In past experiences of grave robbing, similar situations had arisen where treasures lay beneath, but their size rendered them impossible to extract through a narrow tunnel. Generally, in such cases, the treasures would be divided into smaller pieces, allowing for transport and subsequent reassembly. However, items such as porcelain vases cannot be disassembled without damage. They must be removed in their entirety. Mr. Chun, in his current predicament, resembles a porcelain vase. He too cannot be divided and must be extracted whole. According to Tao's prior experiences, the optimal solution here is to dig a smaller tunnel adjacent to the existing one, with only a few centimeters separating the two. Once the new tunnel is completed, the thin earthen wall between the two can be removed. This approach is preferable to simply enlarging the original tunnel, as it will ensure that Mr. Chun below is not suffocated by dust. Without further ado, Tao seized the Luoyang spade and commenced his work. The female secretary, not remaining idle, utilized her high heels as a makeshift trowel to assist in the excavation. What on earth are you doing? Mr. Chun, sensing the commotion nearby, asked in a state of alarm. Are you digging a tunnel? Or is there an earthquake? My head feels like it's buzzing. Neither. It's just that you've been inverted for too long, causing blood to rush to your head. Hurry up. I estimate Mr. Chin's time is running short. What? Mr. Chin's voice began to tremble, tinged with a hint of tears as he implored. Mr. He, please do not frighten me. I'm not trying to scare you. Just keep your head elevated as much as possible. Do not let it droop naturally. Rest assured, I am quite swift at digging tunnels. My fastest record was 5 meters deep in just 1 hour. The term working hard in our context simply refers to the arduous labor involved in carrying loads and digging tunnels, which are the more laborious tasks within the group. To labor diligently, one must act swiftly. Otherwise, with the dawn, all efforts may be rendered futile. This endeavor was undertaken to rescue Mr. Chun. And as the excavation did not require tunneling through, the task became markedly simpler. Digging a pit of around 70 to 80 centimeters would suffice. Half an hour later, Mr. Chun, who was barely clinging to consciousness, suddenly heard the sound of water from the adjacent area. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, the light of day broke through. The scent he inhaled was no longer the damp and chilly air, but rather the refreshing atmosphere tinged with a hint of ammonia. Mr. Chun awakened. You have been saved. Chapter 23. The True Professional Tomb Raider. Upon his rescue, Mr. Chin's immediate concern was, what water did you just pour? The most effective method to remove the thin earthen wall is to soak it and then excavate it directly, with the mineral water depleted and urgency taking precedence. Hitao had no alternative. Mr. Chun, aware of the pressing circumstances, merely paused momentarily after hearing the explanation, wiped his face clean, and allowed the matter to pass. He shifted the topic to inquire of Hitao. Professor He, what is your assessment of this tunnel? Yes, you. I am merely observing from here and will not venture inside, he reassured. Professor He, can you assist in analyzing how long this tunnel has been excavated? This should have been done approximately 3 months ago. The technique employed by the diggers is remarkably skillful, even surpassing my own. Hitao reached out to touch the edge of the tunnel. Despite Mr. Chin's prolonged struggles within, the tunnel had not collapsed, and its edges remained intact. This was due, in part, to the favorable quality of the soil in this area. Additionally, the assailants had reinforced the walls of the tunnel, facilitating their ingress and egress. Your ancestral grave has likely been thoroughly pillaged by professional tomb raiders. The intricacy of their excavation indicates a desire to recover all the items buried alongside your ancestors in their entirety. Is it possible to determine which raider was responsible? Mr. Chun gazed at Hitao, his eyes filled with hope. Could it be those individuals who conducted the surveying earlier? Most likely, Hitao nodded in affirmation. The culprits are indeed professional tomb raiders. You may have noticed, along the way, there are no traces of a Luoyang shovel, nor any signs of digging near the tunnel entrance. What does this imply, do you know? Is it that they are exceedingly adept? Indeed, not merely adept, but rather, they are professionals. As Hitao spoke, a grave expression settled upon his face. The term professional tomb raider may sound somewhat amusing. It is used to distinguish them from semi-professionals and amateurs. The amateurs are easily understood as those who, in a moment of impulse, desecrate ancestral graves and subsequently boast about their exploits on social media. Among the semi-professional tomb raiders, the most renowned are Hu Ba-yi, followed closely by Yao Yuzhong. And now, one must also include Xiang Ba-tu. They all share a common trait: reliance on traditional methods, divining and determining burial sites, utilizing Luoyang shovels, and researching local chronicles. Conversely, modern professional tomb raiders employ advanced techniques. They do not utilize Luoyang shovels. Instead, they use snake-scope endoscopes and portable drilling machines, enabling them to directly observe subterranean conditions through cameras. It is said that they can see as deep as 30 meters underground. In the quest for burial sites, the utilization of natural electric field geophysical instruments, coupled with high-powered metal detectors, proves invaluable. Moreover, drones can be deployed for reconnaissance. Previously, it was mentioned that some individuals were engaged in surveying. Hitao, with a hint of resignation, shook his head and remarked, to be frank, it appears that professional tomb raiders are at work here. Your second uncle mistook their use of advanced technology for surveying. This left Chun perplexed. The public's perception of tomb robbers remains rooted in antiquated notions, failing to recognize that they operate right beneath our noses, unnoticed by even those closest to them. Do you know these individuals, Teacher He? I do not, Hitao replied, shaking his head. I am not affiliated with their network. Many of these specialized teams are led by foreigners, who provide the sophisticated equipment. What do we do now? Chun, having absorbed Hitao's explanation, found himself at a loss. We should report it, or what else can we do? Hitao shrugged in response. Conducting a private investigation could consume a lifetime. However, if we alert the authorities, wouldn't that lead to the rescue excavation of my family's ancestral grave? Chun expressed his dismay. Will I then have to visit a museum to see my forebears? Hitao nodded, acknowledging the grim possibility. Based on my analysis, we must question whether your ancestors' coffins still remain. If the coffin of a third-rank official were indeed made of precious materials such as ebony, golden silk nanmu, or rosewood, it would undoubtedly have been extracted. It is even possible that the remains of your ancestors have been disturbed. Goodness. Chun, unable to contain his frustration, clenched his teeth and exclaimed, "These individuals are nothing short of beasts." Professional tomb robbers view everything within a tomb as mere currency. There are far too few of the meticulous types like the legendary Mogu. Cursing under his breath, Chun finally resolved, "All right, I understand now. I will report this immediately. However, if I leave now with a Luoyang spade, wouldn't that raise suspicions?" He Tao countered. Chun scratched his head, pondering this angle, and realized that it indeed posed a problem. "Then let us not dwell on it any longer. We shall report it directly." Furthermore, he took care to clarify over the phone, "Officer, there is an individual on site wielding a Luoyang spade. He is not the tomb raider I mentioned, nor is he involved in the theft of my family's ancestral grave. Please do not apprehend him. He is here to assist with the investigation." Chun, being somewhat known in the county and with his family's grave previously registered with the local Cultural Relics Bureau, ensured the county authorities took the matter seriously, resulting in a swift police response. After surveying the scene, the lead officer arrived at a preliminary conclusion that aligned closely with He Tao's analysis. It was indeed a professional team employing specialized equipment. They even located the access points for a snake camera. It was evident that this tomb raiding gang had likely targeted more than one ancient burial site in the county. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After conversing with the veteran officer, Chun approached He Tao for assistance, saying, "Teacher, they asked me to inquire about your insights. Based on your experience, can we infer the quantity and value of the burial artifacts within the tomb, considering the stature of my ancestors and the size of the burial chamber?" However, Chen's demeanor suggested skepticism as he leaned closer and whispered, "Teacher, please assist me. If this turns out to be an empty tomb, this case will hardly garner attention. It would merely be dismissed as a family legend." He Tao found Chen's reasoning quite sensible and promptly conjured a list of suitable burial items. Chun felt his intelligence was being insulted. "Teacher, my ancestor held the rank of 3rd grade, not that of an emperor." "Then how about this? 2 strands of white wooden prayer beads, 1 white jade bracelet, 1 jade collar, 1 fairy jade carving, 1 Sheilan jade pendant, 1 porcelain incense burner shaped like a vine flower, 1 strand of glass mourning beads, several hand beads, and 1 ring made of material. Is that sufficient? If not, we can add more." Yes, that will do," Chun replied, swallowing hard, pondering to himself how lucrative tomb raiding could be. Chapter 24. The Pinnacle of Luxury in the Qing Court. Before departing, Chun entrusted He Tao with 2 critical pieces of advice. Be cautious of potential traps. Zhu is a trader who left the appraisal hall to start his own venture. After 2 years, he has grown ambitious and now targets the same pie as our company. He lacks the qualifications to involve himself. Yet he has managed to insert himself due to the leadership being his uncle by marriage. If He Tao encounters issues during his recent live broadcasts or faces a direct ban, this year's most promising business for the company will surely falter, dragging Chen down with it. The second piece of advice concerned the Cultural Relics appraisal team, which might soon send personnel for a live evaluation to assess He Tao's capabilities. Chun urged He Tao to showcase his skills while being cautious not to err. It is better to speak ambiguously than to risk making a mistake, as being labeled as lacking in skill would hinder future opportunities with the authorities. Chun emphasized the gravity of both matters, and He Tao quickly agreed, but later reflected, "Wait a minute, this has nothing to do with me. I am merely an employee. My job is to work normally. What Zhu or the Relic appraisal team does is irrelevant. They should address me respectfully as Teacher He, or else they can leave without an appraisal." Having realized this, He Tao felt a sense of relief upon returning to the company. "Has the PK funding I requested last time come through?" "Rest assured, Teacher He," the director chuckled slyly. "I have checked, and the 30,000 has been credited. Tonight, await your chance to rally your comrades once more. All right, let us prepare to bring in the participants." He sat quietly in front of the camera, waiting for the treasure enthusiast to join. "Hello, Teacher He. This bracelet was purchased by my mother on a shopping platform. Could you help me evaluate it?" On the other end of the video, the enthusiast held a crystalline blue jade bracelet. Its delicate sky blue hue comparable in width to an adult's index finger. He Tao possessed a fair amount of knowledge about jade, as it was applicable in his work. Those well-versed in Qing dynasty tombs are aware that, particularly after the mid-Qing period, the burial sites of high-ranking officials were most often accompanied by jadeite. For the affluent of the Qing dynasty, a coffin devoid of jadeite felt akin to a life wasted. Armed with extensive experience in jadeite appraisal, He Tao deftly directed the assistant Baoyu to lift the bracelet. First, they examined its internal structure under the light. Then, without further ado, He Tao reached a conclusion. "Baoyu, This is a counterfeit, made of dyed synthetic resin. There are no color roots, and the dyeing is rather lackluster. Is it fake? Bao retorted. But before he could finish, an elderly lady's voice interjected. Fake? What makes it fake? He Tao's mother, standing nearby, echoed her inquiry. I've been telling her this piece is incorrect, yet she refuses to believe me. Could you clarify? Of course, He Tao nodded, reluctantly showcasing his knowledge of jadeite. Jadeite is a type of gemstone. Being a stone, even ice jade has an internal structure. However, your piece evidently lacks such structure. What is structure? The mother inquired. The audience found amusement in the notion of imparting academic knowledge. He Tao remains somewhat naive. Upon hearing the aunt's question, I sense a need for a change in approach. Let us set aside the discussion of structure for now. Do you know that jadeite is a stone? Of course I know that. Have you ever heard the sound of stone striking stone? The tinkling sound? I have, why? Excellent, then He Tao smiled. Baozu, tap that bracelet against the floor tiles for the aunt to hear the sound. She should understand. Okay, just don't hang up. I'll try now, Bao replied, promptly crouching down to strike the bracelet against the porcelain tiles. However, he was halted by the aunt. Don't strike it anymore, you'll break it. Not to worry. Plastic 1T break. If it does, it's on me. He Tao waved his hand dismissively, allowing Bao to continue. If synthetic resin could break after just a couple of strikes, the field of material science will be facing a new calamity. The sound of plastic against the ground was clear and distinct, devoid of any melodic quality. It is worth noting that during the Qing dynasty, jadeite was used to create chimes. The Forbidden City houses a piece known as the Tai Ping Yuxiang Chong, which produces a clear and pleasant sound when struck. Achieving such a sound would be a challenge for any craftsman. How about it, Aunt? That sound is not reminiscent of stone, is it? I actually don't understand these matters, the elderly lady replied stubbornly. Moreover, this is not jadeite. It is a type of sea stone. What is that? He Tao asked, incredulous. Sea stone, she reiterated, believing He Tao had not heard correctly, thus introducing a new material into existence. He Tao, upon hearing this, expressed his disdain with a dismissive wave toward the camera. I have never heard of such a thing. It seems to be a fabrication concocted by a fraudster. Such baseless claims, devoid of any scientific foundation, should not be trusted, dear aunt. He Tao's words seemed to resonate deeply with Bao Yu. He immediately lamented, Teacher, this is my greatest challenge. The fraudster's word is gospel to her. This so-called Hai Yao stone is something I have scoured the entire internet for. Yet my mother insists it exists. What frustrates me most is that she employs the identification methods taught by the fraudster to validate the items sold by them, thus proving their legitimacy. I am utterly at a loss for words. Isn't this akin to a return to the original state? Are you certain it wasn't purchased from Pluto? My grandmother is just like this. She has purportedly discovered several new substances. In truth, this is the heart of the ocean, refined from seawater. It seems there is but one last recourse. He Tao sighed and inquired about you. Is there a flashlight at home? One that can switch to a UV light for currency verification? If not, you will have to seek institutional appraisal. In the past, rechargeable flashlights often contained UV lights specifically for the convenience of verifying currency. However, with cash becoming increasingly obsolete, such verification tools are becoming rarer. That will suffice. Gulme. Bao Yu, once your aunt retrieves the UV light, turn off the lights at home. All right. Bao Yu acted swiftly, and soon the camera's view was enveloped in darkness. Then, a pale blue ring abruptly emerged within the frame. Goodness, a luminous bracelet. This is astonishing. Wow. This can even serve as a source of illumination. Aunt, this is not merely a luminous bracelet. It is a luminous pearl, so have confidence. Wouldn't Empress Cixi be tempted to purchase this? Surely it surpasses the beauty of a luminous pearl. I would deem it the foremost among Qing dynasty luminous pearl-like adornments. Chapter 25. No business without deception. Huh? This can emit light? It must be a treasure. Indeed, it is a remarkable find, Aunt. If you were to acquire 100 of these and keep them at home, you would never need to turn on the lights at night again. Just imagine the savings on electricity and light bulbs. He Tao found it increasingly difficult to contain himself. Deep down, he understood that the individual was beyond salvation. If the luminous bracelet had failed to awaken her awareness of the issue, even if a plastic odor emerged, she would merely exclaim, "Oh my goodness, how delightful." Some individuals seem destined to be the wallets of fraudsters. As a treasure appraisal host, he must confront the disparities that exist among people. However, there might be one person who could still be salvaged. Baozu, how much did your aunt spend on this item? It wasn't too expensive, just over 2,000, but she has spent more than 30,000 in total. Nothing seems to make a difference. No worries, just report it to the police. Let the authorities handle this fraud case. Can this even be reported? Isn't it merely a case of being misled? Bao asked, somewhat puzzled. Being misled pertains to antiquities. Your family's luminous bracelets should not be dragged into this mess. Perhaps my brother has indulged too much in novels. Haha, I see. Bao chuckled awkwardly a couple of times, disregarding the aunt's explanations that he was not a scammer, and resolutely declared, I will certainly ensure these fraudsters are incarcerated. No problem, I believe in you, Hitao replied, giving a thumbs up. He continued, just in the first half of this year, a rogue merchant on Douyin, who deceived others by passing off Dai courtside as Jade, was apprehended, with the case involving several million. At least 5 years, right? Despite the brazen demeanor of these swindlers, it seems they believe selling counterfeit goods comes without consequences. If you report them, they might still deceive you with settlements and whatnot. However, let me tell you, these individuals are all bluster. When the authorities arrive, they will quickly comply. Hitao spoke from the heart. Whether it's fraudsters or tomb raiders, they are essentially hollow inside. Those labeled as outlaws are merely putting on a facade. Welcome. Nana is not a youthful beauty. Oh, is this a female friend? Hitao inquired deliberately, having caught a glimpse of the profile picture of his online companion, which resembled a typical influencer's deceptive photo. It felt as if it were a female account operated by a burly man. To his surprise, she truly was a girl, with shoulder-length hair and glasses, presenting a refined appearance. Once connected, the young woman spoke in a very gentle voice. Hello, teacher Hitao. Hello there, little one, he responded. Ha. Teacher, are you in Yinjing? Yes, why do you ask? What do you wish to authenticate? The host's gentleness makes me feel uneasy. Such a gentle demeanor from Hitao. I adore it. This gentleness is quite pleasant. Is the host a bit peculiar? Could we have a male colleague to balance things? I have many items for appraisal. The female friend scanned her cluttered table with her phone camera, revealing a hodgepodge of goods reminiscent of a flea market. Isn't entrepreneurship in vogue now? I plan to set up a stall at Daily Issue tonight. Could you help me assess these items so I have some assurance? Oh, Daily Issue? Sure. Hitao nodded, noting that the gem appraisal hall had originated from Daily Issue. The company now stood not far from the former Ghost Market. As the last glory of Yinjing's Ghost Market, browsing the Daily Issue night market can yield hidden treasures for those with discerning eyes. If luck is on your side, you might even encounter a tomb raider looking to offload stolen goods. Do not question how Hitao knows this. He had visited this place long ago. Where shall we begin our examination? How about this one? The young woman directed her camera at a brick. I collected this at Daily Issue. Which dynasty is it from? You got something here. This is a tomb brick from the Tang dynasty. The peony pattern on it is rather common during that period. Hitao couldn't help but smile at the familiar brick. Goodness, the old 9 gates have arrived. Little one, you possess some skill. Selling tomb bricks at a stall. That's impressive. I reside in Chaoyang district. When do you plan to set up your stall tonight? Did you really purchase this at the Ghost Market? Tang tomb bricks are quite rare. Did you not excavate it yourself? No, I bought it all. You buy from the Ghost Market and then sell it there? Is that a viable way to earn money? Hitao inquired with curiosity. Of course it is. The young woman confidently proclaimed, I earn my living through my keen eyesight. Besides, I came to you for authentication, didn't I? Each item I sell at my stall will be accurately dated and clearly priced, enticing willing buyers. Oh, that sounds quite feasible, Hitao concurred. The young woman chuckled, suddenly pulling out a notebook, recording as she spoke. She first wrote down 300, then 3,000. I purchased this tomb brick for 300 yuan, and since it's from the Tang dynasty, I shall sell it for 3,000. What? Such an exorbitant price? Hitao thought to himself, recalling that such items previously sold for 50 yuan each, with no one even wanting them wholesale. However, the young woman insisted that buyers would only come if they were willing, and since the items were genuine, it was not considered fraud. Hitao originally intended to caution her that trading Tang dynasty artifacts was illegal, but upon reflection, he realized that selling tomb bricks near the big poplar tree posed little risk. While technically illegal, the police were unlikely to intervene. He decided to remain silent, eager to see what else she had in store. Teacher, what about this set of wine cups, made of blue and white porcelain? This one do. Hitao shook his head. They are likely modern reproductions. The fakes are rather extravagant. They must have been used in some hotel. What? The owner told me they were from the mid-Qing period. The young woman exclaimed, incredulous. That means the owner deceived you, haha. He asked, how much did the cups cost you? 1,000 each, 5 in total, 5,000. All right, you can note that down as a negative 5,000, Hitao sincerely advised. Oh no, my entrepreneurial venture has failed. The previous emperor's enterprise was cut short before it truly began. Is she really going to the Ghost Market to seek bargains? Has she lost her mind? Teacher, what about this plate? She presented a Celadon porcelain plate, unadorned and with some edged chips. The only noteworthy aspect was the base. The fiery red was quite natural, and the traces of hand-formed craftsmanship were evident. This is quite decent. A mid-sheen green glaze plate from a folk kiln. Its condition may be somewhat lacking, but it has age. Selling it for 400 should pose no issue. All right, 400, that's 4,000. As he watched her scribble prices on the paper, Hitao began to realize he might be dealing with a sharp trader. Little sister, you shouldn't be selling antiques. You ought to sell heavenly beads. Your approach isn't suited for the big poplar tree. You should be at Panjiayuan. Why is that? Because the people around the big poplar tree are not easily deceived. Impossible. The young woman pointed sternly at the blue and white porcelain cups, asserting, Didn't I just get tricked? Well, if you put it that way, you have a point. Let us move on to the next item, Hitao suggested. All right. Teacher, I have here a stone axe, claimed to have been used by the cave dwellers of the mountaintop. Can you tell me if that's true? What kind of people? The cave dwellers of the mountaintop, from the Zucudian area. Sister, are you serious? I admire your imagination. It's not entirely impossible. After all, you're not the cave dwellers themselves. What if the stone was kicked by a primitive person? If it was used, it counts. To be frank, should you articulate it this way, I find myself utterly unable to refute your assertion. Hitao scratched his head in resignation. His sister's claim truly left one bereft of hair. This stone indeed appeared to be meticulously crafted by human hands, having endured the ravages of time for countless years. It is entirely plausible that thousands of years ago, primitive humans once held it, only to discard it upon realizing it was unwieldy. The crux of the matter lies in the proof, does it not? Just as there are those online who assert that Zhu Yuanzhang once sold ditches. Albeit such claims belong to the realm of unofficial history, they at least proffered a full 8 reasons. One cannot merely declare that an object resembles a stone axe and thereby conclude that it has been utilized by primitive beings. One must provide justification. How then? Does one substantiate such a claim? One requires justification. The young lady murmured, ultimately shaking her head in dismay. It seems I cannot provide proof. Unable to prove it, then it shall remain unsold. Hitao teased, deliberately provoking her. Oh no, it appears I have been deceived once more. Remove the word appears. In a moment of impulsive enthusiasm during my purchase, failed to contemplate thoroughly, and now I have lost 2,000. Woe is me. You previously claimed that the market at the big willow tree was not a den of deceit, yet here I am, ensnared in a ruse. The way she spoke, with a slight lisp, left Hitao at a loss for a rebuttal. All he could do was applaud incessantly in support of her plight. She still harbored thoughts of exploiting others, unaware that the con artists at the market relied on this young woman to support their families. Noticing Hitao's silent applause, the sister became flustered. My apologies, teacher I was rather agitated a moment ago. You aren't upset with me, are you? Not at all. Just take note. You are currently down by 7,000. Let us continue our appraisal. Upon hearing this, the young lady, feeling quite wronged, scribbled 7,000 into her notebook. She feared that if she did not document it, Hitao would cease his assistance in the appraisal. After recording, she hastily grabbed a piece of blue and white porcelain bird feeder nearby. The rim of the jar was inscribed with the 6 prominent characters, made in the reign of the Xuanda Emperor. Although this mark appears impressive, a glance at the jar's body, which resembled ink splatters, reveals that this piece bears no relation to Xuanda blue and white porcelain whatsoever. It is an obvious imitation crafted during the late Qing dynasty. Such bird feeders of this style can indeed be categorized as typical blue and white porcelain from the late Qing period. Whenever one encounters a piece with a slight patina labeled Xuanda, it is generally safe to assume it is from the late Qing era. Teacher, does this piece from the Ming Xuanda period hold any significance? Please lift it for me to examine the base, Hitao instructed. Illuminate it. Let me inspect the glaze. All right, I've finished my assessment. This item is quite commendable, originating from the late Qing, specifically the time around the Guangxu Emperor. And what of its price? The young lady inquired, pen in hand. 350. Any higher, and it shall find no buyers. This type of item is relatively abundant. Typically, they're sold in sets, fetching only 2,000 to 3,000 for a complete set. Oh, I see. As she recorded the price, she muttered, Then let us sell this one for 7,000. Genius. Out of the hospital. Which business school produced such talent? How splendid, relying on a buyer to bear all burdens. Sister, with your skills, you might as well engage in PUA and have someone send you red envelopes. In truth, it is not overly expensive. I can sell an 18 yuan watch for 4,800. My friend, I comprehend your intentions. You are not merely peddling goods, but rather casting wishes into the ether, hoping to encounter a gullible soul who will bear the entirety of your losses. Am I correct? Dear teacher, some truths are better left unspoken. Furthermore, such is the nature of street stalls. One must begin with a price of 100,000 as a sign of respect towards both oneself and the buyer. The exact amount? Allow them to negotiate. The female vendor, with an innocent smile, acknowledged that her sales logic was indeed sound. Demanding 100,000 and ultimately settling for 30 is a common occurrence in the antique market. Buyers dread the moment they begin to haggle, and the seller readily agrees. For that surely spells significant loss. Subsequently, Hitao examined several more of the female vendor's wares. Before disconnecting the call, Hitao called out to her, "Sister, if you can sell that Yuan Dynasty coin for 800 at 4,000, do come back to the live stream. I would love to witness it." "Understood. Once it is sold, I shall return to shower you with gifts." Teacher, The female vendor gratefully departed, and Hitao finally exhaled in relief. Assessing items at a miscellaneous stall can be quite troublesome, given the variety of goods on display. Fortunately, this sister had not purchased anything overly complex, or it might have been challenging to comprehend. With the experience from their previous collaboration, this time the director refrained from hastily connecting the next participant, waiting instead for Hitao's nod of approval before proceeding. "Welcome, Hongyun Panda." Hitao scrutinized the participant's avatar to discern their gender, when suddenly the individual uttered a peculiar phrase. "Teacher, long time no see. I never expected that in just a year, you would become a host." Hitao could not help but furrow his brow and gaze at the screen. "Who are you?" Recently, there had been many amusing participants. Just days ago, one had insisted on addressing him as boss, while another had called him husband. Thus, Hitao remained indifferent to the phrase "long time no see," though the voice sounded vaguely familiar. Then, the image on the screen jolted Hitao, revealing an astonishing figure. The table was adorned with numerous bronze artifacts, enveloping him in a sea of green. Bronze mirrors, an abundance of them. Though they were the most ordinary of bronze items, they were displayed in rows akin to baked goods, creating a striking spectacle. Hitao had only witnessed such a scene once before in his life. Could it be? He cautiously inquired, "Are you Old Tang?" "Damn, you guessed it so quickly?" The camera shifted, revealing a round-faced, bald-headed man. He enthusiastically greeted the camera. "Long time no see, Xiao He. Who is this guy?" "He appears to be an old acquaintance of the bald-headed man. That hairstyle suggests he has recently been incarcerated. He has shaved his head completely." The comments imply that this individual is a grave robber. To be candid, Hitao had not anticipated that a bald figure would appear across the screen. Monks typically sport such a hairstyle. Had Old Tang truly fallen from grace? Regrettably, this is a live broadcast, and now is not the time for such discussions. Hitao chuckled and remarked, "You are quite ostentatious, flaunting so many bronze mirrors. Who else would dare to be so brazen?" "Well, one can never be too certain." Lao Tang replied with a grin, theatrically picking up a piece of a black lacquered ancient bronze mirror. "Teacher could you assist me in appraising this item?" "Appraisal? More like sentencing you," he laughed. "Is it the Gatling gun that spits blue flames?" "All right, teacher I won't take up more of your time. There is something I find quite perplexing. Could you take a look? Is there still something you can't discern?" Hitao was somewhat skeptical of Lao Tang's exaggerations. Who was Lao Tang after all? He was a renowned folk collector from the Tianzi region of North China. A formidable figure who had amassed hundreds of bronze artifacts even before the new cultural relic protection law came into effect. He even possesses a private museum. Furthermore, due to Lao Tang's grandfather being part of the entrepreneurial team, he thoroughly understands how to safeguard his collection. Most of the significant pieces have been donated, leaving only small items like bronze mirrors for leisurely appreciation. It is said that when Lao Tang was incarcerated for his involvement with bronze artifacts, Hitao was still in elementary school. No jest intended. "Come on, teacher take a look at this." Lao Tang lifted a square lid. Its interior still bearing traces of earth, undoubtedly freshly unearthed. "Wow, this is clearly a substantial bronze artifact. The host is indeed impressive. Even tomb raiders seek your counsel." Indeed, it seems that tomb raiders must wield Gatling guns. Chapter 27. A Childhood of Rigorous Trials. "Brothers, let me clarify, I am not a tomb raider." As Lao Tang showcased the item, he explained to the audience, "I purchased this at an antique market, and if it is genuine, I shall donate it directly. Please do not report me. I have painstakingly nurtured this account. If you must report someone, report the host. After all, we are friends in real life." No, we are not friends. We are bitter rivals," Hitao quickly clarified. Maintaining personal relationships outside of work is a cardinal sin for workers. Let us refrain from calling him Lao Tang. It's best to restore our unfamiliarity. "Treasured friend, what about the other half beneath that lid? You haven't just acquired a lid, have you?" "Of course not. I am no fool. Lao Tang chuckled, setting down the lid and revealing the lower half, showcasing it to the camera. It was a standard-shaped bronze square pot, elegant in form, though regrettably adorned with overly simplistic patterns. If only it could boast designs as intricate as the crane and lotus square pot, that would be something to behold. The pot featured two circular ring handles on either side. Many forgers mistakenly believe these rings are permanently affixed, but in reality, they are movable, a key point for experts during appraisal. He Tao examined it briefly before quickly determining the quality of the piece. What you have is, don't rush, there's more. As He Tao was about to speak, Lao Tang interrupted him. More? Yes, indeed, this is a pair. Once Lao Tang placed both bronze pots on the table, he invited He Tao for his appraisal once more. Come, teacher I would greatly appreciate your expertise. Not at all exhausting. It's merely this trinket, hardly a burden. He Tao feigned disdain, waving his hand dismissively. The two items combined could scarcely fetch a single peanut. Is that so? Yet the seller assured me that these emerged from the tomb of King Chudun. Goodness, that truly is a burden. Isn't the tomb of King Chudun still under excavation? In truth, the tomb of King Chudun has been plundered numerous times. Gentlemen, this appears to be genuine. Are we certain this is from the tomb of King Chudun? He Tao furrowed his brow and inquired. Unsure, hence my question. Old Tang remarked with a hint of insinuation. Weren't you well acquainted with this tomb? Well, I must confess ignorance. He Tao feigned naivety. In reality, he was fully aware of Old Tang's implications. Historically, the tomb of King Chudun has faced multiple instances of looting, with the most recent occurrence in 2015, when tomb raiders absconded with over 70 artifacts of varying significance. Among these, 26 were classified as first-tier relics. Most of these treasures were collected by an individual known as Liu Badu. He Tao had been fortunate enough to witness Liu Badu's collection once. At the time, he had not realized the profound significance of the items in question. Later, he learned of Liu's exploits through the procuratorial daily. By now, Liu Badu must have been sewing for several years. He Tao could not recall the specifics of Liu Badu's collection. However, it did not hinder his current appraisal. My dear friend, these two pieces are referred to as bronze four-sided earthenware pot. They indeed exhibit the stylistic traits of the state of Chu during the Warring States period. Yet they also align with early Han styles, thus not necessarily confirming them as artifacts from a Chu tomb. If presented as a singular item, I would deem it merely an ordinary third-tier relic. Yet, the serendipitous pairing of these two suggests that, even if they are not funerary objects from the tomb of King Chudun, they must originate from a Han tomb of considerable stature. As for how to proceed, I offer you a single word, hold on. It's merely donate, a term you need not bestow upon me, Old Tang interjected. Furthermore, to the viewers in the live stream, do not presume to educate me on legal matters. My experience surpasses yours. The trade of bronze artifacts is indeed unlawful. Yet as long as I donate, I am assured freedom from incarceration. Old Tang's explanation proved quite beneficial. Initially, the audience clamored for his reporting, as well as the reporting of the live stream itself. However, upon learning of his intent to donate, their attitude softened significantly. Support donations to the nation. No wonder the elder is bald. My friend is spot on. This can be seen as a rescue of national treasures. A certificate is certainly warranted. I hope to see you in the news soon. Even in the control room, the director preparing to document and report found Old Tang's sincerity commendable. Naturally, documentation must proceed. One cannot simply accept his words without scrutiny. Very well, let us conclude today's session. Old Tang, taking the initiative, declared, Teacher I shall message you later. Let's arrange a time to gather. It has been far too long since we shared a meal. Before He Tao could finish his thought, Old Tang abruptly ended the call. That rascal, even on his way out, he had to dig in. He Tao muttered inwardly. Yet Old Tang was indeed that kind of a reverent person. Given his background, had he not been engrossed in antiques, he would undoubtedly be escorted by 2 vehicles when he stepped out. However, this situation is fraught with peril. The director's voice crackles through the earpiece, reminding He Tao that a warning from the cyber police has been received, urging vigilance regarding the parameters of the live broadcast and the promotion of appropriate values. He Tao is eager to inform the director that this was not orchestrated by him. Many of the individuals he associates with, particularly those who are not currently incarcerated, navigate life with an unrestrained disposition. It is not far-fetched to imagine that if they were aware of his whereabouts, they might drive over, armed with a Luoyang shovel, to seek him out. For these individuals, the thrill is temporary. Once they surrender the artifacts and undergo necessary admonishment, the matter is swiftly put to rest. Nevertheless, there are advantages to engaging with such personalities. Tao has managed to extricate himself from precarious situations several times, owing to their influence. Upon reflection, he realizes that sharing this insight with the director would be futile. He understands that the director operates on a singular track, incapable of managing complex tasks. Thus, he opts for a simple nod and a silent snap of his fingers, signaling the director to continue with a live connection. Come on, treasure enthusiast. Let us see your prized possession. Good evening, teacher, the treasure enthusiast responds. Wait a moment. As Tao speaks, the enthusiast has already unveiled his item, leaving him momentarily stunned. Upon seeing what the enthusiast holds, Tao is taken aback as well. The enthusiast's voice is rather juvenile. The greeting of teacher transports Tao back to his days teaching at the university. Is this child truly that young? In contrast to his youthful voice, the item in the enthusiast's grasp is extraordinary. Between his thumb and forefinger rests a diminutive painted pottery jar, scarcely larger than a wine cup. The reddish-brown body, adorned with distinct black patterns, will be considered a fine artifact at any archaeological site. Is this something a child could genuinely possess? Teacher, what's wrong? Is there an issue with the item? The item appears to be sound. It is likely from the Magiayo culture. However, may I ask, how old are you? I just turned 12 and will soon be starting junior high. 12 and already collecting Magiayo artifacts? This young fellow is destined for greatness. Surely, this must be a family heirloom for appraisal. This child possesses remarkable abilities, surpassing my own. I once encountered an 18-year-old at Kwan's place. He was even more astonishing, with a Buddha head among his treasures. Where did you find this? Not found. It is all part of my collection. The child's thoughts are simple. To validate his claims, he does not hesitate to showcase his collection without debating the authenticity or value of the pottery. He turns to reveal a terracotta figurine's head, quietly resting on his desk, its vacant eyes gazing ahead. Little treasure enthusiast, having this head displayed here is somewhat unsettling. Haha, my parents say the same. But one gets used to it. And more the child retrieves a terracotta figurine's foot from a drawer, directing it toward the camera. Teacher, look, there are inscriptions on the sole. This is Tao's first encounter with a leg as a collectible. The child's innate talent for collecting is truly enviable. Chapter 28, The First Imposition of a Ban. Dear child, this is not an inscription. Tao gently shook his head, explaining to the younger generation. It is merely a simple marker. When terracotta figurines are buried as offerings, their quantities must be tallied. Writing the numbers on the figurines would be unsightly, so they are inscribed on the soles of their feet. Oh, I see now. Thank you, teacher, the child replied, brimming with admiration as if attending a class. Let's not lead the young astray. He addressed you as teacher, and you truly imparted knowledge, did you not? When I was 12, I played with clay. When he was 12, he played with terracotta figurines. There doesn't seem to be much difference. The host should help minors establish correct values. His collection of antiques is worth more than all your possessions combined. Who are you to educate him? Can this really lead to an argument? Perhaps we should unite in criticizing the host. Tao found the comments in the live chat quite reasonable. Not the one criticizing the host, but the one cautioning against leading the child astray. At 12, a minor has not reached the age of criminal responsibility and must not be misled. After a moment of contemplation, Tao inquired, what other items do you collect? Indeed, I have this as well. The child presented a Han Dynasty terracotta figurine, specifically from the Eastern Han, which appeared rather ordinary and was of relatively low value. A granary? It's too dilapidated. It bears some age, but is of little use. This Tomb Guardian beast is quite nice. At the very least, it is a dog and can serve as a decorative piece on the table. As Tao examined the items, he nodded, realizing that the child's collection surpassed his own in quantity, albeit leaning towards the obscure. He noticed a lack of worldly artifacts, with the items predominantly being relics buried for over a millennium. Tao furrowed his brow slightly. This child seems to possess an affinity for underworld antiques. Are there no other categories apart from these burial items? What about the Meiji-Awa culture? Yes, there's still some pottery pieces from that cultural period, but Meiji-Awa artifacts are mostly fragments. The one I just showed you is complete. Look, the child led everyone to a corner of the room. Upon seeing a box filled with tattered remnants, Tao fell silent for a moment. The pottery from the cultural period, upon closer inspection, appeared to resemble burial goods as well. However, Tao had no experience in excavating cultural period sites. The pottery was of little monetary value, making excavation unnecessary. Thus, he could not ascertain the authenticity of these remnants with certainty, but they certainly seemed to possess age. Upon reflection, it became evident that the child's collection was indeed genuine. The exchange felt less like a treasure appraisal and more akin to a showcase. Where did you acquire these burial items? Are they all family heirlooms? Or were they given to you by someone? Hitao inquired. Previously, he had heard tales of unscrupulous tomb raiders who would send themselves or their underage relatives into graves. On one hand, children are more agile and can access narrow spaces that adults cannot. On the other, if caught by the authorities, minors would not face imprisonment due to their age. Naturally, Hitao regarded such tomb raiders as utterly inhumane. He had previously encountered one who swiftly devised a scheme that ensnared the rival. The child had amassed a considerable collection of burial artifacts, and Hitao was inclined to believe that he had been deceived by his accomplices. Divided? Not all. Some of these are treasures I discovered myself, while others were gifted by relatives and friends. In our region, ancient tombs abound. Nearly every household possesses a few items, though they are well hidden and have not been confiscated. What about your place? Where is it? Hitao had a few potential answers swirling in his mind, yet he could not ascertain the truth. He jestingly inquired, "Send me your location, and I shall come to witness for myself the extent of the ancient tombs." To his surprise, the child readily acquiesced, his tone imbued with excitement. "Of course, teacher may I add you on WeChat? There are several enthusiasts here, but no one has taken the lead. I saw a clip yesterday claiming you were a tomb raider turned influencer, formerly a guide who specialized in locating tombs. Why don't you lead us? Which unscrupulous clip is that? To tolerate infringement is one thing, but to spread falsehoods is another." Hitao had no intention of aiding in tomb raiding. Rather, he merely assisted in assessing artifacts, allowing him to confidently assert, "As for the director, please note this matter. Identify the individual responsible for this infringement and send them a cease and desist letter." The guide is getting anxious. "I was skeptical at first, but now I harbor doubts. Add me. I'm willing to do the labor. Are you still recruiting? I'll work for you for a monthly salary of 3,000. When will you be distributing the pots?" "I'm in a hurry." The barrage of comments was vibrant, and as the conversation flowed, they discovered that they were all potential accomplices, seemingly ready to excavate the Qianling tomb at Hitao's command. Yet, while the atmosphere was lively among the participants, the director in the monitoring room felt no joy. This account is doomed. Douyin Live is vigilant in detecting key phrases, and now the comments about tomb raiding and grave digging were rampant. Serious repercussions were likely imminent. "Young friends, collecting antiques is acceptable. I, too, cherish copper coins in my youth. However, what you possess here are merely burial artifacts, and I genuinely do not recommend them." "Why not?" "My grandfather once said that children are spirited and unafraid of such things." "True, but indulging in these pursuits is a waste of time. I've heard you speak of cultural periods and the Magiayo culture, which indicates you have devoted considerable effort to research. If only you could channel that energy into something worthwhile. What worthwhile pursuits are there?" The child retorted, "My academic performance is dismal. I'm akin to that fool Chun. I'm not good at games, which makes them uninteresting. Pursuing girls is even less appealing. Brother, pursuing girls is genuinely intriguing. I once thought the same, but now, every new year, I inquire if any of my female classmates have divorced. Teacher, please don't dissuade me. What if one of them becomes a future archaeologist? I suspect they are more likely to become a guide. At such a tender age, you possess remarkable insight." Hitao smiled wryly, discerning that this child had likely been thoroughly educated, armed with a repertoire of rebuttals. "What drives your collection of these burial artifacts?" "It's exhilarating and quite entertaining." The child replied without hesitation. "Is that truly exhilarating?" "Certainly. It seems that no one followed along with the thrilling escapades of the tomb raider. He wondered when the head would come to seek him out. Ah, he thought, I must find a hammer." He sighed internally, recognizing the impish nature of the child, who seemed to be emulating the antics of old Tang. With an exasperated wave of his hand, he instructed the director, remove him from the scene. Additionally, enlist some online support to report this account 1,000 times, ensuring a ban of at least 10 to 15 days, so he can focus on his studies. After uttering these words, he instinctively glanced at the barrage of comments to gauge the audience's reactions, primarily to relish in the praise directed at him, to absorb the emotional value. To his astonishment, the livestream abruptly darkened, accompanied by a notification stating, "You have been banned for violating relevant regulations." "The livestream is banned? Director, have you made an error? How could our own account be suspended?" He turned in shock to inquire. Deep down, he was aware that the issue stemmed from his own broadcast, undoubtedly having caught the attention of the cyber police. Yet, he refrained from admitting this, as it would be rather awkward. At that moment, the director entered the studio, dismissing any pretense. "Stop pretending, teacher You've been dancing on the edge all day. It's no surprise you've been banned. What shall we do now?" he asked. "Let us switch to another account for the livestream," replied the director with a knowing smile. The funds for tonight's activities are all allocated to this new account. Chapter 29. Sister, take a look at the preparations. Have you been so meticulous? He instantly grasped the director's implication. Could this be a case of a blessing in disguise? Indeed, the director responded with a rather mischievous grin. This new livestream account had been specifically created for He Tao, titled Treasure Appraisal Hall Backup Hidden Resource. The account boasted a high status and a fluctuating balance, leading He Tao to suspect that it was an old account belonging to General Chun, simply rebranded for his use. Shall we commence now? He Tao inquired, his eagerness palpable. Not so fast. I need to draw in an audience first. We can't monopolize the viewership, the director asserted confidently, appearing virtuous. Though he was driven by a mandate from the company to document the effects of He Tao's interactions with female streamers, such as the cumulative audience count and the monetary gifts received. If it turned out to be a complete loss, it would be unlikely to secure funding in the future. He Tao understood the underlying motive and patiently waited for over 10 minutes, during which he reassured the early arrivals, "Do not fret, my friends. Good things come to those who wait. We cannot hoard the audience, can we? Once we gather 3,000 viewers, we shall commence our interactions." At last, at 11 o'clock in the evening, the LSPs had assembled. An ordinary treasure appraisal streamer would suffice. He hoped the matching system of Douyin would not disappoint him. Shortly thereafter, the director successfully connected him with the first female streamer. She donned a form-fitting pink embroidered qipao, her figure elegantly accentuated, draped with a sheer shawl that hinted at her silhouette. Her visage was enhanced to perfection, radiating brilliance at first glance. Indeed, the streamer's sense of aesthetics is impeccable. Warning: spatial distortion detected. This beauty is so enhanced that even her mother wouldn't recognize her, yet I find it delightful. Beauty is but a trivial concern for He Tao. For the online world is a mere illusion. Why should one fret over the appearance of those on the other side? As long as they're not akin to Xiao Bailu, one can endure endless chatter. "Hello, streamer," a gentle voice from the opposite side inquired softly. "Which region do you stream from? There are so many people in the room." "I am a treasure appraisal streamer," He Tao replied, adjusting the glasses that the director had provided as a prop, claiming they made him appear like a cultured rogue. "Ah, no wonder there are so many viewers. Everyone enjoys treasure appraisal these days." "Indeed, everyone is eager for my appraisal of you," He Tao responded. "Shall we engage in a PK? Let us see how this unfolds." "Sister, let teacher he see the treasure. I suspect the streamer is being flirtatious. Can you help appraise this girl?" He Tao did not notice these flirtatious comments in the barrage of messages, but the director, having seen them, relayed the news with delight. "Teacher he." The comments suggest that appraising treasures is no match for appraising the streamer. "Would you like to give it a try? It seems to be a formula for gaining traffic." "Is that so?" He Tao mused silently. Nevertheless, as a paid streamer, he felt compelled to oblige the director's request. Just then the girl asked, "What is the punishment if I lose the PK?" "All right, I'll initiate the PK," He Tao declared. "Teacher he, I've given you my cigarette money today. Don't let me down. I hope the streamer lives up to my 1.8 yuan. I'm supporting you. If it's not good, I'll report it." Indeed, the allure of flirtation proved to be a powerful force, as He Tao noticed even potential fans of the opposing streamer gifting him. 2 minutes later, he emerged victorious without a doubt. The girl stood up eagerly. "What is the punishment? Can we dance?" she asked. "Dancing can wait. We only showcase dance for those who donate generously. Since I won the PK, we mustn't waste it. I would like to demonstrate the treasure appraisal process. May I?" He Tao indicated towards himself. "Demonstrate? How do you do that?" "Just listen to me and follow my instructions." He Tao cleared his throat, adopting the demeanor he used when connecting with his audience, and commanded, "Position it front and center, and don't move." "Good. Now, tilt it a little more to the side. Let me see the decorative patterns." "Precisely. That angle is just right." "Wow, that's impressive." The streamer is knowledgeable about appraisals, using very professional terminology. My wife asked why I'm watching treasure appraisal and bleeding from my nose. "Brothers, I'm going to grab a smoke." From a side view, it's quite open. He Tao nodded in affirmation. The female streamer, hearing this, turned with a playful expression and asked, "What does open mean?" "It refers to authenticity. It's a term we use in treasure appraisal." "Oh," the girl nodded, feigning innocence as she playfully cradled her piece. "I'm undoubtedly genuine." There was indeed no issue. If it were modern craft, the curves would not appear so natural. "Now, let us examine the back." "What the hell, modern crafts? Can we take a look at the holes? Can we see the patina?" Slurp. E.M. salivating. I choose He Tao as the decision maker. He advocates for the community's welfare. The reverse side is rather ordinary. "All right, let me show you the base." HM. The base? Yes, indeed. The quality of fine porcelain can be discerned from the base. whether it is yellow or red, and a level of intricacy, He Tao said with utmost seriousness. The younger sister turned around, momentarily taken aback. However, since He Tao had made such a declaration, she, as the one facing the consequence, felt compelled to comply. She seated herself on the chair, facing the camera, and gradually lifted her long, graceful legs. This chair is so pristine. Well then, gentlemen, today's live stream concludes here. If the other account is unblocked by tomorrow, we shall continue there. If not, we remain on this account. Isn't that a bit redundant? Clearly, we are emulating others, as long as the audience enjoys it. It's only 2 o'clock. Isn't it a bit early? Goodbye, host, see you tomorrow. I arrived late and didn't get my fill. Let us continue tomorrow. One comment aptly noted that one should eat to about 80% fullness, leaving room for future imagination. As He Tao bid farewell to the audience, he gestured to the director to end the stream. Once the broadcast was confirmed to be over, he checked his phone for WeChat messages. Fortunately, he and T missed anything of great importance during the downtime. Only a few unread messages from General Chen awaited him. Teacher He, are you live streaming? I can't seem to find the broadcast room. The other party had canceled. The director's calls were also unanswered. What on earth are you doing? The Cultural Relics inspection team sought to connect with him, but the broadcast room was offline. The last message read, call me after you finish streaming. He Tao chuckled upon reading it. Finishing the stream meant he was off duty. Should he call the superiors to report his work after hours? Who would work overtime without additional pay? Does he consider himself a mere cog in the machine? Just as he took a few steps, the control room door swung open. The director hurried out, looking flustered. Upon spotting He Tao, a mix of surprise and relief washed over him. Teacher He, you haven't left yet. How wonderful. I was so engrossed in your stream that I missed several calls from General Chen. He left me a message on WeChat, asking me to visit the finance department tomorrow morning. Do you think I'm going to be fired? It's a possibility. He Tao replied while displaying his chat history. General Chen only called me once. If he couldn't get through, that's his own fault. Isn't it? He lacked patience. Had he tried a few more times, he might have succeeded. His impatience was exhausted on me. The director, with a long face, seemed utterly dejected. It's all right, just relax a little. He Tao reassured him, patting his shoulder. You are so talented. You needn't worry about finding another job. I can't sleep. The director sighed. Yet, he recognized the truth in He Tao's words. After leaving the company, He Tao glanced at the time. 2:15 a.m. He had surprisingly worked for over 8 hours today. What a loss, and a significant one at that. He Tao eyed the shared bikes, internally debating. Should he choose Qingju or another brand? With so many options available, it truly was a delightful dilemma. Just then, a sleek black G-Wagon parked by the roadside, and the passenger door swung open. A middle-aged man with a bald head stepped out, stretching lazily as he spoke. Ah, He Lao sure. Are you not a bit late getting off work? Lao Tang. Upon seeing the other, He Tao felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Could it be that you truly brought a Luoyang shovel to seek me out? Chapter 30. Come. Follow me to explore the tomb. What's wrong? Are you surprised? Didn't we just meet this evening? Lao Tang had just alighted from his vehicle. From a distance, he did not catch what He Tao had said and, lost in his own thoughts, pulled a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and tossed it over. Quitting? Lao Tang approached and inquired. He Tao shook his head. No, it's just that a true gentleman does not smoke the discarded. Oh, what a fine lad. Since becoming a streamer, your eloquence has flourished, Lao Tang remarked, shaking his head. Lighting a cigarette for himself, he inhaled deeply, mindful of He Tao's health, and then gazed up at the sky at a 15-degree angle, his expression tinged with melancholy. Observing his demeanor, He Tao understood that Lao Tang had adopted a facade of celebrity, waiting for him to initiate conversation. Young Master Tang, it has been quite some time. Aren't you busy managing your private museum in Xiang City? What brings you to Yinjing for work? Work isn't quite the term. Lao Tang flicked the ash from his cigarette and responded airily. I merely came to stroll through the ghost market and see if there are any good finds lately. I had initially intended to check out the local female streamers, but serendipitously stumbled upon you. I'm uncertain if that counts as fortune. Of course, it is fortunate. Are we not good brothers? Brothers who discuss the intricacies of tripod pots in the live stream? He Tao gritted his teeth as he spoke. At the mention of the tripod pot, Lao Tang chuckled heartily. Ha ha ha, He Lao sure. Are you superstitious about it? Have you truly washed your hands of it all? I was always clean, He Tao replied coldly. Wait, are you putting on an act with me? Lao Tang tossed the cigarette aside, crushed it underfoot, and lunged forward, attempting a sneaky maneuver. Surprise attack. Thankfully, He Tao had been on guard and easily dodged. Another attempt? Another dodge. Brother, how old are you? Still resorting to such tricks? He Tao said, somewhat exasperated, covering himself. Wudong sect? Quite impressive. Lao Tang shook his head. What does age have to do with it? What is wrong? Have you lost your edge? Hence your fear? I can't be bothered with you. He Tao waved his hand. If you have no serious business, I shall take my leave. I have work tomorrow. Work? What do you work? The Ming Tombs or Jinling? Take me along. I have all my gear ready. Lao Tang's words halted He Tao in his tracks. Could it be that he truly had brought a Luoyang shovel to track him down? You brought tools? What do you mean by that? When you go out for a banquet, do you not bring your own utensils? Come, let me show you my latest equipment. What do you mean? At your place, do they not provide utensils for banquets? And is it assumed one eats with their hands? Who is discussing banquets? We're talking about tools. Lao Tang beckoned He Tao closer and pointed to the trunk of his luxury vehicle. His tools were nestled within. Gazing at Lao Tang's bald head and the excitement he exuded while discussing tomb raiding, He Tao sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that the owner of a $2 million luxury car would be such a character? No wonder tomb raiders are so elusive. The trunk slowly opened, revealing its contents, and He Tao was taken aback. What on earth are these items? He quickly inquired, Old Tang, have you been to Wudong village recently? What happened? Did you scout out the place? Scout my foot. He Tao continued, have you used any of this equipment lately or lent it to someone else? No. All of it is brand new. My primary purpose for coming here was to acquire this lot. Old Tang casually picked up a drill bit resembling a steel pipe and asked He Tao, do you know what this is? The drill bit for a backpack drill. Oh wow, quite something. Old Tang then retrieved a handheld device from the box, composed of a handle and a display screen, stating, if you recognize this, I'll consider you my father. Get lost. What is so special about a snake tube endoscope? These are just discarded items from others. He Tao privately doubted that Old Tang, having turned 40, was already slipping into senility. The box clearly bore the words industrial video endoscope in large print. Yet he was asking questions. Considering Old Tang's current display of intellect and the lack of incentive to deceive himself, He Tao believed that the matter concerning President Chen's ancestral grave was not his doing. If it were, Old Tang's presence here would explain the connection to the theft at Deyuliu. Everything would fall into place. Unfortunately, that was not the case. Did you only buy these two? Are there other devices? He Tao, noticing more boxes in the trunk, asked curiously. Yes, look at this. Old Tang produced a wired metal cube, asking, can you guess what this is? A portable électromagnétique. What? You seen this too? Of course, it's labeled here. 90 volts, 300 kilograms of suction. What else could it be but an electromagnet? After explaining, He Tao suddenly inquired with a hint of confusion. What application scenario does this have? Is it for attracting ancient coins? You could just use this to extract metals from the funerary items in a tomb. Do you think it's like ice fishing? Just drill a hole and fish out antiques? Something like that. I've heard it works wonders, especially underwater. He Tao pondered and felt that Old Tang's last statement held some merit. However, it seemed no different from those online videos of people using strong magnets to salvage in the Yangtze River. What about these boxes? This is a robotic dog. That a drone, and some other accessories. Do you remember how Old Ba mentioned that during their tomb raiding days, there were often cases of people being caught inside the tomb? Using a robotic dog to scout eliminated that risk. Is it possible that Old Ba's mention of people being caught was due to their uneven division of spoils, leading to internal strife, and then they were eliminated? Really? Old Tang scratched his head, absent-mindedly touching non-existent hair. You're Old Ba's direct disciple, so I trust your judgment. I'll return the robotic dog later. We still need the drone. The place we're going is a deep mountain forest. Wait, He Tao interrupted Old Tang, incredulously pointing at himself. We? Where does the we come from? Aren't you going? Old Tang, with a look of skepticism, inquired, Brother, there's an ancient tomb. How can you possibly resist the temptation to explore it? You truly are an extraordinary person. Shao He, tell me honestly, have you really lost all interest in the world below? Are you now so detached that nothing piques your curiosity anymore? Get lost. Shao He retorted. If that's the case, why don't you go? Weren't you always the most enthusiastic about these adventures? It's past 2 o'clock, and I haven't slept at all today. Accompanying you on this exhausting endeavor seems thankless. What's the point? He Tao feigned a yawn as he spoke. Never mind, you can rest in my car for a bit. I promise not to disturb you. By the time we arrive, it will likely be around 9:30, and you'll have awakened by then. As for what you'll gain from this, remember how much you admired my Han Dynasty Jade Talisman? Consider it a gift. Is it a genuine gift, or just a pretense? Do you truly wish to part with it? He Tao knew precisely what Old Tang was referring to. The Jade Talisman had left a lasting impression on him. It was a revered artifact from the Han Dynasty, believed to ward off evil spirits. Although He Tao worked in the realm of tomb raiding and held little belief in superstitions, he had been quite taken by the talisman upon first sight. Initially, he thought it was unearthed by Old Tang, only to later discover it had been auctioned at Jiada for a staggering 500,000 yuan. Instantly, He Tao felt deflated. He believed that his life was not worth such an extravagant price for protection. What is there to hesitate about? Just wait. Old Tang, with a cheerful demeanor, climbed into the driver's seat. The jade talisman had always been a decorative piece in his car, and he promptly removed it, placing it firmly in He Tao's hands. Take it, buddy, no need to stand on ceremony. He Tao examined the talisman under the streetlight, confirming its quality. Indeed, 500,000 yuan was hardly an overestimation. In today's market, adding another 100,000 yuan would not be an issue. I'm willing to go, but let's agree on something beforehand, if we unearth anything valuable. Call the police, I understand, Old Tang reassured, patting He Tao's shoulder. If it turns out to be an untouched tomb, I won't even need you to dial the emergency number. I'll drive us directly to the nearest police station. Chapter 31. Draw a talisman first. Overwhelmed by exhaustion, He Tao fell into a deep slumber as soon as he entered the car. When he finally awakened, they had arrived on a provincial road in Yinjiao. The car parked by the roadside. Where are we? He Tao inquired while stretching. You're awake. Congratulations, the operation was a success. You're now a girl. He Tao glanced outside. Why are we stopping here? Do you have accomplices? Stop joking. The person coming is a master I invited, a bona fide, certified Taoist priest. A Taoist priest? Indeed, you may refer to him as Dao Yi. If you doubt his credentials, feel free to verify them. No, I'm not doubting his authenticity. I merely wish to know where we are going and why we need a Taoist priest. Over there, Old Tang casually pointed towards the distant, undulating mountains to the west, causing He Tao to suspect it was the greater Xing'an range. This vague direction was hardly informative. Just as He Tao was about to seek clarification, the car door swung open. A woman clad in a black windbreaker, adorned with a red hard hat and a mining lamp, stood outside, her round face brimming with a cheerful smile. Hello, Boss Tang. You must be Teacher He, correct? Is this the Taoist priest? He Tao was taken aback to find that the person accompanying him was a lady, whose demeanor resembled that of a director from the local street office. Just call me Yoji, she said. All right, Taoist Yoji. Are you aware of our destination? He inquired, noticing the rather professional mining lamp perched atop her head. I have no idea, the female Taoist shook her head. It was Boss Tang who instructed me to prepare this way. Old Tang? He Tao turned to ask. However, Old Tang said nothing, merely retrieved a black bag from the passenger seat and tossed it to He Tao in the back. Inside were a jacket and other gear. The situation made He Tao suddenly regret boarding the ship of thieves. With their small three-person team fully assembled and equipped, they set off without delay. Their destination remained a mystery, guided solely by a rudimentary map that appeared to be sketched by an amateur adventurer. It was unclear where Old Tang had acquired it. The good news was that no drilling equipment or snake endoscopes were brought along, as Old Tang asserted that such tools would likely be unnecessary for this ancient tomb. They merely brought a Luoyang shovel symbolically, as one must never forget their tools for sustenance. The bad news was that before their departure, Old Tang had specifically asked Taoist Yoji if they had enough vermilion and talismans. He Tao, a firm believer in science, could only hope that the ancestral relic in his pocket would prove useful. As they ascended the mountain, the female Taoist informed them, to the north and east of Yinjing, there are numerous grand tombs. We have known this since childhood. I had friends who, while playing here, fell in a tomb raiding holes. He Tao estimated her age and presumed that when she referred to her childhood, she meant the late 1980s. According to unofficial statistics, between 1980 and 1999, approximately 300,000 to 400,000 ancient tombs of varying sizes were plundered nationwide. It was not uncommon for someone to fall into a raider's pit, and even today, there are unfortunate souls who meet such a fate, nearly suffocating within. The Taoist words indirectly corroborated He Tao's geomantic findings. Though this area was mountainous and devoid of rivers, the clear ridgeline indicated that it was indeed suitable for tomb construction. Most of the prime feng shui in Yinjing had been claimed by the imperial mausoleums, making it unsurprising for other dignitaries to be buried in these deep mountains. After climbing for over an hour, the trio finally reached their destination. He Tao could scarcely believe that Old Tang had led him to a cave perched precariously at the edge of cliff, where they had to grasp onto shrubs and slide down a slope to access it. What connection could this possibly have to a tomb? Standing at the cave's entrance, a chill emanated from within, embodying the essence of a place steeped in foreboding. Old Tang, how did you discover this location? Tao could not help but ask. Old Tang merely smiled in response. Why do you ask me? Do you think I would divulge such information? Tao shook his head in resignation. After all, he had accepted the ancestral talisman from Old Tang, who exuded an air of authority. With Old Tang reticent, Tao decided to explore the surroundings. Just a few steps away, he spotted ashes on the ground, remnants of a fire, indicating that someone had once made camp there. Additionally, he noticed what seemed to be an inscription etched into the adjacent wall. What era is it that one still carves words into walls? Tao muttered to himself, stepping forward to investigate who could possibly be so tedious. The inscription read, Summer of the 16th year of Ji Yuan, but the subsequent characters had faded to the point of being completely illegible, leaving only the year as a fragment of significance. The 16th year of Ji Yuan, Tao murmured, a sense of familiarity washing over him. After a moment of realization, he suddenly recalled, wasn't this the time period of the naval battle at Yashan during the late Southern Song dynasty? Inscriptions from the Yuan dynasty? Tao turned to glance at the dark, cavernous space behind him. What exactly is this place? This is Yinjing, during the Southern Song. This region was beyond their jurisdiction. Shouldn't it have been referred to as Zhongdu or Dada back then? Old Tang. He soon discovered Old Tang rolling up his sleeves while seated on a stone, while the female Taoist, Yoji, held a vermilion powder in one hand and a brush in the other, preparing to inscribe something upon her arm. Tattooing? What are you all doing? Drawing talismans. Old Tang replied, gesturing with his chin. Come here. Let the Taoist draw an ugly character on your face. Inscribing talismans on the body? Tao was taken aback as he approached. He had only seen such scenes in old films. Who would have thought it would manifest in reality? Was a Qilin arm unable to contain itself? As he neared, Yoji began her incantation, her voice softly reciting, 3 dots of water on the left. The dragon arrives with the vehicle. The character Jean slays the spirits. The sound of thunder is heard. The 28 constellations shield. All evil spirits vanish without a trace. Taishang Laojun. Urgently, as the law commands. The brush in her hand moved in accordance with her recitation, inscribing the talisman meticulously. Once Yoji had finished, Tao quietly inquired, is this a talisman of Ziwei? Indeed, Mr. He possesses great insight, the female Taoist replied with a smile. You've been caught again? Old Tang interjected, smirking. Was this taught to you by the old master? Why are you asking? I want to tell you. Tao shrugged defensively, ignoring Old Tang. He pointed to his forehead and said to Yoji, come, inscribe mine here. Why on the forehead? Old Tang scratched his head, sensing that Tao was concealing something extraordinary. Have you heard the saying? What saying? All fear stems from insufficient firepower. He pointed to his forehead, asserting, I unleash my full firepower directly. Old Tang fell silent. Oh, and there's another saying you surely haven't heard. Those who run slowly are in the front row. I don't need to compare myself to the unknown. I only need to be stronger than you. Ah, Old Tang tilted his head, contemplating for a moment, then bit his lip and pointed to his bald head. Taoist Yoji, hurry up and draw one here for me too. The bigger the better. Chapter 32, A Prank. From a professional perspective, Tao's reasoning held merit. After all, Yang Jian's third eye aligns with the talisman on his forehead. However, Old Tang found it rather peculiar. Once completed, from a distance, it resembled a red-eyed fruit fly, akin to those Morgan wished to use for hybrid experiments. Nevertheless, Old Tang was quite pleased with the result. He believed that such a depiction would instill fear even in Tao, surely capable of frightening off any entity. As the two individuals completed the intricate designs of the purple stars above their heads, noon had arrived. Old Tang contemplated for a moment before retrieving a pack of compressed biscuits from his backpack. At this point, let us have a meal, he suggested. No, eating would be a waste of precious time, insisted Tao, for it is now noon, the time when the sun's energy is at its peak. With this assertion, he promptly urged Old Tang to rise. What meal? We must set off immediately. Old Tang, sporting a vibrant red mark on his forehead, led the way, using his head and the miner's lamp to forge a path. Tao followed closely behind, vigilant in observing their surroundings, while the female Taoist brought up the rear. Suddenly, Tao called out, wait a moment, Old Tang, come over here. He pointed to a site along the cave wall. Doesn't this resemble a thief's tunnel? Near the ground, they observed a meticulously crafted square hole, just large enough for a person to pass through, with evident signs of human excavation. The entrance was barricaded with several planks of wood, marked with a red spray-painted cross. Those who frequently explore ancient tombs in the wild are aware of the saying regarding thief tunnels. Ancient round, modern square. This means that circular tunnels are typically the work of ancient individuals, while square ones are excavated by modern-day grave robbers since the 1990s. While this assertion holds some truth, it is not entirely accurate. Contemporary tomb raiders also dig round tunnels due to their efficiency. However, square tunnels have indeed emerged within the last decade or two, as modern methods, including explosives, allow for quicker and less labor-intensive excavation. Consequently, today's grave robbers have the capacity to shape these tunnels into squares and reinforce the walls with wooden planks to prevent collapse. He Tao had witnessed such activities, though Old Tang and the female Taoist were unfamiliar with them. The Taoist priestess naturally expressed her skepticism. Aren't thief tunnels generally round? Old Tang, unconditionally trusting He Tao, interjected. Taoist priestess, just heed what teacher he says. He specializes in the study of thief tunnels, code-named pangolin. The female Taoist nodded, then shook her head in confusion. But why would grave robbers seal the entrance with wooden planks? Isn't that rather benevolent of them? Good-hearted? I would argue it is quite the opposite. Old Tang retorted with a hum. The one who sealed the entrance may not be the same as the one who excavated it. According to He Tao's analysis, it seems there were others who entered through this tunnel, only to find nothing and subsequently sealed it to avoid misleading their companions. Judging by the state of the paint, it was likely sealed not long ago. Not long ago? Can you discern how long? Old Tang inquired. I would estimate no more than 6 months to a year. He Tao replied. 6 months, good heavens. Old Tang exclaimed in bewilderment, muttering softly, no wonder they sold me the information. They must have discovered there was nothing inside. What did you say? He Tao turned to him, puzzled. I suggested we venture into this tunnel. Just because others found nothing does not mean we will as well. The wooden barrier does not appear to be the work of the police. We can easily remove it. Old Tang then produced a Woyang shovel, using it as a makeshift crowbar to pry the nails from the wooden planks. He Tao did not intervene. The leader of the team lacked the awareness of his position, willingly engaging in hands-on work, which is indeed commendable. The person who sealed the opening merely symbolically hammered it shut, while Lao Tang, exhibiting remarkable efficiency, effortlessly dismantled the wooden board. The entire view of the opening finally revealed itself to everyone. He Tao approached and took a whiff, finding no trace of gunpowder lingering, and no wind blew from the opposite side of the opening. He shone his flashlight inside to observe the situation. It was indeed a tunnel conducive for a person to crawl through. The wooden boards on the inner wall were not entirely removed, judging by their state of decay. It was plausible they had been excavated at the end of the last century, though one could not dismiss the possibility of the dampness here accelerating the corrosion. Who should go in first? Lao Tang inquired. That's a rhetorical question. Whoever bears the talisman goes first. After all, having drawn so much cinnabar, it would be a waste not to utilize it. Me? Lao Tang glanced into the dark, narrow cave and felt a twinge of apprehension. He had not ventured into such tunnels before. His encounters with grave robbers primarily revolved around the thrill of discovering antiques. However, He Tao's reasoning was indeed sound. His assertion about the talisman being at the forefront certainly held weight. What a dreadful predicament. Had I known, I would have drawn this talisman, Lao Tang thought. Feeling somewhat uneasy, he began to suspect that He Tao had foreseen the need to crawl through the tunnel and had intentionally set a trap for him. After a moment of hesitation, Lao Tang reluctantly concocted an excuse. But I'm too large. What if I get stuck inside? That's perfect. We can rescue you from behind, He Tao replied, demonstrating his experience. If you get stuck at the back, we'll all be trapped inside with you. Why is it that you sound so reasonable now, He Tao? Enough dawdling. We cannot afford to linger. The noon hour is approaching. He Tao fixed the flashlight at the mouth of the cave, signaling Lao Tang to hasten. This flashlight will not accompany us inside. It will remain here to mark our entry. With the encouragement of He Tao and Taoist Yoji, Lao Tang painstakingly crawled into the tunnel. To his surprise, the dimensions of the tunnel were far more spacious than he had anticipated. He labored as he advanced, and by the time He Tao entered, Lao Tang had already crawled several meters ahead. Hold on, don't rush ahead. Check for anything we might have missed inside, He Tao called out. What if you find a special edition coin worth thousands? Why didn't you say that earlier? Lao Tang grumbled, halting his advance. While he was not particularly concerned about the monetary value, the significance of discovering a unique coin himself was profound. What had initially seemed like a dull tunnel now piqued his interest. His rapid crawl transformed into a careful exploration as he moved forward. As a result, he indeed stumbled upon something. Old He, there are characters written on the ground. What does it say? He Tao inquired from behind. I can't decipher it. I've never seen these characters before. Are they Chinese characters? Certainly. The strokes do not resemble those of any other language. You don't recognize Chinese characters? How peculiar. How did you fall behind in literacy? He Tao questioned, suspecting that Lao Tang was merely putting on an act, and he had the evidence to support his claim. Have you considered looking at it in reverse? It's possible that the tomb raiders inscribed it while retreating in the direction opposite to yours. Oh, indeed. Old Tang nodded, feeling a surge of inspiration. He risked a neck injury, tilting his head nearly 90 degrees, and finally discerned the inscription. By heaven, what is it? Hey, wait. Why are you stepping back? He Tao exclaimed as Old Tang's feet drew closer to him. Don't retreat. You'll trample me. Then you should move back too. Old Tang replied, his voice trembling. Damn it, I see those two characters. It says help. Old Tang shouted help, with tremendous intensity, as if he were genuinely in peril. The female Taoist priest, who was just about to enter the cave behind He Tao, immediately leaned forward, grasping He Tao's legs in an attempt to pull him out. Wait, please remain calm. Taoist, Old Tang urged. Let me think for a moment. Chapter 33, The Quest for Gold. Help? Upon hearing it, He Tao was momentarily taken aback, his reaction mirroring that of Old Tang. He thought to himself that there must be something sinister at the other end of the tomb. However, he quickly came to his senses and chuckled aloud. Old Tang, you truly are the epitome of cowardice. If it were something genuinely terrifying that prompted cries for help, would the person not be fleeing for their life rather than leisurely engraving words in the cave? Do you think this is a film? What if it was something he wrote before he died? Old Tang retorted, though his tone had softened slightly, acknowledging its implausibility. Then where is his body? He Tao countered sharply. This time, Old Tang fell silent, and the female Taoist priest released her grip on He Tao's legs. Indeed, where's the body? If something so horrifying existed, who would dare enter the tomb to handle the corpse? There isn't even a trace of blood left. From my perspective, this seems to be a prank, for I have done something similar in the past. I wrote there Zongzi inside. He Tao chuckled. After all, those who delve into tombs are likely not of good character, so there is little guilt in scaring someone with a prank. So it's you, is it? Truly absurd. Old Tang felt a mix of anger and amusement, with a hint of embarrassment as the earlier panic dissipated. He cursed the tomb raiders in his heart, and, spurred on by He Tao, continued to crawl forward. This time, the journey was smooth, and they soon emerged from the tomb. Upon exiting, He Tao was astonished by the sight before him. How is it that the tomb leads not to a burial chamber, but to a natural cavern? Above and below, the space was adorned with stalactites of varying sizes, the longest measuring over a meter. Assuming they grow a centimeter every century, these formations may have existed for tens of thousands of years, indicating that this cavern was formed eons ago. Hey, Lao He Old Tang, who had entered earlier and already taken photographs, approached He Tao, nudging him. Are stalactites valuable? Indeed, they are valuable. If they are broken, they can be sold by the pound as traditional medicine. If such a complete, natural stalactite, measuring 1 meter in length, were to be sold for $10,000, it would certainly not be an issue. Goodness, that is even more valuable than antiques from the Qing dynasty. Old Tang exclaimed, rubbing his fists together, feeling a surge of excitement. This is not mere nonsense. Stalactites take tens of thousands of years to form, while from the late Qing to now, it has only been a little over a century. These are not comparable. Let us keep it. Who knows, it might someday be developed into a tourist attraction? He Tao remarked, nodding approvingly at Old Tang. Legally speaking, such underground mineral resources belong to the state. However, these regulations clearly fail to deter tomb raiders. Thus, Old Tang's understanding is commendable. Where shall we go next? Let us wander around and see what the previous tomb raiders were after, He Tao replied, skeptical that tomb raiders would dig such elaborate tunnels merely for stalactites, unless they are out of their minds. The three of them worked together to search the approximately 50 square meter cave, and indeed discovered another tunnel hidden within the crevices of a rock wall. The craftsmanship was similar to the previous tunnel. Having come this far, they naturally pressed on. They crawled through this tunnel once more, and upon emerging, they encountered another natural cave, where the stalactites had grown to an impressive 2 meters in length. Once again, in the corner of the cave wall, they stumbled upon another tunnel. He Tao thought to himself, this is troublesome. It's like a string of candied hawthorns. Surely, it wouldn't lead all the way down to the earth's crust? They continued onward, still in a cave, and the corners revealed yet another tunnel. After repeating this 5 times, they finally emerged from the last tunnel, only to find no more stalactites. Instead, they were greeted by a chamber adorned with murals. Goodness, what on earth were these tomb raiders after? Old Tang sat down heavily, gazing at the dimly lit chamber with a sigh. He had grown weary even of crawling through tunnels. This must be a burial chamber. He Tao contemplated the numerous burial bricks lining the walls, pondering how the treasure enthusiasts outside had lost their wits, mistaking burial bricks for treasures. If they were to see these several truckloads of bricks, they would surely go mad. Upon closer inspection of the mural's content, most depicted men and women attending feasts, along with various scenic paintings of pavilions and towers, illustrating a life of luxury far removed from ordinary existence. Murals typically showcase the life and greatest achievements of the deceased. A professor had once elaborated on this during university. Generals would depict warfare, religious figures would represent rituals, and emperors would signify their ascension and conquests. A classmate had once joked that, fortunately, modern burials no longer follow this custom. Otherwise, his mural would portray a gaunt man in a convalescent state. The murals here clearly indicated that the owner of the grand red coffin, which had been uncovered, must have been a noblewoman in life. Beside the coffin lay several damaged boxes, which had likely contained burial goods, now completely emptied. Aside from these, the chamber was rather desolate, revealing little else of significance. It was evident that it had been thoroughly looted, perfectly showcasing the advantages of the square-shaped tunnels for easy transport. In light of the circumstances, He Tao and Old Tang had long been psychologically prepared to descend through a pre-existing tunnel, hoping to discover an untouched ancient tomb was undoubtedly a fanciful dream. Oldie, come over and examine the material of this coffin. Is it made of golden silk nanmo? Where could there possibly be such an abundance of golden silk nanmo? He Tao approached for a closer look and quickly concluded, this is made of cypress wood. The identity of the coffin's owner is not particularly high, as they are not worthy of golden silk nanmo. Is having a cypress coffin indicative of a low status? Not necessarily. It is quite normal for someone of the third rank to be interred in a cypress coffin, depending on the context of our location. It appears that this is a joint burial site, likely for a wife or concubine, where the coffins are placed. In a feudal society, without a title, a woman's status would not be elevated. Now, take a look at this passageway. The true owner of the tomb should be located over here. Shall we go and have a look? Suggested the female Taoist. Not so fast. Old Tang raised his hand to halt them, rolling up his sleeves to show the Taoist the talisman on his arm. I was sweating earlier, and it got a bit smudged. Could you assist me in reapplying it? I need to prepare for the treasure seeking. Treasure seeking? You can actually seek treasure? He Tao peered into the coffin, which was empty, devoid of any contents. It's all just air. What do you intend to seek? Perform a magic trick? You simply do not understand, Old Tang chuckled. Look at this coffin. It is vast on the outside, yet the interior space is quite limited. What does that signify? It indicates the presence of a hidden compartment. Consider how desperate a grave robber must be to disturb someone's remains. Clearly, they did not discover any valuable treasures and became frustrated. Therefore, the truly valuable burial items must reside within the hidden compartment of this coffin, and that is where I will seek treasure. Impressive, Old Tang. You possess some skills. He Tao nodded, retrieving his phone to begin recording. Old Tang's jaw dropped in astonishment. The nearby Taoist, Yu Ji, quickly reacted and exclaimed, with the Taoist name Yu Ji, am innocent as well. And what of me? Old Tang replied. We were both coerced into this as grave robbers. He Tao smiled at Old Tang, asking, so, who do you think the grave robber is? Ha, certainly not me. Old Tang chuckled awkwardly, waving his hands and shaking his head, a double negation that equated to affirmation. Before he could finish speaking, the Taoist Yu Ji informed him, the talisman has been restored. You should hurry and seek treasure. No, I refuse to go. Old Tang decisively declined, his gaze resolute like that of a sage. Observing this, He Tao intentionally inquired, what are the treasures within the coffin's hidden compartment? Treasures? There are no treasures. They were long ago taken by previous grave robbers. Facing the camera, Old Tang candidly stated, I am merely an outdoor adventure enthusiast who inadvertently stumbled into this ancient tomb. I was utterly terrified, remaining motionless in a corner, and far from engaging in any treasure-seeking or grave robbing. The two elder siblings present can attest to this. Recording the video served as a precaution, but more importantly, it was to remind the individuals present that there was no need to fall into a trap in a tomb that had already been robbed. As for the clever remarks made by Lao Tang regarding the coffin, He Tao waved him over, saying, come here, Lao Tang. I won't come over, Lao Tang replied. It's not that I wish to deceive you. I have something of importance to discuss. Then just say it. What is the matter? If you don't come over, how can you discern whether this coffin truly possesses a hidden compartment? He Tao reached out and gently tapped the outer layer of the coffin. Contrary to Lao Tang's expectations of a hollow sound, it resonated with a dull thud. Lao Tang understood and quietly inquired, is it solid? Yes and no, to be precise. It indeed has a compartment, Tao explained to the oblivious Lao Tang. This is a burial custom from the Ming dynasty in the vicinity of Yinjing, known as a double coffin. In simple terms, it consists of 2 layers with materials such as blood and lime added between them, which, after drying, are coated with a layer of lacquer, resulting in the appearance you see now. The primary purpose is not to conceal burial goods, but rather to prevent decay. After listening, Lao Tang remained somewhat puzzled and could not help but ask, since there is no hidden compartment, why did these tomb raiders disturb even the remains of the deceased? If you ask me, I have no idea, Tao shrugged. You would have to inquire with those who worked back then. Haven't you ever done this before? Never. I've never turned Zongzi, Tao replied. Speaking of turning Zongzi, Tao couldn't help but glance at Lao Tang's arm adorned with talismans. You wish to touch gold without even wearing gloves? You truly have a bold spirit. The talismans of a Taoist can ward off magic. But corrosive liquids are a form of chemical assault. The two are not of the same system at all. Lao Tang was unaware that Tao was mocking him, yet he sensed a hint of jest in Tao's gaze, which made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. He quickly tugged at his sleeve and shifted the topic, saying, "Since there is nothing of interest here, shall we proceed to the main burial chamber? Sure, let us go directly through this passageway." The 3 of them traversed the dark, narrow, and low passage, soon arriving at a larger burial chamber. Tao swept the flashlight around, observing the orientations of several other passageways and gaining a rough understanding of the burial layout. They found themselves in a subterranean chamber resembling a Sihuan structure. The ancients believed that burial should mirror life. What one enjoyed in life should ideally continue in death. Thus, the owner of this burial chamber had resided in a Sihuan during their lifetime. So, was he a true son of the capital? This gentleman was indeed quite traditional. Even in death, he wished to remain within a Sihuan. Such wealth, to construct a Sihuan as a tomb within the mountains. Or perhaps it was power. Tao speculated. He must have been a high-ranking official, at least a 2nd grade or above, or perhaps a prince or nobleman. In any case, those below the 3rd grade would not possess such extravagance. With too little information to make a decisive judgment, Tao could only deduce from the murals and engravings on the tomb bricks that the identity of the deceased was likely of considerable stature, conservatively, a 2nd grade official, probably posthumously elevated to 1st grade. A 2nd grade? That must mean a deputy minister? Lao Tang exclaimed. Indeed, a deputy minister during the Qing dynasty was a lucrative position, especially if it was in the Ministry of Revenue. How did those fellows who came here before manage to find this place? Did they possess X-ray vision? As Lao Tang listened to Tao's explanation, he couldn't help but express his amazement. He was accustomed to solitary tomb chambers. Yet this courtyard-style structure was a novel sight for him. Surely, the burial goods of a single room would differ from those of a courtyard. Regrettably, they arrived too late. The treasures had long been removed, leaving only a few earthenware pots and fragments of bricks in the corner. However, Tao and Old Tang, seasoned individuals, could not bring themselves to lay hands on these remnants, for such actions would tarnish the dignity of their profession. Within the tomb chamber, the most valuable item remaining was the coffin of the deceased, crafted from 6 thick planks of golden silk Namu wood, intricately joined together. In today's market, it could easily fetch $1 million. Old Tang pondered for a considerable time, but could not devise a means to extract it. The tunnel was too narrow, and the coffin too large. Ultimately, he requested Tao's assistance in illuminating the coffin, capturing its details from various angles. They might invite someone to inter it here. Such a spacious tomb chamber seemed a waste to leave empty. If they sealed the tunnel, they would even save on burial costs. Old Tang's proposition elicited an exclamation of admiration from Tao. Tang, among the antiquities dealers in this world, none are as unscrupulous as you. Ha! Thank you for the compliment, Old Tang replied, unfazed by Tao's jibe. He was preoccupied with another concern. The thought of excavating numerous tunnels again was disheartening. Oldie, do you think we could exit through the front door? Tao gestured towards the firmly shut tomb entrance. Behind the door, a keystone supported it. As long as there was no collapse outside, moving the keystone would allow the door to open easily. Indeed, the main entrance of the tomb, with such a large chamber, there must be a passage outside. We can take the shortcut, Old Tang planned with excitement. Once we exit the tomb door and proceed along the passage, we should find the entrance, and then we can dig a tunnel beside it to escape. Moreover, I sense that as we traversed the cave, we descended into lower terrain. Perhaps we have already approached the foot of the mountain. If we dig a tunnel, we could emerge right next to the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Tao instinctively felt dubious and wished to decline. Your idea is intriguing, but what if the tunnel proves impassable? Old Tang scoffed, considering Tao's thoughts misguided. ISNT at the role of an expert like you to identify such issues before we begin digging? Well, that seems somewhat reasonable. Shall we proceed along the passage to investigate? Let us go, lend a hand. Not so fast. I must first record the original appearance of this keystone. Itao did not genuinely intend to excavate a tunnel. He was merely accompanying his employer on an excursion. Having worked for less than 5 hours, receiving a piece of jade from Old Tang felt somewhat awkward. Let us explore a bit longer. Simultaneously, we can check for mobile signal near the surface to help locate this ancient tomb for reporting. Just as Old Tang was moving the keystone, a few kilometers away, two youthful figures with innocent expressions were traversing through the woods beside the provincial road where his G-Class vehicle was parked. Two individuals, one named De Jong and the other Ainyo, recently graduated from their specialized studies and are now contemplating their investment ventures from the comfort of their homes. Just a few days ago, they stumbled upon what appears to be the quickest method for ordinary individuals to amass wealth: tomb raiding. Their inspiration came from a treasure appraisal streamer known as he, affectionately referred to as Heba2, utilizing the insights imparted by Heba2. After several days of searching, they finally identified their first target. Is this not exactly what teacher he described last time? De Jong pointed out, observing the area where grass had not grown, while everything else surrounding it was overrun with greenery. What are you looking at me for? De Jong questioned, puzzled. Isn't this the clip you forwarded to me from Heba2? Surely you understand it better. This spot was also your discovery, and Neo replied. I'm merely here to lend a hand, digging the grave. There's no rush in digging the grave. If it comes to it, I can have my father come assist us. Anyo urged his companion to remain patient, advising them to think carefully before taking action. We need to ascertain whether there truly lies a tomb beneath us. There are several patches of land here devoid of grass. If we dig in the wrong place, we'll be made fools of. How can we confirm that? De Jong suggested. Should we connect with Heba2 to inquire? That won't do. Anyo decisively shook his head. His streaming channel was suspended yesterday. It's uncertain whether he'll broadcast today. Suspended? That indicates he possesses genuine expertise, De Jong remarked. Certainly. He has been referred to as the master. The two young men exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that tomb raiding is indeed quite challenging, particularly for individuals like them who yearn for instant wealth. If they were to dig incorrectly, it would equate to wasting an entire day's worth of meals. After much deliberation, Anyo finally mustered his resolve, pointing at the barren land before them. Let us proceed without further ado. Even if we merely unearth a piece of tomb brick, we'll consider it a success. We can sell it for some funds to purchase a Woyang shovel, and then seek guidance from the master on how to locate tombs. Together, we shall advance step by step, growing stronger. De Jong had eagerly awaited this declaration from his companion. His hoe was already itching with impatience. Without hesitation, he commenced the excavation. Although labeled as tomb raiding, it resembled more of a simple digging endeavor. Lacking the skills to create a proper grave, the two resorted to rudimentary methods, unearthing the grassless area entirely. As the pit deepened, the color of the soil began to alter. Anyo confidently declared, We've reached the sealing soil. De Jong, filled with excitement, exclaimed, Is that so? That is splendid. But what does sealing soil signify? If you don't understand, why are you so thrilled? Anyo chided playfully. Isn't it part of the emotional journey? Hurry, enlighten me. What is sealing soil? Sealing soil refers to the layer of earth used to reinforce the top of the tomb chamber. Discovering sealing soil indicates that they are nearing the ancient tomb. As Anyo explained, he crouched down, plucking a chunk of mud to bring it to his nose for a whiff. Expert tomb raiders do this. However, he lacked true understanding and could not discern any particular scent. Feigning expertise, he sought to motivate his companion. We're close. De Jong will be there soon. Just a bit more effort. All right. De Jong raised his hoe above his head and swung it down with vigor. A resonant clang echoed immediately. The hoe appears to have struck something remarkably solid. Has a shipment arrived? Have they unearthed a tombstone? The two individuals simultaneously halted their actions, crouching down to discern what they had uncovered. Indeed, it was a tombstone, seemingly buried for many years. Woo, let's take off. Shoo, keep it down. We might attract passers-by. Ainyu gestured for silence, carefully brushing the soil off the tombstone. Nearby, De Jong suddenly nudged his waist gently. What is it? Did you hear that sound? What sound? Ainyu lifted his head, scanning the surroundings. Is it the sound of a vehicle or someone talking? Neither. De Jong shook his head, frowning, and pointed to the ground beneath them. It seems there's some commotion below. Below? Are you kidding me? This is an ancient tomb. What could possibly be moving? Before Ainyu could finish his sentence, a sudden metallic clang against stone resonated. Ding! The sound was unmistakably emanating from beneath the earth, causing him to jump in fright. Holy crap, there really is something down there. Daeong scoffed, smirking. See, my hearing is quite acute. Not now, buddy. Is this really the time for boasting? Aniu turned to his companion, exasperated. This is an ancient tomb. If there's noise inside, have you considered what it might be? What's there to think about? It's probably just a big zongzi. Daeong replied casually, only to instinctively cover his mouth afterward. What did I just say? He exchanged a glance with Aniu, both recognizing the terror reflected in each other's eyes. There were no signs of tomb raiding in the vicinity. They had confirmed that just yesterday. If there was commotion within the tomb, it could only be caused by something that already resided there. What could possibly be inside? The tomb's master. Could it be that the earlier noise awakened him? Aniu glanced at the tombstone he had been digging around. Just then, the tombstone trembled slightly, accompanied by a louder thud. Daeong also witnessed this occurrence, trembling as he spoke. Aniu, this stone, it seems to be moving. Of course, if he is awakened, he'll surely want to come out. Aniu gritted his teeth, firmly standing on the tombstone while directing his companion. Quick, cover it back up. We absolutely cannot let this thing out. 5 minutes later, underground, at the entrance of the tomb, Lao Tang scratched his head, murmuring to himself. Strange, I distinctly felt like I had pried something loose just now. Why is there no response now? You must be hallucinating, He Tao remarked, munching on compressed biscuits. In 5,000 years of Chinese history, I've never heard of a tomb raider who exited through the front door after digging a hole. If you succeed and then get caught by the police, you'd certainly become a laughingstock in the news. Haha, you're right. It must be a hallucination. For Lao Tang, this tomb raiding expedition yielded no material gains. Yet it was rich in emotional value. Seeing the employers so elated, He Tao felt a sense of happiness as well. This ancient jade, valued at 500,000, was indeed acquired with remarkable ease. Feasting and drinking at the expense of the tomb owner, Old Tang remarked, a hint of confusion in his voice. With your expertise, it's not difficult to earn over 100,000 a month from tomb raiding. Even if you were caught, you could always call your brothers for assistance. How much can you truly earn from live streaming appraisals? I've heard that your industry is about to undergo significant regulation, and without a professional certification, you won't even be able to broadcast. Why not come work with me instead? Work with you? He Tao decisively shook his head. Isn't that merely a life of unearned gains? How does that differ from my previous existence? The old master once told me that tomb raiding is ultimately a gray area. No matter how much money you make, you will never have the chance to perform on stage, and even spending money must be done in secrecy. It may be acceptable for the elderly to engage in this profession, but what do the youth seek? All right, I understand your perspective, Old Tang nodded, resigned yet respectful of He Tao's decision. By the way, while you're here, where is your master? It has been ages since I last saw the old master. Since I'm here, I would like to meet him. Do you genuinely wish to see him? Indeed, I am half his disciple. Is something wrong? Has the old master encountered any trouble? Nothing serious. He just got caught in a trap. If you wish to visit him, spend a couple of days in Yinjing first. This weekend happens to be my scheduled visit to the prison. You can accompany me then. The old master was just mentioning you the last time we spoke. He Tao mimicked the old man's tone. If only little Tang could come here to keep me company. He is so strong and has connections. He would surely be a great asset, providing me with support. Chapter 36. The new assistant arrives. The old master can be considered half a mentor to He Tao, although he never formally became a disciple. Most of the knowledge regarding feng shui and tomb raiding was imparted by him. In the early days, the old master was quite secretive, fearing that teaching his apprentice would lead to his own demise. However, since his arrest a year ago, the tables have turned. Alone and without family in prison, he could only rely on He Tao for visits and a little pocket money transferred to his prison account. Fearing that He Tao might find it burdensome to assist him continuously, he decided to pass on all the ancient feng shui texts he had concealed in his rented room, even offering free consultation services from behind bars. Thus, in a way, the police inadvertently aided He Tao significantly. Had the old master not been incarcerated, He Tao would have taken years to learn from him, and it would likely have taken a decade or two to master the craft, lacking the efficiency he now enjoys. After arranging a meeting point for the weekend, He Tao and Old Tang parted ways at the foot of the appraisal hall's corporate building. Old Tang, following the arrangements made by his family elders, was set to go on a blind date with a wealthy woman worth over 100 million. This bald-headed fellow, resembling a boiled egg, somehow managed to live off someone else's riches. It wasn't he that wealthy women were lowering their standards. Rather, Old Tang's connections were formidable. It's no wonder he earned the nickname God of Rebirth in the circle. His luck was indeed extraordinary. Nevertheless, He Tao felt no envy. He intended to leverage the Appraisal Hall S account to elevate his own popularity and wait for an opportunity to soar. Suddenly, the director rushed over, striding quickly while exclaiming, "The supervisor has been waiting for you," and is nearly beside himself with worry. "Waiting for me?" "Indeed. Everyone is awaiting your arrival in the grand conference room." "Is that so?" Hitao glanced at the time, reassured that he was not late, yet the director's words implied he was somehow delaying everyone. He waved dismissively, asking, "Where is the grand conference room? Lead the way." "Certainly. Teacher allow me to inform you that we have a new colleague today who will be your assistant. He is exceptionally handsome." "Wait a moment." Hitao halted mid-step, inquiring, "You mean my new assistant is handsome? Are you saying he's a man?" "Yes, indeed, a youthful lad, who enjoys singing, dancing, and playing basketball in his spare time." "Please speak properly. What is this man's background? Is he a trainee?" "Huh, how would I know his background?" The director chuckled a bit sheepishly. "President Chen mentioned that you were well aware of the situation, and I should refrain from meddling." "Well aware? My understanding of assistants is that they're 18 years old. Oh wait, I recall now." As Hitao spoke, he suddenly remembered President Chen had previously mentioned that the risks of live broadcasting were too high, and an assistant was needed to shoulder the blame. So, this is essentially a scapegoat for himself. Quite splendid. He could now act with greater audacity. In the conference room, the atmosphere felt somewhat oppressive. The Jianbao Tang account had been operational for over 3 years, and this was its first ban. Following an appeal, the official reason provided by Douyin for the ban was inducing viewers to engage in illegal activities. This accusation struck President Chen with cold sweat. If things escalated, it could end up in a legal daily. He hurriedly leveraged connections and reached out to old classmates, exerting considerable effort to finally have the account reinstated. The reason for the ban was subsequently changed to vulgarity at the edge. This was more palatable. They would rather acknowledge Hitao's borderline behavior than admit to any illegal actions. However, the unblocking of the account did not signify that the matter was resolved. President Chen decided to seize this opportunity for change. The assistant would be the first step in this transformation. Once Hitao entered, everyone introduced themselves briefly, and President Chen got straight to the point. "Teacher from now on, Chao Haiyun will be your assistant in the live broadcast. He is a recent graduate majoring in civil engineering, lacking knowledge in appraisal and experience in live broadcasting, as this is his first foray into the industry. I hope you will guide him well." Chao Haiyun, displaying great respect, stood up and bowed to Hitao, stating, "Teacher I look forward to your guidance." Hitao did not say much, merely nodding in acknowledgement. A civil engineering major? Indeed, quite fitting for bearing the blame. And in turn, managing a project worth 6 million is precisely what their field entails. Reflecting on this, Hitao felt a twinge of sympathy for Chao Haiyun. His classmates were securing stable positions on construction sites, whereas he was merely risking violations that could lead to a ban. The comparison was stark. With this thought in mind, Hitao turned to President Chen and asked, "Have you explained Chao Haiyun's primary responsibilities to him?" "I have," President Chen confirmed, turning to Chao Haiyun now. "Please reiterate them yourself." "Certainly. In the forthcoming 3-month internship, my primary responsibility will be to assist teacher during live broadcasts, acting as a supportive presence to manage challenging viewers, while simultaneously acquiring advanced treasure appraisal techniques, with the aspiration of achieving independent broadcasting capabilities in due course. This encapsulates my role." Upon realizing that the conversation had reached its conclusion, Hitao expressed his astonishment. "Is that all? Mr. Chen, did you not inform him about the potential pitfalls? He has not committed any errors. Why would I mention that?" Mr. Chen replied dismissively, casting furtive glances at Hitao, signaling him to refrain from further comments. Securing an intern is no small feat. However, Hitao held a different perspective. He just graduated. Is it not appropriate to clarify matters with him? "Ah, Chao Haiyun, I must forewarn you that serving as an assistant here carries certain risks, including the possibility of legal troubles and being blacklisted, though incarceration is not one of them. I wonder if you can accept that." Chao Haiyun, puzzled, glanced at Mr. Chen, recalling that such warnings were not part of the recruitment narrative, which emphasized proximity to the user front lines and ample opportunities for advancement. Mr. Chen chose to ignore the intern's disheartened gaze and shot a fierce glare at Hitao, feeling an internal frustration that could not be expressed outwardly. Criticizing Hitao would only serve to diminish his own standing. He swiftly adjusted his demeanor, adopting a gentle tone and a warm smile to address the young individual beside him. "Chao Haiyun, what teacher he mentioned pertains to exceedingly rare circumstances, akin to the likelihood of the sky falling. Our company does not have a practice of making interns shoulder blame, so you may rest assured." I understand. Galhaun ziplit sets the noding. Thank you, Mr. Chun. And I appreciate teacher he's warning. However, having chosen this position, I am determined to fulfill my duties diligently and hope to receive your guidance in the future. Guidance is certainly no trouble, as long as you are amenable. He Tao acknowledged with satisfaction. Graduates in civil engineering possess an admirable resolve, reminiscent of those just embarking on their video endeavors. Well, we have no other option. Let us proceed indoors to commence the broadcast. Before the live stream began, Mr. Chun discreetly instructed He Tao through the glass. Chow Haiyun will be compensated 500 for his work on site, while I will allocate 500 to him. Do not squander that 5,000. Remember, just tell everyone he is your new apprentice. He Tao silently nodded, forming an OK gesture behind his back. All units, prepare. The broadcast begins. Good afternoon, treasure enthusiasts. Allow me to introduce our new friend standing behind me, my newly acquired apprentice, Xiao Chao. He is primarily here to learn the craft, so I encourage everyone to share your most prized possessions. Apprentice? Does that not make him a mere underling? Why do I get the impression he resembles a police officer? Could he be here to ensnare us? Xiao Chao, what is your surname? Is teacher he really resorting to pilfering inside jokes? He Tao was taken aback by the predominant reaction in the comments section, which centered around the notion of appropriating jokes. It seemed the live stream had attracted a considerable number of fans from the neighboring Quan family. That is splendid. From now on, let them seek out Mr. Quan for ancient coins, as He Tao is not well versed in this field. Come, let's extend a warm welcome to our esteemed friend, Layla Beta. Chapter 37. The path remains a mystery. Good evening, teacher He. I would like to request your assistance in evaluating this piece of jade. A gentleman, whose voice resembled that of Liu Bo, inquired while holding a jade pendant. Could you assist in estimating its worth? The jade pendant is shaped like a bow, intricately carved with numerous swirling cloud patterns, though its quality has been severely compromised by soil erosion. Given the heavy soil rust, it is worth 50 as an archaeological artifact. The remaining 50 would be a mere imitation. Upon seeing the item, He Tao immediately entered a focused state, directing the friend, "Come, move a little closer. Steady your hand. Brother, let us focus on the details. Now, let us turn it over for a better look. Aha, I see it clearly. My friend, for where did you acquire this piece? Pay attention to the expression of the buyer. Something seems amiss. This piece should be authentic, otherwise, the appraiser would have valued it at 500. Remarkable jade. Its age is unmistakable. Such deep soil infiltration. It must be a burial offering. I bought it from them. Who are they? The tomb owner? Huh? No, just some acquaintances I'm not very familiar with. Ha, my friend, do not be anxious. I was merely inquiring. He Tao had never encountered such a stammering individual before. If he were to partake in a game of werewolf, he would undoubtedly be labeled as the stuttering wolf. It's clear he is not a reputable person. Did you purchase it from seasoned collector, or did you unearth it yourself? This distinction is significant, especially since it is a Han Dynasty jade pendant. Is it from the Han Dynasty? Indeed, the symmetrical swirling cloud pattern is predominantly from the Western Han period. Furthermore, examining the color, most areas have already calcified and yellowed, confirming its age. Without a doubt, it dates back to the Western Han, freshly excavated from a burial site. He Tao analyzed with expertise. Oh, the friend responded with a start, then hesitantly continued. I bought it from a friend of mine. Is your friend a tomb raider? No. Is he a smuggler? Not quite. The tone suggests otherwise. The brother's voice is trembling. How foolish. Just admit your friend is from the Han Dynasty. He keeps insisting he bought it. What a curious individual. Such an honest friend, answering every question earnestly. He Tao also discerned that this friend might be somewhat naive. The last time he encountered a similar individual, after establishing the age of the item, the person fled in fear of being apprehended, unlike this gentleman, who continued to engage in conversation. So how did you come by it? I was visiting a friend's house and saw it there, so I bought it. He is not someone I know very well. Listening to this, He Tao chuckled. The friend suddenly seemed more astute, even attempting to distance himself from the connection. An unfamiliar friend? If he were truly unfamiliar, would he sell such an item to you? Your explanation lacks credibility. However, should the police inquire, it may be prudent to refrain from saying it was purchased. Instead, mention that it was exchanged for collectibles, such as a figurine or a Yu-Gi-Oh card. You are indeed not familiar with this friend, severing ties. In the monitoring room, General Chun observed the scene before him, his right eyelid twitching slightly. Previously, he had only heard the director on the phone describe He Tao's live broadcasts as exceedingly audacious, often conversing in cryptic language with tomb raiders. He believed the director was exaggerating. After all, Where could such tomb raiders be found? However, witnessing this moment, he could not help but quietly inquire of the director beside him. Does Mr. He's behavior not constitute instructing the suspect on how to evade culpability? What are your thoughts? The director felt a tightening in his chest, realizing that General Chun was testing him. It seemed that the incident regarding the account suspension had not been entirely put to rest. Should he provide an incorrect answer, dismissal would likely follow. Fortunately, he had discerned General Chin's mindset, which was to unconditionally support Mr. He. Treating Mr. He as if he were General Chun's own father would be the correct approach. General Chun, your assertion is misplaced. Mr. He is clearly employing irony to counsel this friend towards virtue. Moreover, live broadcasts are recorded in real time. Should the police wish to investigate, they need only review the footage to grasp the entirety of the situation. Upon hearing this, General Chun silently nodded. Since the professional director had stated as such, there should be no issue. In a live broadcast room, He Tao posed a final question. Dear friend, is this not-so-familiar companion of yours from Xiang City? No. Then where is he from? Handong Province. Location confirmed. What does the boss intend to do? Lead the police? This is the inquiry's locus. Let us see which of his subordinates sold him out. It seems Mr. He is quite displeased with his subordinates. A Handong native, venturing to Xiang City to excavate Han tombs. Dear friend, please relay to your companion that he has overstepped. Oh, the friend instinctively responded, then suddenly exclaimed, Huh? What do you mean overstepped? It is exceedingly discourteous for a Qi individual to intrude upon the territory of Chu with a spade. There is no need for police investigation. Upon recognition, fellow practitioners will directly escort him to the police station. Do you understand? Yes, advise him to surrender voluntarily. I fear he may be seized by his peers and unceremoniously disposed of in the lake as fish bait. This is the boss's warning. You're in deep trouble. There are rules within each profession. Disregard for them may lead to dire consequences. As a citizen of a Qin state, am I not permitted to excavate anywhere? Come, let us welcome the next esteemed friend. Brother Tiger, luxury car wholesale. Brother, can luxury cars also be wholesaled? Upon seeing the name, He Tao began to chuckle. I wholesale Porsche vehicles. Would Mr. He care for one? I can assist in swapping the emblem. Should your success rate in flirting drop below 50%, I will unconditionally accept a return. Is that for real? He Tao beckoned to his assistant. Come, help me add this, brother. For now, let us discuss treasures. We'll address the flirting matter later. Sure thing, I would like to ask the teacher to take a look at this pot. It was a purple clay teapot. A fitting choice for a prominent figure in the automotive industry, aligning well with common perceptions. He Tao, however, was not particularly knowledgeable about contemporary items. He had merely absorbed some knowledge regarding purple clay teapots during tea sessions at the homes of various business owners. Dear friend, to speak candidly, I am not particularly knowledgeable about purple clay teapots, but I shall endeavor to assist you in examining it. Please lift it up so that I may inspect the base. The friend leisurely revealed the bottom of the teapot. There, inscribed in the classic 3-character seal, was the name Gu Jingzhou. As soon as this mark appeared, even the audience understood its significance. What a blatant counterfeit. Out of 100 with Gu Jingzhou's mark, 99 are fake. It is quite unattractive and does not resemble a master's work. An authentic piece would be worth several million. Such treasures are not easily encountered. My dear fellow, in recent years, the auction price for Gu Jingzhou's teapots has not dipped below 1.5 million. How much did you pay for this one? How much did you acquire this teapot for? 5,000. 5,000? The expert remarked that if this piece were genuine, it would be worth at least 150,000. So much money. Then we would be in fortune. In fortune? I fear you are mistaken. This is undoubtedly a fake. Teacher, this teapot must be a replica. Could you kindly assess whether this imitation is of good or poor quality? It is certainly of poor quality, and quite atrocious at that. He Tao stated with grave seriousness. Dear friend, be honest with me. Did your wife purchase this teapot for you to brew tea? No. It was a gift from my brother-in-law, my wife's sister's husband. Oh, that is somewhat reassuring. This teapot is made of very inferior purple clay. It may serve you well for a year or two, but over time, you will not know how it deteriorates. There's a problem with the brother-in-law. Brother, it is time for tea. Is it toxic? It must be made from chemical clay. It may not be fatal, but it could lead to hyperthyroidism or seizures. Sudden seizures could indeed be perilous. The teacher speaks truth. Is it poisonous? The friend was taken aback, glancing at the comments before turning to his wife beside him and saying, Please tell your brother-in-law to return the money promptly. The owner of the vehicle shop departed with heartfelt gratitude. He Tao, who had saved a life, felt an overwhelming surge of emotional satisfaction. A virtuous deed indeed. What a delightful sensation. And now, who is our next friend? Director, please bring him forth. Hello, Hitao. Hitao was unprepared for such a greeting. Even more surprising was that the individual was outdoors, speaking into a microphone directed at a mountain. Chapter 38. I will help you find a lawyer. What did you call me? Boss, what is it? You might as well call me Little He. By the way, dear friend, what has happened to your voice? Hitao had not noticed earlier, but this friend's manner of speaking was quite peculiar. Not only was the voice hoarse, which many smokers have, but there was also a threadbare quality to it, as if each word was laboriously extracted from his throat, leaving one concerned for his well-being at any moment. I'm fine. I'm just a bit tired. Boss, could you assist me in assessing the feng shui of this location? ISNT, this old friend, incredibly dedicated. This brother truly embodies the spirit of loving one's profession. Let us hope he doesn't overexert himself and collapse. Dying in front of someone's grave would be rather inappropriate, akin to a tragic romance. Hitao's thoughts were quite similar to those of his friend. Given the circumstances, why would one still consult feng shui? Are they intending to exchange places with the tomb's owner? However, despite his gentle admonitions, his friend was utterly unyielding and insisted on seeking his assistance. I must get to the bottom of this today, or I shall not find peace in sleep, he declared. Very well, then, ask swiftly, and I shall respond promptly. It seems to me that there is a significant tomb in this vicinity. What do you think? He inquired. Which location are you referring to? Over there, behind that small hill. Hitao followed the direction indicated by his friend. The terrain indeed appeared favorable, a rising ground flanked by smaller hills, a sight that could be deemed auspicious. May I pose a question, my friend? Does the area you are pointing to receive sunlight during the day? Let me think. Yes, it seems to bask in sunlight consistently. I recall the map indicated it faces south. Understood. That indeed suggests the possibility of a substantial tomb. Based solely on the terrain and positioning, it could very well accommodate a general. But if a new grave were established here, would there be any taboos associated with it? His friend inquired. Should we perhaps arrange a formation to subdue any negative energy? Determining the burial site differs from assessing feng shui. The former relies on experiential judgment, where the living analyze ancient burial customs with reasoned insight. It is akin to emotional counseling, stock predictions, or real estate evaluations. However, live streaming the examination of burial sites. Interpreting feng shui and divining fortunes shifts the nature of the inquiry, often leading to accusations of feudal superstition, which is likely to result in censorship. I am not seeking to examine a grave. I merely wish to ask a casual question. Who asks such questions casually? Please do not implicate me. Come on. We are friends. Spare the circumlocution and speak plainly. Hitao encouraged, the internet is virtual. Do not be overly apprehensive. Alright. I shall be direct then. Hitao, in your lifetime of tomb raiding, have you ever encountered a real zongzi? One that moves? I mean a truly animated one. It seems my friend is caught in a whirlwind of thoughts. He appears to have an obsession with tomb raiding novels. Why do I feel he has genuinely encountered a zongzi? I too am curious. Does such a thing truly exist? I have indeed seen zongzi, but none that move. If such a thing were move, it would defy the laws of nature. Hitao, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Have you truly never encountered a moving zongzi? Or are you merely hesitant to admit it on stream? Absolutely not. 100%. I have never seen such a thing. Hey, are you all right? Did we lose the connection? Just as Hitao was beginning to suspect his friend's internet connection was faltering and was preparing to disconnect. His friend spoke again in a half-hearted voice. But I have seen one, a living zongzi. It was in the ancient tomb on the mountain opposite this afternoon. And I was not the only one. My companions who accompanied me to the tomb also witnessed it. Though one of them was rather oblivious and did not react as strongly as I did. I was originally quite composed until I was startled. His friend's account sounded utterly credible. Hitao coughed discreetly to stifle his laughter. I did not consume any mushrooms. All right, I trust you, but please remain calm. Are you joking with me? No, I assure you, I am quite professional. Regardless of how amusing it may be, I shall not laugh. Please continue and recount how you encountered the zongzi. It was like this. I previously watched you converse with a fisherman from the northeast, who claimed that no grass grows atop ancient tombs, which reminded me of a similar location in my vicinity. I arranged with my close friend to excavate there. Yet another mischief concocted by the streamer. Goodness, it sounds so believable. It truly feels real. I too believe in the existence of zongzi. Could it be that this brother is a novelist? This person is revealing too much. Someone call the police. What Hitao did not anticipate was that some individuals in the comments genuinely believed Baoyu's account. convinced that he had encountered real Zongzi. But why does no one believe they are Qin Shi Huang? Please, I am not jesting. Before we even opened the tomb door, we heard noises within, and the tomb bricks began to shift, as if something was about to break through the earth. Had I not reacted swiftly and directed others to fill the theft hole, that great Zongzi would have likely emerged. Even now, as Bao Yu recounts this incident, he retains a tone of lingering trepidation, which does not seem feigned. He Tao pondered this, yet could not comprehend it fully. The term Zongzi itself is a euphemism, categorized into dry Zongzi and meat Zongzi. The notion of a living Zongzi is a later addition in novels. Bao Yu's description resembles more closely that of a drought demon. But such entities belong to the realm of fantasy, not reality. Brother, if you truly do not believe, I suggest you report it to the authorities. After careful consideration, He Tao proposed, you haven't entered the tomb. At most, it would result in a detention. The advantage of reporting is that the police can help dispel your inner demons. Otherwise, with your peculiar ramblings, you may risk being committed to a psychiatric facility. Report it? Bao Yu silently weighed the pros and cons, inquiring, given my situation, would reporting mean I wouldn't face imprisonment? Certainly not, as long as you have not entered. He Tao asserted emphatically. But what if? There's no what if. If they truly wish to press charges against you, contact me, and I will assist in finding a lawyer. You have addressed me as head, so I shall certainly help. Head is resolute. The lawyer He Tao knows must be formidable. Truly, he is my favorite tomb raiding streamer. I declare, I will choose you as the spokesperson next time. Chapter 39. The Legendary Charcoal Kiln. What is happening? Are all of you here my own brothers? I do not recall having such a large following, ever since I persuaded that friend who claimed to see Zongzi to report it voluntarily. Many old friends who joined the stream have started to pay their respects, each one addressing me as head. If a newcomer stumbled into the live stream, they might have reported it immediately. This is not a treasure appraisal stream. It resembles a gathering of a tomb raiding crew. You may address me as head, but under certain conditions. He Tao raised 2 fingers. You must either be like the previous brother, who has never entered a tomb, or, if you have, be willing to report yourself. If one does not meet even a single condition, it is best not to come here. We do not accept the worthless. Now, I hope that the next friend joining the conversation will heed my words. Good evening. Aochuang Ceramic Art Boutique Exhibition. This friend's name seems to indicate expertise. Expertise, you say? I have come today to learn alongside Master He. The friend speaking has a voice reminiscent of a man in his 50s or 60s, his tone sincere and humble, and combined with his nickname, he gives off the aura of a knowledgeable collector. Before us lies a piece of white glazed porcelain, the form of which is unprecedented in He Tao's experience. The upper portion resembles a garlic bulb, while the lower half takes the shape of a square bottle. The surface exhibits pronounced crackle and even has a hint of earth rust. Master He, what do you perceive this porcelain to be? I shall test your vision. Testing me? I shall not hold back. This is a modern craft, likely younger than I am. He Tao trusts his eyes. The earth rust on this porcelain appears so artificial that it is almost blatantly false. If the other party intends to test him, he must respond with accuracy. No need for euphemisms. It must be stated plainly. This is a counterfeit. The elder, upon hearing these words, let out a cold laugh. Haha, it seems Master He only understands tomb raiding. He possesses profound knowledge in 9 areas but is utterly clueless in one. However, one cannot blame you. Appraising a treasure like Chai Kiln porcelain requires a certain level of expertise, which you evidently lack. Wait, Elder, are you claiming this is Chai Kiln? What else could it be? He Tao, wary of the Elder's wordplay, inquired further. When you say Chai, do you mean the Chai of firewood? Or the Chai Kiln that Qianlong spent his entire life searching for? Make way, the National Treasure Gang is here. I've seen this person before. He almost drove teacher Haidong to despair. Is the elder planning to traverse Douyin with his Chai Kiln? He Tao, quickly confront him. He's an easy target. Even without the barrage of comments, He Tao could instantly ascertain that this individual belonged to the National Treasure Gang. 1 piece from the Forbidden City, 10 billion from street stalls, purchasing a porcelain vase that could take over a listed company. These are the National Treasure Gang as specialties. Meeting even one of these criteria suffices for direct judgment. He Tao had previously encountered such absurdities on Douyin. Dealing with such individuals is quite straightforward. Ahem, Elder, allow me to speak. Listen closely. This piece of porcelain is new, entirely new, without any dispute regarding its newness. After articulating this statement, He Tao maintained a stern expression, quietly awaiting the other side's reaction. Oddly enough, the elder did not immediately resort to insults, a stark contrast to the situations observed in teacher fan videos. Instead, He admonished He Tao. Master He, do not rush to conclusions. Otherwise, you will end up like that uninformed expert fan. Ah, you have consulted teacher fan? Indeed. He dares not make a judgment. He is a fraud. No wonder. He Tao began to comprehend why the Elder-S defenses were so fortified. He must have been previously bested by teacher fan. Experts like teacher fan and teacher by, who engage in offline appraisals, have indeed done a disservice, inadvertently enhancing the defenses of a national treasure gang. Directly leading to the situation, He Tao was quite candid, yet the old man remained relentless. Attempting to persuade him, allow me to elucidate why this piece is indeed from the chai kiln. First, observe its crackle pattern. Then, take note of the adornments, Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu. Furthermore, there is a mark beneath. Wait a moment. He Tao interjected, unable to contain himself. Does the inscription below read the character chai? Indeed, the old man asserted confidently. Thus, it is from a chai kiln. How could this not be obvious? Is that so? He Tao queried, skepticism evident in his tone. Then if I were to inscribe the character pig beneath, wouldn't that mean you produced it? Why not to draw a pig's head to substantiate that claim? The old man retorted, this, chai, is merely a stylized character. The artistic character is simply too challenging to maintain. He Tao chuckled. This time, He Tao's straightforward approach seemed to elicit some effect. The old man appeared to falter, rapidly muttering, I am not a pig. It is you, lacking in discerning ability. Who is akin to a pig? You possess no foundational knowledge in ancient ceramic appraisal, nor do you have the capacity for research. I genuinely lament for experts of your caliber. No need for that. My good sir, He Tao replied with a smile. You should be lamenting for your wallet. Soon, I will post photos and videos of this counterfeit online, cautioning others to steer clear of it. If you manage to sell it, I shall consider myself bested. Self-congratulation over a national treasure is perfectly acceptable, just as one may wear a dragon robe at home without issue. But seeking public acknowledgement as an emperor while insisting on it is quite distasteful. Do you truly believe that this authentic item will not find a buyer? You are mistaken. It is not an authentic piece, He Tao emphasized. You are indeed a frog at the bottom of the well. At the end of last year, during the 4th International Cultural and Art Auction, a genuine chai kiln piece sold for 50 million. I have already reserved this one, and its valuation is only bound to increase. Is that so? They actually auction such items? The name of the auction house the old man mentioned sounded rather impressive. He Tao, in front of the live audience, promptly opened a web page to search. To his surprise, he indeed found an auction record, a piece labeled Late 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms, chai kiln coral red eared zune, which had sold last year for the same price the old man had mentioned. But does the chai kiln even produce red pieces? He pondered, finding the notion of a coral red chai kiln as absurd as claiming Dongfang Bubi is female. Driven by curiosity, He Tao clicked on the image of the exhibit. The base mark of the red chai kiln piece grew increasingly familiar. Was it not also inscribed with the character chai? Seeing the auction item S base mark, the old man beamed with pride. What do you think? The auction house S chai kiln piece also bears the chai character, just like mine. Am I not correct in calling you a frog at the bottom of the well? My goodness, he has truly managed to convince himself, He Tao thought. Could it genuinely be a chai kiln piece? Is this international auction legitimate? Can anyone knowledgeable clarify? It must be fake. Those types of auctions allow anyone to participate for a fee. He Tao truly did not expect that this so-called national treasure gang would seek endorsement from a dubious auction house. Such a willingness to deceive is remarkable. If he encountered such individuals in the antique market, he would have been disinclined to engage further to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, in a live broadcast as the host, he felt compelled to clarify the matter. Otherwise, what if the other party deceived viewers with their counterfeit slices? What could a dubious auction house possibly signify? Without genuine assurance clauses, they could claim that this porcelain was crafted by extraterrestrial beings and bear no responsibility. Had they not disclosed this dubious auction house, the audience would remain unaware. Now that it has been exposed, they can steer clear of potential pitfalls. He Tao had no intention of persuading the elderly gentleman from the National Treasure Gang. After all, even the experts in treasure appraisal struggle offline, and he certainly would not achieve such feats over the internet. The priority was to ensure that the viewers did not fall victim to deception. When indeed, had a genuine chai kiln artifact ever emerged? Not to mention making headlines, at the very least, one would expect to see it among the top 3 on the trending list of Douyin. The absence of such visibility suggests its non-existence. Furthermore, purchasing a chai kiln piece for 50 million? Even the excavation prices of Ru porcelain exceed that amount. Who do they think they're looking down upon? A genuine chai kiln artifact will be valued at no less than 1 billion. Have you ever excavated Ru porcelain? A newcomer inquired curiously. Hitao regretfully shook his head. No, if I had, would I still be here broadcasting? It was not only he who lacked such fortune. Many sought to dig in this field, yet none had succeeded. He had heard tales of a wealthy magnate from Hong Kong who offered 50 million to an old expert, requesting assistance in procuring 2 excavated Ru porcelain pieces. That was 50 million at the end of the 20th century. Ultimately, the old expert, accompanied by a team of over 20 individuals, ended up alone in the excavation without yielding any results. Where could I possibly find Ru porcelain then? Could you point me in the right direction? Do you see complete pieces or merely shards? Of course, I desire complete ones. That is simple, Hitao replied with a smile. You should excavate at number 4, Jingshan, Qianjia, Yanjing City. You are bound to find something. Is it truly that easy? Indeed, the Palace Museum has already collected it for you, just waiting for your retrieval. The collector felt a chill run down his spine and sighed. Alas, you do not regard me as a brother, do you? Never mind. I would still appreciate your discerning eye. This is something my family unearthed previously. Chapter 40. Just a company task. Are you certain it was excavated? Hitao inquired with a hint of implication. The collector sensed Hitao's suggestion that excavated items must be surrendered. This was common knowledge. He hastily clarified. It was not dug up in the wild. It was discovered while we were excavating our homestead. That should count as our own, right? Perhaps not. Let us first examine the item. Hitao mused that the collector was still young. If what they unearthed were significant cultural relics, not only the items themselves might be subject to surrender, but even the homestead could potentially be claimed. All right, please take a look. The collector presented the porcelain to the camera. At first glance, it resembled a jar for storing wine, with the upper section adorned in yellow glaze and decorative lines, while the lower half displayed the original earthen surface, still seeming to cling to soil. Such an object was evidently a product of a folk kiln. The alkaline crust on your piece is rather substantial. Have you attempted to address it? What are you referring to? The alkaline crust, that unsightly calcification clinging to the bottle, which you cannot eliminate. Do you see it? When Hitao worked in the north, he often encountered individuals excavating porcelain and pottery adorned with alkaline crust. Even the finest porcelain, once afflicted by such a crust, loses a significant portion of its value, often depreciating to a mere tenth of its original worth. So, this is what they call alkaline crust. I have learned something new. And what about this piece? Is it genuine? The item is authentic. For an alkaline crust to form, it must be buried underground for several centuries. This piece is likely over 1,000 years old. From the Tang Dynasty, specifically from the Gongxian kiln. Ah, from the Tang Dynasty? Is it valuable then? Bao turned the bottle around, eager to showcase the overall condition of the item. It was at this moment that Hitao noticed a fresh break at the neck of the bottle, evidently a recent rupture. Is your brother a novice? This work appears rather rough. It has been punctured. What? Bao initially did not comprehend the implication of Hitao's words. Upon realization, he quickly clarified. This was not broken during excavation. It was originally like this. Brother, since you have addressed me as head, do not underestimate my intelligence. This is clearly a fresh break. Speak. When was it unearthed? Commence interrogation. I can see that this notch was just shattered. It seems my brother is an amateur in the realm of tomb raiders. How did you manage to unearth just this one piece? There should be numerous burial artifacts in a Tang tomb. This has been out for quite some time, perhaps over a decade, unearthed when my hometown was renovating the homestead. Oh, your family certainly chose a prime location. Hitao remarked with a thumbs up, right atop someone's grave. Ah, whose grave? Bao continued to feign ignorance. Of course, a Tang grave. During that era, it was customary to include pottery as burial goods. If I recall correctly, Tang tombs are typically situated about 5 to 6 meters underground. As Hitao spoke, he found himself laughing. My friend, did your family excavate 6 meters down for the homestead renovation? What kind of family is this? Are they constructing a 2-story basement? Or perhaps the renovation you mentioned was actually for your ancestors? Bao was momentarily at a loss, unable to conjure a plausible explanation amidst Hitao's barrage of questions. However, he possessed commendable composure, remaining present, still awaiting an appraisal of his find. This indeed aligned with Hitao's perception of tomb raiders, individuals with deep obsessions. Even if adorned with silver bracelets, they would meticulously inquire about the worth of their excavated treasures. One does not dig a hole in vain, nor does one serve time without cause. Well then, do not overthink it. Hitao concluded. This is merely a Tang Dynasty yellow glazed jar, hardly worth much. What are the remaining artifacts in the tomb? Surely there is at least one piece of Tang Sankai. No, they're ISNT. What I mean is without a tomb, Only this one piece was excavated from the homestead. Such a stubborn mouth. I could see right through it, yet you still pretend. This person's IP seems to be from H province, a certain catch. Very well, bow you, as long as you are satisfied. Shall we conclude our discussion for today? As Tao was about to bid farewell, the video feed from Bao Yu suddenly froze, exhibiting a pixelated distortion. The barrage of comments suggested that it was the internet police tracking them. Indeed, as the audience noted, the feed continued to stutter but had yet to disconnect. How remarkable it was that technology had advanced to such a degree. Tao, bewildered by this revelation, pondered whether they should simply endure the freeze. He glanced at the director, who decisively terminated the connection in less than a second. I observed the comments claiming that the internet police were pursuing Tomb Raiders. Would this abrupt disconnection impede Uncle Hat's work? In the control room, Director Chun cast a glance at the director and slowly inquired. The latter's hand froze midair. Suddenly, the director felt the weight of adult life, realizing that it was far from easy. It's all right, don't be anxious, Director Chun reassured him with a pat on the shoulder. Call Chow Hai-Yun over. In the future, let the interns handle the connections. Understood, Director Chun. The director's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor upon hearing this. He quickly contacted He Tao via his earpiece, requesting him to summon the interns to the control room. However, after instructing the interns on their tasks, the director suddenly remembered a pertinent question. Director Chun, what will my current responsibilities entail? You will be solely in charge of recording the details of each participant in the connection, particularly those deemed risky, and synchronizing this information with the internet police daily. Got it. You can count on me for this, Director Chun. The director promptly pulled out his tablet and began documenting. Number of viewers connected today, 11. Suspected Tomb Raiders, 4. National Treasure Protection Team, 3. Victims of fraud, 4. Who's next? The director glanced at the live feed. Official Cultural Heritage Staff, 1. Hello. Captain Kong. He Tao was astonished that he would one day engage with the official archaeological team, and what's more, they were seeking his guidance. If his former accomplices were to learn of this, they would be envious beyond measure. Many Tomb Raiders self-identify as grassroots archaeological teams or external teams, essentially embellishing their own reputations. If they could secure a formal position, most would likely leap at the chance. After all, He Tao had yet to hear of anyone in a stable job quitting to pursue tomb raiding. Hello, teacher He. Captain Kong said politely from the other side of the video. In recent days, we have been conducting field investigations in the countryside and have discovered some unnamed ancient tombs with markers, albeit not very clear ones. We would like your assistance in making a preliminary assessment to alleviate the workload for the experts. Is teacher He truly that capable? Shouldn't this be the company's task? It feels as though the leader has become quite serious. So this is the Master's task. What a curious collaboration. Formal employees consulting an external party. Our outsourced teams are indeed more impressive than the formal employees. The barrage of comments was fixated on the identity of the interlocutor, while no one seemed to notice the item in Captain Kong's hand. He Tao gazed at the thick stack of photographs in the other person's hand, nodding with some difficulty. The night had already fallen, rendering it impractical to inspect the tomb on site. However, examining the photographs posed its own challenges. Captain Kong, if you're prepared on your end, let's begin, he suggested. All right, let us first observe the ancient tomb number 007, Captain Kong replied. What content does teacher He prefer to review first? Upon hearing this, Captain Kong fell silent for 3 seconds. After a pause, he smiled and explained, Teacher He, you might not be fully aware of our situation here. So allow me to provide a brief introduction. We are an official archaeological team, and we do not require the traditional methods of divining locations. Typically, we ascertain the position of ancient tombs by consulting local chronicles and interviewing villagers. Oh, I see, He Tao nodded. Consulting local chronicles, I understand. That's how the Northern faction operates. Chapter 41. Seeking continued reading. Why are you still wary of me? The Northern faction consults local chronicles, while the Southern faction focuses on geomancy. Having mingled with various groups, He Tao possessed knowledge of both methods. Captain Kong, shall we take a look at the burial mound? Are there any photographs available? Certainly, I have them. Let me find it. Ah, here it is, Captain Kong said, retrieving the photograph of the burial mound and displaying it before the camera, leaving He Tao momentarily stunned. Isn't that merely a small hill? Indeed, according to locals, the tomb is situated here. There are many, all of these, Captain Kong said, shaking the photographs in his hand. He Tao contemplated for a moment, opting to start with the markers. Are there any architectural features on the surface of the tomb, such as a ceremonial pillar, a tortoise, a spirit path, or stone statues? Captain Kong swiftly flipped to one of the photographs and stated, based on our analysis, this should be the ceremonial pillar. Unfortunately, only this fragment remains. Ha ha. How can one make a judgment based on such a small piece? The time has come to test teacher He's expertise, someone else chimed in. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have assumed this was merely a broken stone, Hitao remarked. The portion of the ceremonial pillar protruding from the ground was less than 10 centimeters, devoid of any decorative patterns, appearing to hold no significant information. Is there any inscription on it? Hitao inquired. No, there is nothing at all. Is this the only one? Have we found another? There is indeed another, located here. Upon seeing the two nearly identical ceremonial pillars, Hitao nodded with satisfaction. In an outdoor setting, the overseer would typically scatter a handful of lime between the two pillars, indicating the presence of a grand tomb. Generally, only officials of the third rank or higher would be honored with such substantial ceremonial pillars before their burial sites. This implied that the tomb's owner was at least of the fourth rank, accompanied by a treasure trove of burial goods that was almost too extravagant to fathom. Such a location certainly warranted a marker from the overseer. However, Hitao refrained from voicing this conclusion immediately. After all, with so many photographs taken, ending the review after just a few would make the photographer appear rather foolish. Are there any other structures? He inquired. Yes, there are two burial mound stones. The design of the burial mound stones resembles the round drum stones typically found flanking ancient gates, except that the drum stones are circular while the burial mound stones are square. Captain Kong displayed a pair of burial mound stones, revealing half of a crane protruding from the ground. The third rank is represented by the peacock, the second by the golden pheasant, and the first by the crane. Hitao promptly rendered his judgment. If one cannot swiftly provide answers to seemingly straightforward questions, it would reflect poorly on their competence. This is the tomb of a first-rank official from the Qing dynasty. A first rank? Then they ought to be remembered in history. A tomb like this must surely have surveillance cameras, right? I suspect it has already been looted. Hey, this tomb could be an interesting project for us. Is the archaeological team using this tomb to test our skills? Captain Kong was not, in fact, here to test Hitao. He genuinely did not believe this could be the tomb of a first-rank official. Teacher, did you determine the grade of the tomb from this celestial crane? That is approximately the reason, Hitao nodded. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, the insignia of a first-rank civil official featured a crane on their chest, which was also used to categorize tomb engravings. Is that accurate? I have encountered many tombs where the owners were not even officials, yet they dared to use images of cranes or even dragons. Captain Kong inquired, perplexed. What you refer to are images of twin dragons playing with a pearl or celestial beings riding cranes. These are variants, which are not strictly regulated in ancient times. Hitao understood Captain Kong's confusion. When he first entered the field, he too had thought he found a queen's tomb upon seeing two phoenixes carved on a tomb gate. His companions had remarked, "You must have watched too many Qing palace dramas." There was a figure from the Qing dynasty named Yu Chenglong, despite having dragon in his name. He faced no issues. The truly regulated patterns were those singular depictions of either a single crane or a single dragon, as they would hint at the owner's identity and were thus strictly controlled. Are you certain of this, teacher? Captain Kong asked with utmost seriousness. I am indeed certain. All right. I will have someone investigate which first-rank officials have been buried here. We can also look into those of the second rank. Hitao suggested. Understood, teacher Is there anything else noteworthy about this tomb? Is there no stele? None. Had there been one, we would have already identified the tomb's occupant. What about the tombstone? Is there one? There is, but it offers little value. Captain Kong displayed a complex array of emotions as he revealed the condition of the tombstone. Not only was it broken in half, but the remaining portion had also suffered human-inflicted damage, with cracks and the inscriptions having been destroyed. A discerning eye would easily recognize that it had been vandalized decades ago. A first-rank official's tomb would not have been as desolate as it is now. It likely once featured a spirit path, a tortoise-shaped stone, and perhaps even a memorial arch, making it an easy target. One can barely discern the shape of the tomb. Surely, the occupant was not exhumed for desecration. If even the tomb of Yu Pengjiu could not escape, how could that of a first-rank official from the Qing dynasty? With the exterior so damaged, perhaps the interior remains unlooted. Captain, we have found something. Someone reported from the video feed beside Captain Kong. Please relay the information directly to Teacher Certainly, Teacher We have investigated the local county records and discovered that the tomb's occupant was a Jinshi from the 39th year of Kanshi's reign, who rose to the position of left minister of the censorate, holding the rank of first class. He passed away in the 5th year of Qianlong. Do you consider the specifications and the era to be accurate? If it is indeed the 5th year of Qianlong's reign, it is largely correct. It must be him. Hitao nodded in agreement. What is the name of this individual? The team member at the other end of the video hesitantly replied. It may not be convenient to disclose. What does that mean? Captain Kong, why are you being cautious with your own people? Who said you were one of us? Knowing the name would reveal the location of the tomb. A little caution is warranted. Who knows if there are any members of the Old Nine Gates among the audience? I apologize, Mr. He, but according to regulations, I truly cannot disclose that information. Very well. He Tao smirked slightly. I originally intended to inform you that this tomb has likely been looted. What? Upon hearing He Tao's words, Captain Kong on the opposite side reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, instantly becoming irate. It has already been looted? Yes. It is highly probable that it has been. He Tao sighed with a hint of regret. Such a tomb of a high-ranking official is indeed difficult to preserve due to the existence of local chronicles. These chronicles, in the realm of cultural relic protection, often do more harm than good. Mr. He, how did you deduce that? It was from the photograph of the tombstone just now. This one? Precisely. Look closely at the ground in front of the tombstone. Doesn't it seem as if it has been disturbed? The soil appears quite fresh, doesn't it? The colors are different. We were fortunate this time. The camera used for the photograph had a high resolution and excellent contrast. Otherwise, it would have been challenging to discern the differences. Of course, if it were in person, one would merely glance and not notice. Captain Kong scrutinized the image and concurred with He Tao's assertion. Is there a significance to this? Understood. Captain Kong nodded and put away the photo. Mr. He, this tomb is located in a place called Shamao Mountain. Do you recall it? Ha ha. I suspect it was done by someone with a vendetta. To be honest, there's a possibility of that. This captain is no longer pretending. He is directly interrogating. Such a question is somewhat impolite. One should first pay respects. Captain Kong, you have indeed asked the right person. He Tao smiled faintly. In truth, even if you had not inquired, I would have felt compelled to inform you. There are many Shamao mountains, making it challenging to pinpoint the location. However, I am well acquainted with this method. The act of digging a hole to loot beneath the tombstone is what we refer to in our field as breaking the ceiling wall. Chapter 42. Accidentally broke it. Before Captain Kong's arrival, his superiors had merely mentioned that Mr. He from the Treasure Appraisal Hall was also an alumnus of the Archaeology Department at Zhongde University. They did not specify his profession. Now, however, it sounds rather peculiar, doesn't it? Field? Mr. He, when you mention field, what do you mean? Naturally, I am referring to the realm of live treasure appraisal. He Tao replied nonchalantly. Is that so? Are treasure appraisal hosts so knowledgeable about tomb raiding these days? Of course. Having diverse skills is never a disadvantage. Captain Kong, you likely seldom watch treasure appraisal live streams, do you? The truly remarkable hosts on Douyin typically have backgrounds in tomb raiding. I might be too pristine, which is why my audience numbers haven't increased. So that is how it is. Captain Kong nodded in realization. Today, I have gained a wealth of knowledge. He still preferred to trust his alumni and was prepared to observe and learn from other treasure appraisal streamers later. What you mentioned earlier about the ceiling wall refers to is a wall outside the tomb chamber. I understand it is a wall, but I wish to inquire about its specific purpose. It is used to seal the entrance. All right. Thank you, Teacher He. I comprehend now. Hearing your words is more enlightening than mere dialogue. Captain Kong suspected that his method of opening was incorrect and had no choice but to bypass it for now. You're welcome. This is my duty. He Tao smiled innocently at the camera, cautious not to elaborate too much, as he had inadvertently spoken out of turn earlier, nearly disrupting the entire scene. Now, he needed to conceal his expertise. Breaking through a ceiling wall is not particularly difficult. It is merely an unconventional approach in tomb raiding, thus little known. After the Han Dynasty, ancient tombs were often fortified with an additional wall before the tomb entrance to provide double protection against theft. Some novices, or those lacking confidence in locating burial sites, often rely on finding tombstones to ascertain the location of ancient tombs. These individuals have gleaned wisdom from generations of practice, concluding that digging directly in front of the tombstone will likely lead to the ceiling wall. Once the wall is dismantled, they can freely access the tomb chamber. This method is exceedingly simple, requiring neither a Luoyang shovel nor an understanding of feng shui. A single spade suffices. The sole drawback is the considerable time and effort involved, with digging taking several days being quite normal. Therefore, this method is generally employed in remote, uninhabited areas. He Tao could not elaborate much to Captain Kong and could only tell him, "Understood, it's something the locals do. The ancestral grave near my home was dealt with in this manner." The comments were correct. He Tao intended to convey. This must have been done by someone residing nearby. A typical tomb raider with such skill would have already boarded a train. Thus, at this juncture, it would be prudent to investigate any local households that have recently come into unexpected wealth, which would likely confirm the suspects in this tomb robbery case. However, This was merely He Tao's conjecture, unnecessary to voice. He would let Captain Kong ponder it himself. With a contemplative expression, he murmured, "If that is the case, it seems we can identify the suspect. Perhaps it was the descendants of the tomb owner." Such incidents of surreptitiously excavating one's ancestral grave were not uncommon for Captain Kong. He then raised his head solemnly and addressed He Tao. "Teacher, thank you for your hard work. The information you provided is invaluable. The police may contact you subsequently, and you might need to recount what was discussed today. You are too kind when the time comes. I will have the director bring the footage to the police station to assist with your work." Are you really betraying your fellow professionals? Fellow professionals are adversaries. Is indeed the right thing to do. Teacher, he is also rising in prominence, soon to become an official. Is this a pledge of allegiance to the leader? Captain Kong had prepared only this particular tomb. After the appraisal, he departed directly. He Tao felt somewhat unsatisfied, but was relieved as a fellow treasure enthusiast connected online, showcasing a plethora of items that delighted him thoroughly. Brother, are you a connoisseur of collectibles? This wall adorned with antiques must be quite costly, I presume. Fortunately, many of these pieces have been passed down through my family, while some were acquired through exchanges with others. Teacher, would you be so kind as to assist me in appraising them all? Certainly. He Tao surveyed the antiques displayed, selecting the most exquisite one to verify its authenticity first. Could you bring me that dragon-patterned blue and white porcelain vase for inspection? Is it this one? It should be a door opener. Right? Do not rush. Let me examine the base first. No issues. It is undoubtedly a door opener, dating from the late Qing dynasty, given its late Qing provenance. Can you provide an estimated value? Teacher? A foundational price, perhaps. The market value is approximately 8,000. 8,000? Upon hearing He Tao's valuation, Bao Yu exhibited considerable surprise. Are you referring to RMB or euros? Of course, RMB. 8,000 euros would be the price for an official kiln piece. That can't be right. A previous auction house appraised this piece at 25,000, and I didn't sell it. They even left me a business card, encouraging me to reach out anytime. Why not sell it then? Bao Yu is fortunate to have encountered a fool. Such late Qing folk kiln items could undoubtedly fetch 25,000. I suspect it is a deceitful auction house. Isn't it? Which auction house? Bali. Teacher, look at the card. This individual should be legitimate, right? Upon seeing the business card from Yinjing Bali Auction House, the head of the porcelain department, He Tao suddenly discerned where the issue lay. The 8,000 price seemed to be drawn from data collected when observing Tomb Raiders transactions. There exists a disparity between excavation prices and auction values. However, it was not the right moment to alter his statement. He couldn't possibly tell Bao Yu, "I based the 8,000 on the first-line excavation price." Could he? After contemplating, He Tao clarified, "The 8,000 is a reference for the minimum price. The 25,000 you mentioned is derived from competitive bidding at auction, and taxes must also be accounted for. When all is considered, they are quite comparable. Indeed, even after taxes, the difference remains substantial, yet Bao Yu's mathematical skills seemed lacking, rendering him easily persuaded by He Tao. All right, thank you, Teacher I have another item. Could you kindly take a look? What treasure is this? He Tao initially regarded it with indifference, assuming it to be yet another Qing dynasty porcelain piece. However, upon viewing the item in the video, he instinctively retreated a couple of steps, both he and his chair. Bao Yu's collecting acumen had suddenly escalated. He presented a remarkably authentic Tang Sankai figurine of a woman riding a horse. However, for some inexplicable reason, the upper portion of the woman was missing, leaving only the lower half intact. Bao Yu, what is the meaning of this? Where's the upper half? This piece, Bao Yu awkwardly admitted while revealing the severed upper half. I accidentally broke it. Chapter 43. If I lose. He Tao cleared his throat strategically. A subtle reminder to Bao Yu of the potential legal ramifications. Breaking it oneself could indeed implicate him in the crime of damaging cultural relics. Yet, Bao Yu seemed utterly oblivious to the legal implications, interpreting He Tao's cough as a mere tickle in his throat and expressed concern. Teacher, are you all right? The recent drop in temperature warrants caution against catching a cold. He Tao chuckled in disbelief, expressing gratitude. Thank you, dear friend, you are quite thoughtful. Your treasure is remarkable. A quintessential piece of Tang Sankai. Just by observing the visage of the figurine, one could discern that throughout history, only the Tang dynasty dedicated itself to sculpting such plump women. Judging by the face alone, this piece must weigh at least 150 gene. It is indeed an antique, isn't it? The friend brandished the fragmented figurine before the camera, causing He Tao to feel a twinge of discomfort. This individual truly seems unafraid of the authorities, doesn't he? Yes, yes, there you are, showcasing your incriminating evidence. The craftsmanship appears rather crude. Such a splendid artifact, yet has been so marred. Could any legal expert comment on the potential sentence for such actions? Hitao mused that since his companion was so brazen, there is no need for him to be circumspect as a treasure appraisal host. Let us speak candidly. Yes, the item is indeed old. It is unfortunate that it is broken. Was it accidentally severed during excavation, or did it break afterward? No, I inadvertently snapped it. The friend promptly demonstrated how he had broken the Tang Sankai right before the lens. This scene later secured a spot in the top 10 memorable moments of Hitao's treasure appraisal for the act of breaking Tang Sankai with bare hands. How much force did you exert? Was it a means of venting your frustrations from a division? Division? No, no. The friend hastily refuted. He understood the implication and clarified. This is not a division. This is what I salvaged. Salvaged? Where did you find it? At the antique market. Ah, the law indeed. Hitao nodded, recognizing the irony of engaging in the trade and destruction of cultural relics while displaying such audacity, especially given that it was a domestic issue. If the old master were to see this, he would surely recruit him into his ranks, a scapegoat by nature. If trouble arose, he could easily divert attention. When you were searching, did the vendor only have this piece? Surely there must have been a horse or a camel as well. Hitao dismissed the notion of a terracotta soldier with a wave of his hand, his disdain evident. The terracotta soldiers are the least appealing treasures to me. They are rather unsettling, devoid of artistic merit, and the price is utterly misleading. If it were from the Tang dynasty, it might be worth considering. Perhaps someone has unearthed another Tang tomb. Is this the second Tang tomb you've encountered recently? It seems all the Han tombs have been excavated, and now they are turning to Tang. Tang Sankai is truly exquisite. This should be classified as a third-class cultural relic. Teacher, can this item be repaired? Currently, it fits together seamlessly, with no missing sections. Isn't it rather easy to mend? Can it be restored to its original state? Hitao initially thought to say that since it was already broken, there was no point in repair. It could simply serve as a companion piece in his home. Moreover, the artisans capable of restoration are all registered with the authorities. Would one dare to have it repaired? Fearing that others might learn of the damage inflicted on the Tang Sankai, yet upon further reflection, he perceived his friend's true intentions. This fellow was keen on selling the Tang Sankai for a handsome price. The price, when severed into two parts, is estimated to be less than half of its complete value. It seems the young man is courting trouble. Engaging in the trade of Tang Sankai pottery, if apprehended, could lead to a minimum of 6 months imprisonment. In my opinion, there is no necessity to restore this item. If you truly wish to preserve its integrity, it would be best to donate it to a smaller museum, allowing them to seek restoration assistance, suggested Hitao. He is indeed a positive energy antiques appraiser, and promoting the trade of cultural relics is not advisable. Donate? That seems unnecessary, a collector protested. I've read online that many museums have an abundance of Tang Sankai items stored away, with little opportunity for exhibition. Donating would merely consign the treasure to obscurity. Hitao found this reasoning quite compelling. Museums certainly do not lack Tang Sankai, much like they are not short of bronze mirrors. In fact, some items are donated by well-meaning individuals only to find their way back into the market shortly thereafter. Then keep it for yourself. Do not entertain thoughts of restoration. Hitao ultimately advised, implying that the collector should not consider selling it. The item has already been showcased during the live broadcast. After it is sold, there is a significant probability that law enforcement will trace it back and make an arrest via the internet. Well then, brothers, tonight's antique appraisal concludes here. The director was taken away by Mr. Chun at some point. Since that is the case, let us engage in some lighthearted banter. Oh, you're here so early today? Hold on, let me lock the door. My wife is already asleep. Hilao Sure, please hurry. The intern, Chow Haiyun, quietly inquired through the earpiece. He had been prepared to connect the next collector to Hitao, but the atmosphere had suddenly shifted. Oh, I nearly forgot. We have a new friend today. Assistant, come over here. Let us liven things up. Hitao waved to the intern in the monitoring room. The latter approached with a hint of skepticism, standing awkwardly behind Hitao, clearly inexperienced in the professional realm. Children, do not stare. Ha ha, this assistant looks rather simple-minded. Although Hitao did not turn to look at Chow Haiyun, he could glean from the comments that the intern likely did not comprehend his intentions. No worries. He will need to acclimate eventually. With the director absent today, I shall not switch accounts, but instead use this one for PK. So everyone need not change the live room. Let's warm up a bit. I hope the system pairs me with a more prominent broadcaster. It seems Hitao's thoughts were heard, as the matched female broadcaster was indeed impressive, her white strapless top precariously positioned, suggesting much beneath, rendering the comments momentarily silent. Hello, young lady, would you be willing to engage in PK? Politely inquiring about the price. He Lauscher is truly professional. Of course, brother. I sense you must be a major broadcaster with an assistant standing behind you. No, not at all. If you fancy my assistant, I could come over and assist you. Oh, thank you. The female broadcaster appeared somewhat flustered by He Tao's demeanor. She glanced at the comments, then raised her head to ask, your fans say you are a Tomb Raider. Others claim you're the leader of Tomb Raiders. Alas, your fans are speaking ill of you, dear brother. No, they are absolutely right. He Tao nodded in agreement, stating, not only do I rob tombs, but I also indulge in the offerings, truly a villain of the highest order. Ha, brother, you are truly amusing, came the response. The comments erupted with laughter, so hilarious. I can't breathe from laughing. Who conveyed the message from across? How amusing. This girl isn't quite right, reading the comments like that. Sister, do not let these comments ensnare you. Let us engage in a competition. All right, brother, should I lose, I shall perform a dance for you. The female streamer nodded. And what if you were to lose? I would lose. He Tao blinked, suddenly realizing that he seemed to possess only one particular skill that he couldn't demonstrate. If I were to lose, I would offer my services in appraising treasures. Anything at all, even living ones. Do you possess any treasures? The female streamer mused, glancing down her chest, and nodded. Indeed, I do have a treasure. Let us begin. Chapter 44. The Trustworthy Transmission. Brothers, I can also appraise this treasure. My eyes serve as my measure. In a single word, it indicates it was not forced out. I'm observing closely, and I currently see no technology involved. The comments veered off course. He Tao understood that it was the female streamer who had led them astray. Indeed, the treasure was undoubtedly large and translucent. Yet it was not at all what the audience envisioned. It was the Hutian jade adorning her chest. No, you fellows, can you not see? She refers to the Hutian jade around her neck. The top-ranking brother's fortune could not possibly be displayed for free, and even if she wished to, the platform would swiftly ban her. Such a lack of understanding leaves me questioning how I might lead you into battle in the future, He Tao lamented, his tone reminiscent of the Emperor Kangxi rebuking his courtiers. Wow, I almost fell for the female streamer's trick. Wealthy brothers, please support teacher He. I still wish to see her dance. We could appraise the treasure first. If not, we can engage in another competition later and then have her dance. Indeed, only children make choices. Adults desire everything. He Tao had exerted all his efforts, yet regrettably, his opponents in a live stream were no match for the alluring presence before him. Truly, the moral fabric of society is deteriorating. Miss, may I concede in advance? You may retrieve that jade from between the folds. Jade possesses a spirit. I can sense it. It is currently feeling quite stifled. Some individuals are faring worse than a mere stone. He Tao could not help but shake his head. Each time he witnessed such scenes, he was reminded of the old man in prison. In the past, he had relished watching such streams, but never spent a single penny. Even after earning hundreds of thousands from tomb raiding, every last cent was confiscated by the police, yet he never contributed to the female streamers. He Tao had once interviewed him, asking, since the money was obtained without labor, why not support these diligent young women? You're just a child, utterly clueless, asking foolish questions. The current ease with which female streamers earn money has distorted our marriage market. Last year, while I was back in my hometown, I became interested in a 43-year-old widow who boldly demanded a dowry of 200,000. It is quite infuriating. Isn't it? He Tao, you're not allowed to interfere. Should I discover anyone attempting to do so, there will be no further discussion. They will be directly buried alive in an ancient tomb. It was through the earnest teachings of Lao Baotou that He Tao, who had just begun to explore the realm of internet streaming, quickly grasped the underlying truth about female streamers. Thus, he is now able to observe them with a critical eye. Soon, He Tao faced defeat in a PK battle. He gestured for silence and intently remarked, Sister, you may now reveal that piece of Hitian jade amulet. Amulet? The sister looked down and shook her head. This was a gift from my grandmother. There is no need for authentication, as I would wear it regardless of its authenticity. Brother, please help me authenticate the gift from the admirer. Admirer? Are you referring to those who just showered you with gifts? He Tao queried, attempting to sow discord. However, the female streamer, being astute, smiled brightly and replied, the ones who sent gifts are all brothers. How could they possibly be admirers? I am speaking of admirers in real life. Oh, such people exist? He inquired. Were they not watching your live stream? They must not know I am streaming. Otherwise, they wouldn't send me such worthless trinkets, treating me like a little girl, she murmured, retrieving a red jewelry box from ahead. Upon opening it, she revealed a golden hairpin. Atop the pin was a golden character for fortune, with a red bead set in its center, surrounded by blue petals. From a modern perspective, the design and color scheme of the piece appeared somewhat antiquated, reminiscent of bridal adornments from centuries past. Had it not been for its gold, it would likely have been discarded long ago. Can you discern its authenticity? Come closer, so I can examine the material of that bead. I suspect it might be glass. The female streamer complied, whispering, this gold is likely gold-plated as well. He told me it was passed down from his grandmother, who was once wealthy, but with 4 sons, only this remained. This woman truly lacks discernment. The item is rather exquisite, resembling modern craftsmanship. It bears a resemblance to contemporary artifacts. Similar items on TB cost 98 yuan. This admirer spent little to achieve a grand gesture. It is rather tacky. Indeed, only a grandmother-esque generation would appreciate such trinkets. What do you think? Can you tell if it's real? The female streamer, unaware of He Tao's capabilities, mistook his furrowed brow for a sign of trouble and began to express concern for him. Little did she know that He Tao was contemplating a dilemma. Although admirers may meet an unfortunate end, does assisting this woman constitute complicity in wrongdoing? One must be wary of the power of belief. What if that man had been deceived? Are you certain this hairpin was passed down from your friend's family? That's what he claims. The female streamer rotated the hairpin and inquired, is there a problem? Did he mention anything when he gifted it? Was it a birthday present or a token of affection? Could this hairpin possibly be a burial item? It seems to have been removed from a zongzi. Look at teacher He's expression. It is quite serious. I hope there is nothing amiss. How could it possibly be a token of affection? The female host seems to have heard the greatest joke, bursting into laughter. Such an antiquated piece of jewelry. I cannot ascertain its authenticity, nor could I wear it. It would merely occupy space in my home. I understand your sentiment. He Tao has essentially unraveled the story behind this hairpin. It is a quintessential tale of the devoted admirer and the goddess. What a pity for this hairpin. One must still respect the wisdom acquired by the old man through his scars. This object is genuinely remarkable. The inscriptions are crafted in the intricate silk thread technique, woven from fine gold filaments. If sold to someone knowledgeable, fetching 8,000 should pose no issue. Of course, estimating any higher would likely be challenging. 8,000? Such a sum. The female host genuinely intends to sell it, even weighing it beforehand. Upon hearing He Tao's appraisal, she breathed a sigh of relief. I nearly lost 4,000. The antique appraisal host is truly impressive. No wonder they are so popular. You truly deserve your fame. He inquired whether she intended to transfer the hairpin. Transfer? What do you mean? The female host was puzzled, but eager viewers quickly clarified for her. She nodded repeatedly at the barrage of comments. Yes, I wish to transfer it. Brother, will you accept? Are you referring to yourself or the hairpin? Please clarify. Does teacher he have expertise in this matter? Send it over. Just direct it to the host park. Viewers commented that her pricing was fair and transparent. And as a prominent host, there was no risk involved. Selling to others might lead to deceit, but selling to her would not. Behind the host is the Antique Appraisal Hall, the largest antique trading app in the country. Quite formidable. I believe they have a point. The female host raised her head, looking at He Tao with anticipation. He displayed a conflicted expression. If you wish to transfer it to me, I can only offer 7,500. Why? Did you not just state 8,000? Am I not entitled to a profit? After all, I must secure at least 500 for my efforts. That seems reasonable. 7,500 it is. How shall we conduct this transaction? Will it be in person? No need for that. Our company's app is designed for such transfers. He Tao never anticipated that one day he would actively promote the Antique Appraisal Hall's app. Yet this Palace Museum replica, Qing Dynasty Imperial Consort jewelry, golden silk thread inlaid with emerald and topaz suutu hairpin, is worth it. Chapter 45, A Mundane Commercial Battle. After the evening broadcast concluded, in the parking lot outside the Dalian Night Market, intern Xiao Haiyun stealthily entered a black SUV. In the back seat sat a middle-aged man with a face full of flesh who had been half asleep. Upon seeing Xiao Haiyun enter, he promptly slapped himself twice, shaking off the drowsiness. If General Chen were to witness this scene, he would surely lament. You struck too lightly. You should have struck him with all your might. For this middle-aged man is General Chen's arch-rival, General Zhu. Brother, how do you feel today? Zhu sat down beside Xiao Haiyun, who had just boarded the vehicle, speaking in a tone that exuded warmth and familiarity. The two were half-brothers, sharing the same mother but different fathers. Their genetic connection was evident upon close inspection, notably in their identical gender. I ask you, Have you gleaned any insights today? Or perhaps acquired any new skills? Zhu opted for a rather rudimentary approach to business competition. He had sent his younger brother to the appraisal hall, aiming to understand his adversaries and ensure victory in every encounter. Additionally, he sought to gather intelligence on He Tao, the only host in the appraisal hall with whom he was unfamiliar. Oh, you mean that? Chao Haiyan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, I have. What did you learn? Zhu inquired with anticipation. I've mastered the art of competing with female streamers. I've absorbed a wealth of processes and dialogues. What else? Zhu sensed something amiss. I've also learned to direct the female streamers to showcase their figures, and I even took a look at their feet. Anything pertaining to appraisals? Nothing more. Just those. It's rather intriguing. Chao Haiyun chuckled lightly, feeling that he had grasped the essence of evaluating female streamers. However, his overly sugary demeanor made his brother, who suffered from diabetes, wince inwardly. Zhu was acutely aware that his younger brother was an honest soul, one who always spoke the truth and would never deceive him. Therefore, he must have genuinely only acquired such questionable knowledge. It appeared he had strayed off course. Zhu sighed deeply. Brother, it's all right if you haven't learned much. Rest assured, Zhu, Chao Haiyun said, patting his brother's shoulder. Haven T, we already agreed to use our titles while at work. All right then, brother, do put in some effort. Although Zhu found his brother somewhat unreliable, he had no choice but to rely on him. If you have the time, observe teacher He closely. Captain Kong, under my uncle's supervision, holds him in high regard, stating he possesses genuine skill. Inquire about his preferences and the benefits Chun offers him. Foster a good relationship. And perhaps we can recruit him later. Okay. Chao Haiyun gestured confidently, thumping his chest in assurance. Rest easy. My tastes align with teacher He-S. As long as I make a slight effort to resonate with him, we should have ample common ground. The following morning, not long after waking, He Tao found himself deep in contemplation as he reviewed the dozens of high-definition videos shared by Chao Haiyun. So, this is how the post-2000 generation navigates the workplace? Quite intriguing, yet potentially leading to malnourishment. He skimmed through the videos, caching them all, but did not pursue further viewing. For a more pressing matter awaited him. Old Tang had invited him to dinner at a Michelin 2-star restaurant. He Tao had never dined in such an upscale establishment before. Previously, due to work commitments, he had primarily frequented farm-style eateries. Now, as a budding urban white-collar worker, it was time for him to experience the lifestyle of true city dwellers. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he discovered that Old Tang had already ordered the dishes. To his surprise, there was another guest at the table, a gentleman clad in a suit, sporting rimless glasses, exuding an air of cultured refinement. A voluminous mane of hair starkly contrasts with that of Old Tang. Who's this Old Tang? Allow me to introduce him. This is General Manager Su from the Cultural and Creative Group. General Manager Su, this is the treasure appraisal host I mentioned to you. Teacher He, who is also my close friend. After the customary pleasantries, He Tao soon discovered that the purpose of Old Tang's invitation to dinner was the establishment of a media company. He had even thought a name, Open Door Media. Old Tang explained to He Tao the whimsical motivation behind his sudden decision. He Tao, starting from scratch and facing financial struggles, is quite normal. After all, a butterfly cannot traverse the vast ocean. Who could be blamed for that? However, my situation is different. We are not without a background or capability. So why should we fare worse than others? Thus, I conceive the idea of starting a company. General Manager Su is the investor that Old Tang sought, while He Tao is the partner he recruited. The three of them essentially form a nascent team. In the past, when General A led a startup team over bowls of millet porridge, Old Tang is now treating everyone to a Michelin 2-star meal, marking a significant head start. He Tao understood Old Tang's intentions in launching a media company, especially considering that Old Tang's family is based in the internet celebrity city of Xiong City, where every major player seems to own a media company, making it convenient to recruit female hosts. It is only natural for Old Tang to be influenced by such an environment. He Tao was more than willing to join in this promising venture. As his current savings were nearly non-existent, it could not possibly worsen. However, Old Tang seeking an investor struck He Tao as somewhat unusual. Did he truly lack the funds? Or was he contemplating a grand-scale operation? Unaccustomed to beating around the bush, He Tao directly inquired, General Manager Su, how much do you intend to invest? General Manager Su appeared taken aback by such straightforwardness. The initial investment should be around 5 million. If the subsequent performance is favorable, we can consider additional funding. Only 5 million? He Tao was further perplexed. Old Tang was certainly not someone who lacked 5 million. Then how much do you plan to contribute, Old Tang? I will also invest 5 million. Observing He Tao's confusion, Old Tang clarified that the primary reason for involving General Manager Su was to mitigate risks. If the company were to incur a total loss of 5 million, Old Tang would only bear half of that, amounting to 5 million. Although Old Tang's money is indeed valuable, General Manager Su's funds are those of an investor, reduced to mere figures in that context. As for profit sharing in the future, the participants agreed that it was not a matter to be considered at present. All right, so we have a starting capital of 10 million. How many hosts do you plan to recruit? For the time being, you're the only one. Really? Just me? He Tao found it hard to believe. Indeed, especially in a startup team, it is essential to concentrate our efforts. General Manager Su interjected, take a look at the most popular figures, such as Quan and the recently fallen star from the Northeast. Their teams focus solely on one core individual. This strategy proves effective if that individual possesses sufficient talent. I see, He Tao nodded. Having just me as the host is acceptable. However, with 10 million in startup capital, after accounting for rent and equipment, the remainder should be my salary, correct? Old Tang, have you calculated how much my salary would be? Is it around 900,000? Still need a salary? Isn't equity enough? Old Tang, in a moment of perplexity, retorted, did you not claim that you would take the stage to perform? I have provided you with a platform, have I not? His words bore a certain wisdom, akin to stating, the company has offered you employment. Why then should it pay you salary? He Tao shot him a glance of disdain, replying, how novel. Without a salary, how am I to eat or find shelter? I could cover my meals and lodging, but what are my daily expenses? Old Tang countered, you can simply use my card. It won't cost much. Then I suppose that settles it. He Tao mused, contemplating the possibility of giving it a try. President Su mentioned that they needed to learn from President Quan's company, planning to recruit 50 slice editors dedicated to editing clips from He Tao's live broadcasts, thereby creating a social media star through a substantial influx of traffic. As for He Tao, his responsibilities would remain largely the same as his current role, with the added caution of avoiding any potential pitfalls, particularly in regard to misrepresenting his educational background. Rest assured, my academic credentials can be verified through the academic credit website. Although I have faced the law on several occasions, I possess no criminal record. Very well, it is settled then. Old Tang summarized their meeting. President Su will handle the company registration. As for you, He Tao, continue your broadcasts at the appraisal hall, striving to gain some notoriety and accumulate a loyal following. Once I have established the company, you may consider transitioning to a new position. Wait, hold on a moment. Old Tang interjected, lowering his voice suddenly. My good brother, I need you to do me a favor this afternoon. Accompany me on a blind date. But you've already been on one, haven't you? He Tao recalled the wealthy woman. Yes, but her friend wishes to meet me, and I require a wingman. Me? He Tao instinctively declined. I cannot. No, you can. I took a peek at her friend's Douyin profile, and it seems she is a fan of yours. If you attend, you will undoubtedly impress her. Chapter 46, Promoting the Appraisal Teacher. A streamer who has only just begun broadcasting has already garnered fans? He Tao found it hard to believe, feeling as though Old Tang was playing a trick on him. Anticipating this skepticism, Old Tang produced evidence. A video from the friend, Xiao, on Douyin, featuring her and He Tao engaged in a live connection. The title read, Promoting this Appraisal Teacher. I believe he is bound to become popular. It certainly appeared to be the work of an enthusiastic fan. The video aimed to showcase whether He Tao's charm and appraisal could be captured in the clips. He Tao had a faint recollection of this Xiao girl, who had previously sought his expertise to evaluate a collection of odds and ends, expressing her desire to start a stall business. She was the one who wanted to sell a birdseed can worth 350 yuan for a price of 7,000 yuan to limit her losses. He had encountered many dreamers among his patrons, but it was rare to meet someone daring enough to dream of a 7,000 yuan sale. It was hard not to remember her. After watching the video, President Su turned to scrutinize He Tao, as if he had much to say but hesitated. Observing this, Old Tang encouraged, President Su, if you have suggestions, please share them openly. There is no need for that constipated expression. We are a startup team. Internal communication should be seamless, or how can we grow and strengthen? All right, I shall speak plainly. President Su cleared his throat, fixing his gaze on He Tao. Teacher He, I have noticed a significant issue with your live broadcasts. What issue? Your enthusiasm is somewhat lacking. Passion is indeed what ignites the spirit. Do you not agree? If you have a moment, I highly recommend you watch Fu Hang's stand-up comedy, where one can truly appreciate the emotional value that passion imparts to the audience. Alternatively, you might consider tuning into Quan Zong's live stream, as he also embodies that fervor. It appears you are in need of a touch more passion Your demeanor is excessively composed, which may stem from your past experiences. However, as a streamer, one must sometimes feign exuberance for the sake of entertainment. Ah, I see. Allow me to demonstrate. Hitao adjusted his emotions, widening his eyes and speaking with an exaggerated tone akin to a catfish. Oh my dear friends, this is simply unacceptable. Is this the effect you were envisioning? Quite close. Su Zong nodded in agreement. All right, Lao Tang, please elucidate this to Su Zong. Hitao wearily shook his head and gestured for Lao Tang to proceed. The latter, displaying a keen understanding, patted Su Zong on the shoulder and explained. Su Zong, teacher, he is more of an idol type. The acting style you described is not suitable for him, and that arena is already saturated. My proposal is to allow him to initially captivate the audience through his personal charm, and if that fails, he could transition into a more competitive approach. What do you think? Are you suggesting we incur a loss of 5 million to build Teacher's persona? Su Zong inquired, frowning. Essentially, yes. You may interpret it that way. Take this Xiao Xiao girl, for instance. She has been captivated by Teacher He's charm, has she not? A living example lies before us, rendering Su Zong unable to refute the point. While perhaps the term captivated is a bit of an exaggeration, the fact that she willingly shared this video at least indicates organic promotion. For a streamer to achieve greatness, the assistance of regular viewers in spreading the word is crucial, in addition to the marketing efforts of a professional team. Without such organic promotion, becoming a prominent streamer is virtually impossible. Although Su Zong still harbored some reservations, he is a disciplined investor and is inclined to respect the opinions of the entrepreneurial team leaders. All right, since you have given this considerable thought, let us proceed with the trial. Teacher, he, kindly disregard what I just said. Not a problem, Hitao smiled faintly. An exceptional entrepreneurial team should treat the investor's words as mere whims. If Su Zong truly understood everything, he would not be seeking to invest rather than stream himself and earn a fortune. Once Su Zong departed, Hitao inquired about his good friend's situation. He expressed confusion regarding Xiao Xiao's background. Were you not supposed to be on a blind date with a wealthy woman worth over 100 million? How is it that her affluent friend has now resorted to selling goods at an antique market and a miscellaneous stall at that? The wealthy woman did not choose me. Today is with someone else, Lao Tang mumbled, chewing on bread with a look of discontent. The affluent lady commented that I resembled a fierce character, suggesting I undergo minor cosmetic adjustments before returning. I felt insulted. Naturally, this left little room for further discussion. What? Hitao feigned shock. So you were unprepared for such an insult prior to your date with the wealthy woman? I was not. I assumed the worst I would face was a wealthy lady's whimsical demands, testing one's patience. Who could have anticipated she would also judge me on appearance and make such unreasonable requests? Should I indulge her whims? Is that not so? One must have some self-respect. Hitao, with an expression of admiration, gave a thumbs up to old Tang. This is the old Tang I know, unyielding and steadfast. In the past, Old Glass had stealthily approached him in the dead of night. Stop, right there, please. Old Tang was taken aback by Hitao's insinuation regarding the bending. Like a startled cat, he waved his hands, nearly covering Hitao's mouth. Brother, how about we discuss the matchmaking instead? This afternoon, I have a date with a lady who has just graduated with a doctorate. She seems quite pleased with me. As long as you can be a good wingman and win over her best friend, we should be in good shape. Rest assured, I am more than capable. Hitao confidently assured him. He had some experience in the role of a wingman. Previously, while working, he would occasionally be tasked with lookout duties. Being a lookout meant standing at a vantage point or hiding by the roadside. If a passerby approached, he would alert those at work to keep their voices down. If a police officer was nearby, he would inform them, Sir, this way there are tomb raiders here. Do you have handcuffs? Hitao believed that being a wingman was quite similar to lookout duties. Both required vigilance to detect any unusual activity in the vicinity and to communicate accordingly with teammates. His primary responsibility was to sit beside his companions and observe the expressions of the two women across from them. Should he notice anything amiss, he would promptly inform old Tang. During the matchmaking event, Hitao performed admirably. Upon seeing the young lady yawning, he immediately leaned in and whispered to old Tang. Stop discussing your antiquities. She's not interested. Change the subject to something she might enjoy. When he noticed the young lady touching her abdomen, her expression slightly pained, he quickly relayed to old Tang, she might be pregnant. The child could be kicking her. Of course, it could also simply be a stomachache. With Hitao's assistance, old Tang engaged in lively banter with the two young ladies, eliciting envy from the surrounding single men. Unfortunately, her friend Xiao Xiao had to leave to set up her stall at 5 o'clock, which meant their conversation could not continue for long. She would have to depart by 4. Upon seeing Xiao Xiao rise, Old Tang, feeling a bit tipsy, also stood up and suggested, "Why don't we explore the ghost market together? It just so happens that He Tao is an expert in this." Just as He Tao was about to mention that he had a live stream to manage that evening, Old Tang had stealthily pressed a small object into his hand. Feeling the shape of the item, He Tao smiled and changed his mind, saying, "I would also like to see Xiao Xiao's stall. Let's go. I will lead the way." Chapter 47. The Familiar Bald Head. On the way to the ghost market at the Big Willow Tree, He Tao requested an hour off from General Chun, postponing his evening live stream to 8 o'clock. From 4 to 8, there would be ample time to explore the ghost market thoroughly, thus honoring Old Tang's gift. After securing his leave, He Tao glanced at the bald head beside him and sighed, "Old Tang, truly, there is no need for us brothers to act this way." "Is that so?" Old Tang reached out his hand directly, "Then return what you have taken." "Return what?" He Tao feigned innocence, fiddling with the bracelet that Old Tang had just pressed into his hand. "Isn't this item mine? However, Lao Tang, I must say, the tactile sensation of the pine nut bracelet is distinctly different from an ordinary one. The jade bead strung in the center is perfectly positioned. Yet, this pearl seems somewhat commonplace, particularly for a man like me. It pales in comparison to the adjacent red coral. Perhaps substituting it with turquoise would yield a more appealing aesthetic. Don't you agree?" "Yes, yes, yes, it's your item. You have the final say." Lao Tang nodded with a pained expression. She promptly abandoned her friend and approached He Tao. "Teacher He, what a beautiful bracelet you have. It must be quite expensive, right?" "Expensive?" He Tao cast a sidelong glance at Lao Tang. "I can hardly recall." "Lao Tang, do you remember how much I paid for it? 200,000? That's rather costly, given it's merely a bracelet. With that amount, one could purchase a Tesla." Xiao Xiao's words struck Lao Tang like a hammer, reverberating painfully within her. Yet, she remained oblivious to the hurtfulness of her statement, her eyes gleaming as she eagerly inquired of He Tao. "Teacher He, may I take a closer look?" "Of course. I am not one to be stingy." He Tao graciously handed over the bracelet. While the two young women chattered animatedly, he subtly gestured to Lao Tang, indicating that a gift worth 200,000 was indeed a brotherly gesture. No further words were necessary. It was all understood in silence. At this moment, even if Jesus himself were to arrive, He Tao would remain resolute. Observing this scene, Lao Tang felt a pang of regret. That was the only valuable item in her possession, and in a moment of urgency, she had given it away. Had she known, she would have preferred to send He Tao a red envelope in advance. "Teacher He, does this bracelet have any particular significance? I fail to see what makes it so valuable." "The age and the materials used," He Tao explained to the two. "The finest jade, pearls, and coral, all these elements contribute to its worth. Moreover, it dates back to the Qing dynasty and is handcrafted, making its preservation until now quite remarkable, thus naturally increasing its value." "Oh," Xiao Xiao elongated her response. "I understand now. Thank you, Teacher He. Every time I listen to you, I feel enriched. If my business succeeds, you will share a third of the credit. Is that so? Then I shall preemptively wish you great prosperity," He Tao remarked, offering a token of good fortune. Xiao Xiao and Lao Tang's romantic interests were college roommates, but after completing her master's degree, she chose not to pursue further studies and entered the workforce directly. After 3 years of striving in the corporate world, she felt her vitality waning and ultimately decided to resign and embark on her entrepreneurial journey. This antique stall was her latest discovery for a business venture. With low startup costs and high expected returns, if she could sell her goods at the prices she set, she could earn several tens of thousands. A standard stall costs 130 per week, occupying a square area of 15 meters on each side. Since Xiao Xiao didn't have enough items to fill a stall, she shared one with a neighboring elderly woman. They split the space equally. While the elderly woman sold Buddhist statues, Xiao Xiao offered a variety of items beyond that. After retrieving her stored goods from the management office, she led everyone to her stall, setting up while requesting He Tao's assistance in appraising her merchandise. He Tao, of course, would not refuse, having already accepted the gift. "Teacher He, I have nearly sold out the items we discussed last time. This batch is new. Could you please take a look?" "Sold?" He Tao questioned in disbelief. "You sold that late Qing dynasty birdseed jar?" "Yes, it went for 290 yuan. "How much? Wasn't it 350? Why did you sell it for such a low price?" He Tao could not fathom that something he valued at 350 could be sold for merely 290. Although it seemed like a mere 60 yuan difference, it represented a pure profit loss. After deducting the 250 yuan cost, the discrepancy amounted to a staggering 15 times the profit. And what happened to the promised 7,000 yuan? There was nothing I could do. That old gentleman was a master negotiator. and I simply could not compete. Xiao Xiao sighed, forcing a smile. The atmosphere at the stall instantly filled with a cheerful air. Initially, Xiao Xiao had indeed set her price at 7,000, but to her astonishment, the gentleman countered with a mere 50. Xiao Xiao refused to accept that. This girl is a real fish out of water, He Tao mused internally. However, aside from her monetary losses, Xiao Xiao had one redeeming quality. She did not use the appraisal video that He Tao provided her as a means of endorsement. Many streamers seek appraisals with the intention of using the videos as justification for their sales, but Xiao Xiao was genuinely interested in understanding the extent of her losses. He Tao teasingly asked her, "Did you jot down a deficit of 60 in your little notebook?" "No, I cannot bear to see my losses." As they conversed, an elderly gentleman wearing a black felt hat strolled up to the stall. He Tao quickly stepped aside, allowing himself the opportunity to observe how Xiao Xiao conducted her sales. The gentleman instinctively squatted down, picked up a shard of porcelain from the stall, and, pulling out a magnifying glass from his pocket, began to scrutinize it closely. After examining the porcelain, he remained silent and switched to a nearby copper coin, engrossed in his study once more. To He Tao, this behavior was a clear indication that the gentleman was an amateur, who could so swiftly alternate between porcelain and copper coins. No, now he had moved on to jade. The gentleman was quite versatile. Finally, he picked up a modern craft piece, a plain 3-color porcelain plate, and inquired, "How much for this, boss?" "What an astute eye you have," Xiao Xiao thought, eagerly stepping forward after waiting for the gentleman to ask the price. "This piece has been passed down from my ancestors since the Qing dynasty. Just look at the base and the 6-character seal script." He Tao listened from the side, suppressing laughter. The seal indicated it was made during the reign of Qianlong, if it truly had been passed down. Her ancestors must have been high-ranking officials indeed. "This is a bargain at 80,000. 80,000. That is still a bargain. Fixed price, 80. Are you buying or not?" 80,000 is truly not expensive. The materials and age of this piece justify its price. The porcelain from the Qing dynasty was made using the rare kaolin from Jingdezhen, which is no longer available. As for the age, having been preserved for so long, even if you valued it at 10 yuan a day, it would exceed 80,000. Xiao Xiao's reasoning was somewhat skewed, yet He Tao found it oddly familiar. Reflecting on her earlier introduction of the methods for footnotes and signatures, He Tao couldn't help but notice how strikingly similar they were to his own words. Was it possible that a third of his efforts had been appropriated? It seemed his rhetoric had been wholly pilfered. As He Tao pondered these trivial thoughts, he suddenly caught sight of a medium-sized bald head passing behind Old Tang's shiny dome. The profile appeared somewhat familiar. He Tao quickly recalled that it was none other than the flower monk. What was he doing at the Big Willow Ghost Market? Was he there to dispose of stolen goods, or perhaps for a clandestine meeting? Could it be that there was a gathering of brothers occurring that very night? Chapter 48. The Work at the Bar. "Old He, what are you daydreaming about?" Noticing He Tao's somewhat dazed expression, Old Tang approached quietly and whispered beside him, "Are you stealing glances at the ladies?" Xiao Xiao, indeed, was quite a remarkable girl. Aside from her occasional lack of awareness, she seemed to possess no significant flaws. "What are you thinking?" He Tao interjected, shooting Old Tang a glare. "I just spotted an acquaintance." "Who?" Old Tang turned his head to survey the surroundings. "Don't bother looking. You wouldn't recognize him. But you might have heard of his former superior, the one who posted a picture of himself in a 5-clawed dragon robe on social media, only to be traced by the police. After his incident, you followed your master, Old Ba. If it weren't for Old Ba personally appointing me, I might have even passed the civil service exam. There's nothing inherently wrong with a stable job, but for me, the realm of folk archaeology truly offers boundless opportunities." He Tao mused for a moment, and as he observed the flower monk about to vanish into the crowd, he hastily abandoned Old Tang to pursue him. He still had unanswered questions regarding the monk's previous tip-off to the police. To put it bluntly, this was a betrayal. Although He Tao had engaged in similar act himself, such as the time he used Uba's phone to post that dragon row picture, complete with location tagging, there was still a need to clarify the previous incident. Having visited the Big Willow Ghost Market several times, He Tao was well acquainted with its layout and quickly caught up with the monk. Upon nearing him, he refrained from making immediate contact, instead trailing 3 or 4 paces behind, curious to discern the monk's intentions. As someone who had recently completed probation, the monk's return to the scene of his past transgressions, coupled with his presence in a market known for illicit activities, appeared rather suspicious. He Tao questioned whether Hu Ba had assigned him some covert task. He was determined to uncover what the monk was truly up to. As they walked, the monk suddenly halted, seemingly having arrived at his destination. He paused in front of a stall selling chicken wing with furniture, feigning interest in the merchandise, while leaning forward to inquire of the male vendor seated on a stool. Boss, do you know how to get to the Big Bird Twirl Bar? What on earth? The vendor, puzzled, lifted his head, squinting at the monk. Have you heard of the Big Bird Twirl Bar? Are you here to make a purchase or for some other reason? I'm here seeking employment, the monk replied, gesturing to himself. A friend named who referred me. Oh, Old has not been around for some time. The stall owner seemed to be an old acquaintance of who, and, upon hearing his name, his attitude towards the monk instantly softened. He enthusiastically gestured toward the small stool beside him, saying, "Come, sit down. It's tiring to stand and talk." The monk, of course, did not refuse. However, once seated, he suddenly sensed something amiss. It was at the moment when the stall owner inquired if he had any prior experience in this line of work that he felt the man's hand subtly rest on his leg, followed by a suggestive squeeze. The monk appeared perplexed, suddenly realizing that the look in the other man's eyes had taken on a rather suggestive quality, which filled him with a dreadful sensation. What on earth? The monk exclaimed, leaping up in alarm. This was not right. At the same time, He Tao was doubled over in laughter, unable to contain himself. The scene had been utterly absurd. This robust, masculine monk, reminiscent of Saitama from One Punch Man, being harassed by a seemingly flirtatious fellow. It was simply too much to handle. The monk, naturally somewhat slow on the uptake, and having grown up in poverty with little exposure to computers, had never played Cyberpunk 2077 and was thus unaware that the bar was a haven for the LGBTQ community. However, for Old Who to have suggested he work in such a place was truly outrageous. After the monk dashed away from the stall owner, he naturally noticed He Tao, who was still gasping for breath from laughter. He approached, tilting his head and asking, "Oh, Old He, what brings you here?" "I came to the bar to see you." "Ha ha ha," He Tao replied, clutching his stomach. Upon hearing this, the monk's face flushed crimson. There was no more mortifying moment than this. "Stop teasing me. Let's South find another place to talk." The two of them walked to the parking lot outside the ghost market, seeking a quieter spot where they squatted beside a flower bed. He Tao ceased his laughter, and the monk's embarrassment faded. They tacitly avoided discussing the earlier incident at the bar, recognizing that it would be impolite to continue laughing, especially since it was evidently Old Who had set him up. He Tao offered an analysis of Who's motives. "Monk, did you tell him during your last visit that you would soon be finishing your probation?" "Yes, why? Then he recommended this job to you?" "Indeed. He mentioned that having a criminal record makes it difficult to find work and suggested I try my luck here." "But why would he set you up? Is it possible that you failed to meet some of his expectations, and he is attempting to get back at you in this manner?" He Tao speculated. Old Who was certainly no good man. He had a volatile temper and a penchant for violence, with a particularly petty nature. Once, He Tao merely cautioned him not to tread on someone's ancestral grave, only to be met with a tirade of abuse, nearly leading to a physical confrontation. This incident had directly resulted in He Tao marking him. Thus, while the monk's visit to the prison might have seemed like a noble deed, it was far from certain that Old Who appreciated the gesture. The only thing left undone was identifying the scoundrel who had used his phone to post on social media. But most of those involved in those events had ended up imprisoned, leaving me unable to investigate. This indeed was a matter beyond investigation. He Tao looked at the monk with a hint of sympathy. "It's not your fault. It's Ubaoto's own issue. He may have damaged his brain by stepping on a sewing machine." "I concur." The monk nodded in agreement. "We were captured by the surveillance cameras." The monk shook his head, his tone laced with resignation. Nowadays, a camera costs just over 100 yuan, unlike in the past when they were prohibitively expensive. Consequently, there are usually several hidden cameras near every discovered ancient tomb. It seems our previous offenses were recognized through facial recognition, which is why the authorities were alerted as soon as we enter the house. "Well, there's nothing we can do. We deserve to be apprehended," He Tao acknowledged, finding wisdom in the monk's words. Clearly, one must be cautious of their companions when approaching ancient tombs in the future. As they conversed, they suddenly noticed several uniformed police officers approaching them. The monk, startled, immediately stood up. He Tao looked up in astonishment. "Dude, what have you done now?" "Nothing." "Then why are you standing?" "Oh, I suppose it's a habit." The monk awkwardly pretended to stretch before squatting back down, explaining, "I must be accustomed to it." Chapter 49, The Natural Order of Things. The police officers were not there to apprehend the monk. Their target was the bald man, Old Tang. Upon seeing the police escorting Old Tang out of the ghost market, Xiao Xiao and He Tao closely followed behind. Rather than shrinking back, He Tao quickly approached the officers. "Good day, officers. This man is my friend. What brings you here?" Before He Tao could finish his sentence, he noticed the officers pulling out their phones, glancing between the screen and him, wearing expressions of scrutiny. Based on years of experience with law enforcement, He Tao realized they were likely confirming the identity of a suspect. Alarmed, he thought, this is it. I've walked right into a trap. But wait, hadn't he committed any recent offenses, had he? Is it him? One officer inquired of Old Tang. The latter calmly nodded, yes, that's him. With those words, two officers stepped closer, positioning themselves on either side of He Tao, effectively trapping him. No problem at all, He Tao quickly replied. At this point, claiming there was an issue would be futile. However, judging by Old Tang's demeanor, it seemed to be a minor matter. Could it be related to their tomb exploration? Had they been caught on camera before ascending the mountain? Or perhaps there was surveillance inside the tomb. It was difficult to fathom what the matter could be. As it turned out, He Tao's suspicions were correct. Once in the police car, the two officers flanked him in the back seat, while an older officer in the front passenger seat began inquiring about their tomb exploration. After hearing the questions, He Tao breathed a sigh of relief. It's a trivial matter. I have it all on video. Officers, I recorded the entire incident. The footage is on my phone. Would you like to take a look? The officers exchanged glances, and finally the officer in the front nodded, signaling for He Tao to retrieve his phone. Actually, my primary occupation is as an antique appraisal streamer. The nature of my work has instilled in me a particularly strong awareness of legal matters and cultural heritage preservation, He Tao explained while browsing through the video. Upon discovering myself in the tomb, my immediate thought was to secure evidence. Otherwise, the situation could easily become muddled. Look, you can see for yourselves. When we entered, the tomb was already devoid of any contents. The veteran officer took the phone and watched the video in its entirety. Indeed, as He Tao stated, the chamber was empty. Considering the footage captured by the surveillance at the base of the mountain, along with the timestamp of the video, it was clear that they had no time to clear out the entire tomb. It was highly probable that the tomb was originally empty. This implies that He Tao was innocent of any wrongdoing. The senior officer in the passenger seat fell silent after viewing the video. He Tao, is it? You mentioned you are a treasure appraisal streamer? Yes, and I focus on public welfare appraisal. You can find me by searching for Jinbao Tang. Since you're a streamer, you should be knowledgeable about the law. Why would you venture into a theft hole? Shouldn't you have reported it immediately? He Tao was momentarily at a loss for words. From a conventional perspective, he should have indeed contacted the authorities right away. Discovering a theft hole and immediately crawling inside seemed rather peculiar. Fortunately, given He Tao's profession, such eccentricity was somewhat acceptable. Because I am a streamer might not survive, but they cannot lack content. If I were to find one or two national treasures in an ancient tomb and present them to a museum, wouldn't I become famous? He pointed at He Tao and instructed the officers behind him, please provide him with a copy of the Cultural Relic Protection pamphlet. Then, kindly ask him to leave. What does that mean? I'm not being arrested. He Tao felt somewhat taken aback. We never intended to arrest you. We simply wanted to clarify the situation. Rest assured, I have my principles. He Tao realized that the officers were wary of him being an unscrupulous internet celebrity attempting to leverage the situation for publicity. To be fair, such actions were indeed within the realm of possibility for a streamer. With a thick stack of pamphlets in hand, He Tao emerged from the police vehicle under the watchful eyes of the onlookers. Noticing the smartphones raised by the elderly, he hastily shielded his face with the pamphlet. Teacher He, over here. In the crowd, Xiao Xiao and her friend waved at He Tao from a distance. Neither was keen on approaching, fearing they might end up on camera. After all, one could never predict the sensationalist headlines these elders might concoct for merchandise sales. Tomb Raider captured while selling stolen goods at Ghost Market. Such items found at Dallatree Ghost Market. 2 men and 2 women arrested. Famed treasure appraisal streamer arrested at Ghost Market. Eyewitnesses share thrilling account. The personal life of Jinbao Tang streamer is quite extraordinary. 2 men and 2 women. Police arrived. After breaking free from the crowd, He Tao briefly explained to Xiao Xiao and her friend why he had summoned the police. Upon finishing, one of the girls asked, "Why are you unharmed while Old Tang was taken away?" Had it not been for Old Tang's matchmaking companion being present, He Tao would have undoubtedly remarked, "Among the 3 of us, he was merely gathering inspiration. The Taoist was there to dispel evil, while only Old Tang genuinely intended to commit tomb raiding." Considering Lao Tang's character, He Tao, with a tinge of guilt, remarked, "Lao Tang is quite honest. I imagine he will respond to the police's inquiries straightforwardly. Unlike me, who would answer one question with 10 and then counter with another. Thus, I have swiftly cleared my name, while he may require a bit more time. Rest assured, by tomorrow morning at the latest, he should be released. Therefore, teacher did you truly not engage in tomb raiding?" Xiao Xiao inquired earnestly, gazing into He Tao's eyes. Having watched the live broadcast, She was aware of He Tao's nickname. This is Iba too. Isn't it only natural for him to partake in tomb raiding? Upon sensing the intensity of Xiao Qiao's gaze, He Tao, with a resigned tone, replied, I understand what you are thinking, but in this instance, I assure you, it is not the case. All right, I believe you, teacher He. Indeed, our company is not far from here. If it is close, we shall not see you off. He Tao remarked before turning to leave. He realized that Xiao Qiao was subtly hinting for him to depart, likely concerned that the earlier incident might tarnish their business. After all, in street vending, the presence of law enforcement can deter customers from making purchases. However, He Tao overlooked the fact that they were in the ghost market. Just as he had taken a few steps, he heard Xiao Qiao shouting excitedly behind him, Come one, come all. The tomb raider, apprehended by the police moments ago, was caught right here at my stall. Who knows, I might have national treasures. Don't miss out. Come grab a bargain. Impressive. He Tao muttered under his breath, quickly lowering his head and hastening against the flow of the crowd to escape the ghost market. The monk had seemingly vanished, likely having hidden upon witnessing He Tao's arrest. With an estimated crowd of tens of thousands in the market, searching for anyone was an impossible task. He could only hope to meet again someday. The building housing the Jianbao Hall Company was less than a kilometer from the exit of the ghost market, a distance He Tao could easily walk. As he approached the company, he spotted the live icon of the studio glowing in the distance. Is someone live streaming? His first thought was that, having taken an hour of leave, the daytime host was filling in for him. However, as he drew nearer, he could hear lively music emanating from within, accompanied by what seemed to be Chao Haiyun's voice. With teacher He absent, I'll take you all through some fiery highlights. Upon hearing this, He Tao, who had been gripping the doorknob, instantly released it. Chapter 50. Did the police not seek you out? Teacher He? Why aren't you going in? He Tao, crouched at the door, was engrossed in a live stream when he heard a voice and looked up to see his boss. Good afternoon, President Shun. Good afternoon, teacher He. Everyone is waiting for you. Please head in promptly for the broadcast. Certainly, I will enter right away, He Tao nodded, just about to turn and open the door when he suddenly heard Chao Haiyun's voice emanating from President Chen's pocket. Come on, sister, give me a dance. Though President Chen reacted swiftly and turned off his phone, the revelation had already occurred. As the director, it is only reasonable for me to familiarize myself with the situation in the company's live broadcast room. He awkwardly smiled and explained. Indeed, it is quite reasonable. Teacher He, please stop staring at me. That fellow Chao Haiyun doesn't have a good grasp of boundaries. We mustn't let him get our live stream shut down. However, if he had a better sense of propriety, you wouldn't be watching, would you? He Tao retorted. That can't be said so simply, Mr. Chen attempted to explain. But He Tao, with a smile, walked into the studio. At the computer, Chao Haiyun was oblivious to the arrival of the main host. He was stretching his neck, honing his dynamic vision and repositioning skills. This girl has just opened the door, freshly unearthed, and she's so fair. Perhaps she should consider a career as a leg-dedicated streamer. All these female streamers are the same. Treasure appreciation is far more intriguing. Indeed, women can become tiresome after a while. Strangely enough, seasoned veterans like He Tao and Mr. Chen had not lost interest, but the audience in the live stream had seemingly grown weary. One could only conclude that bravado is a matter of principle. Nevertheless, regardless of their interest, a pause was necessary. Clearing his throat, He Tao approached his assistant, gently coughing twice. The assistant promptly raised his hand and stood up, his nationality seemingly French. Upon recognizing He Tao, Chao Haiyun, who had been somewhat tense, immediately donned a cheerful expression. He tilted his body slightly and gestured for He Tao to sit. Teacher He, this is the female streamer I meticulously selected for you. You'll win the PK immediately. Please take charge of her. Chao Haiyun was astoundingly perceptive. Miss, please don't sway. I'm feeling a bit dizzy. Let us conclude this PK for now. As for the punishment, you'll owe me. I will return after midnight to administer it. Does teacher He wish to monopolize? What a ridiculous notion. Could we perhaps conclude by 11? The dormitory lights will go out at 12. Students should refrain from watching. This kind of live stream suits married couch potatoes like us. Regardless of the barrage of comments, He Tao successfully sent the connected sister away. The focus returned to the serious content of the live stream, treasure appraisal. While the female streamer was indeed a visual delight, treasure appraisal was the foundation upon which He Tao built his livelihood. No matter how captivating a co-host might be, she could not rival the likes of Xiao Yan from Hangzhou. Therefore, distinguishing between priorities was essential. Hello, welcome, Supreme Tai Dui, the Heavenly Sovereign. What a convoluted name. Are you a follower of Taoism? He Tao casually inquired before even seeing the connected guest. Once the other party image loaded. He instantly realized his previous question was misplaced, for he recognized the individual. Wasn't that Taoist Yoji? The female Taoist who had previously entered the tomb with Old Tang. Why hadn't she been apprehended? And now she had the audacity to join the livestream? Once the video connected, Yoji bore a peculiar expression, as if probing something, and quietly asked, "Teacher are you well?" "I'm quite well indeed. Haven't the police sought you out?" "Ah, they did, but it was nothing serious. So they released me." "What have I just heard? This female Taoist is an accomplice too. Is this a script? Is teacher he incorporating scripts into his live streams? It must be a script. My most revered teacher, he could never be such a person. Indeed, thieves come from all walks of life. Director, please mute the viewer with the ID. He teacher stealing from his ancestor's grave for 10 minutes. You claim to admire me, and yet choose such a name. Do you? Now allow me to introduce this female Taoist priestess, who is a friend of mine in real life. We have undertaken tasks together. I shall refrain from elaborating further. He Tao has promised the veteran officer to refrain from sensationalism, and he has kept his word. Upon hearing his words, Priestess Yoji nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, I had some concerns, but seeing you still live streaming and not fleeing has put my mind at ease. It is merely a trivial matter. Do not be anxious. Did you connect just to inquire about this issue? That was indeed my intention, but since you are unharmed and present, I might as well ask you to authenticate a few items. I had intended to bring it up last time, but hesitated. Yoji fixed her phone to the tabletop. When it is her turn to interpret divinations, but no clients are present, she often fixes her phone to the table to read novels. Cultivation should be approached with a sense of naturalness. I have a Xuanyu seal here. It possesses an ancient design, being a square seal with a ring on the back. On either side of the 4 characters, there are 2 symmetrical symbols. What is the use of this seal? The 9 heavens, Xuanyu descends to the mortal realm. I am a battle eagle. This item is quite good. It can withstand minor heavenly tribulations without issue. It is used for drawing talismans, right? Priestess, what is the purpose of a 9 heavens Xuanyu seal? Although he felt he was asking about knowledge that would not be of personal use, He Tao still inquired. Perhaps due to the influence of traditional culture, one cannot help but be curious about Taoist artifacts. The official explanation of the 9 heaven Xuanyu seal is that it can summon the 6 Ding and 6 Jia deities, aiding in the practice of Taoist arts, talismans, and rituals. In essence, it is applicable to all talismans. However, nowadays, we generally use it for house protection. Yoji explained with great expertise. Some houses, upon completion, may find their feng shui unfavorable, and thus the 9 heavens Xuanyu seal can be employed to ward off evil and suppress malevolence. By the way, the Xuanyu goddess is also the master of feng shui and geography, so it can be utilized when determining auspicious spots. Is that so? He Tao did not expect this knowledge to be beneficial. I have never heard my master mention it. If we embark on another task, priestess, remember to bring this seal along. Haha, certainly. Yoji recognized He Tao's jest and replied with a laugh. She continued to inquire, is the seal old? It is old, yet not exceedingly so. Judging by the rust, it was engraved in the 1950s or 1960s, likely for use by your Taoist temple. The 1950s or 1960s. That should be accurate. Yoji nodded and informed He Tao that her current temple was reconstructed during that era. Subsequently, she produced another seal. There are numerous seals for Taoists. According to her, these seals are designed for the convenience of talisman crafting. Each talisman is handwritten and consecrated, which is less efficient than directly consecrating the seal. Chapter 51, The Ancient Battlefield. I recognize this. This is the ZY talisman you drew for us last time. Where did you actually go last time? The teacher and this Taoist priestess seem to have a story. The ability to utilize the ZY seal suggests the presence of a significant tomb. Collaborating with the Taoist priest has rendered us invincible, though I fear the power of a single mobile device could jeopardize everything. Indeed, this is precisely what I sketched previously. Upon completion, I pondered that had I brought the talisman with me, I would have spared myself the intricacies of manual drawing. Your sentiment resonates with me. It feels even more peculiar than drafting auspicious characters. This talisman, the surface copper appears relatively untarnished, with a shallow patina, indicating it may have been crafted within the last 30 years. Ah, I see. Taoist Yoji mused, it appears there are no ancient relics here. This Taoist priest lacks depth. Are there no spiritual treasures or magical implements? Frankly speaking, talismans intended for exorcism are not particularly practical. The Taoist tradition has waned, while the remnants of Buddhism are far more plentiful. Taoist priest, aside from the ZY seal, are there any other seals available? He Tao inquired with curiosity. I desire a talisman that will bring me fortune. Indeed, I possess such an item. Without hesitation, Yoji revealed the seal of the god of wealth to Hitao. It bears similarities to the previous seal of the Nine Heavens goddess, adorned with inscriptions on either side and a central vertical text. However, the inscription on the god of wealth seal reads, "By the decree of Zhao Gongming." It appears more formal than the Nine Heavens seal. Is there a finished product of this talisman? Our viewers have expressed the desire for it. Unfortunately, we do not have any pre-made. We create them on the spot. Could you send me several dozen? Coincidentally, he also wishes to acquire one. The efficacy of this item is irrelevant. It primarily serves to provide emotional value, especially for someone ensnared in a losing investment. Dozens? What do you intend to do with them? Teacher You're not planning to sell them, are you? Sell? That actually seems feasible. Hitao exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. I can profit from selling the god of wealth talismans, and, as I do so, I will indeed accumulate wealth, thereby proving the talisman's effectiveness through personal experience, consequently attracting even more buyers. What a virtuous cycle. Taoist priest, would you consider a collaboration? Is this not akin to a Ponzi scheme? The dogged streamer intends to lead the Taoist priest to exploit the unsuspecting, does he not? Such is the nature of virtual currencies and the stock market. Congratulations, streamer, for grasping the essence of success. Despite the allure of He Tao's proposal, Taoist Yoji firmly declined. Why not? Because what you are proposing is deceitful. What if I offer them for free? Free is acceptable. We do not charge for these in the first place. Very well. He Tao nodded, his original intent being to distribute them without charge. A lottery for 30 viewers, each receiving a god of wealth talisman. There is but one stipulation. Affluent individuals need not apply. What do you mean? Do you look down upon the wealthy? In the world, one's identity is self-assigned. I shall not accept this talisman. Whether one is wealthy will be evident from the shipping address upon dispatch. Do not claim to reside in a luxurious estate while struggling to make ends meet. No. Teacher please wait a moment. The Taoist Master Yoji was perplexed as to why the lottery had commenced. I never agreed to give you talismans, he remarked. No worries. Didn't you just mention that your temple offers them for free? Came the reply. Indeed, but I never said I would give away so many. Well, that can be easily resolved. I'll bring more people to seek them on behalf of the audience. Such a dilemma posed no challenge for Hitao. After all, his role was merely to create enticing prospects to win the audience's favor, while it was up to Director Chun to devise a solution. That could work, he conceded. All right, goodbye. A comment flashed across the screen, questioning whether he had come to promote products alongside the Taoist. To the brother who made that remark, you appear to be mistaken. This live stream is inherently for directing traffic to the app. Is there really a need to promote products? Furthermore, she is a Taoist, not a monk. If she were to engage in commerce, what would be the point of her cultivation? Enough of that. Let us welcome the next treasure enthusiast. Hello, Overnight Wealth SSS. Greetings. Teacher I would like your assistance in examining this. In the treasure seeker's palm lay a bronze dagger, its blade marred by green rust, yet missing its blade entirely. This is quite remarkable, an instant revelation. This is a ring-handled knife from the Warring States period. Hitao possessed a fair understanding of cold weapons, especially swords, as it could often discern their era merely by their shape. The sheer volume of excavated artifacts left no room for doubt. Familiarity breeds expertise. Is this from the Warring States? The treasure enthusiast questioned, incredulously. Yes, late Warring States period, Hitao affirmed. How can you tell? I cannot discern it. This is actually quite easy to identify, Hitao explained succinctly, as it was his role as a professional treasure appraisal host to occasionally showcase his expertise. A knife with a ring on the handle is termed a ring-handled knife. Your bronze ring-handled knife exhibits distinct welding marks between the ring and the handle. Additionally, the handle and blade tang share the same thickness, which is characteristic of the late Warring States to early Han period. During the Warring States, such knives were typically carried for various practical uses, such as cutting ropes or shaving. Brothers, let us display our expertise on the screen. Teacher, he clearly has studied cold weapons. Was welding already in practice during the Warring States? The background appears to be outdoors. Pay attention to your surroundings. A viewer's comment caught Hitao's attention. Although the treasure enthusiast's phone was well focused, it was still evident that the backdrop consisted of yellow earth. Treasure enthusiast. Are you outdoors? Yes, teacher, take a look. The enthusiast showed no hesitation, retracting the dagger handle to reveal his surroundings. A conspicuous large pit lay on the adjacent earthen slope. Is this a looter's pit? He inquired. It resembles one. Hitao hesitated, though it feels like something a novice might attempt. A standard looter's pit wouldn't be this large. At that moment, an assistant in the monitoring room interjected, "Teacher, This must have been excavated using a small digger." Trusting the expertise of Chow Hai-yun, who had studied civil engineering, Tao continued, "Treasure enthusiast. Was this excavated by a digger?" "I'm not sure," the enthusiast denied. "Not sure? Then where are you located? In Handong? Did you graduate from digger school?" In a certain location, a voice called out, "Take me along. I can operate an excavator too," another chimed in. "It must be the northern faction at work. They tend to be rather reckless." No, this is not my excavation," came the response. "The items were just collected by me, right over there." "What about inside? Are there any more?" Tao pressed for more details. "They've already found bronze artifacts outside. If he could get in, he would undoubtedly make a beeline for it." In his earpiece, the producer cautioned Tao that this treasure hunter might have ulterior motives, urging him to inquire further. "What else can I ask? Should I inquire if he is willing to share?" He wondered if the police would look unfavorably upon such footage. After some contemplation, he asked, "Brother, where exactly are you located? Please share, I'll come lend a hand." "I'm in Hnan. Is it the Mongshan area?" Tao first queried about the Hnan locality he was most familiar with. Born in Su and Heng, buried in Mongshan. There are indeed many ancient tombs in that vicinity. However, the treasure hunter clarified, "We are situated in a plain region, a former battlefield. Farmers have unearthed numerous weapons while tilling the land." "Ah, I see," Tao said, a confident smile gracing his lips. "It must be right? I know that place well. I've visited several times." Chapter 52, Sharing Knowledge. While Tao was engrossed in his identification tasks, in the dormitory of Yinjing Media University, a junior girl was fixated on Tao's livestream, so much so that she was oblivious to her roommate's arrival. "Fei, I brought up your takeout. If you don't eat it soon, it'll get cold." "Thanks." Su Mengfei gestured for her to place it aside. "This live stream is quite engaging. I'll eat later." "What live stream?" Her roommate leaned in to take a look. "Oh, this male host is rather handsome, somewhat reminiscent of a young Shah. What is he broadcasting? Why are you watching this? Is it for an assignment?" "No, I'm working on my slicing project. A few days ago, I spent 488 to purchase a tutorial on slicing. You know, the one where college students earn millions from slicing?" "Yes. I bought the version that claims an income of 500,000. "You really bought it?" Her roommate asked in surprise. "Didn't we analyze that making money through live slicing is quite challenging? Didn't you lose 8,000 in fraudulent transactions?" Fei, is it possible that this slicing venture is also a scam? Perhaps they're not making money themselves and are selling tutorials to exploit people." "It's possible, but I must give it a try," Su Mengfei replied, biting her lip with determination. The three remaining roommates each had side hustles. One was writing novels, another was streaming, and the third served as a private secretary for a director, while she felt devoid of any pursuits, as if she were a burden. She had initially planned to edit clips from Quan's live streams, but he had not gone live, and she couldn't very well edit thin air. Fortunately, Big Data had recommended the treasure app to her. When Su Mengfei entered the live room, she was captivated by the atmosphere created by the exuberant comments as the Taoist priest, Yu Ji, joined the mic. "The host is a tomb raider. If you have the ability, go catch him. During the day, he assists the Taoist with rituals, but at night, he engages in nefarious deeds." The business of treasure hunting has grown remarkably, and even those within the Taoist sect must offer a modicum of respect. "Brothers, I too have dabbled in the Tao. Is there anyone willing to join me in this endeavor?" The discussions revolve around various illicit activities, such as smuggling artifacts, tomb raiding, and grave robbing. Many participants still utilize avatars from the realm of anime or prison-themed imagery, as if they are engaged in some abstract pursuit. Furthermore, the bullet comments reveal a shared belief that the host is indeed a grave robber. Yet, the esteemed Mr. He in the video appears to be a rather serious broadcaster. Thus, Su Mengfei found herself captivated. After only a brief time in the live stream, she was convinced of Mr. He's professionalism. Rarely does one encounter a host capable of elucidating the intricacies of the bronze ring and initial knife so clearly. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Moreover, it seems Mr. He possesses knowledge beyond mere antiques. He appears to understand the very technique of excavating tombs. Such depth is unfathomable. Wait a moment. Why does he claim to have visited the locations where bronze artifacts were discovered multiple times? What could that imply? Fei, who is this host you're watching? Could you share the link with me? Su Mengfei was taken aback by her roommate's request. Didn't you say all live streams are scripted? However, this script is intriguing. It feels as though an experienced tomb raider is mentoring a novice in the art of grave robbing. Haha, that newcomer on the other end was genuinely frightened away. It's comical, almost too real. Her roommate laughed heartily. Su Mingfei glanced at the live stream screen and then at the comments, suddenly struck by a peculiar thought. Perhaps this is not merely a script, but rather reality? That would be even more impressive. Perhaps the title of the segment should be revised. Contemplating this, Su Mingfei crossed out the segment titled Mr. P.S. Appraisal Special in her notes, and instead penned the reformed grave robber S Chronicles. Unbeknownst to He Tao, he had become the center of attention. He was currently troubled by the sight of a fellow treasure seeker who had damaged a once pristine Han Dynasty green glaze jar. The treasure seeker inquired, "Teacher, is there any way to repair this? I initially intended to use super glue, but after experimenting with a bowl at home, it seemed ineffective. My friend, when it comes to mending porcelain, you ought to utilize AB glue. However, once repaired, the piece would be rendered useless, merely a decorative item for your home." Rendered useless? The treasure seeker lamented. Is there truly no way to salvage it? I'm afraid not, He Tao replied. My friend, how is it that your work is so crude? It's not that my work is careless, the treasure seeker defended. This item was already in several pieces upon its discovery. But isn't that still a matter of your own clumsiness? He Tao countered. While a Han Dynasty green glaze jar is not particularly valuable, one in pristine condition could fetch around 100,000. Now, shattered, it is worth a mere 3,000. While the monetary loss is trivial, the waste is significant. Preserving such items for thousands of years is no easy feat. He Tao harbored doubts about whether the treasure seeker was genuinely knowledgeable. Yet it was clear he was mishandling the artifact. Such behavior would warrant punishment under the tutelage of a seasoned expert. In the future, should you choose to excavate, when encountering such porcelain, refrain from hastily employing your tools. First, locate the rim, ascertain the overall positioning, and then gently excavate along the rim, loosening the surface soil before carefully lifting the entire piece. One must never grasp one side and forcibly pull it outward. Such pottery from the Han Dynasty has been buried for millennia. It is exceedingly fragile, and any undue force will cause it to shatter instantly. Wisdom from seasoned predecessors. No, you truly teach them. Imparting some knowledge is far better than damaging cultural relics, is it not? I support sharing wisdom, for I wish to learn. It is time to commence the lectures. I am neither imparting wisdom nor encouraging tomb raiding. Dear audience, do not misconstrue my intentions. He Tao observed the direction of the comments and sensed a misunderstanding, prompting him to clarify swiftly. The director also whispered in his earpiece, cautioning that his remarks might lead Uncle Hat to misinterpret. Thus, further explanation was indeed necessary. What I just mentioned pertained to the experience of unearthing sweet potatoes. Some are rather elongated and can easily break when pulled forcefully. By analogy, porcelain behaves similarly. Mr. He, you even know how to dig for sweet potatoes? A treasure enthusiast inquired, astonished. What of it? I am the son of a farmer. Is it not normal to possess such knowledge? Well then, I shall not conceal it. I am indeed a farmer. Are you a dog? He Tao reacted swiftly, realizing the enthusiast was attempting to take advantage of him. He retorted, You claim to be a farmer, yet is the home meant for disturbing others' ancestral graves? Would you be pleased if someone were to disturb your family's resting place? That's fine. My ancestral grave is empty. It has long been excavated, the enthusiast replied, utterly unfazed. He Tao had initially intended to discuss morals and boundaries, but the enthusiast's demeanor was fearlessly defiant. Such individuals should be left to the authorities. Having brazenly excavated a Han Dynasty tomb, a director of his disposition would undoubtedly report it at least twice, ensuring nothing was overlooked. The enthusiast has fortified his defenses. Empathy is of no use here. I have no ancestral grave. Does that not render me invincible? It is precisely because of such people that the law is necessary for punishment. Why are there still comments suggesting I am teaching methods of tomb raiding? My friends, at most I am merely showing how to extract artifacts. The issue is, to even touch a Han Dynasty pottery jar, one must first unearth a Han tomb, correct? Before retrieving the pottery jar, one has already committed tomb raiding. At this juncture, preserving an intact piece of porcelain is undoubtedly beneficial. When the police apprehend someone, having an important piece of material evidence is invaluable when the court renders its judgment. Having a cultural relic as evidence is crucial. Your perspective is far too narrow. He Tao grinned, feeling his argument was quite cogent. He had already woven the consciousness of artifact preservation into every detail. Should a tomb raider, who had watched his live stream, be caught while discovering a complete stolen artifact, he would at least claim 1% of the credit. Enough of idle chatter with you seasoned veterans. Welcome, super invincible mecha overlord. No, wait, is that you, treasure enthusiast? Your name sounds rather elementary. Chapter 53, A Guardian of Cultural Relics. super invincible mecha overlord, is quite forthright, appearing before the camera without hesitation. Indeed, he is a student. His face is long, hair slicked back against his forehead, resembling the character Adai from Crayon Shin-chan, albeit without the runny nose. Hello, Mr. He. I am in 6th grade. Do you also engage in collecting? He-tao inquired. He still recalls the child who once played with burial artifacts. Now, those born after the year 2000 have become seasoned, while the 2010s generation is poised to be the future luminaries of the antiquities realm. However, this particular elementary school student is different. He shook his head and remarked, I don't play, but my grandfather does. Teacher He, I have watched your live broadcast for 2 days, and I believe you possess a wealth of knowledge concerning the preservation of cultural relics. It's quite impressive. Whose child is this? Is this Teacher He's son? How shameless to boast about one's own father. The child is merely speaking in irony. Now we know the level of those who compliment Teacher He, don't we? From now on, anyone who praises the streamer is a primary school student. Thank you. I also think I'm quite remarkable. He-tao graciously accepted the praise from the young scholar. Although the child's name sounded rather juvenile, his character was commendable, possessing at least the virtue of honesty. What do you wish to authenticate today? Is it on behalf of your grandfather? Yes, the child nodded, reaching into an undisclosed place to retrieve a fragment of a bronze artifact. Teacher, please take a look at this. Is it ancient? Come closer. Let me examine the patterns. Not bad, not bad. The patina appears authentic. It likely belongs to the Shang or Zhou dynasty. However, it's too small to ascertain its exact nature. From the Shang and Zhou, that should be accurate. Teacher, he indeed has expertise. Now, take a look at these. The elementary student teased a bit, only revealing his grandfather's complete collection after hearing He-tao's preliminary assessment. Wow, is this a human collection? There should be more than 10 pieces. This young lad comes from a prosperous family. This pile of bronze artifacts could sustain your entire family for a lifetime. Is he the grandson of a tomb raider? He-tao was also startled by the sudden appearance of the scene on the other end of the video. 5 cardboard boxes were laid on the ground, each containing at least one complete bronze artifact, including heavy items like Ding and Li, as well as smaller pieces such as Ju and Jia. Additionally, a bamboo basket was stuffed with fragments of bronze artifacts. Is all this your grandfather's collection? Yes, it has been in our home for as long as I can remember. The elementary student nodded. I previously took photos and asked online. They all said my grandfather is part of the National Treasure Gang, suggesting I buy him more health supplements. But I feel my grandfather shouldn't be part of the National Treasure Gang. He has never claimed these are national treasures. Rather, he refers to them as junk. He-tao discerned the child's slight discontent, influenced by the netizen's remarks. He affirmed the young scholar's statement. Your grandfather is certainly not part of the National Treasure Gang. He is a true elder in the field. Now, pick up that cup adorned with patterns and showcase it to everyone. This one? Yes, that's the one. National Treasure Gang in the comments. Take note. This item has over 60 probability of being an artifact from Sangsingdui. The remaining 40 may belong to sites surrounding Bashu from the same era. Observe the patina, the patterns. This is what we call a genuine artifact. The finest item in this live broadcast has appeared. Does this mischievous child even understand what Sangsingdui signifies? This is about sending my grandfather away. The police can be dispatched. There is undoubtedly an issue. Is it truly the Sangsingdui? A national treasure indeed. To be fair, the design does resemble that of the Sangsingdui. That's right, He-tao nodded. Such patterns and forms belong to the more accessible artifacts from Sangsingdui. However, there remains a considerable distance from being a national treasure. Many harbor a misconception that the genuine Sangsingdui artifacts are all housed in museums, while the market is filled with fakes. Yet, in reality, there are indeed experts among the populace. Without delving too far back, in recent years, there have been several instances of discoveries during local canal repairs, where artifacts were unearthed and subsequently divided, leading to swift disappearances. However, what circulates externally is mostly devoid of national treasures, with even first-class artifacts being exceedingly rare. Compared to these secondary and tertiary relics, He-tao was more concerned about another issue. Youngster, I sense you possess considerable confidence regarding these matters. Why do you wish to connect with me? Are you seeking assistance in reporting to the authorities? No, I merely wish for Teacher He to assist me in analysis. The elementary school student replied calmly. Do you think it's possible that these items were unearthed by my grandfather through grave robbing? Quite possibly. However, we typically refrain from using the term grave robbing. The official terminology is looting ancient cultural sites and tombs. When communicating with students, it is imperative to be precise. He-tao directly quoted the legal terminology pertaining to the offense. Then, teacher, do you think I should report my grandfather? Explosive filial piety, indeed, exclaimed the family members. The red scarf upon the chest cannot conceal its significance. Child, refrain from foolish actions. Why consult teacher he? He would be delighted to see grave robbers apprehended. Your notion is rather remarkable, Hitao remarked with admiration. Grave robbing is not classified as a severe crime. The maximum penalty is life imprisonment. The elementary school student appeared to genuinely consider the notion of sacrificing familial ties for a greater cause. I cannot make that decision for you. However, I can help you analyze the situation. If your grandfather truly committed grave robbing, or if he uncovered artifacts and chose to conceal them rather than reporting them, let's not delve into the years of imprisonment he might face. After all, you have already made a noble sacrifice. For you, the likelihood is that you would be awarded the title of Artifact Protection Prodigy. The Cultural Heritage Department would bestow upon you a certificate and perhaps a small red flower. And then, that would be the end of it. What use is the certificate? The elementary student inquired. Of little value. It merely serves as an aesthetically pleasing decoration at home. Oh, but I believe that protecting cultural relics is a duty for everyone, the student asserted, undeterred by the lack of reward. That is indeed the principle. However, you may find it difficult to pursue the civil service examination or enlist in the military in the future. Why is that? Because you will hold the title of Artifact Protection Prodigy. You see, that makes sense. You are indeed astute, hence you cannot pursue civil service. The reason why noble sacrifices are esteemed is that they often lead to consequences that the average person is reluctant to bear. Teacher, he has hit the nail on the head, the onlookers murmured. Can this child truly comprehend such concepts? I don't quite understand what you mean, teacher. The elementary student shook his head, pointing at the bronze artifacts. Are you saying that I need not concern myself with these items? Would that not be improper? Is there anyone from the Cultural Relics Bureau of the Bashu region present in our live stream? Hitao inquired of the audience. If so, please send me a private message. And you, young one, do the same. I will try to connect you with someone who can assist in handling these cultural artifacts without landing your grandfather in trouble. Hitao's intentions were straightforward, to avert a familial tragedy. Perhaps someone shared his thoughts. For the next participant in a live stream, turned out to be from the local Cultural Relics Department. Teacher he, I have finally connected with you. Do you remember when you guided someone in tomb raiding? The interlocutor approached with fervor, but Hitao remained unperturbed. I have guided many. Which instance are you referring to? Teacher he, I must say, you seem rather audacious, the participant remarked, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. If there were truly a matter at hand, the authorities would have already arrived at the live stream instead. One must never frighten oneself unnecessarily. Hitao reflected, a lesson gleaned from 5 years of experience. The participant chuckled lightly. Well, I didn't expect you to be unfazed. Regarding the child from earlier, I have informed my colleague. We'll find a way to contact the child's family. You and the audience can rest assured. Wait, you're contacting his family directly? Won't that lead to trouble for him? Hitao questioned. Perhaps a bit of discipline will serve him well, the participant replied. In our region, such unruly children need a firm hand to mature. Quite true. Another chimed in. I just disciplined my own son. Do you also have bronze artifacts at home? Another participant inquired. You must remind his parents to be mindful of their approach. The child's initiative to report his grandfather is commendable. Rest easy, teacher. We will ensure that appropriate certificates are provided. We will also give a heads up before any disciplinary action. Thank you for your efforts, my friend. Shall we bid farewell then? Wait, teacher, you haven't helped me with my appraisal yet. Aren't you a staff member of the Cultural Relics Bureau? Hitao asked, puzzled. If there is something you don't understand, can't you consult your colleagues? That won't do. My personal interests mustn't interfere with my work. The participant replied with a mysterious smile, as if harboring a controversial treasure. Hitao felt a flicker of anticipation. However, what emerged was a broken bowl. A piece so dilapidated that even a beggar would scorn it. The yellow-glazed ceramic bowl bore signs of shrinkage and lacked any attractive patterns. My friend, is this really your collection? Hitao asked incredulously. Let's take a look at this first, teacher. Is it old? Indeed, it is old, but of little value. Hitao stated, giving a thumbs up to the participant. Your choice is wise. If your colleagues learn of this acquisition, they will mock you for a month. Surely not. The participant protested, flipping the bowl over to point at the base. I believe this should be from the Song Dynasty's Suzhou kiln. The base of the Mingzhou kiln is not so coarse. Porcelain from the Song Dynasty would not be so unsightly. Please do not insult the aesthetic sensibilities of our ancestors. This piece is merely a mid-Qingbiao, perhaps worth only $120. $120? 120,000? My dear friend, you truly dare to dream. To be fair, it's fortunate he didn't let his colleagues see this. At this hour, Dreaming is indeed possible. Goodness. His exaggerations surpass even those of the National Treasures gang. This is rather too inexpensive. I thought I could trade this bowl for a new mobile phone. Disappointed. The treasure friend shook his head and picked up a string of prayer beads from the side. Teacher, what do you think of this? Is this a Gabala? Hitao examined the beads, each flat like a tablet, sensing that only Tibetan craftsmanship would produce such a design. Indeed, I acquired these at a temple. Could you help me ascertain their authenticity? Honestly, I'm not well versed in this. Hitao admitted. He had encountered Gabala before and had seen similar bone artifacts countless times. Yet he had never delved deeply into their study. As the old master would say, are you not afraid of shortening your lifespan by handling such items? Hitao was apprehensive. Thus, he never engaged with bone products. Is it possible? Teacher you're not familiar with Gabala? The treasure friend seemed skeptical. Are you suggesting to me that this is a forgery? Not suggesting at all. You are reading too much into it. What you refer to as authenticity merely concerns whether the bones are of the same kind. If they are they ancient? Yes. I've heard that one must examine bone density and patina, as I fear purchasing a counterfeit. It's indiscernible. Hitao shook his head honestly. While it is identifiable as bone, the video is too unclear to ascertain its origin. If you remain uneasy, consult an orthopedic specialist or perhaps conduct a DNA test. That way, you will discover precisely whom you are wearing. If this string is genuine, it represents many individuals. I must say, this is somewhat unsettling. I truly cannot comprehend such collectibles. I've heard that some Gabala are crafted from cow bone. In the original journey to the west, the Lion Camel Ridge was said to be a place where Gabala were made for the Buddha. This string represents over 100 people. Your home must be quite lively in the evenings. The comments became increasingly alarming. That's enough, treasure friend. You should put your items away. Hitao waved his hand, disregarding what the treasure friend wished to say next, and directly signaled the director to change the scene. The director responded swiftly, removing the individual within 2 seconds. When one is engaged in earnest work, time always seems to fly. Hitao felt he hadn't attended to many treasure friends when he suddenly noticed his assistant approaching from the control room. Chow Hai-Yun's arrival indicated that it was time for the PK. Gentlemen, the moment is near. Today, the assistant will join us to share the joy. Hitao immediately stood up, offering his seat to the assistant. Me? Chow Hai-Yun pointed at himself in disbelief, intending merely to observe the excitement. Yes, indeed, it's you. Do not be anxious. Just as you connected the microphone when I was absent, do the same now. I shall stand guard beside you. Very well. Allow me to take charge. A smile of excitement crept onto Chow Hai-Yun's face as he nodded enthusiastically, upon discovering that his assistant could assist in evaluating the female broadcaster. Hitao felt the weight on his shoulders lighten considerably. Currently, his most challenging tasks included the Gabala bone artifacts, which he was compelled to let the director remove immediately, connecting with the female broadcaster, which he would delegate to his assistant, and appraising rare copper coins, which he would ask his friend Bao to consult with Mr. Quan next door. Suddenly, his work had become remarkably simpler. However, regrettably, after only a few days of this ease, Mr. Chen approached him. Several sellers on our app have reported that they sold antiques based on your live valuations, and they sold out instantly. They are now questioning whether our company is hoarding items. Did you hoard anything? Hitao retorted. Certainly not, Mr. Chen replied, somewhat exasperated. Being wrongfully accused is quite distressing. The truth is, I did attempt to hoard items yesterday, but I was unsuccessful. Isn't that just inviting criticism? It's frustrating to be scolded without any gain. Observing Mr. Chen's discontented expression, Hitao cautiously inquired, should I consider estimating prices higher next time? What if they cannot sell at a higher price? If higher is not viable, and lower is equally unfeasible, then what do you suggest? I am at a loss, Mr. Chen said, raising his hands in defeat and passing the responsibility back to Hitao. Next time there is such a complaint, I'll have them come directly to the live stream to vent their frustrations. Let us avoid turning our app's comment section into a chaotic mess. Hitao felt somewhat speechless. It was quite audacious for a leader to so readily deflect blame. Once Mr. Chen departed, Hitao promptly called Old Tang to inquire about the progress of the new company formation. Does Mr. Chen have any further matters to attend to? Here. The other party handed Hitao a package. The hairpin you purchased on our app has arrived. The one that the infatuated admirer sent to the female broadcaster. Oh, thank you. Hitao accepted the package, only to find Mr. Chen still present, staring intently at him. Is there something else, Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen gestured toward the package in Hitao's hands. Mr. He, I just remembered. Could it be that you are indeed hoarding items? If I had the spare funds for that, would I still be working for you? He-Tao responded defiantly. Ah, that seems to be a valid point. My apologies, Mr. He. I may have been overly sensitive. Mr. Chun felt a touch embarrassed and swiftly changed the subject. By the way, is this hairpin for your personal collection, or is it a gift for a girlfriend? Of course, it is for my personal collection. So, you do not have a girlfriend then? Mr. Chun, you are quite astute. This particular hairpin, akin to those from the Forbidden City, is part of a complete set that should ideally feature the 4 characters for fortune, prosperity, longevity, and happiness. He-Tao had acquired one piece from that set. Although the item was exquisite, if sold directly, it would only fetch him 2,000 to 3,000 yuan at most. And that would require sending it to a major auction house. It would be far more advantageous to list it at a premium on the app, potentially attracting inquiries from those who might wish to complete their own set. Who knows, perhaps someone might be eager to assemble a full collection. In that case, he would let them determine the price. He-Tao possesses a plethora of lucrative tips for antique collecting, most of which have been imparted by seasoned predecessors. However, as many of these elders met with uncertain fates in their later years, he dares not adopt their methods wholesale, opting instead for a more cautious approach. You flatter me. Teacher he responded. Since you have a penchant for collecting, our platform offers a membership ideally suited for enthusiasts like yourself, requiring only a modest monthly fee. Chun, eager to promote the membership service, thought of exploiting the staff for profit, a true hallmark of a ZB family. Yet, before he could complete his pitch, he was abruptly interrupted by the director's hurried approach. Mr. Chun, Teacher he, you're here too. Perfect timing. I need your insights on something. The director retrieved his phone, showing He-Tao and the others an account on Douyin titled The Reformed Tomb Raider. The account's avatar was a screenshot of He-Tao's live-streamed image. What does this imply? Is it insinuating that I am a Tomb Raider? He-Tao questioned, perplexed. Surely not an implication. The director replied thoughtfully. Your demeanor does rather resemble that of a Tomb Raider. Is that appropriate? Not to worry. Someone has already come to your defense. The director sorted the videos by popularity, revealing the most viewed, titled The Legacy of Tomb Raiders, a step-by-step guide to tomb raiding. The content featured He-Tao instructing fans on how to excavate porcelain. What a splendid title, Chun remarked with enthusiasm. If I were intrigued by tomb raiding or contemplating such an endeavor, I would certainly delve into it for knowledge. Indeed, I share Chen's sentiment. In fact, many internet users echo our thoughts. The director pointed to the video's data in the lower right corner. It had garnered 880,000 likes, 656 comments, 223 saves, and 430,000 shares within just 2 days. Teacher he observed this pinned comment. I've already consulted an insider. This teacher he has no criminal record and is certainly not a tomb raider. This comment was posted just this morning. Yesterday, many had tagged the online police, urging an investigation into him, and today, someone has stepped forward to vindicate him. Is that so? He-Tao chuckled. It seems there are still many good people in the world. Let us not celebrate too soon, Chun cautioned, dousing the excitement. Let us check the profile of the person who made that comment. As the director opened the individual's profile, the 3 of them could hardly contain their reactions. Could this individual truly absolve others? He appeared to struggle for his own survival. The account owner had posted merely 3 short videos, all showcasing picturesque landscapes, accompanied by captions such as, "Does anyone understand? How should this pot be supported? There must be a grand tomb here. I need 2 capable brothers. If you wish to get rich, come find me. 1 shovel and your debts are cleared." Teacher this person seems rather suspicious. The director remarked, glancing at He-Tao. I perceive he is attempting to masquerade as my accomplice. He-Tao's expression darkened as he internally mused. The internet truly harbors peculiar characters. It's all right. His pretense will be quelled once reported. Aside from this, are there any other issues? President Chen glanced at the director. The situation is as follows. The author of this Slice account sent a private message to our official livestream account the day before yesterday, seeking our authorization. She claims to be a university student wishing for our permission to utilize the content from Teacher He's live broadcast to earn a bit of pocket money, offering to assist with product promotion in return. Her reasoning for the authorization request is her status as a student. That is essentially the crux of her argument. In that case, I cannot agree. President Chun scoffed, finding such tactics utterly unconvincing. Does she not understand the intrinsic value of a 72-level Douyin account? As if no one has ever been deceived by a burly man masquerading as a college girl. Hold on. He-Tao appeared puzzled. President Chun, isn't this blogger helping to slice the content, essentially providing us with free publicity? Why would you be reluctant? Because we can create such slices ourselves. If a new account can achieve this level of engagement, I could simply launch a subcolumn titled The Tomb Raider's Redemption on our main account, which would undoubtedly gain traction. Later, we could apply for a trademark under teacher, his name, making profit effortless. Hitao shook his head repeatedly. I believe this approach is unwise. He thought to himself, how perilous it would be if all the slicing authorizations were kept within the company. When he eventually changes jobs, he might even have to forego the character he. Moreover, the trademark issue could lead him to follow in the footsteps of Liziki. For the sake of his long-term interests, Hitao felt compelled to advocate for the rights of those who assist him in editing videos. Even if he does not personally know this slicing blogger, President Chun, before I arrived, the company's official account had also posted numerous videos. Yet has anyone ever gained fame? Yes, for years ago. The director was about to interject, but was promptly cut off by President Chun. No, not a single one. The only successful streamer was General Zhu, a traitor whom President Chun would rather not acknowledge. He would rather admit to being inept than concede that traitor ever achieved popularity. Hitao, unaware of this backstory, continued his analysis. There is a reason for no one gaining fame. Our company simply edits the videos and leaves them there, waiting for Douyin to push them. The issue, President Chun, is that you and Brother Yiming are not well acquainted. Why would they assist in promoting you? However, these independent bloggers are different. Once they edit the videos, they share them widely, driving traffic, and may even use secondary accounts to boost comments, as they rely on these slices for income. Therefore, while they may succeed with similar content, our own edits might not yield the same results. Teacher He, I did not expect you to have such insight into new media. After a moment of contemplation, President Chun expressed admiration towards Hitao. What you say is quite reasonable. Teacher He is exceptional in every regard. It would be even better if he did not require a salary. Let us proceed, as Teacher He suggests. President Chun directed the director. Inform this blogger that we are willing to grant him free authorization. However, he must provide at least 10 video updates each week. Otherwise, he will be dismissed. Additionally, we shall issue an announcement on our official account, stating that we now welcome authorization applications for the live content from our treasure appraisal hall. Unauthorized accounts will begin receiving legal letters next month. Teacher He, do you have any suggestions? None for now. All right, let us conclude our discussion for today. By the way, Teacher He, do you have any plans for your day off tomorrow? Mr. Chun inquired eagerly. I will be visiting my ancestral grave. Further studies? Have you enrolled in a training program? Something along those lines. I am undergoing one-on-one training with a seasoned industry expert boasting over 20 years of experience. Oh, may I observe this session? Mr. Chun asked, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. I'm afraid not. You do not meet the visitation criteria. Chapter 56. Remember, this is not the final ripple. The following morning, Su Mengfei awakened from her dream of earning 3,000 yuan a month. The first thing she did upon opening her eyes was to check the data for her Douyin video. If the figures were promising, it would herald a splendid day. If not, she would simply return to slumber. However, today, she received news even more exhilarating than a viral video. Feifei, why are you up so early? Her roommate from the upper bunk inquired, peeking down. I'm too excited to sleep. The Antique Appraisal Hall has granted me authorization for free. Really? Does that imply our strategy was effective? It seems so, Su Mengfei replied hesitantly, nodding. Just days ago, her roommates had collectively strategized on how to secure authorization from the Antique Appraisal Hall. Through their discussions, they unanimously concluded that it was essential to convey to the hall that she was a female college student. This identity suggested that she was not part of a professional team focused solely on profits and would continue to engage in his work even if the data were lackluster. However, according to the message from the Antique Appraisal Hall, this maneuver nearly backfired. Had it not been for Teacher He, all of Su Mengfei's previous efforts would have been in vain. The version of the story relayed by the director was that the company's leadership had initially been adamantly opposed. No amount of persuasion had made a difference until Teacher He personally intervened, convincing the firm's formidable executives to grant Su Mengfei the authorization. Therefore, she was urged to cherish this opportunity and diligently edit videos for Teacher He. Rest assured, I will certainly devote myself to the task at hand and will not disappoint Teacher He's expectations. As for what those expectations entailed, Su Mengfei was uncertain. She surmised it was about achieving as much fame as possible. This was somewhat challenging. The best tactic she could conceive was to amplify the spectacle, akin to the novel Northern School, where one could start by claiming to have spent 7 years inside, having been released early. Teacher He appeared somewhat youthful. Claiming 7 years would seem implausible. Perhaps stating he had been there for 2.5 years would suffice? Upon reviewing her work, she felt satisfied with the outcome. The director's eloquence was remarkable, towering like 3 or 4 stories high. In ancient times, he would certainly have been akin to Li Lianing. Mr. Chun, of course, embodied the role of Empress Cixi. As for the video editor's fervent promise not to let teacher he down, He Tao took it with a grain of salt. What could a video editor truly accomplish? Soon, it was time for the meeting. When He Tao arrived at the meeting room, the old man was already seated behind the glass, waiting. Upon seeing He Tao, a long-lost smile spread across the old man's face, as if he had just received a long-awaited reward. It was a look that conveyed, "I'm glad to see you. I'm relieved I didn't give up." He approached He Tao and inquired, "Had you transferred the money for me?" "Yes, rest assured, that is precisely why I'm here," He Tao replied. "Ah, thank you." The old man's smile nearly split his face. "It's fortunate to have you out there. How has your study of feng shui been? Any insights? Do you need my assistance with any questions?" The insights the old man referred to were about ancient tombs. Essentially, he was asking He Tao if he had recently taken on any work related to grave digging. Initially, He Tao intended to say no, but suddenly recalled a lingering question from a previous conversation with my Baoyu. "Actually, there's something," he said. "Old man, in all your years, have you ever seen a living Zongzi? Or heard of one?" "I've never seen one, but I've certainly heard of them," the old man asserted confidently. "However, they must be fictitious." "Why do you say that?" He Tao wondered why the old man was so certain, which was out of character for him. Because if they were living Zongzi, someone would surely be live-streaming it. Those grave robbers Wu Ti have so many taboos. If tomb raiders could make money from live streaming, wouldn't they perform without any scruples? "Well, I suppose you can't be entirely certain," He Tao countered. If it weren't for the old man being incarcerated, He Tao might have suspected he was subtly mocking him. "Actually, I recently found a job as a streamer, showcasing antiques," He Tao admitted. "Oh, that is splendid," the old man exclaimed in surprise, looking at He Tao. "I almost forgot that you have an academic background. Have you turned over a new leaf?" "That is a bit unfair. I wasn't exactly a rogue before, was I?" He Tao chuckled. "True enough. So today, I assume you have no questions for me?" The old man glanced at He Tao, indicating that if there were no matters at hand, he would take his leave to buy some food and drink with the money He Tao had recently deposited. However, He Tao had something important to discuss. "The feng shui knowledge you imparted to me has been thoroughly absorbed, but there's another matter I hope you can assist me with." "Please go ahead." The old man nodded, his demeanor particularly amiable. His lengthy sentence relied heavily on He Tao providing him with some pocket money. "When I appraise antiques, I sometimes need to help viewers determine their value. As you know, I previously only assisted in examining items and was not involved in sales, so I'm not very attuned to the antique market. Do you have any suggestions to help me resolve this issue?" The old man pondered for a moment before offering a rather lackluster suggestion. "You could check online auction records. They should indicate prices. Those auction records are of little use. Many items brought in are valued at less than 1,000, often just a few hundred or even dozens. Who would take such items to auction?" "Then I'm afraid I'm at a loss," the old man replied. "Really?" He Tao scoffed lightly. "Old man, you seem to be lacking enthusiasm. Don't I recall that you have a disciple? She used to assist you in selling items, but after the new cultural relics law came out, she transitioned to a legitimate antique business. Such individuals must possess a profound understanding of the market. Do you not agree? To part ways in the vast world, you comprehend. Do you not?" "Damn." The old man appeared ready to end the conversation. "You, knowing this, still feign ignorance in your inquiry? At my age, I have but a modicum of privacy. Might you not show some respect? Who prompted you to play the fool?" He Tao, with a look of resignation, remarked. The old man was astute. Despite his seemingly coy demeanor, he was likely already contemplating his family. He Tao wished to curtail his deliberation and stated directly, "Inform me how to contact her. I require her assistance with the valuation issue." "That is out of the question. She's my last resort." The prison guard stood behind them, and the old man could only retreat into the embrace of the other. "If you are unwilling, so be it. I remember the license plate number, and, if necessary, I shall take some time to locate it. You recall that? Was it Yang AJY061? He Tao casually fabricated a license plate number, believing that the old man's memory would fail him. As it turned out, he was correct. The old man, dumbfounded, asked, "Are you the most powerful brain? You remember all this? Very well. You may go directly to Qiangxing Antique Shop and tell her that the fool sent you. She will understand our relationship. He Tao, I must remind you, do not lead her astray, or I shall curse you daily." "Let her astray? Is she not more seasoned than I?" He Tao retorted. "Quite true. She is far more astute than I, and you indeed pale in comparison." The old man muttered to himself, visibly relaxing. He even took the liberty to inquire about He Tao's future. "Will you become a streamer?" "I am not a female streamer." He Tao replied, exasperated. I plan to start a company with Old Tang. The Old Tang from Xiang City. Do you remember? Of course. I recall. I entered prison for committing a crime, not from senility. How could I forget him? Thus, He Tao and the old man conversed with a back-and-forth exchange for a full half-hour. Ultimately, at the urging of the prison guard, they had to conclude their discourse. For the old man, He Tao was his only window into the vibrant world outside. The news he usually encountered was far too formal. Listening to He Tao recount tales of monks being lured to gay bars was considerably more entertaining. As he was leaving, he reminded He Tao, I still have many secrets. Await your discovery, and do not forget me. He Tao nodded. Understood. My treasure trove of an old man. Chapter 57. Engaging top-tier assistants. Upon his release from prison, He Tao did not linger for a moment. He immediately hailed a taxi by the roadside, heading to the Qiangxing antique shop in the neighboring city of Heiyang. Whether it was due to his newfound fame or some other reason, while waiting for his cab, he unexpectedly encountered a fan who requested a photograph and autograph, making He Tao feel akin to a celebrity. Regrettably, this was the sole encounter. From that moment until he entered the antique shop, no one else recognized him. The shop's attendant, upon observing He Tao's attire, dismissed him as a mere pauper, opting to attend to more affluent clientele while allowing him to browse at his leisure. He Tao quietly surveyed the surroundings. The store had numerous clerks, yet none were of the same age as the venerable Master Lao's disciple. It seemed that she had retreated behind the scenes. How could he possibly encounter her? He Tao pondered for a moment and retrieved the Han Dynasty jade paixia that Old Tang had gifted him. A treasure worth several 100,000 should be enough to summon a few prominent figures, and once he mentioned Master Lao's name, the likelihood of meeting that esteemed senior would increase significantly. Excuse me, I have a piece of Han Dynasty jade to sell. Could you kindly summon your manager? He requested. Han Dynasty jade, you say? Please join the queue over there, the clerk replied. Not lifting her gaze and merely gesturing to the corner where a group of elderly gentlemen sat. They were all there to sell their Han Dynasty jade artifacts. You should take a number first. So many were selling jade? He Tao glanced at their attire and demeanor, instantly realizing they were either members of the National Treasure Society or had been deceived by the old men on construction sites. Standing in line behind them will be tantamount to imprisonment. He quickly clarified, what I have is genuine Han Dynasty jade. They are genuine too. Who do you think is selling fakes? The clerk retorted, by the way, if you're selling he sure buy, you might as well compete with them and see whose is more authentic. He Tao found himself momentarily speechless. The elderly men were also observing him, with some even waving him over for a discussion. Engaging with them could be feasible, but he feared being provoked by the obstinacy of the National Treasure Society. So he decided to postpone that interaction. It appeared that selling was not a viable option, so he would resort to purchasing instead. Surely, with a wealthy patron present, someone would attend to him. He tucked the jade paixia away and scanned the antique shelves behind the counter, selecting the priciest item, the Yuan Dynasty blue and white porcelain General Gaguzzi ascending the mountain. Excuse me, I wish to purchase that, he stated. Didn't I mention that selling requires waiting in line? The clerk replied with annoyance. He.S. indicating a purchase, a nearby customer quietly pointed out. And he.S. looking to buy that Yuan blue and white piece for 15 million. Perhaps it's best you attend to him first. Ah. The clerk looked up in astonishment, swallowing hard as she asked, you wish to buy this Yuan blue and white? Indeed, is it not for sale? Of course. It is for sale. Please wait a moment while I fetch the manager. The clerk dashed toward the back, recalling that the owner had instructed her to summon him if someone wished to buy the Gaguzzi ascending the mountain. A genuine Yuan blue and white was indeed rare, and before any descent, one must first ascend. This made sense, albeit not entirely logical. Were the Yuan Dynasty people truly obsessed with Gaguzzi, toying with him incessantly? Thus, this was likely a notably flawed imitation. Anyone wishing to purchase this piece was either utterly foolish or seeking to launder money through it. He Tao stood at the counter, bearing the weight of the gazes from everyone in the store. Fortunately, his experience with live streaming had equipped him well. He felt no anxiety under scrutiny. After 5 minutes, a figure resembling the owner emerged, accompanied by the clerk. Sir, this is our owner. You may express your requirements directly to her. She seemed eager to discern the background of the young man before her. Are you the owner? He Tao inquired. Indeed, the proprietor of this establishment. Has there been a change of management along the way? No. From its inception, it has consistently been my enterprise. Ah, I see. He Tao sighed with relief, contemplating that his effortless discovery of the individual might imply that the old master was in prison, laboring at a sewing machine to bestow blessings upon him. He hastily declared his identity. I was sent by Shadon. What, Don? Shadon. a nickname for an elderly gentleman surnamed Chui. Fearing that his interlocutor might forget, He Tao deliberately mentioned the old masteress surname. Aunt Duan's expression instantaneously transformed into one of intrigue, reminiscent of someone who felt owed a substantial sum by the old master. Observing her reaction, He Tao promptly clarified, "To be clear, I am merely a bystander. I share an ordinary friendship with Master Chui. We are not particularly close. You must be one of his subordinates, correct?" "No, you are mistaken," He Tao elucidated. "The tomb raiding gang led by Master Chui was dismantled months ago. All 11 individuals involved have been apprehended. I'm not one of his followers. Sharp-eyed indeed. I am merely a survivor of circumstance." He Tao could only concede that he was an unfortunate remnant, although he was not responsible for sending the old master to prison. He feared this elderly lady might not believe him. "Hush, do not speak of this outside." Then, in front of all the patrons, he declared, "You are introduced by General Chui? That makes you an esteemed guest. Please, allow me to escort you to our VIP room for a detailed discussion." Aunt Duan mentioned the VIP room, yet after 2 turns, led He Tao into the tea room. "Here we are. This place is quite secure. You may speak now. What did my senior brother send you here for?" "One moment." He Tao waved his hand. "I have yet to verify your identity. What is your name? What is your relation to our master? How much money has he entrusted to you?" "Over 7 million. Why do you ask?" He Tao gasped at this figure, taken aback. Experience does indeed hold its weight. He was uncertain of the legitimacy of this money, but the ability to amass such a sum spoke volumes of the old masteress prowess. Although somewhat impractical, He Tao mustered the courage to inquire, "Might I be allowed to safeguard his funds for the time being? You wish for a pipe dream? I am his junior sister. It is I who shall safeguard it. Would you then be able to reimburse me for his expenses in prison? I possess the transaction records. Let's address reimbursements first. To speak of serious matters, I cannot touch his money. This is a matter of principle. The antique appraisal anchor, Mr. He. My live streaming room is currently in need of someone to assist with evaluations. Could you lend your expertise?" "What?" Aunt Duan was taken aback. In those fleeting seconds, she had contemplated numerous scenarios involving prison breaks, smuggling, and revenge. She even pondered what kind of misdeeds she would have to commit to share a cell with her senior brother. Instead, a business card was handed to her, requesting her assistance with a live stream. The emotional roller coaster was difficult to digest. She had prepared herself for something far more dramatic. "He Tao, is it?" Aunt Duan gritted her teeth and inquired, "It was old Chui who sent you to seek my help with your live stream?" "Essentially, the old master is undergoing rehabilitation at present. He is concerned about my struggles to make a living alone in the outside world and has asked for your assistance." "Is it truly him? Are you certain your surname is He and not Chui?" He Tao, with a sincere expression, remarked, "You have likely never encountered the industry of live treasure appraisal, have you? Why not seize the opportunity while you are still alive to experience it?" Chapter 58. How can this lady be considered old? I am indeed buried in the yellow earth up to my heels. Though your words may be harsh, they hold a kernel of truth. After reflecting on He Tao's comments, Aunt Duan seemed to recall something, pulling out her phone to search for the treasure appraisal hall mentioned on He Tao's business card. Upon discovering the official Douyin account, she squinted and meticulously compared the individual before her with the teacher, He from Eclipse. After a while, the young girl opened her eyes to find herself and her sisters in a completely unfamiliar room, the blankets warm and pristine, even more so than those on her grandmother's bed. Her eyes widened in shock, nearly bulging from their sockets, with dark red stains at the corners of her mouth. Yet the meaning was quite simple. Su Che understood after a brief moment that Qiming and Changgung were 2 celestial bodies in this realm of Zhongzhou. The 2 Xian Guang cultivators continued to await the departure of other disciples from the Luyun sect who had not yet left the secret realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he initiated the passing without a trace technique, directing the 8-foot soul mirror to conceal itself within the nearby dense forest. Even if the camp leader wished to admonish her for speaking out of turn, had she not done so, Su Zhaozhao would not have considered the matter of marital assets, a thought that she soon found to be flawed. After Qin Wu Yue's departure, Qi Mo retrieved a jade token from his Qinkuan bag, a token left to him by Zhang Yin, specifically for correspondence between the two. Whether Qi Mo desired to continue as a cultivator or descend the mountain to become a wealthy individual, Huang Fu Yintian could accommodate him. "Thank you, Miss Su He." Su Qingting smiled as he sat down with Lin Qingbi at the stone table, one on each side. Once Yu Nishang became frenzied, she was truly terrifying, effortlessly confronting Lin Yi, who had always been passive, while she took the initiative. "Who else wishes to try?" Ning Changsun inquired, his gaze sweeping over several servants. Instructing them to come forward for another attempt, with the result remaining the same. Robeson continued to drive into a location akin to a combat command center, allowing Lin Yi and Will to join him. Dong Zhun gazed expressionlessly at the battlefield, not even glancing at Zhang Rong, nor showing any inclination to flatter or thank him. Seeking credit? Had it not been for your desire to claim the glory, the capital would have been captured this morning. When do you plan to enter? Finally shedding all pretense and modesty, he posed the question, though it was evident the man did not hear him, engrossed as he was in his game. In this present age of peace, even as tensions escalate between nations, most conflicts are resolved through the deterrence of military might. Luo Hao observed Zhao Shujing approaching, choosing not to say anything further, having only just discovered the relationship between Bai Romeng and Bai Zhengzheng. As Ma Dong beheld the scene, a subtle smile graced his lips as he caressed his bald head, remaining silent. Under the influence of the refreshing aura, his spiritual energy coursed through his body, expelling through his pores. In but a fleeting moment, he underwent a profound purification process. The sacred peak of Nanyue, renowned for its exquisite essence, rendered even the soil a rare treasure, imbued with extraordinary spirit. Lin Xian's actions startled the waitstaff and diners alike, who gasped in unison, hastily retreating to the corners, regarding him as if he were an omen of misfortune. Chapter 59. A Streak of Bad Luck. Is this the external aid I sought? Yitao's heart brimmed with joy. A seasoned veteran with decades of experience must indeed possess such breadth of knowledge. The friend retorted defiantly. Teacher, this item was collected by my father when he first started working. I wasn't even born then. Old Liu had finished a whole pack of Zhonghua cigarettes. If he didn't engage in some activity to earn money, he might truly find himself smoking away. Dead? Although Zuin had harbored some suspicions, the revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. What manner of being had just exhibited such overwhelming power? The disparity in strength between them rendered even the thought of standing alongside him daunting. Upon hearing Murong Nancy's words and observing her demeanor, the speaker hesitated for but a moment before swiftly gesturing. In an instant, the truth dawned upon He Hong. This forest was not merely a trap for the three of them, but Blackling had also concealed himself here. Why had he chosen this particular location? Qiao Shuiying, brimming with curiosity, pondered the impossibility of any spiritual vein recovering once severed. What method did the opponent possess? Lu Yi, though lacking in many areas, excelled in patience, a stark contrast to his valiant exterior. Many were deceived by his mannerisms, unaware of his true character. Impossible, unless you allow me to take him as well, Andrea indicated towards Itsaka. Zheng Dan's pupils constricted as he finally grasped the unsettling sensation he felt upon arriving on the island. It became clear that this fellow harbored ulterior motives. Wanru, do not fret. My second brother shall be safe. His voice, warm and gentle, instinctively eased her apprehensions. Indeed, second brother was the more reliable one. In the blink of an eye, Siren donned a new garment, signaling the two embroiled in battle to retreat. Xiao Song, covering his face, resolved the matter of victory, his initial shyness entirely supplanted by indignation. Xia Haoran waited a moment, noticing the absence of any further bids, and then entered a sum of 100,000 into the bidding device. Yin Tin gazed at her in silence, sensing the weight of the words she was about to utter, which held great significance for both of them. Though claiming hundreds or thousands of times may be an exaggeration, the young man's proficiency in wielding the vital energy was scarcely inferior to that of the Academy's head. Tang Wanxiu shook his head and gravely remarked, "Do not underestimate him. Su Yinjin's intentions are not lost on him. Spending more time with Song Song might awaken her memories. Even if she truly forgets, given their prior connection, proximity will surely nurture their feelings." Gabriel furrowed her brow, sensing an oddity in the atmosphere, and pressed the steaming teacup against the back of Wind Demoness' hand. She preferred to bury her feelings deep within, believing that bottling up emotions would eventually lead to one's downfall. "I have made up my mind. Let God decide the rest," Michael proclaimed with undeniable authority as he strode forward. Zhao Zixin nodded with a smile, then spoke. "Whatever his motives may be, if he dares to take action, let him remain lost in these remote mountains." As he spoke, a fierce intent to kill ignited in his eyes. In a world governed by the survival of the fittest, showing mercy to one's enemies is akin to cruelty towards oneself. He had already resolved to take lethal measures. Meanwhile, Jiang Fugui learned of the news, his countenance darkening. The failure of his bodyguards to procure the items, compounded by the humiliation they suffered, felt like a slap to his own face. "All right, gather in the medical room. We resolved our issues here," Lu Chan said softly, wiping the blood splatter from his hands. Wang Chong considered the situation and realized that if he had a customer whose transactions amounted to tens of thousands, he would undoubtedly treat them like royalty. Chapter 60. The Relocation Taoist. Dear friend, superstitions are unwise, he remarked. This object is called the mounting stone, historically placed at doorways to assist shorter individuals in mounting horses. It bears no ill omen. You may use it with ease. Oh, so that is what it is, Bao Yu responded, seemingly enlightened, yet inexplicably added, but I'm 1.8 meters tall. I have no need for such a thing. Who asked you? I'm 1.83 meters, so let us buy some wine. Zhao Jingdong contemplated and indeed acquiesced to the fool's suggestion. Shun Feng shook his head, lamenting the missed opportunity, believing that this Rakshasa could withstand 10 minutes. Yet he never anticipated such a swift defeat. He fell to Yiming in merely 5 minutes. Truly disappointing, he mused. If this were a gamble, he would have incurred devastating losses. Upon seeing Gu Chifeng's eyes filled with tenderness, she finally comprehended the source of his concern and affection from that day. Yifeng summoned the Holy Emperor's diagram and the treasure gourd. The Holy Emperor's diagram intercepted the spear, while the treasure gourd unleashed a torrent of blood-red sword energy, raining down upon the winged king. Mu Xinqi shot a glance at Mingma after hearing his words and playfully twisted her jade finger around his waist, feeling a tinge of jealousy despite her unspoken strength. Indeed, are our terms insufficient for you? Huang Ao and Hong Yiming spoke almost in unison. There will be opportunities in the future. Perhaps this song will catapult you to fame, and then the days of glory will come. Leading to a contract with an entertainment company, Lu Jun remarked. Lu Jun made a preliminary assessment, determining that the Yin veins, cold toxin, and ice abilities were closely linked. Zhou could instantly freeze water, which ultimately stemmed from the eruption of cold toxins within her body, expelled through her hands without her awareness. What? You claim to possess purple vein blood ginseng, and the recipe for the purple source blood crystal pill? Upon hearing Bu Xingdao's words, an excited voice suddenly emerged from beneath the black robe. When the blood leopard king reappeared, the defeated blood leopards finally discerned the state of their beast king. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black soul rings were gracefully arranged around her elongated figure, emanating a soft crimson glow and an enchanting fragrance. Instantly, the malevolent tiger whales within 100 meters of her were captivated by her alluring soul skill. As the leader of a company, countless thoughts surged through his mind, yet he could not fathom Liu Yang's intentions. With her current soul power, she could only produce 5 pieces of silver-glazed toffee at a time, limited to 5 pieces a day. It seemed the master's words held truth. One should tread lightly to avoid unforeseen repercussions. Ian felt somewhat disheartened, realizing that experience often outshines youthful exuberance. Zhong Yabai found himself equally perplexed. After inspecting his body and finding no abnormalities, he considered that perhaps hunger or the exhaustion from running for 2 hours had induced hallucinations, a reasonable conclusion. The inheritance was certainly not so foolishly naive. A harmonious blend of strength and finesse could create unforeseen opportunities. For instance, the same tiger fist could either land like a stone thrown into the sea, or, in another circumstance, strike with lethal force. Yin Chongqing was suddenly enveloped in a bubble, unprecedented in its vastness and extraordinary in its adhesive power. He quietly observed Feng Shun from within the bubble, his demeanor serene and tranquil, as if he were not the one encased within. Chapter 61. Such a familiar sensation. The grave robber mentioned by Aunt Duan was named 3 centimeters per second. He held in his hand a Qingzi bowl from the Longquan kiln. Its form similar in size to the bowls commonly used for meals, remarkably well preserved. The sky-blue glaze had withstood centuries, still exuding beauty. Brother, this piece is ancient, a real treasure, and its quality is commendable. However, there's a bit too much dirt on it, Hitao remarked, perplexed. As one ages, the reverence for spirits often deepens. She clutched her prayer beads, rotating them one by one, though her hand trembled irregularly. Initially, they had exerted great effort to pull the rope, but it was abruptly severed by Long Rue's force, causing their bodies to lose balance. The pirates, caught off guard, fell to the ground, letting out cries of pain. Chu Su scratched his head in frustration, uncertain when he would be able to summon them all. Even if the Sanshizukyo fish grew excessively arrogant, they would not believe that Senju Tobarama and Senju Hashirama could not prevail over the Hidden Rain village. The title of God of Shinobi was no jest. What are you doing? Fui Weijun cast a sidelong glance at Sang Ling, who she initially thought was merely jesting, but now appeared unexpectedly serious, leaving her somewhat disconcerted. With only 300 qualifications for direct promotion, naturally, They were reserved for the strong and diligent. Honesty is the best policy. Nowadays, people tend to be convoluted. A straightforward approach often yields unexpected rewards. Su Yinin implied her point, and Huizen understood her meaning. Is this a normal occurrence? Tsunade was unsure of the specific side effects of chemotherapy and naturally sought to inquire with Takagi Naohito. However, it is worth noting that, when Shusu had no intention of drawing close to other young ladies, the gentle and obedient Akagi nestled in his arms remained remarkably serene. Should a single attempt prove futile, and she were to lodge a complaint with the elder, life would indeed become unbearable. Halting his steps, Siyuan ascended to the rooftop of a nearby shop, coldly observing the men in several vehicles who were evidently out of place. A man clad in white, as pure as snow, bent down to wipe away a drop of blood that had splattered on her cheek, whispering beguiling words close to her tender ear, each syllable striking deep within her heart. Xiao Shan frequented the place as well, but it was precisely because of her frequent visits that she could hardly recall which day the other had mentioned. Subsequently, bitter melon was confirmed to possess medicinal value, thus gaining recognition, a fact that was not known before. In his past life, Chowda also worked for others, understanding the hardships of labor, and thus did not engage with them on the same level. Yet, he had not anticipated the carpenter's temperament to be so explosive and straightforward. Suzy Yue's heart raced. For reasons unknown, she felt a deep-seated suspicion that Wang Yaping's words were false. Gu Xiao summoned his attendants, silencing Sun Buzan and dragging him away to confine him in an adjacent empty room for observation. Perhaps there was indeed something amiss. Yet one must wonder who would go out of their way to harm such a family, as it seemed entirely unnecessary. Regardless of what had manifested before them, it held no significance for Chen Fan. Meanwhile, Zhao Ziyu and all the household servants he brought were dead, leaving only a few individuals by his side. He pondered briefly. At present, aside from these few, no one else knew that Zhao Ziyu had been murdered by him. Furthermore, Lu Qingshan and Lian Sheng were undoubtedly not inclined to engage in needless dialogue. Looking over at the Ghost Sword sect, the number of true Sword Spirit Realm practitioners alone must have exceeded dozens, not to mention their pseudo-Sword Master Realm members, although only 4 remain now. One could not overlook the presence of both the primary and secondary sect leaders. Chapter 62. The Scheme for Wealth. Guan Depang did not anticipate being called out. It was rather sudden, leaving him momentarily stunned, unable to respond for 2 seconds. However, during those 2 seconds, He Tao remained silent, not inquiring further, merely counting down his mind, 3, 2, 1. Just as he reached 1, the connection was severed. How swiftly they fled. This person, surnamed Guan, is still within the Jiangzhou region. We should be able to pinpoint him. The police may already be ahead of us. Rest assured, they care for you too much. Han Wei felt the lingering effects of the Danyang Yulu medicine still surging through him, causing a sense of heat throughout his body. The Marquis nodded slightly, stating, "There are patrollers ahead. Your sword and knife cannot be brought in. Do not engage with those individuals. You are no match for them. Their powers far exceed yours." The Marquis reiterated his agreement. After all, demonized beasts were notoriously troublesome, and given their current capabilities, it would require considerable effort to deal with them. Li Yinhui smirked, a hint of wicked charm gracing his features as he looked at Shan Jiyan, saying, "You have long accused me of being a fraud with no capabilities. Now I shall demonstrate my prowess." With that, he seized Shan Jiyan, yanking him off the ground and dragging him away to the side. Upon encountering a foe once more, it was evident that he had matured significantly, his visage marked by the indelible traces left by the ravages of time and weather. On this day, Yu Jingyan found himself meandering through the streets, when suddenly the sound of galloping hooves echoed behind him, compelling passers-by to swiftly make way. Han Wei promptly conferred upon Zhu Ju the title of Deputy General. Grateful for Han Wei's benevolence, Zhu Ju sought out He Qi, asserting that he was devoid of righteousness, and that surrendering to the Great Liang was a more prudent course. Without a moment's hesitation, under the piercing gaze of the Demon Emperor, the flawless ice crystal snow lotus surged forth, colliding mid-air with 2 beams of radiant light. Yu Jingyan had never envisioned assembling a cavalry force of 1,000. He had considered it a remarkable feat to form a mere 200. Upon hearing Xia Yuanxiao's remarks, Ling Xia felt a wave of relief wash over him. As he had previously surmised that conflicts between the Ministry of War and the Imperial Guard had arisen over the issue of Peng Lai, believing that resolving this matter would ease the tensions between the 2 factions. The competition was fierce and the pressure immense. The ordinary lives of common folk seemed to be rendered obsolete and scorned. What had transpired? It must be a disguise. Her inability to discern the old man's cultivation level indicated that it surpassed the nascent soul stage. Su Mingming and Qin Bing also felt a tinge of anxiety as they exchanged glances with us before hesitantly approaching to scrutinize. She barely had time to express her gratitude, only retaining the memory of the boy with star-like eyes, who strode confidently into the cabin, named by Li Quan. Countless wars had ceased, and the formidable gathered to deliberate on how to evade this impending calamity. The commotion promptly attracted the attention of passers-by nearby. This was the rear of Jiangzhou No. 3 middle school, teeming with students who flocked to the scene. To the outsider's eye, Jair appeared to be performing tricks. A single blow from the giant could transform him into nothing more than a heap of flesh. The arena housed numerous martial artists at the early and mid stages of dark energy, yet few could be deemed their equals. Chapter 63. She is my youthful counterpart. Among the 503 items, 3 were genuine, with a winning probability of approximately 1 in 1,000, which was quite reasonable. In the absence of familiarity with the director, this likelihood far surpassed that of winning a lottery. Moreover, this probability assuredly exceeded the average level of the ghost market. He Tao believed that this establishment had potential. Both the merchandise and the storefront were sound. The sole challenge in achieving expansion and strength lay in enhancing its reputation. Over the past 6 years, though he had not seen Xiao Ruxin, he occasionally heard tidbits about her. After locating the mechanism, could he still rendezvous with the LVY and bring her and Jing Qianshuang along? The White Lotus sect was deeply entrenched, like an ancient tree with sprawling roots, having evaded extermination in the Central Plains for centuries, undoubtedly possessing its own prowess. He had previously served as a personal guard for Zhu Yuanzhang, later appointed to lead troops in collaboration with Su De and Chang Yuchen in their campaigns against Chun Yuliang and Zhang Shiqing. The opponent had shown no restraint, swiftly stripping down before gradually submerging into the lake's waters. Ergo was filled with indignation. Although he had heard that monkeys could be found on the snow-capped mountains, he never anticipated encountering one himself, especially one that repeatedly crossed his boundaries. Anger surged within him. Despite claiming indifference, he secretly remained vigilant and prepared. Upon entering the opulently decorated hotel named Xiongqing, Zhang Shouzhong's eyes widened in astonishment at its lavishness. If your company produces a product that is unique and irreplaceable, with a strong societal demand, no amount of suppression can stifle it, Su Yuan remarked calmly. However, now that they had departed, the atmosphere could no longer contain its queries. For the conflict had been utterly perplexing, and he too felt a sense of frustration. The majority of berserkers possessed the upper hand in swiftly eliminating thieves, yet conversely, thieves enjoyed advantages in agility. It all depended on which side could magnify their absolute strengths. The drop rate for elven cards was dismally low. Lin Feng had spent considerable time defeating monsters, yet scarcely any had materialized, much like the elusive Death Spirit Orb, which had not revealed a second semblance. Nifan, still apprehensive, issued a few more instructions before ending the call. In a buoyant mood, he cheerfully set off to purchase gourmet delicacies. At last, when Andora's chauffeur-driven vehicle reached the designated area at the hotel, Andorra took a deep breath before opening the door and stepping out. Tian Ci remained oblivious to the fact that all of Tang Yan's actions were for his sake. In her heart, Tian Ci was her foremost priority, while everything else was secondary. Li Jinfeng's expression darkened, yet he suppressed his anger. The products manufactured by his company had to be sold abroad to launder the Ma family's illicit funds. He was willing to sell them at a lower price. As long as there was a trade facade, Lin Feng lunged at Li Dagong with a dagger, targeting the priest as his primary objective. Eliminating him would avert considerable trouble. The Blood Contract Knight's attributes could rival those of a level 20 creature, providing a substantial boost in vitality. And it could likely withstand the attacks of 4 spirit gladiators simultaneously. The man's ambiguous response left me muttering to myself in uncertainty, unsure whether he would release the captives. How can you be so cold-hearted, witnessing suffering yet offering no aid? Such behavior is unbecoming of a righteous person. An elderly abbot exclaimed in anger, rebuking Murong Qingran's actions. Chapter 64. A Stable Supply Chain. Jojo possessed a hint of social anxiety, seemingly translating abstract concepts into her daily life. The phrase about digging up someone else's ancestral grave was uttered in broad daylight. The elderly woman next door, selling Buddha statues, was so taken aback that the sunflower seeds she held scattered across the ground, landing near the statue of Shakyamuni. Amitabha, forgive me, Buddha, it was unintentional, and I ask for no blame. Jojo, this is he. Have the enemies retreated, or have they all perished? Xiao waited in vain for an enemy assault, as there were no longer any cries of battle echoing from the mountains below, leaving him somewhat disheartened. A pervasive hatred filled the world, as the malevolent forces within the abyss stirred restlessly, and evil spirits emerged to wreak havoc across the land. The photograph gleamed brightly, capturing individuals adorned with smiles that radiated warmth rather than fear. Lu Quan removed his spectacles, while Lin Xiangchuan faced accusations of imprisonment and intentional homicide. Though the situation had since resolved, Appraiser poured murky paint water into an empty bottle, catching a glimpse of Lu Zhixing still fixated on her. Her left hand bore the well-formed thunder seal, which she directed at the skeletal malevolence that lunged towards her. As time progressed, the ominous primal force had waned significantly, leaving her unable to shield her entire being, and she could only protect her vital areas. Despite the pronunciation of 250 in the dialect of the moonlit continent being entirely distinct and devoid of any derogatory connotations, Yang Xiaofeng still found it displeasing to his ears. Initially oblivious to his presence, Appraiser heard a familiar whistle and discerned his silhouette in the darkness. Particularly noteworthy was the arrow that shattered stone. What kind of terrifying power must the arrow possess to achieve such an effect? Could earth magic truly accomplish this? Or perhaps wind magic? Yet, as she hesitantly began to speak, Bai Mukin swiftly commandeered the conversation. Yaslin, it's time to hunt down those 3 miscreants. Li Feng was acutely aware that time was of the essence. The longer they delayed, the more adversaries would converge, rendering their situation increasingly precarious. Over 100 troops were hardly sufficient to fill the gaps left by others. Are they your people? Mu Wanqiu vaguely grasped Lina's implication. They intended to replace the current personnel in the Isolu Tower with their own, and from that moment forth, the Isolu Tower would no longer be a mere landmark of Reagan City. It would transform into a gaping maw of a tiger, ready to devour anyone who ventured inside. Days later, Nangong Ir noted the absence of disturbances at her flower tower, puzzled by how Zhuge Chun had managed such a feat. The 200 infantry trailed behind, while Li Jianxia led 40 cavalrymen, providing support from the flanks. 3,000 men from the old Zhuang Ding clan wielded axes, their waist pockets filled with provisions. Chunlei immediately dispatched someone to notify the chief steward to prepare 10,000 taels of silver. I will have them sent to Huangjia. This sum will suffice to incite some chaos at the border of Qingzhou and Jizhou. Feng Xiaojia was not one to favor being used by others. If one wished for the horse to run, one must first feed it hay. Damn it, amidst the chaos of the world, you do not consider resisting the celestial demon, but rather gather to become horse thieves, bringing calamity upon the common folk. It is truly deserving of punishment, Chu Yunlong bellowed. At that moment, the cavalry led by Scarface surged forward, yet the hardened crossbows of the Longhu army were drawn, and for a time, no one dared to move. Beyond the stone gate lay a vast expanse. It was profoundly discomforting, for flames engulfed the surroundings, burning fiercely and vigorously. Cheng Lang had nearly completed his task after instructing Ting Gu for half a day and announced his departure. Yining sent a maid to escort him away. Chapter 65. Teacher your reputation has crumbled. Moreover, the rice vendors still bustling about possessed genuine skills. Some among them could even issue certificates for items sourced from the depths of the earth. If one could locate such individuals and procure a few pristine treasures as a reserve of capital, one would simultaneously secure an avenue of retreat. Lin Feng gazed at her, feeling the boundless strength and confidence emanating from his sister. Suddenly, he sensed something roll down his cheek. In that moment, he pressed the brake, pulling the car to the side, and leaned against the steering wheel. This once ferocious lion comprehended that before Ning Fan, he had no avenue for escape. However, the purpose of the Heavenly Gate was to restore order to the chaotic underworld of Jinling, and as one of the 8 great Vajras, he could not lead a disruption of that order. Yang Xiao, unfazed, understood that Yi Qing was exceptional, perhaps privy to hidden truths. Everything was a matter of calculation, and thus there was little to be astonished about. Since Yi Qing had aligned himself with the Tianlang Gang's casino, it was only fitting that they provided $1 million to aid in its protection. He suddenly felt that fate was an extraordinary thing. When they first met, Jiang could never have imagined that one day they would be able to laugh and converse so amicably. I beamed at Enchi, feeling lighthearted. In this society, as long as one perseveres, I truly do not believe we could starve. No need, Mr. Yi. Please continue. We shall take our leave and not disturb you. Zhao Amin interjected. Ning Fan shook his head as he observed the gradually stiffening expression of Yi Hai, seemingly filled with some lament, and slowly spoke. Ningfan instantly recognized that this individual was likely a master at the infant formation stage. Not daring to confront him, he quickly leaped back. Zhang Dao unleashed a torrent of murderous intent, a culmination of centuries' worth of rage erupting forth like a terrifying volcano. Just as this fury was about to extinguish, the reappearance of Yihan reignited Zhang Dao's hope, rekindling the flames of vengeance. Of course, it is akin to those righteous heroes in martial arts stories who, upon glimpsing the secrets of the evil sect, cannot resist practicing them. Similarly, sorcerers, upon encountering formidable spells, find it hard to refrain. However, with Quan Nai's demise, everything has vanished, and those dark sorceries have turned to dust. Long Qier was exceedingly candid. Upon hearing Yongsheng Tuba's words, Qing Luo's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that his remarks would lead Yongsheng Tuba to target his family and faction. To be frank, he had previously held some hope. Outside the formation, a multitude of cultivators gathered. Nearly all the cultivators of Taihe City had arrived, and at that moment, reinforcement from the Huayan sect had also come. As for the words of the Wind-Home Master, everything was within Chu Yi's expectations. Thus he felt no concern. The young master pondered the skills of these individual sword techniques. Du Xing, appearing like a ghost, materialized beside Pan Yang. Currently, Yihan was nurturing a divine weapon. If successfully birthed, it would become a formidable instrument of destruction. Amidst the ever-burning flames, a graceful silhouette approached, her form perfect and enchanting. Yet, it is said that the Akatsuki organization has been nearly absent for over 20 years. Why has it resurfaced today? A flicker of astonishment crossed the eyes of the burning lamp ancient Buddha. It seemed he was somewhat taken aback that Guqing dared to engage him. I shall kill you. Yu Jiaoer spoke succinctly, her fingertips coalescing into a blazing crimson sword, adorned with countless flickering sparks, enveloping the blade in a fearsome glow. No matter how arrogant he is, it matters not. I doubt the intergroup possesses the audacity to oppose the federal government. Nandink sneered disdainfully, remarking on the situation. Chapter 66, The Dragon's 9 Offspring. On the other end of the video, the images displayed on the phone caused He Tao's right eyelid to twitch. It was indeed the photograph he had taken with fans at the prison gate. Thus, perhaps the other party was not mistaken. There existed a possibility that the fan had witnessed He Tao's entire meeting with the old head. Could it be that he had just been exonerated only to fall back into darkness? He Tao found this difficult to accept. What is wrong? Is the barrage of comments no longer defiant? If you're dissatisfied, feel free to investigate. Having brought him here without consulting Team Lu was already a violation. So Lu Yinmei did not insist on Jin Yuanbao staying in the room. Buzzing. Upon noticing the situation, the Flame Ming sword immediately flew over, expressing concern with a question. My mind was filled with questions. I had far too many doubts. As I saw the elderly gentleman preparing to leave, I hurriedly caught up and grasped his arm. He did not express anger, but regarded me with a weary, lifeless gaze, as if he could not comprehend my actions. I had initially thought that the Omniscient One would hesitate since Su Feng deliberately withheld certain information, aiming to gauge the Omniscient One's stance. Furthermore, this plan was extensive, and he did not wish to jeopardize it over a minor error. After searching the surroundings for quite some time without success, she felt apprehensive as the funeral procession approached. Too frightened to look. As those individuals drew near, they all paused momentarily, seemingly observing her. Though she dared not raise her head, she could distinctly feel their penetrating gazes. Chun Shuishan tightened her embrace around me, gripping my weapon, while Wu Peining, much like Chen Shuishan, clung to my weapon as if to prevent my departure. As I spoke, Yibingyun's trousers had slipped off, and gazing upon her already mature form, I found myself unable to wait, shedding my clothes before kissing her, eliciting a soft gasp from Yibingyun. The baby had turned away, no longer regarding a certain someone, preferring the adage out of sight, out of mind, lest she feel compelled to strike. Yet, the individual in question remained blissfully unaware. In addition to the overwhelming tide of criticism directed at Zhao Mu, many stars in the entertainment industry voiced their dissent, proclaiming that Zhao Mu was unworthy of being a celebrity and demanding his exit from the industry. Chu Haoyan's cultivation had always been a significant drawback. The elemental energy required for his training was several hundred times that of others, which accounted for his slow progress. Nevertheless, Chu Haoyan's audacity proved to be his advantage. Duke Tang deeply understood the predicament of being unable to retreat. Neither inviting him nor dismissing him seemed a viable option. Although this place was entirely devoid of natural spiritual energy, his innate divine power still existed, albeit unable to be manifested. So, what do you think GS should do next? Xiaozhen leaned close to his ear, the sound of her munching distinctly audible to Ao Chun. Set sail? Have you seen the Sea of Regret? Is it beautiful? Ding Ling suddenly became agitated. She had heard of the boundless sea of sorrow, vast and beautiful, and had always yearned for it. Indeed, the trials of human nature often manifest in the most unexpected ways. Xiao Ziyuan sighed softly as she descended the stairs. Saito Asaka had long ceased her tears, staring in astonishment at the conversation between Jia Chun and Ling Xiang. It was remarkable. She never anticipated that Jia Chun would defend her so fiercely, and she felt an overwhelming joy when Jia Chun declared that only she could bully her, while others were forbidden. Even in a past life, such words would likely cause anyone to blush, let alone in such a relatively conservative era. It was no wonder that Chu Yang's ears turned red. This was the second time this man had pressed the red demon. Tonight, he had only wagered twice, with a mere 2 million yen turning into a staggering 2 billion through these two gambles. A 100-fold victory that was enough to drive one into a frenzy of ecstasy. Chapter 67. Have Mercy. With a heart as sweet as honey, Luo Luo wrapped her arms around Mo Yuhang's neck, feeling the fluctuations in his body temperature. Had his thoughts been misguided these past few days? Everything before her suggested that Su Lily was innocent, showing no signs of scheming against the Zhao family. Upon hearing this, I paused, recalling a time at Boss Dang's tavern in the county, when Suhi had urged me to lure the blood infant from the coffin with my own blood. Fine, Luffy murmured with a hint of disappointment, continuing to gaze at the naval headquarters through his telescope. All that Xiong Ainen had orchestrated remained unknown to Mu Chun and Lu Ani, but it was certain that Mu Chun was temporarily safe. The faculty and students of Yintu Academy were stirred. A legendary cultivator had arrived, and naturally, they were drawn to him. My withered technique was indeed the nemesis of the withering spider beast. I would allow my junior to harvest this herb. Lu Haiqing stepped forward, eagerly making the request. Beside him, Hua Lingming observed as Nye Cici and Qi Qingqing's parents embraced, offering each other warmth and comfort. From Wu Nao Nao, Su Lily could detect a faint scent of alcohol, causing her to glance at Wu Nao Nao. True to her name, she was strikingly beautiful, yet dressed flamboyantly. Upon hearing the name, Kai Baihu, Xiaoyu trembled, her face displaying shock. Kai Baihu has passed away? Tong Yao's tongue had become increasingly glib, and Lin Chu felt he might soon succumb, fearing society would soon gain yet another henpecked husband. However, many young people today seem lacking. Their songs, stripped of melody, are left with nothing but filth, repugnant to behold. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at Tianxian Mountain. Looking at the mountain, countless ravines interlace, trenches stretch far and wide. Celestial beings appear troubled upon landing, and eagles find it hard to return. In the sky, it seems there are no paths, while in the ravines, humans and beasts alike are unaware of their limits. One must know that even the sisters on our floor captured your majestic figure as you raced down the corridor. How one conducts oneself is of little consequence. As long as my sister is happy, it matters not from whence I come or what my true nature is. As long as it is her wish, as long as she hopes for it, anything can be done. The remnants wreaked havoc in the classroom, more fearsome than a charging rhinoceros. Dongfang Yunyang's countenance remained tranquil amidst this brutal world, exhibiting no trace of compassion towards his adversaries. This was a struggle for survival. There was no time for intervention, or perhaps he lacked the means to do so. Telekinesis was not akin to mere longing, lacking such convenient capabilities. Doubt lingered in her mind, yet she could hardly fathom that Su Wanqin possessed the prowess to orchestrate such a series of events. Chun Feng slept lightly, roused by the rustling sounds nearby, while Xianyu remained in deep slumber. The name of the withered tree lord, Zuinzhong, elicited a waning fear upon hearing it. As he leaned slightly forward, attempting to discern the visage. Yu Bao, I inquire of you, has there been an influx of mortals in Qingshui town? Jinxing gazed wide-eyed at Yu Bao. Su Bangxia meticulously extracted silver needles from her body. After the acupuncture, her spirits lifted considerably. Yet, the more this transpired, the less he could afford to leave. If Qi Fan truly became entangled with Zhong Kiki, how would Jinju navigate her own predicament? Upon reaching the imperial capital, the airplane touched down to jubilant cheers, as passengers hastily gathered their belongings in preparation to disembark. Yao, Jeja sensed the peculiar gazes directed her way, with some clandestinely chuckling at her, igniting her irritation amidst her confusion. Perhaps due to intoxication, the elder's eyes glistened red, and even his voice trembled. Morris cleared his throat, quelling its dryness. and began to pose inquiries to Q, delving into many previous ambiguities. The insect demon seethed with rage, unable to land a blow on the silver-winged being, reduced to mere impotent glaring from the ground. The underdog was destined to be but a fish in another's pond, fated to become a mere jack, perhaps even lacking the qualifications to be a spare tire. It was unclear how much time had passed, but just as their concerns about whether the longevity fruit could truly ripen escalated, everything finally came to a halt. Suddenly, Luo Jihan fell to the ground, colliding with the wall, the sound echoing loudly enough for Ling Yin to hear. Let me reset. How would one know the efficacy of the universal enhancement point without trial? Besides, wasn't the universal enhancement point intended for self-empowerment? Xiao Ming had now become my second extravagant subject. Given her displayed capabilities, providing her with a substantial sum of extravagant funds to work for me could yield significant results. In the realm of cultivation, most practitioners, aside from their training, would dabble in one or several extraordinary arts related to their craft. Qinyao learned that the potion was a gift from Sister Wushuang. Though she was far away in a foreign land, she still held me in her thoughts. However, compared to the demons, achieving such feats with a human body posed immense challenges. Other nations lacked the robust resources of Alan to manufacture airplanes and tanks. They would require at least 2 years, while he had already commenced production. Just as everyone was basking in the prosperity of the Tang capital, a herd of galloping steeds shattered the tranquility and beauty of the scene. He fixed his gaze upon Xingye Gaoyue, his expression ineffably difficult to articulate, remaining silent throughout. As twilight descends, the faint moonlight filters through the glass, casting a gentle glow upon the eyelids of the moonlit maiden, whose lashes begin to stir. Bai Li Miao Yin has secured the spirit vessel. The trio exchanged glances, concealing their forms, and made their way towards the Kongming sect. Chapter 68. Your urgency is palpable, yet the opportunity to age it eludes you. Good evening, teacher He. Good evening. Is that a dragon throne you have? He Tao. Initially seated at a distance from the screen, leaned closer upon seeing the images shared by his companion, nearly pressing his face against the monitor. Truly, it is an extraordinary artifact, as remarkable as its owner and his collection. The intricate designs indeed resemble those of a dragon throne. Yet it starkly contrasts with the golden dragon thrones depicted on television. This one bears a muted hue, as if shrouded in smoke. I have heard that the Elder has numerous salt fields by the seaside. Indeed, upon being briefed by Manager Zheng, a smile graced his features as he broached the subject. This is splendid. I am fully aware that it is a banquet of treachery, yet I have been invited with a courtesy that leaves me no choice but to comply. Wei Dan pursed her lips, lifted her gaze to glance at Xiao Han, then turned her head aside, saying nothing, merely shaking her head in resigned disbelief. With the strength of enhancement and the might of a warrior clan, Long Tianyu possesses a fiery attribute, yet he struggles to wield the sword with ease. Upon witnessing the Blood Demon Bat King being slain by Shou's sword strike, Shui Wuhan sheathed his pseudo-spiritual sword, intending to express his gratitude to a Shou. However, he was taken aback by an unexpected scene. Even he, who often considered himself the strongest, was momentarily stunned and took a few steps forward, unable to restrain his curiosity. With a swift movement, Xia Wuhua evaded upward, executing a 90-degree turn. Xia Wuhuang's elevated kick missed its mark, yet the two remained entangled. Upon observing this, a Shou felt a surge of anger within him. If the external space and pathways were to collapse, it would indeed spell considerable trouble. 10 officers of the rank of school lieutenant have perished, with numerous others, including military marquises and dukes, suffering casualties in the dozens. Shangguan Yu furrowed his brow, wearing a frosty expression of silence. Had it not been for Rao Mingyu, he would have long since lost his temper. This residence resembles a grand estate, adorned in an opulent European aristocratic style. The crown prince, thoroughly satisfied, discovered a reflection of himself in Lin Qingxue. He realized that this was the essence of his affection. Had it not been for Lin Qingxue, he would have remained oblivious to the nature of his desires. Rest assured, I inquired about her departure before coming here. In the presence of Aunt's son, Fang Jinjue did not conceal her disdain for the Bai family. Upon arriving at the kitchen brigade, Li Donghua summoned everyone. Dai Tao established a barrier, transferring the ruined dough into a spatial realm, and produced an equal amount of flour, employing magic to add water, knead the dough, and incorporate yeast. Observing that the mixture was nearly ready, he checked the time, noting that only 10 minutes had elapsed. Thus, all was well. Within the space, the egg remained still, merely growing larger. It was now nearly capable of containing an adult. What to do? Dai Tao nurtured it daily with spiritual energy and sensed the presence of life within, which had begun to react, yet showed no inclination to hatch. Even divination yielded no results. Were it the senior brother in the fray, she would harbor no concerns for his safety. Regardless of the level of expertise one encounters, every individual possesses the ability to protect themselves. The first suitor to propose was a prince from the royal palace, a figure of immense prestige. Unfortunately for her, fate was unkind, and the prince met a sudden demise. One would think that, even if this were not her fault, it would inevitably tarnish her reputation to some degree. Mr. Jiang rubbed his weary brow, taken aback by how the situation had escalated beyond his expectations. He had initially believed it could be quelled, yet a sudden surge of turmoil caught them off guard, leaving them in utter disarray. Chapter 69. The Tomb of the Qing Dynasty Prince. Beta Warrior? Are you a retired tank soldier? No. I merely chose a random username without any deeper connotation. Oh, but I see your account's IP is from Pennsylvania? Well, I am indeed abroad, the honest friend admitted, adding, this place is lawless, so the items I possess are rather formidable. You might want to brace yourself, teacher. Although the terrain here was also a vivid red, it appeared far more vibrant compared to other regions. Before he could finish speaking, a figure clad in a black robe descended slowly from the void, their face obscured by a peculiar mask, yet it was evident from their speech that they were the one referred to as the master by the fiery being. In the game of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, one must not fire unless assured of kill. Once one's position is revealed, whether one succeeds in killing or not, it is imperative to swiftly relocate. As Su Mu's figure gradually faded into the distance, the onlookers remained in silent astonishment, accompanied by the furious roar of Wei Ning. He stretched his limbs, gazing at the resplendent lone wolf star. Through the waters of the spirit cleansing pool, he became aware of his own carelessness. The man's eyes exuded a chilling brilliance, and his voice grated like iron, sending shivers down one's spine. Alas, as Huatian's body began to ascend, colossal beams of light erupted around him, forming an immense luminous dome above the dense forest, completely trapping him within. The two laughed as they made their way toward the hall, utterly oblivious to the figure standing behind the pillar. As the eighth beam of light soared to the heavens, a terrifying pressure descended instantaneously, causing one's eyes to involuntarily narrow. Within less than half a minute, a photograph of Mei Yuzhen was sent over. Hua Shengji opened it for a glance before passing it to Hua Shangxian. Feng Xian, I shall not let you escape. The leading man in black seethed with rage, glaring at Feng Xian, his brothers who had stood by him for years now slain by Feng Xian's arrows. Yi Jueshing was momentarily taken aback, but soon a look of delight crossed his face, his heart stirred, and he hurriedly commanded the 9 monkeys to continue their assault. Zhou Yuan pondered to himself that he could hardly withstand such formidable powers, akin to those of golden core cultivators. Moreover, it was evident from the opponent's fluid movements that they were capable of instant casting spells, suggesting they still had ample energy. They had clearly held back, refraining from exterminating the 3 disciples completely. The crowd remained silent, exchanging glances, until they collectively turned to face Liang Gu, as if his countenance was infested with insects. He scarcely glanced backward, his palms struck with force, delivering 8 overlapping prints as he aimed at the encroaching Qinzhan. The vehicle journeyed to the hospital, where Mi Duo and Su Haodong had visited a few times, becoming somewhat familiar with the surroundings. Upon alighting, Mi Duo opted not to have her bodyguard accompany her, entering the hospital lobby alongside Su Haodong. Indeed, I stand upright with integrity. It is what it is. Do not let your arrogance deceive you. I regard you with indifference. Tian Feng's performance was truly remarkable. The commotion had muddled everyone's thoughts. I gained entry through connections. Do you know Su Tai? He was the one who introduced me. Wanning was spinning tales, for thus far, Shanghai University had yet to deliver that Nobel Prize money to itself. The two stealthily approached a thicket at the edge of the woods, situated less than 50 meters from the bonfire. The video, which eluded even the police, was possessed by the so-called justice warriors of the dark web. Chapter 70. Who's slacking off? Brothers, refrained from hastily condemning the Tomb Raiders. He Tao observed the pointed comments in the live stream and urged patience. Treasure friend, whose relic is this? The princes of the Qing dynasty are well documented. An excavation should clarify matters. I'm unsure. The Tomb Raiders did not disclose that information. However, the presence of imperial artifacts in the burial suggests the owner was no ordinary prince, perhaps even a brother of Qianlong. Mr. He, you have seen? Hisso was methodically undermining the opponent's resolve. It appeared he was destined to triumph. Observing Washadalang's increasingly timid demeanor on screen, Killua reached this conclusion. Stay put. Do not venture out recklessly. Contact me if something arises. Lucy intended to step out. She needed to engage closely to discern their true motives for seeking her. From the high window ledge, the city's nocturnal panorama unfolded, presenting a unique vista. Ping inhaled deeply, catching the distinct scents of oilseed lettuce, Chinese mugwort, and spinach. Although the aromas differed, they harmonized beautifully on the jade sphere, exuding a naturally refreshing fragrance. Ping's immediate reaction was that these chilled dishes must be exceptionally delectable. Her attire consisted of a cinched short robe with notably short, flowing ribbons, resembling that of commoner. In a moment of bewilderment, I questioned, when did this appear? Could it have been left behind by some malevolent force at the Jia Litong residence? Knight Motion Luo suddenly raised his fist, purple sparks crackling in the gust of his punch. Madame Shun and Angelica divided their responsibilities. One would guard the first half of the night, while the other took the second. They had even arranged that, should an attack occur, Madame Shun would lead Qiao Yunqi to safety, while Angelica would cover their retreat. The others focused on recuperating their injuries. They too would benefit significantly, as pressure is the best catalyst for potential, leading to substantial progress in their cultivation during this process. They are undoubtedly aware of the peril involved. At such a close range, there is no need for anti-aircraft missiles. Cannon fire or close-in weapon systems could easily reduce them to a mere honeycomb. They are indeed playing with fire. After all, he is now under the command of Shinhui Kasahara. Although rising through the ranks of the 9th Division is not his life's ambition, the thought of embarking on a lengthy career in law enforcement under such a superior casts a shadow over his future. It will take 3 to 4 decades before Nan Lao truly gains recognition both within and beyond the province, ultimately being honored as a Grandmaster of National Medicine in the 4th selection. Beside him, the first mate is visibly anxious, eager to convey something to Taylor. But upon seeing Taylor's grim expression, he realizes it would be futile. Of course, according to the regulations of the Great Qian dynasty, in theory, a scholar cannot hold an official position, only serving as a clerk, while a jiren can attain an official rank of 8 or 9. A gongshi is merely qualified to enter the palace examination. However, if one's contributions are significant enough, and given that no official is willing to take up posts in this cursed place, a scholar becoming a county magistrate becomes a faint possibility. This is an order. Please show respect to a vice commander of the Eastern Fleet who is on the brink of death, Lin Hungping continued. After a while, Tao Yao Yao fled to the edge of the pool, covering herself, her eyes brimming with tears and an expression of profound grievance. Once this was arranged, Wang Qin no longer paid attention to the zombie Empress Dowager Cixi. His full focus shifted toward the treasures within the fragmented space of the cave. Chapter 71. The Troubles of Middle-Aged Men. Teacher He, have you finished watching? Yes, please continue, He Tao nodded. Taking advantage of the barrage of comments discussing the tomb raiding video to search online for the Yanshan tomb raiding case. This was the last case involving Hu Batu, and it was the scene described in the video as defined by the authorities. The verdict could be found, and judging by the sentences, apart from Hu Batu, the rest should have been released. That scoundrel wants to monopolize the tomb. Continuing down this path would inevitably lead to a collision. At this level, must there be a decisive outcome? The master has spoken, and the servant must naturally obey, so they pushed open the door to the new house, allowing her to enter. Suddenly, Si Juanhao felt unwell, acutely aware of his ailment as he remained seated in the car, watching the house transition from a blaze of light to utter darkness. The catastrophic collision produced a storm of unimaginable scale and destruction, the magnitude of which is easy to comprehend. In the future, if anyone disapproves of my actions, I am willing to apologize and change, but do not conspire against me in the shadows. He vanished for a month without offering any explanation. Naturally, I answered the phone, awaiting his excuse. Yet, the more one fears something, the more it manifests. As his eyes' breath quickened, punctuated by expressions of passion, Enjua Yuhui emitted sounds that were ambiguous in their mix of agony and pleasure. The abrupt ringing of the phone shattered the moment. Yin Qishi did not comprehend. If that were the case, they were aware of her discussions with Danzi regarding conditions. Why then did Lady Li not express gratitude and instead appear tense and evasive upon every encounter with her? She had indeed not departed. AI Mu immediately checked the time. It was already 9 o'clock. If she could persist a little longer, the night might pass peacefully. Suddenly, the frigid power within Qingyue erupted, and in an instant, the entire celestial tomb was encased in ice, transforming into a winter wonderland, with coldness permeating the air. The subsequent events unfolded rather straightforwardly, as everyone continued their journey toward Kantuan City. The recently surrendered chaotic troops formed a separate army, though all the officers were replaced by individuals from the Qin state. Through subtle insinuations, Shuiyin spoke of the center of the cold land as if it were shrouded in great mystery, when in reality, he was merely fabricating tales to lure Ji Qingwei away. The quartet departed from the Sake tribe, witnessing a scene of devastation along the way. In this invasion by the Ghost Domain ironclad soldiers, the casualties extended beyond the warriors of the Sake tribe, encompassing countless civilians. To say the corpses piled high would not be an exaggeration. The clever Yao Mingwei refrained from shouldering the blame or pleading for Liang Sahan, for she understood her master too well. Remaining silent might yield better outcomes. Conversely, if she were to advocate for her junior sister, given her master's temperament, it was quite likely that both would face punishment. What if Elena was merely playing tricks, and Ranmin followed her into the territory of Kuai Hu, only to be besieged? Or what if a military escort was dispatched, only to meet total annihilation? To repay the Ironhead boy, Lin Bai hastily descended to the military camp, rousing the garrison troops to stand by on the city walls. As he spoke, a smile adorned Pan Yang's face, yet was laced with disdain. During the meeting, Hua Chun prohibited anyone from answering phones indiscriminately. Thus, upon entering the conference room, all were required to switch their phones to silent mode. When a phone rang, everyone hurriedly checked their devices, anxious that they had forgotten to silence their ringtones. Unbeknownst to them, this was how their relationship was solidified. However, if Ruo Yin forbade her from publicly acknowledging their bond, it left her feeling somewhat uneasy. Yet, as they both knew, to be together, they would have to endure numerous trials. As long as they held each other's hands and did not give up, they would surely overcome all obstacles. Chapter 72. Captain Kong's Invitation, a True Performance. Captain Kong wishes for me to film a video. I have plans this afternoon. I've already purchased movie tickets. Shun, am I not a professional treasure appraisal streamer? If you arrange it this way, I feel I'm heading down the path of becoming an internet celebrity. Filming a video and taking a break is pointless. I love live streaming and do it daily without needing your permission for a break. Very well. I shall set off shortly. He Tao remained silent. The howling wind outside echoed through the phone, and I could almost envision the wind tousling his hair. As I spoke incessantly, it felt as if I were conversing with the air itself. This posture was one they had adopted countless times over many nights, but this time, the significance was entirely different. In the previous Life S game, Meixi had employed a similar tactic, yet that situation was far more perilous than this crisis. It had occurred much later in the game, at least several hundred years from now, by a temporal reckoning. The horde of zombies melted away entirely, and Kent took a deep breath, exhaling towards the space bridge, encasing it in ice. The machinery ceased to function under the frigid temperatures, transforming the bridge into a colossal ice coffin. Sunan recounted everything regarding the journey to the celestial realm to Murong Fei, including the encounter with the Zhenli Marquis. As he finished speaking, Murong Fei clenched her fist tightly, a droplet of water shimmering on her brow, exuding an overwhelming aura of murderous intent and fury. I have come to seek Master Lin Fei. May I inquire if he is present? Boss Li instructed the driver to set down the gifts, addressing the storekeeper, Wen Tian Xiao. After parting ways, I believe I would never fall in love again. Yet I encountered my ex and found myself ensnared once more. Ultimately, it yielded no favorable outcome, and I had never anticipated that someone as proud as I could feel so humbled in matters of the heart. Yen Ruyu's complexion turned an ominous shade of ashen, her eyes radiating intense hostility as she clenched her silver teeth, the sound echoing ominously. Nevertheless, the primary concern at hand remained the competition. In this grand tournament final, the Ice Emperor was determined to prevail. Even though their opponents lacked renown, Taibu exerted pressure on his team. Guofei gazed at the silver dragon spirit outside the dragon pearl, convinced, for no cultivator would recklessly expose their spirit before another, especially not in front of an enemy wielding innate spiritual treasures. The crowd turned to the direction pointed by Ji Kai. Indeed, atop the valley stood a tree. Though obscured by distance, they could vaguely discern something hanging from its branches. Su Guangguang remained cradled in Huaming's arms, and out of concern for his well-being, Wu Jingyi removed his coat to drape over Su Guangguang. They eventually paused at a building that, while modest in height with only 3 stories, concealed a vast underground space divided into 2 levels. The lowest level directly connected to the seaside, indicating it was their transit point. With the imminent blooming of the 10,000 spirits sacred flower, the Wanshan cave was sure to be heavily fortified. A hexagonal crystal containing 64 crimson characters was retrieved. Enfengzhu exhaled a breath of vitality upon it. Sharouge, Aishwufeng stepped forward, grasping on her hands. Observing the perplexity on her face and her pallid complexion, he found himself at a loss for words. Lin Musin was inherently somewhat oblivious to matters of affection. Though his intelligence surpassed that of the average person, his emotional quotient was rather lacking, perhaps a consequence of his parents' departure, which seemed to have taken away a part of him. Chapter 73. What Lies Within the Golden Well. The filming crew on site received a directive. Capture Captain Kong's insight and reveal Teacher He's mediocrity. However, the unfolding narrative fell to miss. Cut. The director called for an immediate halt. He Tao had no objections. Earlier in the car, Captain Kong's heartfelt words had proven impactful, allowing him to approach potential outcomes with a calm demeanor. As this thought crossed her mind, Yi Yunhong contemplated Lang Hongxiang. How splendid it would be if he were willing to accompany her. With his identity as a demon king and the support of a 6th-tier demon king behind him, their alliance in Huaiyang Kingdom would render it their domain. The magnificent tower bridge, which I had only seen in films, appeared even more spectacular in person, exclaimed Zixia. As for her own child, what secrets could she possibly be unaware of? Without the strength to stand firm, how could she find the confidence to speak? One among them calculated. We have merely 10 days left until the time set by the Xiang Prince. The others nodded in agreement. At that moment, the sun was low in the sky, and the light gradually faded, naturally increasing the difficulty of archery. On horseback, Huarong maintained a composed demeanor, having already drawn his longbow during the swift ride. Taking aim with precision, a deafening boom echoed, the air quivering as it twisted. With a crack, Xiang Yun's arm shattered, eliciting a muffled groan as he expelled a fountain of blood, his body hurtling through the air before crashing onto the stone platform. Tung Yilong's eyes widened in shock. His face pale, his arm numb with pain. The blow from Yao Mukin had caught him off guard. He had anticipated inflicting a devastating injury, but found himself nearly harmed instead. On the vast ocean, beneath the cerulean sky, another radiant day unfolded. Li Ren had arrived early at the bow of the warship, facing the sea breeze and watching the seagulls soar freely in the distance. After a while, he turned to gaze back at the 10 or so identical warships, reflecting on the trials and tribulations of the past years. Observing the significant smile on old Jin's face, Zhang Ying felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine, sensing something was amiss, as if he had fallen into the old man's scheme. The Loach continued to caress the surface of the ancient artifact, searching for any signs of damage. Yet, the manner in which he did so was far more delicate than when he usually touched Meiya. Is there an issue with Prime Minister Turtle? Shen Hao inquired, casting a stern glance at him, as the old turtle seemed rather reluctant. It is indeed I, Old Sunday. What will you do? You of the Witch Clan have quite the audacity to cause trouble here. Do you not fear annihilation? Wukong stepped forward, nodding at Gu Yu, and challenged Chong Liang. The desolate drought dragon opened its enormous jaws, its voice roaring like boiling waters, exhaling a scorching breath. A column of white steam surged towards the crimson blood serpent, as the heated gusts reduced stones to dust, while some unfortunate black iron-class savage beasts were instantly desiccated, crumbling under the tremors of the earth. In the wilderness, the city walls stood like robust arms, protecting the fragile human beings nestled within their embrace. Without the walls, it would be akin to placing a succulent morsel within the jaws of famished wolves. At the Lanzhou noodle shop beside the Nanjing City God Temple, only a couple of tables were occupied, with Chu Tianlu seated by the window, ordering a large bowl of beef hand-pulled noodles. He had never anticipated that 10 years later, he would fall in love with Wan Xiang, the very person who had escaped his blade. He often lamented that he had come to her too late. Yet he never realized that their encounter had preceded that of Xiao Huaijin. Chapter 74. The first shovel of yellow earth. The goods have been delivered. What was he talking about? This was the collective thought that arose among those present after hearing him speak. In truth, if they listened a few more times, they would generally understand. But He Tao had no intention of repeating himself. It was merely an act to show off, after all. He measured the depth of the well with a tripod, then unearthed the soil at the corner, comparing the thickness of the bluestone slab beneath the coffin. Soon, he arrived at a startling conclusion. There was something amiss with this well. It was reminiscent of the eerie sounds of drama, a precursor heralding the entrance of a formidable antagonist. In a rush, Zhu Zhongba finally reached the cattle farm, only to discover that the sky remained clear. Despite the presence of a gentle breeze, it was an unexpected turn of events. Several adept practitioners of Dao promptly expressed their stances, swiftly suppressing the arrogance of Lu Qi and others, leaving even the Lu family head pale with fury. Furthermore, judging by the spiritual pressure, Xian Duxing's cultivation far surpassed that of the deceased Fan Jian. What nonsense are you spouting? How could I possibly harbor any feelings for you? Suing Yue's brows furrowed, her ears turning a shade of crimson. As for the process of cultivating seeds, Zhu Zhongba navigated it like crossing a river by feeling for stones, conducting thorough experiments. Diligence bore fruit, and all preparatory work was accomplished. Suddenly reminded of the treasures he had just acquired, Qi Bao could not suppress a hint of regret flickering in his eyes. Before him lay a series of question-marked squares, with only the primary magical artifact, the refined steel sword, in an unlocked state. It was said that the morgue was the final resting place of the hospital's lingering aura, often haunted by spirits. Li Fan made no further pretenses, taking the lead as he soared towards the western valley, with Chu Jiun following closely, drawing forth his long sword. Thus, Tai Xian and Yang Guo practiced their skills by day, while the divine eagle timely joined them for meals, and at night, they meditated in pursuit of enlightenment. It was astonishing that one could be unaware of the affairs of the ancient martial world. How then had they cultivated to the Xian level? Uncle Wang's expression darkened, interpreting Qin Tian's words as mockery. The mere mention of Lin Jingsheng soured his mood further. The thought of Ashang having twins in 6 months felt like a slap to his face. Qin Tian, a decisive individual, promptly drove Gu Manyan towards her hometown. In front of Hao Bai and the others sat a middle-aged man clad in a purple Taoist robe, notably portly, a hallmark of the Tun Tian Peak. The disciple from the sword sect spoke with a grave countenance, uncertain whether Li Fan still retained his original will or had succumbed to the encroaching malevolence. It seems my senior brother is no longer in the lead, Quang Chan remarked, feeding the pigeons while sighing in a manner that suggested he had anticipated this outcome. 2 astonished gasps echoed. Matsumura Sayori initially appeared stunned, her eyes soon betraying a subtle glimmer of delight. Here I stand, in the name of the Revolutionary Army's commander, extending a sincere invitation to pirates worldwide to reform their ways. Milan noticed that Yin's expression remained calm, though his eyes reflected a peculiar hue. They had indeed experienced the hardships of the mortal realm and understood the suffering of the populace. They had truly been on the battlefield, witnessing the carnage of war. This time, Xiaji resolutely closed the cookbook, abandoning any thoughts of reopening it. This cookbook, rather than serving as a mere collection of recipes, can be likened to an experimental journal. Xiaji can vividly imagine the profound despair with which Tachibana AI prepared these dishes for her mother. Chapter 75. Can we take them all? Lao Tang sought out He Tao, not only to inform him that the company had been officially registered, but also to discuss 2 significant matters. Firstly, he needed to determine a suitable location for the office in Yanjing. Secondly, he wanted He Tao to prepare for the possibility of enticing some of the human resources from the appraisal hall. The first matter was straightforward. He Tao had already considered a location directly opposite the police station nearest to the big poplar tree. The primary advantage of this site was its proximity. Ruze, if it were you, whom would you award 5th place? Zhao Daowei posed a sharp question. Zhang Yuning was elated by the inquiry. She had been seeking an opportunity to meet Su Juni to win his affection. To her surprise, before she could make her move, fortune smiled upon her. She was determined not to let such an opportunity slip away. Lu Qingyun gritted his teeth. He could not bear to witness his father's tragic demise before his eyes. He was acutely aware that countless brothers were buying him time, and with Gu Qiuqiao and Chen Xiao yet to descend, he knew he must act swiftly. As the capital, Chang'an stood as the heart of the nation. While it may not be the most beautiful city, it certainly embodies grandeur and magnificence, exuding luxury that no other city could rival. Shenghua had consumed a fair share of delicacies, yet the delectable Chugua had become tiresome for Lanmi, though it still failed to aid her growth. When Chun Tianxiang introduced Zheng Rui to her, his gaze held an unmistakable flirtation, as if he were matchmaking. Lu Jing lay on her bed, having just closed her eyes, when an unsettling sensation washed over her. It felt as if her body had changed in some way. Surely, this feeling could not be mistaken. Yuning, Su Jun, who had been observing the sisters, finally broke the mounting tension with his voice. Casually, Lanmi picked up a jade slip, and the system promptly announced a successful duplication, as simple as that. Xiaolian, how can you say we cannot break through this barrier, if we haven't even tried? Yang Lingfeng disagreed with Chun Xiaolian. The appearance of a barrier indicated the presence of valuable treasures within. Thus, Yang Lingfeng was unwilling to let such an opportunity pass. Amidst the astonishment of the crowd, the golden-scaled dragon within the fiery golden circle suddenly erupted with an extraordinary brilliance. The dragon twisted and turned within the flames, resembling an artist at work. Since Brother Jing has made his decision, let us proceed. If we truly fail, I shall return a supreme pill to you in the future. Yao Muching pondered for a moment before nodding. He had studied the supreme pill and felt confident in his ability to forge the ordinary version, even if he dared not aspire to create the more extraordinary varieties. As soon as the words fell, Chini Bai, whose body had been confined by the chains of elemental power, unexpectedly vanished before the multitude, only to reappear out of thin air, standing 2 zhang away before Ma Rongdo. He raised his hand and unceremoniously delivered a resounding slap. In the operating room, those present, if they still regarded the elder as a patient, would surely be deemed foolish. Even a simpleton could distinguish between the patient and the healthy. Moreover, the room housed the elite of the hospital's inpatient department. Brother, do not jest at my expense. I nearly wet my pants, Li Ren said, his face flushed with embarrassment. All right, let us set aside these trivial matters for the moment. Pray tell, what brings you here today? Li Ren feigned ignorance while being fully aware of the situation. Chapter 76, The True Taoist has arrived. Brothers, in such a scenario, it is imperative to prevent your wives from seeking me for assessments. I am solely reliant on your prior notice. You must at least send me a private message in advance, or how am I to know the amount you wish to settle? He Tao shook his head, genuinely hesitant to set a high price, fearful that a friend of Lao Lu might demand a discount and sell it to him at a loss. It was imperative to ensure a purchase that would not lead to a deficit. Welcome to our esteemed guest. Brother, can you hear me? That's summer. The village was particularly stifling. One afternoon, after lunch, the sisters proposed a trip to the river for a swim. Lu gently closed the door to her room, pondering for an extended time, but arriving at no conclusion. She ultimately reclined on her bed, eyes closed, choosing to ignore the matter. Regarding the incident of Yao Hongye framing her, Shun Qianqian wished for no one to intervene. She preferred to investigate unilaterally. The result of 2 chihuahuas tearing at each other would amount to nothing more than a dogfight. But what if it were 2 frenzied Tibetan mastiffs? Some individuals are inherently predisposed. If she is willing to act in such a manner, any attempt to dissuade her may leave her feeling unsettled. Consequently, the divine beings of the nation began to lead orderly lives and engaged in self-cultivation. Upon careful reflection, it seemed that those mechanical beings were not entirely in the wrong. For them, this was merely a form of human evolution. Among the 3 princes, they undoubtedly felt a closer affinity with the 7th prince, maintained a friendship with the 2nd prince, and had the most distant relationship with the crown prince. Yet paradoxically, Lu Yu's supported the crown prince. Recently, Fu Hongguang, who was convinced of Lu Yozhen's connection with Situ Yoshi, had been quiet. They speculated that an uncle was mediating the situation. After Huzi and Bingxin wed, they employed an elderly woman, Aunt Li Si, as a housekeeper, assisting them with household chores. Lu Ge, what are you busy with? Peng Changrong, naturally gregarious, could easily strike up a conversation even with strangers. Li Beitian rode a horse, leading a white camel, following its steps and direction with great ease. The land of Zhozhou is vast. At times, officials are appointed across provinces, their carts and horses ceaselessly traveling for years. Upon returning to the hall, Grandma Huang inquired in detail about the 2 witnesses' experiences with the ghost, hoping to glean some clues from their accounts. Descending the stairs, Boss Wang retrieved a printed sheet from the drawer of the consultation desk, which bore several phone numbers, and casually handed it to Guoke. Well, I shall conclude my words here. Please proceed to register with your team leader shortly. After concluding his remarks, Zhang Yi descended from the stage, making his way toward his office. Moments later, a vehicle approached from the distance, driven by a cultivator at the late Golden Course stage, pulling along 2 beastly creatures resembling serpentine dragons. This also underscored that our 7-color stone group had truly mastered the ability for large-scale production of photon chips. After reflecting for a moment, he added, the success of the production line is the achievement of all of us at Photon Technology, including the designers and manufacturers of the photon chips. In a fit of rage, he unleashed his full strength in a single strike, as if attempting to sever the fears that dwelled within him. In his past life, the Lena were indeed the most proficient in assimilation. Most of those once at odds with their kind ultimately faced a fate of integration, often forgetting even the name of their own ethnicity. Perhaps they were reunited now, having previously failed to communicate properly, all thanks to her being the proverbial third wheel. This incident also made it abundantly clear to me that when Chen Xuejiao and Chen Zhengqiang had derided me as a dog, it was no jest. We sat side by side on that old sofa as Aunt Du opened a worn photo album, beginning to point out details to me. "Great!" Xiao Mao exclaimed excitedly, while Ran Kongxia playfully patted Xiao Mao on the head, laughing heartily. "Wonderful!" This was merely a facade to mask Xiao Mao's foolishly joyful yelps. Chapter 77. My Path of Cultivation Alongside Physics. Another token appeared. I must say, the disparity between the items held by master and disciple was quite pronounced. The old Taoist possessed a long, rune-inscribed token, clearly aged, with a layer of red-black patina on its surface. This was from the late Qing period. Likely made of jujube wood or another hard, mixed wood. The patina was rather thick, obscuring clarity. Perhaps the conversation had been opened, but this time, Taoist Yoji refrained from mentioning it. Qin Lang could only offer a wry smile and privately communicate with Sun Tzu as the Lord Jiangdong. He could not afford to lose face. Late into the night, Qin Lang ventured to the residence of the Huan family, conducting his affairs with utmost secrecy. Had it not been for a servant's revelation, he would have remained blissfully unaware. Li Suxin adjusted Wang Yuqing's short hair, turning off the light. Yet, only Wang Yuqing knew that, when the room plunged into darkness, she opened her eyes, her pupils vacant and lifeless, tears welling at the corners. Such matters were not for Mo Ru to engage in, nor was there any necessity. At least for now, Lin Dong believed he had not offended her. Wu Sheng ignored them. Were it not for Yun Yixi's sudden ascension to the ninth realm among mortals, he would not have summoned his true form. With his true self present, the assistance of Su Yu and his companions was indeed unwarranted. In the next moment, the air resonated with the clash of metal, and a translucent figure materialized, charging toward Zhou Yu without uttering a word. At this thought, Lu Jing immediately abandoned any notion of entangling with these mouse-faced creatures, striding directly toward the leader of the mouse-headed adversaries. Unsurprisingly, his actions provoked all the mouse-headed creatures, inciting them to surge forward once more. In a bustling metropolis like Yanjing, discovering a serene haven truly delighted Lin Dong, though he remained uncertain about the rental costs. Naturally, she contemplated gifting it to Lin Mu. However, since even Lin Mu wished to support the illustrious Shinsi Chenyu, she decided to heed his advice. Prior to their arrival, they had inquired within the bustling Sand City. Due to the intricate processing involved with Ronghuosha, the exorbitant prices led most factories to seek inferior yet more affordable alternatives, for profitability necessitates a pursuit of cost-effectiveness. Yi Kai collapsed onto the bed, exhaling deeply, relieved to realize he no longer needed to be anyone's puppet. Yet, his grip on the knife trembled slightly, despite being held tightly. Although he moved slowly, his breaths came in rapid succession. Subsequently, Wu Fong ceased to hesitate, his palm forming a series of intricate seals, unleashing a pure surge of power from within, enveloping Lei Yin's form and completely sealing his emanating aura within the confines of the barrier. Although the game House of the Dead was relatively old, it could still be found in many arcades. Observing those wielding guns and firing at the screen, one could discern that they were either engaged in Resident Evil or House of the Dead. Thankfully, Kerr was not present in the private room. Had she overheard such assessments, one would likely find themselves in a precarious situation, Lu Chen remarked. He didn't even spare Hua Mengtian a glance. Yet his entire being felt as though it had transformed into steel. Of course, prior to that, they needed to overcome the two lines of frenzied warhorses and the yellow-turbaned soldiers that had charged towards them. Chapter 78. Brother, do not dig further. I fear. Do I lack insight? After the Taoist departure, He Tao reflected and ultimately concluded, it is not that I lack insight, but rather that your questions are far too simplistic. Shame on you. I genuinely feel a sense of sorrow for your ignorance. The Taoist has proclaimed that the ancients possess their own merits. Just as the present holds its own wonders, one ought to embrace the essence of science. Mr. He, does feng shui count as science? Meanwhile, Pendragon could no longer withstand the pressure. With 12 knights of the Round Table perished, and King Arthur in slumber, they had no trump cards left and were compelled to surrender Kai Qin. Gui Yuan, where do you intend to flee? Suddenly, a cold snicker echoed through the valley, causing Gui Yuan's countenance to shift dramatically, paling instantly. Since the 9 trials, Jiang Yu had chosen to seclude himself, nearly completing the refinement of the ancillary components for the virtual artifact, leaving only the primary material of the white hole to be fashioned into the virtual artifact. These individuals, even in their current state of exhaustion, were not his match, even during their peak. However, An onslaught of endless leg shadows soon swept through, leaving even the consummate adept in the arena with no escape. Jiang, the stout figure, helplessly shook his head, instructing a bartender to watch over the counter as he retrieved the activation token for the deadly platform and stepped forth from the Four Directions Pavilion. I have encountered 4 other forms of the 8 desolate divine fire. Do you wish to venture out and meet them? Jiang Yu spoke. Amidst these beams of light, Fang Yi struggled to evade the onslaught. Had he not been injured, he would have dismissed these attacks with ease. However, the piercing needle was terrifying, a royal-grade treasure that made even healing a formidable challenge, let alone counterattacking. Thus, Zhong Wuxi fled, without a trace of hesitation, fully aware of the significance of the key fragments he carried. The wealthy man inquired, "Where has my brother Shamu gone? What are you saying? What has he been up to?" He spoke while tending to the coffin wood. "Damn it, if you wish to strip me of my vitality, I shall ensure you are deprived of your shadow, losing both your lady and your soldiers. Do you think he would share tea with you? Shi Yu is no fool. Having struck Chen Fei's wife, it would be sheer madness to share tea afterward. Yumo, how many moves do you think they can exchange?" Sima Yang asked Sima Yumo. Although this so-called army was composed entirely of numerous mid to low-ranking demons, the sheer volume of them could complicate matters. The Demon King of the Sun Demon Palace sneered repeatedly. The actions of the Moon Demon Palace's king were utterly unwise, as Wang Yu paid him no heed, only managing to offend him. The Demon Emperor of the entire demon realm suffered a loss of 1/5 at Wang Yu's hands. The shock he brought to the demon realm was undeniable. Suddenly, he collapsed, rushing toward the dormitory building, devoid of company, otherwise. His voice would surely have startled his fellow students. The general's elegance remained intact, even while striking. The angle of his blows was nothing short of breathtaking. I had never witnessed such beauty in the act of striking. The perceptions of different tiers reveal diverse realities. The Moon Demon Emperor gleaned the knowledge she sought from Wang Yu, while Wang Yu presented his own demands. The elder sat there, his face lined with deep wrinkles, exuding an aura as though vitality had entirely fled his being, appearing somewhat frightening. The King of Ming could not possibly be unaware of such matters. He likely understood the policies and strategies that Yun Longjian was implementing in Crystal City. Yet, he still required Yun Longjian to articulate them. "Lungshi, do you think this Spider-Man is from the movies or the comics? This is the Marvel world. I feel the comic version is more plausible," Yin Yang inquired, glancing at the nearby Zhuo Lungshi. Chapter 79, with genes present. "Brother, I actually have a method that allows us to collect these antiques without dealing with any officers, standing upright all the while. And if you wish to kneel, you can do so at any time." He Tao's experience had yet to be shared when the live stream abruptly went dark. The director's voice echoed in the headphones. "It's over. We've been banned again." Aunt Duan, curious, asked why were we banned. Did He Tao reveal something? Do men get banned too? Suddenly, the understanding of many matters spoken by the Demon Queen dawned upon him, realizing why she could ensure that Zhao and Tian Xianyun would inevitably marry him. Their backgrounds, experiences, and growth seemed disparate, yet the influence of the previous emperor was fundamentally the same. The score has transformed into 70-65, and the Cleveland Cavaliers, playing on their home turf, continue to maintain their commanding lead. Suddenly, Du Xiaofei felt an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. He raised his hand and struck himself with a resounding slap. Upon hearing that it was the Gue army, Tao Guang was engulfed by a surge of anger. Cursing Li Zongren and Bai Chongxi, while swiftly reporting to He Jian, who was far away in Changsha, he directed his forces to advance towards Liaotian town. AI Ku was acutely aware that the knowledge acquired at the Film Academy was merely theoretical. If everything were to be executed according to rigid doctrines, one would be better suited as a teacher at the academy rather than as a director. With her flowing black hair and elegant attire, accompanied by the melodious notes of a flute, she remained an ethereal presence, captivating all who beheld her, leaving their hearts unsettled. The incident passed, and the textile factory returned to its previous tranquility. Workers resumed their duties, producing subpar, low-quality goods, with energy consumption remaining exorbitantly high. With a consensus reached among everyone, the remaining task was to strategize the attack, considering from which directions to advance, which troops would take the lead, and which would serve as reserves, while also addressing logistics, civilian resettlement, and propaganda efforts. The subsequent flames were utterly incapable of matching their speed, failing to even graze their garments. 36 celestial fiends exorcising demons. Su Qingqing witnessed this scene and immediately summoned the white jade lotus platform. Shen Shu did not anticipate that she would acquire the dream orchid so effortlessly. It appeared that Mu Bai was likely aware of her true identity as Mo1. Lin Zijing recalled a recent unsettling encounter with a lewd man and shuddered involuntarily. Observing his actions, Chu Huai's initial disbelief dissipated completely, and he followed Tang Xian inside. "Your Majesty, are you hungry? Allow me to prepare something for you," Su Jin said, not permitting Jun Mu Ci any chance to decline, before swiftly exiting the room to head to the kitchen. Although LV felt a sense of frustration and reluctance. Recalling her earlier experience left her trembling. Hong Yu's expression turned exceedingly fierce as he gazed at Chun Nan and Yi Yi, filled with resentment. Bai Yu sighed and shook her head, unwilling to engage in further conversation with Lu Jie, lest Lu Jie attempt to brainwash her again. Having broken through to the 6th level of spiritual power, she had now completely transcended her mortal form, becoming a member of the immortal sect. When Yiming gradually tightened his fists, feeling a significant increase in strength, his senses heightened. Could this be the legendary inner power? Upon hearing this, the soldiers of the Amada's fleet immediately discarded numerous blinding explosive devices into the sea. As these devices penetrated the water, they detonated, unleashing a torrent of lethal light energy against the shadow creatures. Luna pondered for a moment and realized that indeed, among the knights of the Montisis Empire, many regarded their steeds as comrades, and it was no surprise that the soldiers of the Wei Kingdom viewed their mechanical beasts in the same light. Chapter 80. The pinnacle of hypocritical support. If it weren't for Teacher, he's strategic insight back then. However, at present, Xiao Chao remains unaware of the profound correctness of his decision, and as a consequence, he had a fierce argument with his brother, General Zhu. The following day, He Tao awakened to find the deductions from his shared bicycle account, astonished by the circumstances. Thus, he resolved to heed his grandfather's counsel. The White Fox genuinely regarded Yi Xianyuan as family, never daring to retort. Amidst the tumultuous cries of the Northern Legion and the Black Feather Cavalry, the commanders had already gathered by the Emperor's side. One might wonder if a mere call upon the surface could summon 100,000 otherworldly troops above and below, working in unison to effect a change in dynasty. The decision to assign Lu Jianye to lead the martial law enforcement and investigate the Miasma Valley seems either a mere coincidence or laden with deeper significance. In no time, the Qin soldiers had assembled. A gentle breeze rustled the countless black flags of Qin, creating a resonant symphony. Jiang Yao, enveloped in fatigue, felt her strength utterly sapped, her eyelids heavy as if glued shut. As Li Xiaoyao descended, dark clouds spread outward, surging towards the populace. Some sensed the impending danger and fled, while others, caught unawares, were engulfed by the ominous mist, their cries of despair echoing in the air. Had this been in the past, the High Command of the Dragon Kingdom might have adopted a laissez-faire attitude, for the cost of exploration appeared excessively steep. Thus, the two armies stood in stalemate upon the grasslands, the Qin forces biding their time, ready to counter any assault. This warning was intended for the Empress, urging her to refrain from harboring ambitions of usurpation, for the power to elevate or depose the crown prince rested firmly in his hands. However, to the Empress's ears, the meaning was distorted. I trust that today, upon meeting with Dan Baozhu, Dan Yi, and concubine Hui, she would perceive their concern and care for her, realizing that there remain many cherished things in this world. By Yi's connection to the upper echelons of the Chinese government rendered any pursuit of incriminating evidence futile, as such endeavors would be as inconsequential as a mere flatulence, likely yielding no effect and only resulting in self-disgrace. Why? Yi Chiming gazed at Lan Lichuan, puzzled by the sudden shift in his demeanor. Why don't you each silence yourselves? Why not confront the robbers instead, preparing to engage in conflict amongst your own first? Lin Xingqian shouted at the two. The bald man took the phone, staring vacantly as Wei Renwu approached another vehicle stationed on the emergency lane. Lan Man mentioned she had matters to attend to, suggesting a rescheduled follow-up for tomorrow. In response to Yi Qinming's bewilderment, Murong he articulated the pre-prepared statements with clarity. The human-faced mosquito matriarch repeatedly retreated until, by coincidence, she found refuge in this spiritually barren swamp, where she unexpectedly discovered an island formed from soul-gathering stones. Overjoyed, she settled there, consuming vast quantities of soul energy, ultimately transcending the barrier of an 8th-level beast, ascending to the 9th-level nascent soul realm. Chapter 81. Which judgment is heavier? The words spoken by this individual seemed benevolent, yet they sounded distinctly awkward. What does it mean to say, until I am no more? It appears that the slicing team of the new company must be swiftly established. One cannot place all their eggs in another's basket. For the sake of learning, Tao clicked on the Douyin account titled The Tomb Raiders Redemption. The latest video bears the title The Sorrow Within My Heart has become increasingly evident. It seems that the trust between them, her reliance on him, has quietly faded away, gradually eroded by the passage of time until not a trace remains. Throughout the entire afternoon, a few of them spent their time here, indulging in delectable desserts and fragrant tea made from Chinese tune. Perhaps finding no greater joy than in such simple pleasures. You should stand up first. I harbor no intention of blaming you. I merely wish to personally care for Shi, Ling Long said, pressing her forehead in agony and waving her hand with a tone of resignation. Fortunately, the live stream remained remarkably stable and smooth, and Wang Xizong's concerns did not materialize. Chun Fangping gazed at the newly issued identification card that Xia had obtained not long ago, along with some loose change and a few changes of clothes. And he couldn't help but smile, though his eyes betrayed no warmth whatsoever. In truth, it was not only Zhou Sun. Countless individuals across the nation and even the entire Chinese-speaking world were likely watching television, pondering the same questions as Zhou Sun. Mu Yichen glanced at his wife. His deep-set eyes filled with a hint of confusion, rendering Qin Mu unable to discern his thoughts. Upon returning to the room, Bai Yin observed Ling Long, who was unfastening her clothing, sitting silently on the edge of the bed. As Sun Ruoyi passed by Lin Yuan, she held her head high, refusing to show even a hint of weakness despite having been brought to tears by him moments earlier. Gu Yanbai felt a twinge of sadness, yet he maintained a facade of sorrow, ensuring that Lin Xiaoxiao felt no pressure whatsoever. With a graceful flick of his fan, he sent a blade of air towards a nearby player, assisting them in vanquishing the last mirror demon, while Cui Jun approached the two, breathless and casting a resentful glance at them. He produced a length of rope from seemingly nowhere and swiftly bound Deng Ho Ha with it. Xing Tian, a top shaman under the Emperor Jiang, was the mightiest among the ancestral shamans, possessing immense physical prowess, with his true spirit already fused with his corporeal form, rendering him devoid of weaknesses. Thus, they were emboldened to explore new styles and ideas, having just presented the designs they envisioned in their minds. The limping man approached, cursing as he aimed to kick at the one-eyed man, only to be seized by the leg. Following a flash of red light, a deep gash marred Yen Wugo's face, blood streaming forth. The internet cafe's office was locked, and Kong Bailing entered the adjacent gaming room, with a mingling sense of tobacco, alcohol, sweat, and stinky feet created a suffocating stench that assaulted her senses. Particularly, the structure of several counties inhabited by impoverished immigrants was nearly complete, with only a few towns lacking significant populations, as the state, private enterprises, and the immigrants themselves collaborated to rebuild commerce, education, services, and administrative institutions. Chapter 82, A Simple Buddha's Head. Indeed, some individuals came forth to share their experiences. My uncle earned nearly $1 million from sand mining, received a 3-year sentence, was fined 110,000, and paid over 60,000 in environmental restoration fees. In similar cases, He Tao and his accomplices received considerably harsher sentences. After gaining clarity, He Tao proactively reminded the police officer across from him that it was time to change projects. She pressed the answer button, and before she could utter a word, a torrent of dialogue flooded from the other end, causing Shun Jiqiu's brow to furrow increasingly until the call ended, leaving her deeply pensive. Ling Shui understood that if it were not for Mu Tianran's selfless act to save her, he would not have sustained injuries, which filled her heart with remorse. Su Jinxia lifted her gaze towards him, observing his inscrutable expression paired with a faint smile. Mr. E, I believe that for the betterment of the company, certain systems require refinement. Although he had just been in an accident, one that was a consequence of her actions, she was resolute in not relinquishing her claims. What belonged to her was hers alone. She intended to keep Su La, adding a touch of something to the soup to ensure she could sleep soundly. Shan Moi turned his attention to Zhuang Shulan. If the Qingtong Saint were to eventually yield to Yi Tianyang, he might consider sharing the Dragon Clan's cultivation techniques, though the time for that was not yet ripe. The creature, gliding through the air like a bat, would suffocate anyone upon contact with her face. Su Xiaoka listened to the man's words, momentarily speechless, merely sizing him up through the veil of her hood. The tattooed man seethed with anger, his iron rod trembling slightly in his grip, revealing that his composure was merely a facade. As time passed, Xia Jie found it increasingly perplexing to understand his wife. At times she was aloof, while at others, a mere thought would evoke a radiant smile from her, one that he had witnessed only once, a genuine expression of joy. Even if love was absent, what of it? He desired her to willingly remain by his side, Day after day, month after month, year after year, inevitably, she would come to love him. After delivering several lashes, the towering mountain was shifted above the true Marshall Hall, crashing down with a thunderous roar, manifesting as a luminous halo above Lingyun Peak and Duty Peak, resembling a colossal semicircular fortress that safeguarded the domain of the Duty Sword sect. Once calmness returned, Chu Wurong began to ponder the true intent behind Shun Lianqing's actions. What kind of business could compel him to threaten her in such a manner in order to finalize dealings with the soul-severing tower? However, the spiritual shield, upon entering the primordial realm, could not take the form of a jade talisman. Ning Yiqian contemplated various methods for its restoration, yet all proved futile. Leaving it to exist in this form, which consumed too much spiritual energy. Should that energy be depleted, it would serve no purpose. There was an air of secrecy, undoubtedly concealing some clandestine dealings. Lan Lulu, infuriated, scowled behind Lan Long, and Mo ran. Our task is merely to observe those who accompany death. What are you gossiping about? Another soldier remarked. The ancient deity's restrictions rendered him inconsequential to the divine emperor, who continually sought trouble, treating him as a soft target. Preparing his own meals ensured health and allowed him to control his caloric intake. His unwavering dedication lasted for over a month. Yet, the situation seemed never-ending. And in his fury, Ning Yiqian realized that explaining himself only led to further misunderstandings. It appeared that force was the only solution. However, the Dragon Lord found himself powerless. For sending the Dragon Clan subordinates after them would be tantamount to a death sentence, especially given that their adversary was the war god Qiyu. However, each primal essence crystal's energy has washed over his flesh and stimulated the fundamental path. Chapter 83. The Museum of the Castrated Young Master. Brother, could you utter a word? Hello? All right, choosing silence, are we? Come, Director. Please get in touch with that officer from earlier and inform them that the Buddha head from the Tianlong Mountain Grotto has been stolen. Oh, and by the way, the suspect is also present. No. Teacher I apologize. I had my microphone off, but I have been speaking all along. He Tao applied a modicum of pressure, and Baoyu could no longer maintain his facade, likely due to the earlier encounter. Meanwhile, numerous cultivators from the eastern continent's realm of cultivation, prior to being buried, consciously traversed through the crumbling Jiuzhong Mountain and officially stepped onto the territory of the western continent's realm of cultivation. A sense of inner turmoil urged Lin Xin to inquire about Zhang's mother before Jiang did. No, it is far more brutal than you can imagine. The first night entails a battle between you and the 99th. Kimberly continued. Yixing simply extended his hand forward, effortlessly seizing one of the warrior's swords. Then with a swift squeeze and flick, the blade flew back instantly, while the starlight in his hand flickered, causing another individual to crash to the ground. Zhao Fuxin lifted the curtain of the palanquin to glance at Yang Sheng, a man approximately 50 years of age, with bright eyes and an energetic demeanor, appearing quite astute. That fervent madness made Yi Qianyu feel somewhat embarrassed, as a heated body intertwined with his long, perfect legs. In Rongyu felt deceived and exploited, particularly by the one individual he cared for the most. He experienced a mix of sorrow and resentment, along with a profound sense of bleakness, accompanied by an overwhelming frustration that tangled within him, inducing a rare heaviness in his heart, much like the thick nightfall enveloping the window outside. As a royal banquet, the luncheon consisted not only of braised fish, but also other dishes prepared by the imperial chef. Though these dishes may not evoke the same anticipation as those crafted by the Grand Emperor, they were indeed far superior to those prepared in their own household. Not to mention some delicacies that had received the Grand Emperor's guidance, novel and delectable. He turned to Dong Qi, gestured him closer, and issued a few commands, casting a rather unfriendly gaze towards Wan Linger. Yet, considering that she had kindly reminded him, he could only redirect his ire towards the bloodthirsty figure before him. Upon hearing the soldier's words, some students suddenly grasped the situation, seated in the same carriage. The soldiers bore no firearms and appeared distinct from the others. How had they not realized this sooner? However, should a high-ranking cultivator arrive, they would undoubtedly expose the flaws. Moreover, they cannot remain hidden here indefinitely. Guiyi's tone dripped with sarcasm, his features sharpened with a cold edge, leaving Mu Qianxuan speechless. Goodness, that old man even wore sunglasses. Mo Xian, having filled his belly, refrained from wandering without Wang Kai's orders. This was to be expected, for who would not desire powers like the bloodline limit? Naturally, exceptions exist, as only a select few might perceive the bloodline limit as a curse. Previously, It can be inferred that you discern my humanity. However, why did you choose not to disclose this? This could potentially be a merit for you, as they might even release you for it. Yi Feng retorted, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Wu Xie. Cough. I never anticipated that you, Yi Feng, could reverse my assault and turn it against me. What method is this? Ning Kaichen inquired, perplexed. Upon hearing this, Lu Guang gritted his teeth once more. An hour had passed, and the pain rendered his consciousness somewhat hazy. A bridge of white jade spanned from Songyun Peak to Muxian Pavilion, long and winding, shrouded in mist. With birds flitting through, from a distance, it could easily be mistaken for a celestial bridge. Chapter 84. The New Assistant. He Tao once stumbled upon an amusing scene one night, where the old head was squatting by a tombstone, watching a female streamer dance. The awkwardness of that moment was palpable. Based on his experience, the best course of action in such situations was to feign ignorance. Upon entering the room, despite the tattered stockings strewn across the floor, He Tao stepped over them as if traversing solid ground. In contrast, President Chun was far more flustered in his haste. He had gotten the zipper caught on his flesh. His fair lips parted wide, pointing at Reno, struggling to articulate his thoughts, caught between deception and bewilderment. However, just before leaving the office, he reconsidered and made another call to Jiang Mingjie. Sister Su was startled, breaking into a cold sweat, and instantly released the frail body of Ling Shui, retreating with discretion. I offered a numb smile, devoid of any inclination to speak. I was unfamiliar with my surroundings. And moreover, Shun Machin had publicly brought Jiang Mingjie along today, only to leave with her midway, due to her fainting. Although some pretended to comfort me, I still felt publicly slighted. Ling Shui's eyes, while seemingly calm, concealed a profound emptiness in her heart, as if it could not be filled. Even her breath felt constricted. At that moment, Changxing approached and offered the portly man a cigarette. Though he said nothing, it was a gesture of goodwill from him. You must not bully my cousin. Do you understand? Lin Jing expressed her concern. If my cousin were to retaliate, the repercussions could be terrifying. Witnessing this, Yan Ningmu's heart ignited with fury. She was a sword immortal of the same generation as Changmei Jinren, possessing unparalleled prowess. Few in the mortal realm could surpass her, and having been provoked in such a manner was intolerable. The decision to confront jealousy at this juncture was straightforward. Jealousy was one of the 8 evils, the second in command next to anger. Capturing jealousy would simplify the task of subduing the other 8 evils. As his protective aura shattered, Qin Shuangzi was struck to the ground by Nie Feng's palm, the impact resonating violently as he was embedded into the earth, his fate uncertain. Just as Nie Feng prepared to pursue, a cold voice echoed through the air. Then why, upon hearing my teacher proclaim my name, did you still choose to extort him? Are you unfamiliar with me? Or do you simply regard me with disdain? Chun Yi Dao replied coldly. In the moment when the golden ship sank, Master Yuqing attempted to flee while the crowd was momentarily stunned. However, he was unexpectedly intercepted by Gongji Huang. Despite the brief distraction, quickly regained his composure and blocked the escape. Lung Huiding felt a rush of warmth to her ears upon hearing this, and a glimmer of anticipation flickered in her bright phoenix eyes as the princess finally departed with a satisfied smile. Brother, why not lend me your body, so that Lan'er may exact this vengeance for you? Lan'er suggested this in hopes of using Yi Sanchue's form to personally channel her wrath. Brother Gua, we truly harbor no ill intent. Our president wishes to have a word with you. He will be here shortly, so please wait a moment. Wang Chan and his companions arrived, all smiles and courteous greetings. Yet, it seems this incident has been deliberately downplayed in later accounts. Some records suggest that only about 100 lives were lost and over 500 were injured, with the financial losses being the most significant aspect. Chapter 85. The Place Where Dreams Begin. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, what is your specific field of study? He Tao observed Tan Anha's fair complexion and surmised that she was likely majoring in cultural relics and museum studies. Senior, I am specializing in archaeology with a focus on cultural heritage architecture, encompassing excavation, appraisal, conservation, and restoration, among other aspects. Currently, the Archaeology Institute has incorporated the study of cultural relics into their curriculum. However, Gu Yanxin and Qi Xan were too noisy, making it impossible for him to sleep soundly, especially after seeing Qi Yan, which instantly ignited his anger. Over the past month, Cheng Yinhua had been exceedingly helpful to him, even going so far as to pay him 30 million without a glance at the artwork, an extraordinary display of trust. A grand procession awaited outside, with 8 eunuchs carrying a palanquin, accompanied by guards and a ceremonial retinue. The emperor had extended ample courtesy, to Shen Qinglin. Although Qi Yin appeared formidable, at least she was straightforward, while Qi Xin was evidently a schemer. I heard from my aunt that you spent half a year in that foreign land last year. Was it enjoyable there? Qiu Qingqing inquired with curiosity. Upon returning home, that evening, Chen Xing sent a message to her mentor, informing him of her desire to establish a beast-taming breeding farm at her home. Sun Xiaozu embraced the tearful Ying Chun tightly, holding her as if fearing she might fly away if he were to loosen his grip. Thank you, Your Highness, but I must respectfully decline your gift, Fong Ting said after glancing at Qin Feng, resolutely rejecting the presented token. As she stepped outside, she encountered Yi Binghan, who, upon seeing Shun Mo, fell silent and averted his gaze. Meng Qi shot him a fierce glare, and he responded with an expression that conveyed, "You belong to me. It is only a matter of time." A master of great stature, one who would rather perish than endure humiliation, found himself utterly convinced and willingly knelt to apologize. With multiple qualities and dimensions, which aspect truly represented the essence of this man, or were they all facets of his being? Lady Liang was acutely aware of Lady Liang Tai's temperament, knowing well her deep disdain for unscrupulous moneylenders who profited from the labor of others. Having once decreed that no member of the Liang family was permitted to secretly lend money at exorbitant rates, Zhou Mingxian had discerned her intentions ahead of time and retaliated by biting her lip with fervor. After their marriage, Liang Jingxian lost his temper in front of Gu Zheng for the very first time, and it was only at this moment that Gu Zheng realized the sincerity of Liang Jingxian's prior words. He truly harbored no ulterior motives and had never contemplated taking a stake. In this secluded place, you may speak freely. She did not expect that today he would so actively engage in conversation with her. This vast estate could now be divided into eastern and western halves. The eastern side appeared to have been cleared, with torches held high and guards stationed everywhere, still capturing the remnants that had escaped. Meanwhile, the western half continued to echo with the sounds of battle, suggesting that resistance persisted. Led by Huang Ying, the brigade had expanded the reach of Longcheng's influence across the three realms, forging trade routes that have become the greatest impetus for Longqing's development to this day. Miao Miao approached to observe. By the flickering candlelight, she could vaguely discern a red lacquer box, and upon closer inspection, she noted that it was wrapped in cowhide, which had decayed and peeled over time, rendering it mottled. Moreover, Xiao Yu rested her chin on her hand, watching G's bewildered expression as he gazed at the two children. Indeed, this family was not bad, and rather endearing. Chapter 86. It was not I who took it. Is this feasible? Yi Tao expressed skepticism regarding Lao Tang's assertion. He did not doubt whether the audience would enjoy it. Given the nature of those viewers in the live stream, it was certain that the barrage of comments would be abundant. His concern lay in the feasibility of broadcasting. Most stolen ancient tombs were classified as immovable cultural relics. Filming a video was one thing, but live streaming? Would the authorities let him off the hook? Yet, this did not pose a challenge for Lao Tang, who had already experienced such situations. Upon hearing this statement, everyone's gaze shifted towards the podium where the Desert Star stood. Although the Desert Star was clearly enclosed within a glass box, it smiled and claimed to have already stolen it. Su Lily was not like Feng Hui, who preferred to be a leader among chickens rather than a follower among cows. She inherently possessed a character of acquiescence. If Taoist Qi truly wished to compete, it could be arranged. However, let it be known beforehand that I am injured and unable to exert my full strength. If Taoist Qi insists on competing now, we shall find a suitable place for the contest, Qin Yu stated calmly. Under the dim moonlight, the seedlings of Isatis tinctoria swayed gently in the breeze, everything appearing so serene. After each skirmish, Qin Yu would invest considerable time in addressing his shortcomings. This elder was the foremost disciple of the Zen master, having consistently pursued cultivation and achieving the status of an ageless immortal, destined to inherit the legacy of the Zen master. Having arrived smoothly at the Xiong'an City Hospital, Qin Fen felt an unusual sensation swell within him as he observed the scene, identical to before. Zhang Cici, seated before the television, had forgotten to celebrate until her father lifted her high, at which point she realized her idol had reached the pinnacle of victory. It's all right. Your education is merely to better protect Fufu. As for attending class, it matters not. I will clarify matters with the school, Luo Yin explained. Witnessing the disappearance of Xing Lan and the others, Sha Wenyi issued a command, and everyone cooperated by pretending to pursue them. Zhou Ziwei listened with a nonchalant demeanor, convinced that misfortune would not befall her among so many others. She idly munched on the dates before her. Indeed, the fog surrounding the stalactite began to dissipate slightly, revealing more of the terrain. Just as this thought crossed her mind, a foot suddenly appeared, striking her in the chest and sending Bai Yi hurtling backward, crashing into the pile of burlap sacks behind him, which collapsed and buried him beneath. Everyone turned their gaze towards Zhou Quan, eager to witness his embarrassment, except for Shan Zhen and Yu Mu, who remained relatively composed, though even they were curious whether Zhou Quan, in his hefty frame, would manage to surpass this ordeal. She, intoxicated yet not deranged, silently shed tears, her disheveled hair cascading over her shoulders. Her eyes and nose were flushed, lashes damp with tears that rolled down her cheeks, presenting a pitiful sight. She was at a loss, unsure how to navigate her entanglement with the madman Xie Zhou and how to extricate herself from it. He smiled with unsettling calmness, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her, as if he intended to etch her into his memory. He had long been preoccupied with the safety of Comer and the others, relying on that familiar sensation and a faint trace of scent in the air. Hu Chang desperately pursued that direction, though it was possible they had already met a gruesome fate. Nevertheless, one must see the living to believe the dead. Chapter 87. The Tomb of Eunuchs is a profound study. Hitao had conversed with the audience for quite some time, yet no one had joined the live stream for appraisal. Finally, when someone did connect, their request was simply for Hitao to hasten his pace. The treasures were prepared, but the appraiser insisted he would not proceed until the tomb was thoroughly examined. Casting a glance at the bald figure seated quietly below, Hitao shook his head in resignation, suspecting this individual to be rather insincere. Kratos deliberately paced in small steps, silently circling the slave, who kept his head bowed. Although obscured by disheveled hair, the tremors of his body were unmistakable. The newcomer was unmistakably a fairy serving beside Aphrodite, bearing an invitation from the goddess of beauty. Witnessing the soldiers fall one by one, Aristophanes understood that further delay was untenable. Thus, he decisively raised his long sword and charged, cleaving down upon Luca, who stood in his path. Zhang Yin also noted that the greatest flaw of the steel armor destroyer was its sluggishness. Had it not been for the multitude of barbaric bones surrounding him, he could have easily ground one of them to dust without expending excessive restorative potions. In recent days, various sects and the secret experiments that had birthed superhumans were diligently executing missions, preparing for the impending invasion of the demon race. Despite the overwhelming vigor of Yu Luo's being shattered by Aluband, his strength had reached an impressive 2,000 horsepower, coalescing into a singular force. Even if he were to be countered by his adversary, he still retained the ability to retreat unharmed. Thus, Wei Wuya's ascension served primarily to coordinate the factions, signifying that Chang Kongfei was merciful and preferred to resolve matters without resorting to violence. The captain observed two of his subordinates lying on the ground, one of whom, swaying unsteadily, charged forward. Filled with pent-up anger from being assaulted by Heezy earlier that day, Xiaogu seized the opportunity to vent his frustration on Captain Zhao, delivering a resounding slap to his face. Yi Nuo scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at the elderly man who relied on his seniority, and mockingly uttered two words. Mu-yi. Having just prepared to leave with He Shi and Wu Exin, suddenly noticed Elder Chen gazing at him with a hint of amusement. After exchanging a smile with Elder Chen, he swiftly made his way outside. Ziyun shuddered violently. Had Gurian employed the Divine Tower against her moments ago, she would likely have been crushed to oblivion, leaving no trace behind. They, the underlings, had no room for choice or reaction, facing the strongest force ever seen in the divine realm. Bei Ming had merely encountered Jun Yinqing once at the auction house. Apart from knowing she was in the capital, he was unaware of her current status or well-being. Language posed a significant barrier. Shiji had to expend considerable effort to articulate his thoughts. He stood upright, mimicking human steps, signaling them to transform into human form. Throughout this exchange, Suba's attacks bore no trace of true energy, merely employing techniques for probing. Yet, a master is a master, even with only techniques. The intricacies were ineffable. Was the company truly on the brink of collapse? Although Tianhua Industries' compensation was not the best, it was above average in Ho-Hote. The most reassuring aspect was that they never delayed employee wages, ensuring excellent benefits, including social insurance and housing funds. Had your birthdays always been celebrated in such a manner? This night banquet felt no different from those of the past. Did Hong Han not find it tedious? The dark demon king of the abyss was a relentless force, devoid of intellect, yet wielding the power of a deity. Chapter 88 exceeded expectations. The tomb of the eunuchs was indeed as Tao described, dark and cramped. making it exceedingly difficult for him to enter given his height. Initially, he had refrained from entering the tomb for this very reason, merely observing from outside. Who would have thought he would eventually find his way in? If his former brothers were to learn of this, they would surely scoff at his pretentiousness. His subordinates had uncovered that the battle at Woolly Slope was not aimed at besieging the Azura sect, but rather a conspiracy. Qi Shifeng had set an ambush at Woolly Slope, intending to annihilate the prominent sects in one fell swoop, sparing only those willing to submit for his use. The voice was cold and unyielding. In Yanjing, rumors had begun to circulate that Qiu Shaozi had issued the 7 kill orders under his name, causing those who received the notice to break into a cold sweat in trepidation. Upon hearing such reports, Ito Yuheng gazed at the 3 cruisers arranged in a triangular formation before him, contemplating the presence of a large fleet. Were they British, American, or Russian? Sacrificing Yin Song could at least quell Qiu Shaozi's wrath and ease the current tension. Even if the Yin family harbored grievances, they could take it up with Qiu Shaozi. Everything was of no concern to him. Yulei Air found herself widening her eyes in surprise, only to quickly adopt a gentler expression, dismissing Chen Lanyu as the optimal candidate. At present, there truly was no one more fitting than the young Master Ziyue. If she were to frighten him away with a fierce demeanor, what would become of her youth? The 3-headed stone statue of the battle puppet was summoned once more, while she activated the intermediate instant movement talisman, surging forward. After this war, how many families would be shattered? War is an endeavor devoid of favorable outcomes, yet humanity continues to engage in conflict. Is this the essence of young Master Yan's battles, where every moment is executed with perfection? He undoubtedly embodies the greatest genius of our 9 provinces. Even I could not seize upon the slightest flaw. With a sudden forceful slap against a nearby concrete wall, there was no dust that rose, nor any dreadful sound that emanated. However, the entire wall crumbled as if it were mere sand, collapsing with a resounding crash at the gentlest breeze. In truth, her words were uttered without intention, yet my temples throbbed, compelling me to tug at Luo Ange. The implication in her tone suggested that she ought to feel honored. Xiaqing Shao, with her gaze lowered, refrained from countering. One voice can never outmatch 4. Thus it is prudent to remain silent when silence is warranted. Classmate, wait a moment. After class, Ling Shichuan confirmed her blank schedule and was just about to exit the classroom when someone tapped her shoulder, based on her understanding of Mu Yingshen. As soon as Xiao Zitian uttered a word, he would swiftly provide her with financial support. Moreover, even if she were not Mrs. Mu, she still possessed a status equally illustrious. Under Sister Tan's hopeful gaze, I had no choice but to take up my phone and call Lin Roshan. However, after dialing, no one answered. I sighed in relief and shook my head at Sister Tan, indicating that no one picked up. Sikong Yinfei, with chopsticks poised, had just lifted a piece of meat when, inexplicably, the image of Han Yue drooling while observing him eat flashed into his mind. She blinked, approached him once more, and slightly rose on her toes, attempting to lean closer to his phone to listen. Chapter 89. Delivering a punch upon emergence. I assure you, I am not a pervert. I am merely left with no alternative. After all, they are just strangers on the internet, and Baoyu resolved to unburden herself. Teacher He, you cannot fathom the absurdity of my superior. Next month marks the year-end assessment, and just the other day, he unexpectedly visited my home, expressing a desire to see my collection of antiques. Was that truly a desire to witness? I had no intention of revealing anything to him. Consequently, this piece of porcelain from the imperial treasury fell into his hands. The atmosphere was thick with fog, causing many to lose their sense of direction, gradually sapping their vitality, which is why this place had remained untouched for many years. After concluding the battle, Zhao Xuanhe felt a lingering exhilaration. This advanced tier, mutated earth wolf surpassed even the king of Boar, enhancing his agility yet again. The busy staff in the shop had long ceased their activities, allowing the employees from the black market to retreat inside, while they anxiously observed the situation outside. Zhou Zheng looked helplessly at Yang Shan, wondering how this could be deemed anything but normal arrangements. My thoughts linger in the realm of uncertainty as I struggle to recall any particularly noteworthy event. Lu Mang's words dripped with sarcasm, further inciting the ire of the shadowy guards, who found themselves unable to suppress their urge to retaliate. One specimen bore diluted blood, another even more so, while the third was blood-thin to its utmost limits. There was little preparation required. Mechanics typically shun direct conflict on the battlefield. Our duty lay in ensuring the seamless operation of the base's various apparatuses, while casually exterminating the occasional stray. There was minimal danger involved, and Vister felt no trepidation regarding Ron's safety. The third step involved assembling the Ten Tails puzzle. Although the Ten Tails within him was not the authentic entity, it might still yield unforeseen surprises. With no issues at hand, we drew lots to determine who would visit Teaching Building 1 and who would venture to Teaching Building 2. As suggested by Chun Xiaoyue, steward, numerous individuals have arrived outside, claiming to seek an audience with the master. A servant reported quietly to the steward. A sudden wave of complexity washed over me, not stemming from disappointment at failure, but rather from the realization that fortune had eluded us this time. After the beast known as Thor had fled, his nature assured that he would seek revenge upon us with fervor. Yet, within Zhua, Saiha's heart, a warm current flowed, bringing comfort and solace. This confrontation had drained both Gu Yinyan and Xiao Ling significantly, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. Gu Yinyan, nursing internal injuries, felt his energy deplete to alarming levels, yet he soldiered on. Xiao Ling, too, faced the worsening of her internal channels, with stagnation increasing within her body. WBD. I shall end you, cried Shui Hao, his face flushed with rage, as he seized a glass ashtray from the coffee table and hurled it at Li Jun. Nearby stood Wu Lai and Wu Han, the latter's expression marred by fury. His knowledge was confined to matters concerning his father, leaving him woefully ignorant about his mother. With little information even from Zhao Zhuliang and the others, given the uncertainty of unfolding events, it was prudent for Luo Qianding to remain vigilant regarding any communications with the likes of Pu Gaishe. Consequently, Lu Wan and her companion decided it best to stay alert. Overnight, the grasslands transformed into a desert, as Hu Run, in his mercy, left behind a patch of grassland at the desert's edge for humanity's habitation. Without hesitation, Chu Ling began voraciously absorbing that peculiar energy, directing it into the starry demon sea, urging his innate essence to accelerate its division. The architecture in this locale exuded a classical elegance, suffused with vibrant spiritual energy, reminiscent of a celestial realm, evoking a sense of reverence. Chapter 90. The most valuable treasure in the eunuch's tomb. Enough with the pretense of seeking sustenance. Several years ago, when we last met, your account was vivid and detailed. What if you have mistaken him? Would that not unjustly tarnish the reputation of an innocent student? Officer A waved his hand in impatience, instructing the security guard to step aside and collect himself. Just then, his colleagues arrived, and the three officers commenced a brief registration and verification of He Tao and his companion's information. In truth, He Tao's identity as a treasure appraisal streamer held more significance than that of Tan Anha's student. The most terrifying force among mutated plants is the corn cannon, rumored to rival the magical missiles of the penguin royalty. Ultimately, this matter will only benefit the Haixizi village, which is why the village chief and his companions left with unmistakable smiles on their faces. Unless an air cannon locks onto Lu Changfei, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to be vanquished given his speed and reflexes. Upon arriving at the plaza of the Qinglong Gate, ethereal clouds floated beneath their feet, the surroundings vast and desolate. In the distance, the ancient and majestic Qinglong Gate loomed, exuding the grandeur of the foremost sect in the celestial realm. The atmosphere within the corporate group was rife with anxiety, and business operations were entirely disrupted, affecting the very foundation of the company. Confronted with Qi Shui's demeanor, Yifei scratched the back of his head, unsure of what to say, and inquired. Mao Feijia immediately executed the Wind God Spear Dance, creating an impenetrable veil of gun shadows that enveloped the surroundings. Sometimes, a person's transformation occurs in an instant. Opportunities come in two forms. One is the gradual accumulation of past experiences, while the other is a stroke of serendipity, simply waiting to be seized. Yet, regardless of the type, both require a measure of courage and resolve. At that moment, a knock on the door of the manager's office interrupted Director Qian's earnest counsel. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, the ancient treasure controlled by the white turtle descended upon a mountaintop. Upon awakening once more, the sky had darkened. Su Rue sat up, taking a moment to gather himself, rubbed his flat stomach, and then rose to prepare a meal. Is there an abundance of essence in the pond? Xiantian, astonished, leaned down to sense more closely, genuinely discovering that the water was gentle, filled with a wealth of essence-infused liquid, exuding a fragrant aroma. Moreover, witnesses claimed that Bai Li Feng's men possessed an object resembling heavenly thunder. Wherever it was thrown, it would strike down several nearby individuals as if struck by lightning. Regardless of Murong Xiao's proximity, her kindness towards him, and her true intentions, he could accept it all as long as she honored her promise not to leave him. He felt prepared for anything, even the worst outcomes. Searching was permissible, yet my people must accompany. Do you agree, Eunuch Lu? She trusted her own, but not those of the Empress. Emerging from the battlefield of time, I found myself here, sensing the presence of companions. However, these two ancient dragon beings pursued me relentlessly, forcing me into battle against them. The elder ancestors sighed. Do you understand the consequences of altering one's fate? The voice of Emperor Qian echoed once more. I estimate that within this forest, no fewer than 2,000 individuals have been severely injured by my hand, boasted the violent mouse. Lu Feng's words were excessively harsh, leaving me unable to lift my head. Yet how could I convey to him what I was currently enduring? I once trusted Xiao Fong implicitly, believing her to be my kin. I confided in her without reservation, hoping she would assist me. But in the end? Chapter 91, The Jade Belt of the Ming Dynasty. He Tao ultimately found Old Tang amidst the grass. Old Tang suffered a grievous fall, resulting in prominent bumps on either side of his forehead, making him resemble the Silverhorn King. Such misfortune, he was ignored by He Tao, who understood that Old Tang would come to terms with it in due time. He instructed Tan Anha to adjust the equipment, preparing to resume the live broadcast. However, what Xuerenge did not anticipate was that the troops commanded by Zhang Fei had remarkably arrived near the capital within a month. Xuerenge was astonished that such a vast army had managed to travel such a distance in such a short time, with the strength of the nameless undead diminished. Everyone felt unrestrained, unleashing a barrage of firepower. Notably, Yi Kong's method of attack was striking. Not only did he wield a long sword, but he was also surrounded by numerous sword shadows, each strike inflicting considerable damage. In the abode of the 25th Prince, Guk Shuangsu, the Wolf King introduced him while emphasizing his status. Yi Ligan chuckled awkwardly, turning his head away, unable to meet the gaze of Kasumi Hilshiyu, uncertain of how to continue the conversation. Ida, hold on, let's first observe their actions, Zhao Yun remarked leisurely at that moment. Though he complained, Yi Kong believed the other party's intentions were not ill. They merely wished to surprise him, so he refrained from further criticism after a few remarks. Is she perhaps angry? But why? I don't seem to have done anything to provoke her. With a swift somersault, he landed firmly on the opposite cliff, continuing to run forward. The more he advanced, the greater the distance between the rows of trees, and the path widened, with light filtering through the leaves into the forest, rendering the road ahead increasingly clear. Yi Kong glanced at Yumu Yin and noticed her flushed cheeks and her unwavering gaze upon him. Imbued with a sense of anticipation and pride, a moment's reflection illuminated the reason for her demeanor. Clad in iron armor, the Crusaders clashed fiercely with the similarly attired but darker-hued dark speech army, dividing the steel bridge into two sides, symbolizing the battlefield of the stronghold. Upon hearing this news, Lu Xie felt inexplicably joyful. Although he had harbored ambitions to annihilate the Yunyang sect, he pondered the potential consequences of breaking an uncertain agreement. In Han Yun's eyes, these peak masters were invaluable, for each one slain would earn him several hundred divine points. A chilling voice resonated, seemingly from the depths of the underworld. The proud man could not help but change his expression upon hearing Han Yun's words, instinctively retreating a couple of steps. In the Chunchun cave of the Yunnan Heroic Lion Ridge, a young boy of 11 or 12, donned in a pale yellow short garment adorned with a golden collar and a longevity lock, gazed skyward. After a long pause, he stirred. Since the stronghold had been destroyed, it indicated that Anguliel was not at the first stronghold. Thus, the remaining two strongholds held great potential. Etion boarded the vehicle, promptly heading towards the second stronghold. What should I do? Should I stay at home or venture outside? Asked Ben, Gen Modern, to his bodyguard captain, Wood. To speak candidly, the forces commanded by the Yuan family are reluctant to allow any external interference. However, one must acknowledge that opportunities do not simply fall from the sky. Having uttered this, the Heavenly Master continued to refine the Qingping sword, as if this exquisite innate spiritual treasure, derived from the 12th grade transformative blue lotus, required meticulous polishing. Yu felt as though she had been ensnared by the scheming of Old Bai, yet there was little recourse but to comply and join the endeavor. Before long, at the military training grounds of Yu County, Zhuge Liang and Liu Bei ascended the command platform to issue orders and deploy troops. Chapter 92, No Sharing of the Cake. A total of 15 jade plates, collectively known as the jade belt boards, clearly formed a complete set based on their intricate designs and patterns. When these jade belt boards are sewn onto a belt, they create a full jade belt, reminiscent of the adornments worn by the Hangul Emperor Zhu Yuanzhang in his portrait. This Ming Dynasty set of jade belt boards is quite impressive. Where did Master Gui acquire them? This matter does not concern you. Teacher, the middle-aged man on the video remarked with a forced smile, the items are right here. When Jiang Bai and his fierce escort arrived hurriedly from Phoenix City, their tasks were reduced to tidying the battlefield and managing the encampment. The sharp winds of the whip began to swirl with greater ferocity, and around Yi Fantian, a formidable super cocoon seemed to have enveloped him, leaving him with little room to evade. With a flick of her hand, a luminous screen appeared before the multitude of spirits, displaying several conspicuous red dots, all selected by her. What had Yi Jimu done? Why had Ling Jinsheng and Uncle Qi become as motionless as wax figures? The voice was calm, yet it sent a shiver down the spine of the previously triumphant young emperor, as an acute sense of peril surged within him. Liaoshi smiled faintly, as anticipated. It appeared to be dispatched by Himiko. Wait, why was it in Mandarin? Ah, Fujiwara Kiyakawa. Liaoshi understood now. It must have been a sudden revelation, and she dismissed it with a smile. After a brief delay, a dozen black bears charged forth, one of which leaped onto the off-road vehicle, swiping at Chen Guojun. Zhu Tingfeng charged downhill several times, but each attempt ended with him being knocked to the ground by the ebony steed, unable to break through its blockade. Unlike him, Hua was quite pleased. Lacking ears of grain, he gathered kernels instead, amassing a large basket, which he exchanged with his third aunt for a substantial piece of malt candy. Shi and Yi Huang, the principal forces, had been dispatched, while Su Shun, Lin Qingyue, and her three masters had all vanished without a trace. Han Sheng had numerous followers, whereas Lu Kuaichi had very few. The disparity in their influence was vast, leaving Lu Kuaichi discontented. As he spoke, he scrutinized each individual up close, offering varying assessments. But for Zhang Xiaocai, who had offended him earlier, he had only 2 words: fool. Yu Shiyan's expression shifted slightly as he glanced at Xiao Wanjun. Just a few nights prior, he had formally confessed his feelings to her. Issue a command to the 3 armies. Cease hostilities and rest for the night. At dawn tomorrow, after a hearty meal and with renewed vigor, we shall muster our strength once more and storm the imperial palace, bellowed Chufeng. Though he had previously possessed the qualifications to enter the inner sanctum, he remained an outer disciple, a status that often rendered him the subject of ridicule and disdain from others, such as Han Sheng and Qin Shan. Meanwhile, the 4 atop the high mountain enjoyed an air of leisure, while below, the atmosphere was palpably tense. At this moment, 2 among them recalled their arrival alongside Tang, feeling as though they had traversed an eternity within that singular moment, having endured much, as if the events of their beginnings were now a distant memory. They remained vigilant against the threats posed by the Panwang Tiandao sect and the desperate measures of the Zhuhai mountainous guardians. The sect required formidable protectors to stand firm. Biting down on his tongue, he finally achieved a state of complete calm, settling into a meditative posture and gradually channeling his energy, feeling an invigorating serenity wash over him, realizing his cultivation had significantly improved. Chapter 93. The white copper is indeed white bronze. Brothers, do not be mistaken. The individual earlier was not Teacher Bai, so do not misidentify him. Who that person truly is remains unclear to me. Perhaps he is merely another facet of Master Gei's persona. He Tao remarked with a chuckle. What kind of persona? Why, the jester persona, of course. Though being provoked is not an ideal experience. Glancing at the audience count in the upper right corner, He Tao felt it wasn't entirely displeasing. If only 10 more like Master Gui would appear. One can envision a future where every acupoint transforms into a star, with 360 major acupoints, all transmuted into celestial bodies, evolving into the heavens. In the days that followed, beyond the celestial realms, within the Milky Way, the black river waters surged violently, creating a vortex that revealed an abyss, from which countless bubbles ascended. Cold sweat dripped from Gusong, who, along with Shinkund and several experts, huddled in a corner deliberating. Zhuang Yichen found himself outmatched by the logic of these individuals. Zheng Lai and Zhang Jian were playing their roles, one as the antagonist and the other as the ally, while the disciples from the Star Academy chimed in, compelling him to divulge what he knew. Indeed, you must know him. He hails from your Fengmen village. If you are aware of her martial abilities, please share them with me, along with any countermeasures, Qiu Meishing inquired with excitement. Each war is a testament to suffering, claiming countless lives merely to protect their kin and homeland, for they fought valiantly amidst the bloodshed. Until we meet again, Zhu Qing proclaimed, brandishing the 9 nether black body sword as he leapt into action, invoking his incantation and soaring away. The squirrels and others followed suit. Zhongxing and Chunming arrived at a coastal villa in Haicheng, quite distant from the urban center. A spectral glow gradually enveloped Elder Carter, with waves of black smoke billowing from his form, rendering the room overwhelmingly foul. Zhuang Bai, equipped with a mask, endured the noxious stench, yet was unfazed, knowing the toxin posed no threat to him, designed solely to combat vampires, thus paying it no heed. Under the unintentional assistance of other players and guild members, the formidable duo of Black Dragon Ichiro and Sakura Lily, having lost at least 60% of their forces, successfully diverted the gaze of the creature from Mount Fuji. As they watched that enchanting figure gradually vanish around the corner of the street, a once poised smile slowly froze upon their faces. This smile, oh dear, caused the director of the audit department to widen his eyes in astonishment, leaving Shuchi with nothing but a foolish grin. Upon witnessing Ao Tian unleash his father's cataclysmic storm, the eight-headed serpent was left dumbfounded, as this was the ultimate skill passed down from his late father. Gratitude was owed to the ever-supportive Pipeng, who, despite his grandmother's hospitalization, would still engage in conversations with the enchanting figure whenever time permitted. It was recently heard that his grandmother had passed. One must take care of their health and not succumb to sorrow, for she would surely find peace in the afterlife. Embraced by a good family. Chapter 94. The debut of Teacher He. Amidst the laughter and joy of the bullet comments, it seemed as if someone's heart had shattered. Dear sir, I will not part with those 17 carnival tickets. I hope you learn from this experience and refrain from falling into such traps again. He Tao wanted to elevate the matter at the conclusion of the appraisal, considering that over 10,000 spectators were watching, providing a perfect opportunity to showcase his charismatic personality. However, upon hearing this, the elderly gentleman remarked, "It's nothing. I play with such things casually." The accountant personally welcomed them, suggesting that the mysterious individual had once again arranged attire and other matters, prompting Xiong Ti to inquire. This day was the one when Ning Shiguang, Ning Shiqing, along with Qi Ma and Pipa, accompanied Fu Siyuan to the capital, rising early to embark on their journey. With Qin Chen's remarkable memory, he easily recognized the person from a single encounter on the plane, for it was his own body he understood best. Regner babbled nonsensically. They were all raised by their elder sister, and their dependency on her was evident, as were their profound feelings for her. With a single command issued, the troops mobilized, gathering at the Yama's mansion, transforming it into a fortified bastion with defenses greatly enhanced. Could it be a monkey? Xiongti pondered, considering that monkeys are inherently clever and active. If a monkey were to rest here at night and noticed him climbing up slowly, it would surely perceive him as a predator and attack with its claws. Qin Shun remained silent, not even making the slightest movement, though others could not fathom his thoughts. A distinguished soldier was never lacking in patience. Li Hai, a voice of surprise called out from ahead. Upon seeing the figure that had previously seemed familiar, Li Hai finally recognized the creator of the blue light, smiling as he said, "Situ Fushu, what brings you here?" That fateful night, when the heavens transformed dramatically and floods surged, as you leaped off the cliff into the waterfall with Manny, I too followed, hoping to capture the prince's soul, only to be caught by a powerful whirlwind. Seeing Peter in distress, several individuals began to express their concern. Zaire promptly raised his crossbow and launched a volley of flaming arrows at the one-eyed Wolf King, who disdainfully glanced at the incoming projectiles. In response, he unleashed a massive fireball, incinerating the arrows into ashes, and sent the fireball hurtling directly towards Zaire. Xiao Jin approached from the tea shed, distributing the freshly filled water bags among the group, and they resumed their advance. After ending a phone call, she cast a fleeting glance at Gong Huiyu and made a playful face, bouncing along behind Shimen Hongwang. The Demon King, upon noticing the ancient Xianyuan sword in Lei Tian's grasp, exhibited a flicker of anguish intertwined with greed. Subsequently, he seized the axe previously wielded by the demon and charged towards Lei Tian. As Lei Tian and Li Yun were taking a respite, the sounds of battle and terrifying roars began to close in, the overwhelming pressure causing both to struggle for breath. Once the headgear was removed and their eyes adjusted to the light, they found that those who had escorted them had locked the door and departed, leaving only indistinct silhouettes behind. As expected by Lei Tian, the archers atop the city wall, upon noticing chaos below, shot arrows without a second thought, resulting in 2 mercenaries from the Shuiqing tribe being pierced and collapsing at the base of the wall. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, Yixiang gradually warmed up to Yi Qi's inclusion, as it brought joy to the little one. I clenched my teeth, gripping a fire axe in one hand and a stone axe in the other, resolutely prepared to take a risk. During Bear Kaishin's rolling motion, the sword on his back plunged deeper, causing him to howl in agony. Chapter 95. Both the dark and the light have arrived. Henceforth, I shall be an auxiliary member of the archaeological team, though I've been one before. In this context, the next treasure seeker stands to gain significantly, as the value of my appraisal has risen to a new echelon. Welcome, user Chaksa. Oh, what a coincidence! A newly registered account. Hitao encountered such an account for the first time, sensing it was specifically created for the purpose of connecting. Quite peculiar indeed. After taking the stage, just 2 days before the grand competition, the fifth prince unexpectedly summoned He Guanglia and kept him occupied for an entire afternoon. Mo Ning also noticed that remaining in one place for too long would invite terrifying lightning from the sky. If one lingered there for several days, the ensuing bolts could easily extinguish even his indestructible golden body. As he passed by Anna, he let out a long sigh, his expression melancholic. Yet he did not spare her a glance as he exited the classroom, vanishing beyond the door. However, Chen Guan was apprehensive about not being able to attend, and Yen, now overseeing the Imperial Guard, indeed held considerable military authority, yet many valiant local generals awaited appointment based on their illustrious achievements. Thus, Lu Mu vented her anger on Tang Wan, believing she had ensnared Lu Yu's heart, diverting him from his ambitions for fame and fortune. Consequently, she pressured Lu Yu to divorce Tang Wan and remarry, resulting in their tragic separation. The tiger and leopard cavalry is equipped with 2 steeds. One is the enduring Xiongnu pony, while the other is the prized Shiliang horse, acquired at great expense by Cao Cao from Liangzhou. These horses serve distinct purposes. The Xiongnu pony is designated for marching and carrying military supplies, whereas the Shiliang horse is reserved for combat. Some may perceive Wan's slap to Li Yu as excessively domineering and unreasonable. Allow me to analyze Wan's emotions at that moment. This valiant individual raised his hand, intending to steady the man who claimed to be Gao Lang. Unfortunately, Gao Lang disregarded his words and delivered a forceful kick to Fan Yun's chest. As the relentless undead drew closer, Anna, in an effort to shield the students from harm, was compelled to once again employ a resource-intensive area damage spell. In the ensuing minutes, the mutated beings all converged, yet none dared to approach too closely, remaining at a distance, perhaps unsure of the unfolding events. However, the situation has changed. Not long ago, senior brother Wang Yuetian had engaged in battle with this adversary, amassing a wealth of experience. With the strategic acumen of his disciple, coupled with senior brother Wang's assistance and a team of highly skilled foundational cultivators at the disciple's disposal, they were well prepared. Upon hearing this, the opponents grew anxious. While teacher Zhao remained oblivious, the cunning master had already realized that such words implied the adversary's reluctance to engage. The 2 great saints unleashed their full might, their formidable power enveloping the desolate world, marking their territory, signifying their conquest, and securing a stronghold. One among them, clad in black, bore a rugged visage, appearing to be in his 30s, exuding an aura of immense strength merely by sitting there, clearly a formidable expert. Experiencing a similarly dire situation once more, the distinction lay in the newfound potential for a turnaround. Due to the angle, those conversing below could not see him, yet they could hear every word spoken. As the distance was not great, this compelled one to confront the reality that streaming media is far from being a downstream platform in the cinema industry. It has become a disruptor of the industry's landscape. Regrettably, they were mistaken. Li Hao had set a personal goal to work healthily until the age of 50. Chapter 96. Nephew, grant me a favor. Li Laohan is a relatively obscure grave robber from the Jiangsu, Zhejiang, and Shanghai region. He is neither a leader nor does he command a large team. He primarily works alongside his 2 nephews. The homophonic connection of uncle-nephew has seemingly safeguarded Li Laohan from mishaps over the years, attributed to this mystical pun. However, a few years ago, his 2 nephews, unbeknownst to him, ventured with a group of madmen to excavate a treasure-laden tomb. They succeeded in their endeavor, but became ensnared themselves. Since their relationship became increasingly frequent on joyful occasions, and you would directly address him as husband, a title that brought Su Feng much delight. 3 days later, the demonic legion began to assemble once more, showing no signs of the losses incurred in the battle 3 days prior. Fortunately, I was well prepared. The forthcoming chant is a song I recently composed, yet to be released. Would you care to learn from me once more? If you can reach the level I just demonstrated, I shall go live and consume something distasteful. Had it not been for the poor mentorship, my injuries would not be so severe. The phantoms within the illusionary array can only be dispelled once they have rendered their opponent incapable of resistance. At that moment, the once soaring five-colored radiance, as if sensing something, began to curve towards Su Feng. The location of the Tianhu clan is remarkably unique. Nestled within the narrow strip on the western side of the 10,000 Demon Forest, flanked by the realms of demons and immortals. Chu Hao Yin intends to seek trouble with the Righteous Gate in the immortal realm. However, the Righteous Gate is a formidable sect within that domain. Thus he must ensure an escape route for himself. Pei Shui and Dong Dikiaka simultaneously shook their heads, their bodies trembling slightly under the oppressive spiritual pressure. After a brief pause, Ji Changfeng fixated intently on the enormous egg before him and suddenly spoke. Consequently, they are the last generation of exterminators. Their parents were slain by the Grim Reaper during the War of Ur, yet they were shielded by their parents and narrowly survived. Now, living in seclusion within the human realm. In this era of information explosion, as netizens lost their curiosity regarding this matter, it naturally sank beneath the waves. Forgotten by all, observing Tang Yao devour his meal with the fervor of one who had never tasted a feast. Su Sahan's delicate face flushed with alternating shades of crimson and green. Upon hearing Elder Zhang's words, I too recalled that the village chief in the underground world of light had indeed mentioned this. Although Yu Qiuyu is not one to be indecisive, it must be noted that Yu Feng is, after all, Yu Qiuyu's cousin. It astonished me to think that these two, sharing a place on the Jade Emperor's assassination list, might find kinship in their plight. Very well, I simply wish to inform you that once I officially take over the entertainment city in a few days, we shall discuss this matter in detail. I patted his shoulder once more. After all, he is a high elder of a major sect. With your initial cultivation at the broken dance stage, one might fear that even a mere sneeze from him could send you flying. The carefree Ho laughed coldly. Gazing at Yu Qiuyu's pallid complexion and her drowsy eyes, Songzhi sighed in resignation, reflecting on those prison guards who administer penalties, facing countless prisoners daily and subjecting them to torment, witnessing scenes of unbearable suffering and hearing cries of despair. I can only wonder if they awaken from nightmares in the dead of night. That is certainly not the case. As he glanced at an ancient painting hanging on the wall, Tang Yao's eyes began to dart about rapidly. By the time of the confrontation between Chu and Zhou, the two nations had mutually sealed their borders, and Huangtu town ceased to be a hub for merchants, transforming instead into a purely military fortress. Is everything going awry? Noticing his silence, Xian hesitated but pressed on with her inquiry. Indeed, what could be amiss? The Holy Mother contemplated for a moment, believing that since it was their first meeting, Chen Shei's question must be derived from his own judgment. Chapter 97, an almost perfect premiere. He Tao's words were ones he himself found hard to believe. He was advising the old man to surrender when, unexpectedly, the latter began to bow deeply, as if startled. The sound of repeated thuds suggested he was prostrating himself. Then, on the video feed, a well-dressed police officer appeared, seemingly acquainted with him. Despite the setback, Chio's spirit remained unyielding, understanding that victories and defeats are mere aspects of a strategist's life. There was no need to dwell on this loss. Rather, he aimed to learn from it, to adopt the strengths of others, and to persevere. As long as he maintained his resolve, victory would ultimately be his. In her perplexity, Anneliese gazed at Regnar's silhouette, silently questioning what peculiar actions the giant could possibly exhibit. Why should his odd behavior compel her to nibble on his ear? Lehigh strolled leisurely down secluded streets, his coat fluttering, until he reached the depths of a dead-end alley, where he paused before a stone wall and softly murmured, "At last, there is no way forward." Could it be that he would truly do nothing? A wry smile graced his lips as he shook his head, his tone tinged with resignation. Indeed, no one dared to approach. Even his usual companions, who shared camaraderie with Ma Sun, pretended not to hear. No matter, he resolved, I shall seek Master Meyer tomorrow. He holds a fondness for Annie and is unlikely to refuse my request. Regnar nodded, then made his decision. The night now felt awkward. He had clearly revealed his cards, yet the imposing figure before him, resembling a dark tower, rendered the revelation futile. This sensation was disheartening, akin to striking cotton with a hammer, ineffectual and powerless. Since the second group had not honored their commitment to attend the event by the Yangtze River, perhaps enjoying a well-deserved rest, they had risen early, consuming the leftover food from the previous night before donning their work attire and heading to their jobs. Unbeknownst to Wen Yarong, Chunji had already diverted funds from his apartment to the Daya shopping center without paying a single penny to the Daya construction company. Meanwhile, Juanxiu drove his several-year-old BMW X6 gracefully through the streets, as spring brought an influx of pedestrians. especially on pleasant days. One could admire lovely legs in the Jiangnan district. Indeed, our treasure has been unearthed. The mere thought of treasure hunting caused Zhang Ning's cheeks to flush. Upon witnessing the amalgamation of divine power, Xing Qiu felt a sense of despair rise within him. Previously, they had barely held their ground, but now, united, they transcended the limits of earthly resistance. To utterly annihilate the Tang dynasty's main forces and secure his position, Feihu Shajun commenced digging tunnels in the Demon Mountain, preparing for a strategy of surprise attacks through subterranean warfare. This would incessantly harass the official army's camp, preventing them from resting peacefully, thereby depleting their combat strength and seeking the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow. In an instant, Zuoluan was taken aback. Simultaneously, Wang Feng leapt up, brandishing his weapon towards Zuoluan. The wise-eyed monk immediately recognized the Zongbu Dragon King and instructed his master to cease the incantation, allowing the Dragon King to enter Baichuan City while he continued to engage with his Buddhist powers. Kuyu is a rare spiritual herb, capable of being utilized in the concoction of the essence elixir, nearly rivaling the winter frost fruit. Following the defeat at Tianyi Mountain, the imperial forces advanced relentlessly to the foot of Zhibu City. The Water Beast King's meticulously devised counteroffensive plan yielded no significant victories, compelling him to entrust the final hope of annihilating the Tang's emissaries and the imperial army to the formidable Tiger Violent Lord stationed in Zhibu City. Chapter 98, New Program Launch. A figure with a prominent bald head and a face marked by excess flesh inquired, "Sister, would you be interested in joining our company? The conditions are quite favorable." Those who could agree were undoubtedly in dire need. However, if it were the affable and cultured teacher he extending the invitation, it would be an entirely different scenario. The following day, as old Tang arrived at work, he was greeted from a distance by the melodious laughter of young women echoing through the office area. The reason was straightforward. The demons lacked sufficient military strength to contend with the defenses of the Alliance, even though these fortifications were hastily constructed. Arthur had limited experience in battle against combatants, yet he possessed an intricate understanding of this dark game. The paladins of this realm were merely of a few archetypes, such as the Orthodox Knight, specializing in Tier 3 combat skills of Zeal and Tier 6 offensive aura of Frenzy. Zhang Wei's once playful gaze gradually transformed into a solemn demeanor. He had intended to jest about a zipper being unfastened, which would instantly lead to a humorous predicament for the Demon Realm Angel. However, observing the angel's earnest concentration inspired a sense of respect, prompting him to refrain from further jesting. Setting aside Brother Chen's rather amusing mishap, the actions of Professor Poderick, who rushed outside, were rather perplexing at that moment. His completely transformed and massive physique resembled an exceedingly conspicuous light bulb. The unyielding divine fire emanated a tremendous spirit of perseverance, merging will and true energy, causing the latter to boil fiercely, like a roaring river coursing through his meridians, filling him with explosive vigor. An officer approached Wang Guoquan, offering a friendly smile, which caused Wang to tense up. He perceived the soldier's grin as akin to a death warrant from the King of Hell. In the realm of eloquence, the computer expert, entrenched in technology, could not compete with the culinary brigadier who navigated various social strata. The latter retaliated swiftly, silencing the former within mere minutes. Cheng Dong examined his son and, though he noted substantial blood loss, deemed it within acceptable limits, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief and inquire for further details. Faced with his enraged father, Li Xingde became flustered, stammering for an extended period without articulating a coherent explanation. At that moment, Yasuo was distractedly tossing shoes. After all, he was only 18 and possessed a playful heart. He found certain matters amusing, and watching his shoes bounce up and down was truly captivating. "What did you just say?" Zhu Sijia exclaimed in disbelief, unable to trust her own ears. Surely, she must have misheard. As she questioned, she glanced at her equally astonished friend, who was at a loss for how to respond. "Are you saying this incident involved a mutant acting independently?" The Phoenix Harp, regarded as the embodiment of wisdom among mutants, was second only to itself in terms of intellect. Bound tightly like cargo, Loki was stowed away as the group resolved to depart, while Yasuo quietly secured Loki's scepter. The terror of the 5-star Doomsday Automaton, endowed with the passive skills of 5 heroes and having undergone a system's super modification, now stood as an epitome of horror. Today marks the anniversary celebration of the prestigious Daxu Middle School, a gathering that should not be underestimated, as it will be attended by members of various prominent families. Although the forward for the Rockets was performing poorly at the time, Yao Ming's presence in the paint was truly formidable, especially considering brand style favored a more post-centric play, which made it challenging to maneuver against someone of Yao's imposing stature. Chapter 99. The sword takes a divergent path. Wise teacher, he live streaming from the office today. Fellow brothers, while exploring tombs is indeed thrilling, it cannot be a daily pursuit, for I am a streamer, not a wandering tomb raider. Are you afraid of encountering something unsavory? When will we visit the ancient tomb again? The next expedition is still in the planning stages. To treasure hunters around Beijing. If you have recommendations for lesser-known tombs, feel free to leave a message. Ha! My good brother, I am here to lend you a hand. Lu Bu, exuding an air of dominance, seemed to regard his commander Hu Ji with indifference, for he alone was the leader of the Bingzhou Wolf Riders. On the other hand, Wang Yanbing continued to persist, yet the violent tremors in his arms rendered his movements awkward. Upon entering the kitchen, he personally supervised the chef as thin slices of meat were prepared, alongside fish fillets and shrimp, with various vegetables arranged on several plates. Due to a lack of many seasonings, no sauce bowls were made. Mr. Yang must have other motives for coming today. Xu Mian reclined back, propping himself up, as if fully aware of the impending developments. Han Lu did not comprehend why Zhou Fuchen was in such a hurry, yet she followed suit, preparing to board the carriage. Should Pei Lin apologize first, she would not be averse to having a proper conversation with him, as Bai Yin settled in, awaiting Wang Lai's arrival. Rough fingertips glided over her skin, and Jiang Yining could not help but let out a soft gasp, her breath becoming suddenly heavy. Thus, at the moment Yi Fei expressed her choice, he completely cast that thought aside. With the police already involved, the ensuing truth and falsehoods would be left to the authorities to resolve. Subsequently, the apparition of the evil spirit gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing from Li Yibai's sight. Consequently, he dared not guarantee that Qin Luochuan would win an award, despite the competition for this year's Oscar for Best Supporting Actor being relatively light. The ambience was a blend of romance and solemnity, characterized by an elevated foyer and grand entrance, circular arched windows, and stone masonry at the corners, all exuding opulence. Who does not know that Su Yang possesses unparalleled talent, nor that he is under the close patronage of the eccentric headmaster of a martial arts academy? Unexpectedly, the tavern's master mixologist, Diana, also emerged to seek out a cat. The visage of Yu Yi gradually came into focus before him. He discerned that her gaze bore no hint of disdain or fear towards the unusual. To put it nicely, once we arrive at the Hunter Flowers Garden, try to speak as little as possible, do you understand? Mu Qianxue's tone was frigid. The following day, as dawn approached noon, Hu Yi emerged from the realm of the game, his expression one of utter exhaustion. To be candid, the financial loss was secondary. Far more significant was the substantial erosion of authority among the 6 great families due to this failure. There exists a distinction between flip-flops and slippers, just as there is a difference among individuals. For instance, the flip-flops beneath Yu Yi's feet accentuated her fair and lustrous feet, while the crimson nail polish served as an undeniable embellishment, lending an air of lazy charm rather than appearing disheveled. Over there, a slightly tipsy Barbados, upon seeing Hu, seemed to regain some clarity. Sir, our home is rather modest. Please have a seat while I boil some water. We also have our own sun-dried tea. Zhang Nai wiped the stool before stepping out to attend to matters. Man Bao anxiously watched young Master Zhang, seizing the opportunity to clean his wound while discreetly collecting some necrotic tissue to later present to teacher Imo. Suddenly, Yang Chun swiftly descended from the carriage, exerting a slight force in his arm, and with a soul-piercing spear, directly pierced the robber's skull. Of course, the others could not see what Yang Chun held. To their eyes, he was merely an enigmatic figure. Damn it, this is a variety show recording, not a television shoot. What are you doing? Trying to become the unbeatable East? Chapter 100. Is this called 3 combination soil? Finally, someone come and deal with this old man. The matron's eyes gleamed with ferocity. The elder's fate was uncertain. The comments suggested that the elder was about to receive a beating, yet no one anticipated that he would take the initiative. Turning around with a rather displeased tone to say, "Why are you standing behind me? Did you not see that I was discussing antique collections with teacher He? She is a major internet celebrity with millions of followers." The reason was likely clear to Rong Shi. On the day of the birth of the young lord, auspicious energy filled the palace, heralded by the sound of 100 phoenixes. Superstitious individuals proclaimed that a remarkable figure had emerged. Zhong Xingyue was eager to inquire if he was aware of the Qinghong sword, but the man remained tight-lipped, and it seemed he would not divulge anything even if she asked. This statement struck like a thunderbolt on a clear day. akin to a heavy bomb shattering the hearts of all present. Meng He blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend why Wen Rian would wander from the tribe, where she were captured by another beast. To him, maintaining such calm composure while negotiating under these circumstances was certainly beyond the capabilities of a fool who had forgotten their predicament and resorted to shouting. She lazily yawned, sweeping her sleeve, causing everything before her to vanish, while she herself sank back into slumber. All right, we shall set this matter aside for the time being. But I must ask you, how do you intend to explain the previous events? Seeing Shui Yiren about to respond, the Hongwu Emperor promptly interrupted. He had no intention of allowing Shui Yiren to evade the issue. The soft, moist sensation on his finger made him lower his gaze, revealing a golden-haired boy kneeling at his feet, attentively and earnestly focused on his hand. Although the school attended by the protagonist is not an elite institution, it boasts first-rate facilities and teaching standards within City A. It is a melting pot of diverse students, ranging from academically gifted commoners to privileged offspring with familial connections. Since it was never truly hers, the allure of such superficiality was fraught with peril, potentially leading to self-destruction or even madness. Thus, she fully honed all her skills for survival, racing down the path of immortality, leaving behind only an elusive silhouette for the gods to admire. Her son, having been expelled from Lingzhou Academy, faced a significant loss of face, and as a father, he was consumed with worry that his son might contemplate despair. However, with his son's newfound resolve, it felt as though his own life had been salvaged, which filled him with profound gratitude. As the conversation unfolded, Mingyi nonchalantly produced a slip of paper, its timestamps revealing that it predated the card by a notable margin. After a relentless journey lasting 200 years, he finally caught a glimpse of the foot of the unturned divine mountain while pushing his celestial vision to its limits. The celestial vessel trembled violently, on the verge of destruction, a disadvantage inherent to the void traps that blurred the lines between friend and foe. The police officer's noble demeanor was intentionally concealed beneath a facade of casual attire and demeanor, resembling more a merchant than a guardian of the law. Su Jingmu could only discern the wolf-like quality in the creature's tail. It bore a striking resemblance to that of a wolf, suggesting that this being was an amalgamation of three distinct entities, a creature unknown to the outside world. Life is unpredictable, and indeed, it does not always adhere to expectation. Lan Yingyin gazed at Qin Shuang's silhouette, a smile gracing her face. It was indeed infuriating how this seemingly useless individual had intimidated her with that vehicle. The mere thought of it still unsettled Chen Ting. In a certain sense, this was the first truly evolved spirit he had witnessed, and it was his own, which sparked a sense of wonder and a burgeoning desire to explore the essence of evolution. Chapter 101, A True Fortune. Those who have encountered Hakka Tulu must surely recall the distinctive outer walls, constructed from a mixture of three materials. Typically, lime, fine sand, and yellow earth are combined and then infused with glutinous rice water, resulting in an exceptionally durable building material. The use of this mixture dates back to the Yangshao culture, but it wasn't until the Song dynasty that it began to be employed for ancient tomb construction. However, remnants of Song tombs are rare, often ravaged by the Jin and Yuan dynasties. Seeing you genuinely excites me, so much so that I've completely forgotten the matter at hand. Kulme, let's find a quiet place to converse properly. Mukue chuckled sheepishly, turning away from the square and heading south down the street, with Luo Sahan and others following suit. What is your relationship with Elder Yishang? The leader in black disregarded Luo Sahan's inquiry and directly posed his own pressing question. Speak, Lin Xiang bellowed, startling the police officer into a shiver. Hastily, the officer gestured toward the direction within the police station. Once Lin Xiang and his companions departed, he finally exhaled, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, momentarily forgetting his role as an officer of the law, armed and ready. In a tumultuous void, a cavernous rift materialized, from which emerged an immense and boundless dragon, soaring forth with a gaping maw. With a thunderous clap of its claws, it ensnared a formidable deity, swallowing him whole. See who run, it is indeed you. What are your intentions? Lu Qiu gestured with his right hand, causing the dual dragons of black and white to disperse and encircle Yu Hui and Ben Shao. Fortunately, Yi Sheng and the others were presently consumed by their anxieties, fervently awaiting the doctor's return. The countenance of the towering figure shifted slightly as he subtly altered a gesture behind him. Simultaneously, a radiant light burst forth from between his brows, and the azure-blooded war hammer materialized in his muscular grasp. Had he unleashed his full power moments ago, Even Ding Zhonglin, clad in a starry garb, would have faced grave injury, far more severe than the current predicament. Once the unrivaled prodigies of their time, they had now ascended to the status of true martial realm warriors, capable of shaking the very foundations of Yunwu Kingdom with a mere stamp of their feet. And they remained bound by the ties of brotherhood. Ji Lishang patted Tianqi's shoulder, seemingly burdened with a multitude of unspoken words, yet unable to voice them. After years entangled with Tua, in the blink of an eye, Hong Xian was now 9, while he himself approached 30, still unable to sever the ties to the allure of his past, yet unable to forget Tuoya. However, being in a foreign land, amidst the offspring of nobility, he naturally remained vigilant, attuned to the movements outside. His consciousness expanded, monitoring the slightest stirrings within the estate. Li Ping and his companions ascended the path, and without surprise, they encountered another previously felled prodigy upon this celestial platform. Now, the Shangwan family had also been ensnared. He could not extricate himself, for it seemed he had been drawn into this web the moment he wed her. Henceforth, he would likely face even greater challenges awaiting him, her, and every family connected to the imperial lineage. The shamanic ancestor mechanically accepted the crystal orb without inspection or greeting, departing the dominion space directly. Within the Wuji Dao sect, Yizhong leaped from a chair, setting down his wine cup before vaulting onto the high platform. Chapter 102. The Fated Chosen One. Who claims they have perished? My ancestor survived and has informed us descendants that he concealed his riches here. Teacher, this money is actually reserved for you. Call me father, and I shall bestow it upon you. Can we purchase it all and broadcast a live show? Quickly, Bao Yu secure the items, beware. Teacher, he may come seeking a heart-to-heart tonight. The brothers had such vivid imaginations. Bao Yu glanced at the barrage of comments and inquired of He Tao. Old he? Ha! How peculiar. Once he exits this corridor, surely an adult will seek him. With that, Sa Guo chuckled heartily and waved his hand. He then took a mighty stride, his body seemingly compressing space, instantaneously evading a thunderous strike. Thus, if Palpatine seeks to play the balancing act, we can exploit his psychology, transforming each attempt to tilt the scales toward the Independent Star System Federation into an opportunity for our advancement. Shun Gang realized with a sudden clarity. Lin Yu finally collapsed, his body weak and limp, a metallic scent of blood lingering insistently at the tip of his nose, as if it were a reminder that the events of today were not merely a figment of his imagination. 1,000 candidates echoed a low murmur in unison. The concentrated force suddenly unleashed, crashing against the heart-grinding long handle before them. I watched him with trepidation. I had no intention of coming. Yet upon hearing that Tang Shi intended to behead corrupt officials, he insisted on dragging me along with him. Brother Xiao Yin, do not be too sorrowful, Sun Er quickly comforted, having learned from Yu Li that they were faring well in the underworld. Once they had undergone their trials, their resurrection might render them even stronger than they had been in life. She could sense Xiao Yan's melancholy, and her words struck her heart like a hammer, causing Luo Qi to gaze intently at him. Initially, her expression was cold, but gradually it softened. What man is not fickle-hearted? Let us not forget that when we first met, you were merely a patron and I a heartless man. Who is more shameless? She fixed her gaze upon his eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. Of course, those stone figures have been here for over a decade, and the mountain pillars would not be removed. After all, they belong to someone else. Just joking. Let's go, Lin Jing said, a hint of panic evident in her eyes as she hurriedly turned to leave. Where did he come from? Su Wei exclaimed, stunned, having clearly seen him exit. Nervously clutching her clothing, her heart was filled with apprehension towards him. The Storm Knight, Logan, roared furiously, unleashing a storm shockwave that pushed Lin Ling back several steps, yet it inflicted no substantial harm upon him. The soundwave barrier formed a net in conjunction with the monsoon, trapping him into a corner of the harbor, leaving him with minimal distance from the monsoon's striking range. Perhaps it was due to her first attendance at a palace banquet. She felt somewhat anxious and couldn't sit still. Shangwan AI softly spoke, her eyes slightly lowered, displaying a demure demeanor. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Sun family and the Lingxi sect darkened, for it was a blatant declaration of affection. Shun Songling, with her stunning appearance and exceptional talent, posed a significant concern. Should Zhang Mu Yin take a liking to her, who would dare oppose the Shun family thereafter? Chapter 103. The Legendary Heavenly Bureau? He Tao directed Bao Yu to examine the items according to his previous assessments. The most significant appraisal seal on this item came from the seal of Crown Prince Erjin of the 11th Prince's marriage. Aunt Duan. Once Xiao Han had tidied himself and stood before her, she realized that she had overthought the situation. A protective talisman? The Yang family truly spares no expense. Huang Quan caught the garment and instantly donned it. The sycophant, having performed poorly and faced the master's wrath, now found an opportunity presented itself in the form of an unwitting visitor. He messaged Su Lina, asking, "What exactly do you want? How did you obtain my WeChat? I don't recall adding your WeChat." "All right, you all have worked hard," Lin Schwetter said to her sister. "Distribute some celestial spirit stones to each of them and have them seek medical attention for their injuries." Upon learning of Fong Eli's actions, He burst into uncontrollable laughter, his voice trembling with excitement, revealing his current emotional state. Kusheaziking at this moment was battered and wounded, and with such immense internal force injuring him. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The materials presented encompassed not only countless clever strategies and combat techniques, but also conveyed a positive perspective on fairness and freedom in gaming. The onlookers nearby were left speechless. It was indeed the three of you who were too formidable. Though these fellows were merely engaged in ordinary brawls, their prolonged labor had endowed them with considerable strength. Hearing this, Ruan Meng was momentarily taken aback, eventually leading to her uttering a name, prompting Zhuge Liang to elucidate the origins of these matters to her. An indigenous inhabitant of the celestial realm. Yun Qi glared at him, yet he bound her with a long rope he had just used, hoisting her onto his shoulder as he stealthily traversed the mountains for several miles, ultimately casting her into a cavern. "You're not planning to abduct Yin Yuan Fan, are you?" Bai Wei surmised, quickly deducing Lu Tongtong's intentions. However, when she reached out towards Ling Long, the latter did not reciprocate, instead casting a fleeting glance at Yi Yun Tian, remaining silent. Indeed, throughout these 3 years, she had never mentioned having encountered He Ying Dong aboard the ship. "I had initially anticipated that Hohu would be utterly distressed, but to my surprise, she appeared quite cheerful, bouncing over to stand beside Prajna, the two of them side by side. "Of course, you're my wife. If I ever feel discontent, I will be sure to inform you at once," Xiao Tianyu declared. Several Shaolin disciples and Niu Gong were tightly bound, yet the figure of Qiu Zian was conspicuously absent. Su Jin found her adorable demeanor irresistible and couldn't help but laugh, her long-dulled spirits seemingly lifted, letting out a sigh of relief. Yin Longa began to regret bringing the black cat to curry favor with Wen Yang. He should have simply discarded it. An endless aura of malevolence materialized, transforming into a massive black serpent on the left, with blood-red eyes emanating a terrifying glow, though its presence was evidently inferior to that of the violet dragon. "Indeed, you may take her and have a proper discussion of sibling affection," Jin Yu said calmly. "Where are you?" Yuan Lily questioned, her voice, long constrained, remaining remarkably faint. After so many years of nurturing a subordinate, was it merely for a fleeting few months, ultimately culminating in failure? Meanwhile, Yun Li, having employed a secret technique, fled towards Tianfeng Valley, pursued relentlessly by over a dozen cultivators at the Spirit General stage, led by a half-step Spirit King. Chapter 104. The Shake of People. Based on He Tao's past experiences, after uttering this statement, the counterpart would typically exhibit one of two reactions. Either they would shatter in spirit, wave their hand dismissively, and declare they would never purchase again, or they would vehemently insist that the item was undoubtedly flawless, suggesting that He Tao was simply blind. However, this time, a third scenario unfolded, as the counterpart retorted to He Tao, "Mr. He, are you certain? Such words cannot be spoken lightly. I am not one to parade counterfeit goods. It appears it cannot come in. I believe it will naturally depart after waiting for a while," Jiang Lan said gleefully. At this juncture, Jiang Lan no longer needed to examine the cards, and she was even well aware of the next 3 community cards. Thus, her mind was occupied solely with the anticipation of waiting. She contemplated for a moment, realizing that she had departed with Peng Yu. Thus it was only fitting to accompany him to the hotel. "Shu Fei, are you glaring at me?" Qing Hong's gaze momentarily faltered as she felt the piercing, hate-filled stare. Upon lifting her head, she encountered Shu Fei's eyes, glimmering with malice, a cold smile gracing her lips. Calmly, Qing Hong inquired. With over 30 tables in attendance, more than 20 were occupied, yet finding 4 with the same surname proved to be a challenge. The 3-tiered space appeared as a seamless entity, where the ceiling and walls blurred into one another, save for the conspicuous elevator doors. Everyone seemed to be floating in the cosmos. Overlord Fist, at last. She possessed the prowess to contend with Sister Fei. Sister Fei unleashed a mighty punch, her aura radiating power, immediately capturing the attention of several skilled individuals present. Meanwhile, the undefeated Mei Ming continued to focus steadily on her strategy, opting for the 8-point spirit herb, Fu Ling Qing Dan. It exuded a golden hue, shimmering with a spectrum of colors akin to the breathtaking dawn. "All right, I am coming." Gu Changsheng raised his hand, wiping his face, regaining his previous smile, turning away from the coffin without a second glance, and strode out of the room. Mei Junwei remarked that the North Sea sacrificial ground had long been destroyed, and its inhabitants perished completely. However, Lung Huang remained alive, suggesting that others from the North Sea sacrificial ground might still exist. Well, Han Zimo, was he still alive? If so, how could he allow Xiao Lingfeng to fall into such dire straits? Liao Er, now a princess of the Dragon Clan, faced no barriers when entering the city. Yet, upon witnessing the devastation within, her expression soured. In just a year, so much had transpired. Previously, she believed she could coexist peacefully with Jun Lintian until the end. However, she no longer wished to even assist this man in detoxifying him. The transformation of her right foot into that of a sovereign signified an enhancement in Lan Qian's combat capabilities. With a mere stamp of her right foot, she could shatter mountains and stones, her speed and explosive force surpassing her previous limits. Jun Miao chuckled softly, wrapping her in his outer garment and carrying her out effortlessly. Alternatively, having triumphed in countless battles, Hu Tutu had nearly forgotten the taste of defeat, adopting an air of superiority against any opponent. In contrast, Qiu Wen, Shen Yaqing, along with Bai Yao, Meng Yao, and Yi Fan exuded calmness. Yi Suiyun accepted the paper bag, feeling a surge of emotion, unsure of what to say, simply uttering, "Thank you. Let us take our leave." Leading Gu Lingling through the dog hole, they vanished into the night. As the commanding officer of this army, it was only proper for Wei Wuji, the young master, to be at the forefront as dictated by military protocol. Chapter 105. His sins are grave. Heed his words. Achoo! In a prison in Yinjing, Chui Baotou suddenly sneezed. A frail old man in the same cell immediately approached him. "Chui Baotou, are you all right? How many times must I remind you not to use titles in the room? There are cameras." "All right," replied the old man. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm fine. It's probably someone outside mentioning me again." He chuckled, his expression relaxed. Huan Nongying slowly raised her head and said, "Aunt, this journey is arduous. Why must you accompany me?" As she spoke, a gentle glimmer unexpectedly surfaced in her eyes. If all that Aunt Fenyu did was for her mother, then she felt it had surpassed her own obligations by far. At the very bottom of the white bone capital, there lies a profound abyss, unfathomable and inaccessible, spanning an area of several dozen square meters. This first cup of wine is dedicated to the 2,000 souls of the Yumen Pass and the Jinyuan Pass. May they walk well on their journey, and in the next life, we shall be comrades again. Upon finishing, Mo Xylan poured the wine onto the ground. Luer removed the towel from Yun Wanqing's forehead, placed it in a basin, and then wrung it out before replacing it on her brow. The success of this endeavor was the result of everyone's collective efforts, not merely my own heroic deeds, which hardly warranted such a grand reception from the court. Thus, it seems somewhat excessive to highlight my prominence. Wang Luochang chuckled as he commented on the welcoming ceremony. "Zhu Mama, it is only in your presence that I can express a few heartfelt words. Before them, the burden on my shoulders feels overwhelmingly heavy and exhausting." The Jing prince suddenly spoke with a hint of melancholy. Mu Zhan gazed at her tranquil demeanor, a fleeting emotion passing through his heart, his eyes clouded, brow furrowed, and fists clenched tightly. Everyone withdrew, leaving only Huan Nongying and Mu Zhan, who lay quietly on the bed as she kept vigil. Suddenly, Mu Zhan's hand unconsciously reached out, precisely grasping hers. The perpetrator had previously mentioned being a second-generation property developer, possessing numerous houses, and since the properties were divided, he had not returned to work, instead idling at home collecting rents, living far better than the average person. Jing Xiao, investigate whether there is anything surrounding the imperial city that could obstruct the divine presence. Xiang Hao instructed solemnly. "Thank you." Sun Jian expressed his gratitude, showing particular courtesy to the common folk. The three men, recognizing that the head of the offering hall had identified them, saw no reason to conceal their identities. The sword energy effortlessly pierced through the fiery whirlwind, carving a path at a 45-degree angle through the void, generating waves of sword energy. The blade's aura grew larger, and in a matter of moments, it expanded to several thousand meters wide, wielding an immense power capable of cleaving through all things, mercilessly slicing the entire Sagier Island in half. With a thunderous roar, The siege ram struck the city gates with a resounding impact, echoing in the hearts of all, an inexplicable pain resonating deeply. The man, with dark hair clad in a black robe, bore a pale complexion and a hint of cunning in his expression, his brow harboring a depth that eluded their comprehension. "Oh, is snowing?" Jiang Yu remarked, somewhat astonished. This scene momentarily captivated his gaze and transported him back to his arrival in the Luo Su continent. When winter had just begun and the first snowflakes began to fall, the two idle soldiers, seeing the village leader turn his horse's head, followed suit, curious about the strange noises behind them. Bang! Yi Shui braced herself against the floor, causing it to tremble and crack, as the precious fragrant wood splintered into shards that scattered in all directions. Chapter 106 finally received the goods. Gue Chihua was eager to hear Director Huang's comments on the difficulties encountered. "Then let's not proceed with it," he uttered, yet his master retorted. "After all these years, have I ever asked you for anything?" "No, but this Mr. He is truly exceptional. Little Geezy, do not fabricate excuses. I have inquired, and this Mr. He is merely a novice, having entered the profession for less time than you have fingers to count. Can you not handle such a brash young fellow? But, is there not second senior sister? Surely she is currently overwhelmed with responsibilities." Wu Feng chuckled, recalling how exasperated she had been with him. The melodious tunes and graceful dances of the 12 maidens enveloped the air, bringing forth a fragrant breeze. Now, the Hurricane Gang and the Iron House had become allies. Fan Dong had little to occupy his time each day, so he leisurely sipped on spiritual tea. Thus, Zhao Zhou immediately unleashed his cold essence, guiding his flying sword away from the scene and heading straight to the Shintian Hall, knowing his master sought him undoubtedly regarding the sect's martial arts competition. Moreover, the strength he had displayed was not particularly formidable, appearing merely as an ordinary first-tier emperor. For enduring Woodhong to personally come forth was already quite remarkable. "My lord, shall we continue our march?" Wu Feng inquired, understanding from Xiao Tian'ao's report that the demon army was drawing ever closer. When reinforcements arrived, it was likely they would engage in battle with the demon forces. "Where is he?" Shi Tu bellowed, scanning the hall filled with people, yet failing to spot Wu Feng. Waves of agony continued to surge through every inch of his body, rendering him almost numb. However, the presence of the flickering blue lantern alleviated his fears of impending danger. "Arrogant, I am Wei Song. Pack your backpack, sneakers, and a change of clothes. We shall gather at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning in the school parking lot." Wei Song's voice rang through the phone. "It's nothing, just recalling my previous visits here." Su Jin's voice was soft. With a thought, Li Su had already appeared in the third room of the 5th layer of the Dinyuan Tower, the designated entryway for the passage. The demon lord was taken aback at the sight of the bone-flesh grass in Mo Ye's hand, which had supposedly remained unattainable. "Do not let him escape. We must capture him," shouted the disciples of the Flame God sect, unleashing their treasures upon the stout Taoist, relentlessly attacking until they chased him deep into the wilderness, only to curse and abandon the pursuit. At a certain moment, Mo Li stood tall, his thick, lustrous hair billowing. His visage radiated brilliance, and a terrifying battle intent surged skyward, piercing the clouds. Without hesitation, the essence of his primordial spirit began to communicate with the reverse array within the Rui golden cudgel, initiating a reverse operation. This reverse operation was one he was all too familiar with, known as the reversal of heaven and earth concealment array. Blood holds secrets, stirring the heavens, exploding into annihilation. Zhang Yan's body formed a streak of dark light within the arena, akin to a meteor streaking across the sky, as countless figures simultaneously erupted. Blood coalesced in the air, forming a colossal mouth that opened wide to bite toward the elder upon the sacrificial altar. It appears that the wild revelry of the previous night did not deplete his energy significantly. Rather, it allowed him to release the long-suppressed negative emotions that had burdened his heart. He felt an overwhelming sense of ease, as if he had regained his peak condition. As Li Tian spoke, he animated his words with gestures, infusing his tone with an intriguing cadence, eliciting laughter from those around him. "Hark, what do these washout people mean? Do they intend to linger here indefinitely?" In a nearby vehicle, the Cobra inquired with impatience, as he was not known for his tolerance. Waiting like this could very well cost him dearly. This sentiment ultimately steers individuals toward disdain for the mundane world, seeking to escape its grasp. This notion serves as both the inception of Buddhist doctrine and a veil concealing its core transgressions. Chapter 107, The Bronze Tripod. Seagrab Porcelain? The emergence of this item in the live stream was an excellent video opportunity. He Tao was quite attentive, instinctively straightening his posture. However, upon seeing the plain tricolored, green, yellow, and aubergine plate displayed by the treasure friend, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Ah, did you pull this from the depths? Treasure friend, how did you discern that this is sea grab porcelain? It bears a conch shell. Treasure friend. Gu Huanyu did not anticipate that this desolate locale would transform into such a bustling hub in a mere 20 days. Meanwhile, in a shallow dwelling, the group discovered the alchemist Morgan, who sought to investigate the epidemic in Noipola. At this juncture, Yanyu had essentially pieced together that Sister Tsuhua would never speak nonsensically without cause. She must have interacted with those from the Qianmen, explaining her unusual demeanor. No way, Li Dui declared resolutely. Faced with a formidable enemy, he could not permit the old ghost to venture alone. For if the ghostly hand of the underworld were to separate from him, their respective powers would be compromised, rendering them vulnerable to sequential assaults. The four did not stray far, boarding Meng Hui's vehicle, which took them directly to a home 2 streets away, with thoughts clouded by their circumstances. None of them considered the name Li Cha during the entire journey. Most present were unfamiliar with Lin Quan, while some may have been aware of the arrival of an outsider from the esteemed Yaowang clan, under Fu Bo's deliberate suppression. Only those directly involved were privy to this matter. The monkey, after taking a lick, immediately released the umbrella, its limbs rendered weak, tumbling from its perch onto the rain-soaked bluestone tiles below. Relying on his mastery of the turtle breathing technique, Li Cha felt unfazed. Upon uttering these words, they proved effective. The instructor, visibly enraged, bore a purple visage but indeed halted his advance, hesitant to proceed. Just moments ago, Dai Jiwei's Akil was desperately lunging toward the goal, intending to execute an overhead kick for a last-minute rescue. Yet, as he raced toward the net, he realized that the ball's descending arc was nearly grazing the crossbar as it soared toward the goal. Having witnessed the prowess of a celestial being from the Bloodhand sect, along with the Zhuke formation and the Big Dipper formation, Fang Tianyu had previously harbored reservations regarding the Immortal's Cave. However, with his cultivation having achieved another breakthrough, his confidence had grown substantially. Feng Kur abandoned the thought of meeting her master. If she truly harbored grand ambitions, then what significance could a mere year of cultivation hold? This journey resembles a towering peak, one that necessitates relentless ascent. Perhaps it requires a lifetime of dedication. Presently, witnessing the affectionate display of the caretakers was one thing, but she was also forced to watch as 2 foolish automatons scrutinized her with their unyielding gaze. At this moment, her adversary activated his talisman, which manifested as 5 golden rings intricately overlapped. Just as he began to doubt whether he had invoked the correct incantation, a passageway silently emerged beneath his feet. This corridor was wide enough for a single person, shrouded in mist, rendering its contents indistinguishable. As Lewis's words hung in the air, a sudden whirlwind erupted beneath him and the dragon, propelling their bodies into the distance. One fled, triggering a chain reaction, causing more of the crimson-robed sovereigns to turn and flee. As their legs collided, the impact bruised their muscles, and even the bones seemed to threaten fracture. Pain etched across their faces, yet both stubbornly gritted their teeth to endure, unable to continue channeling spiritual energy in abundance. Yili had to cease supplying it to the Lu Yin furnace. The existence of the sun-swallowing avatar had become exceedingly limited, and any damage inflicted could not be repaired, rendering the situation dire. It was not that they failed to consider all angles. Rather, they had simply overlooked Scardy. Chapter 108. Disposing of Beggars? Master Gue? Who is Master Gue? Gue Chihua scratched his head while speaking, utterly perplexed. It was truly a headache-inducing connection. His CPU seemed to be overwhelmed. Where had the error occurred this time? He was on the brink of seizing someone's identity, yet he was still discovered. Observing He Tao's unperturbed demeanor, who could barely muster a smile, Gue felt a pang of anxiety within. No. Simultaneously, the screen behind him flickered, revealing 2 vehicles appearing on either side. Clearly, when they gathered outside, Fang Binbin did not exude such a heavy aura of death. How had she accumulated so much in just half a night? Upon the utterance of the moon worship leader's words, a stir erupted among the crowd. Even Shi Gonghu was perplexed by the leader's erratic behavior. In his lifted gaze, there was little animalistic instinct, yet a glimmer of discernment flickered in his wise eyes. To err on the side of caution, Gushi opened several portals leading to her world within the human territory, facilitating the relocation of humanity, despite the fact that her realm was currently unsuitable for lower-tier beings. This was a semi-spiritual garment, far superior to the low-tier spiritual attire she currently wore. Time was of the essence, Suitable defensive spiritual garments were scarce, primarily due to the rarity of those without a master. It resonated with magnetism, a deep timbre, and a hint of affection, sounding even better than the original. However, to Tianzi's astonishment, Zhou Yu merely glanced at him before apathetically acknowledging him and returning to his tasks, as if he were invisible. Until the word sent successfully appeared on the mobile screen, Bian Yuanheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. Even after hearing the news of Lu Jing's complete recovery, he remained uneasy, continuing to send supplements daily. In truth, Chun Yi had not been particularly invested in Han Yilin. The intertwining of various events seemed coincidental. Upon learning of her impending marriage, Chun Yi felt no stirrings in his heart, merely thinking that it was for the best. Han Yilin could finally embark on a new chapter in her life. To this day, there is growing certainty that Mu Zhongnan has met with misfortune, and the search perimeter has expanded beyond the city, yet results remain elusive. As he consumed bread and sipped Mao Dai, this was Chun Yi's current pursuit. When confronted with troubling matters, he would often resort to alcohol as a means of numbing himself, believing that only Du Kong could alleviate his woes. Just as Lin Jian was lost in a myriad of thoughts, he suddenly noticed a marked decrease in the classroom's noise level. With squinted eyes, still on the verge of slumber, Zhou Yu was abruptly ensnared with a disciplinary strap and unceremoniously thrust into a vehicle. Conan and Sherlock Holmes are truly remarkable. If one were to analyze from the perspectives of criminal investigation or psychology, clarity would prevail. Not long after taking flight, How Yu observed a wide river, its waters appearing quite tumultuous. Without hesitation, he plunged into the river, and with a mere thought, activated the holographic cloaking mode of his battle mech. Regulating his internal energy, within a matter of seconds, How Yu achieved a formidable state of invisibility. Having completed his task, he inexplicably placed the crystal cup on the low table of the pavilion and spoke with a hint of pride. Upon Chu Han's declaration, the crowd immediately erupted in excitement, for it signified the possibility of entering the realm of temporal cultivation. Qi Luo recognized her misstep, realizing that she now had no choice but to seek her help. She implored her, for the sake of her father, to ensure her salvation. Chapter 109, The Retired Rice Seller. The only memory is of teacher he redefining what it meant to dispatch a beggar, which entailed gifting items valued at 720,000. The key figure behind this gift-giving, Master Gui, surprisingly endorsed this notion himself. Authentication required 24 items, thus necessitating a greater quantity for certification. Gui Qihua nodded. Do you think 40 is sufficient? Fang Zheng smiled and nodded, retreating with the red boy. However, the red boy used his powers to project the entire situation into their minds. Yu Rou, Yu Dongfei Lei, and Lan Jichen's attendant, Gui Xian, along with Yu Liang, looked somewhat pallid. Realizing the urgency, they too sought to break down the door, determined to rescue Binger and their master. Meanwhile, the Taoist deity Laozi and the Buddhist Mithra Buddha departed from their celestial abodes, Doshui Palace and the Great Thunder Sound Temple. The first course of action was to reformat the original scene. The previous nightmare space, derived from his earlier dream, encompassed the summit of the Great Green Mountain and an underground chamber, which offered little of interest. The following morning, Judah awoke to the sound of horns from outside the city. Upon waking, he felt surprisingly refreshed, having anticipated a restless night filled with bizarre and colorful dreams after the shock of the army's passage and reflecting on his own fate. Yet, he had unexpectedly slept soundly until dawn. In earlier times, people commonly used soybean oil, scattering it around their homes in hopes of a prosperous new year. If the individual in question were merely the son of an ordinary family, she might have accepted it with equanimity. However, it was precisely because he held such a distinguished status that it became problematic. Upon hearing the sudden clamor, the madman was met with a foul stench and hastily covered his nose, retreating from his source. On the bustling street, Liamo looked at the red invitation in his hand before tossing it into the nearby trash bin. Once he finished speaking, Xiao Chong ceased resisting the pull of the force. With a stomp of his right foot, he directed the gun's muzzle toward the spot where the skeletal hand had struck. Swiftly darting forward, he could indeed adopt a soft approach, yet the system of the mausoleum would remain unchanged. He had already begun renovations on his own tomb, and the edict for the relocation of wealthy households had been issued, with central officials bearing fierce expressions dispatching orders to the localities, initiating a series of actions. He surveyed the multitude of onlookers, meeting countless gazes directed at him, as his resonant voice echoed through the air. If I can decipher the ominous hexagram, the hardships I've endured will have been worthwhile. Zhu Qing continued to rub his belly restlessly. Naturally, island masters in overseas realms can procure nearly anything they desire, provided they possess spiritual stones. Here, there are no constraints. In the heart of Huaxia, what is deemed impossible finds its potential overseas. Zhang Tang also chuckled. This matter evidently pertained to the life and death of many, leaving everyone hesitant to speak. The commander of the Jinyui dared not utter a word. Nor did the director of the Eastern Factory, while no ministers were willing to voice their opinions. Only Xiao Rushuan dared to speak out. Fang Sheng let a cold snort, his breath sweeping along the blade, and the already cracked Jinyu prison instantly shattered into fragments. Chapter 110. Watching a Performance. Upon hearing the name Jingbao Zhai, Master Gui spat his tea in surprise. What on earth is happening? He gazed at the bronze tripod before him, suddenly gripped by an ominous premonition. It was no secret that antique shops in Yinjing procured goods from tomb raiders. This was even an openly acknowledged insider fact within the industry. As long as one was astute in their purchases and had foreign resources to assist in fabricating orderly proof of inheritance, such endeavors carried minimal risk. He did not issue direct orders, for these individuals were not akin to the guards of the Mu family. They were independent entities. How peculiar! On other mountains, the higher one ascends, the stronger the sunlight becomes upon breaking through the clouds. Why is it the opposite here? Today's weather was overcast, and it seemed likely that snow would fall. Yu Yishuan stepped in from the window, shedding his heavy woolen cloak, murmuring as he approached and sat beside Zhou Anji, naturally pulling her into his embrace. Why? Zhang Ji followed Yin Piapiao out of the bedroom, his gaze drifting toward another room nearby. Ha! Brother Yang, I must commend you. I truly did not anticipate your remarkable skills. Li Bingshan laughed heartily. It was the first time the ancestor had spoken sternly to Zhu Ling, yet the tremors of his body indicated that the ancestor was genuinely displeased. I have long since relinquished my position as the sect leader and departed from a Shinying sect. Why should I not be able to seek a master elsewhere? Zuanjizi remarked. As soon as the talisman is invoked, a thick fog envelopes the surroundings, providing an opportunity for escape. However, at this moment, the talisman proves utterly ineffective. The arrival of our leader has exposed our hiding place. Remaining in the cave would be akin to a turtle caught in a jar. Regret is etched across Qingmu's face, for the once formidable dragon's soul has dwindled, and his reckless confrontation with Luo Ying stands as his gravest error. Each shot fired by our leader is accompanied by the anguished cries of a savage. Fueling my fury further, I immediately recall the tiger heart, realizing that it has heightened my senses to an extraordinary degree. Enough of the deceit. If you wish to flee, simply say so. There is no need to drag your family into this, Uncle Gao remarked skeptically. Thus, if Night Moon can eliminate Wang Ming, subsequent battles would pose no challenge. The Ministry of Rites in our dynasty originally had the imperial censor, tasked with advising the emperor, yet the emperor later established a powerless censorate, abolishing the position of the advisor. Nevertheless, Wu Bishan believed that he could not neglect his duty to advise. Just as Wang Ming was poised to cease his assault and descend to the ground, he suddenly encountered a peculiar occurrence. On the seventh day, Luo Ying gradually concluded her cultivation, and the dense, liquid-like spiritual energy surrounding her began to dissipate. Zhao Zhan hoped that Yu Jingyan could impart a significant lesson to Li Yuanhao with just 500 men, yet he feared the possibility of Yu Jingyan's failure, thus prompting his inquiry. Severely injured, Hu Chuqin arrived at the gates of Yuanping City only to be met with a deluge of arrows and scornful jests. As dusk fell, birds returned to their nests, and the Xixiao mountain range cast a golden silhouette beneath the setting sun. Clad in a golden robe and bearing the weight of the Chaos Heavenly Palace, crowned with a regal diadem, his eyes flickered like twin suns, exuding a terrifying aura. Though obscured by divine light, his true visage remained hidden. Contemplating this, Dian Wei's heart turned to vengeance as he reached into the tiger skin pouch, drawing forth a flying spear aimed directly at Xiahou Dun's face. The man, with flowing hair and long eyebrows, possessed a striking countenance, his eyes gleaming with brilliance. Though he exuded no outward presence, he nevertheless instilled an indescribable sense of oppression. Effect: base attributes increased by 10 points, and the acquisition of level 0 sin power, with all magical energy converted into sin power. Chapter 111. When will I ascend to the rank of Treasure Appraisal King? He Tao's livestream was profoundly unsettling. Master Gui, disregarding the opinions of the others, exchanged a quick greeting before hastily retreating. He could almost envision police cars arriving at the entrance of Jingbao's studio. The antique circle in Yinjing might also experience a minor tremor. After disconnecting from the stream, Master Gui could hardly suppress his curiosity and re-entered He Tao's live stream, eager to see how his peers would meet their demise. Old He, Master Gui mused. Shui Tianlan, taken aback, wondered how this elderly gentleman knew, amidst so many continents, that it originated from Butterfly Valley. Zhao Yang silently chewed on the fish placed in his mouth, quietly gazing at the table, his eyes slightly reddening, likely due to his deep longing for Gong Zhizhou. These two items should be available on the market. Just a few days ago, I saw them for sale while purchasing materials. She is afflicted with illness. As Mo Yi turned to her with a faint smile, it evoked a bittersweet sensation within Shui Tianlan. Are you not going to watch your brother in battle? Observing practical combat is indeed a splendid way to enhance one's experience, she remarked before diverting her gaze back to the ongoing match. Deep in concentration, the sage of Shinzu unleashed a formidable stream of wind chakra, cleaving the chameleon in twain. Sun Yi remained silent with his eyes shut, tears of blood trickling from the corners of his eyes, a sight that left Su Wan, already petrified, shattered for yet another month. Meanwhile, the dire circumstances surrounding Yu Chan ignited a tumultuous fire within him, rendering him utterly conflicted and unable to suppress the surging flames of his heart. Her delicate lips fluttered like a butterfly, gently caressing his brow, lingering on his cheek, and hovering tantalizingly close to his mouth, her sweet fragrance enveloping him. Waiting for his embrace, Jiang Qianrao pretended to sip her drink, observing Ji Xiaoqing as he concluded his instructions to several attendants before sauntering over. Last year, the big baby celebrated my birthday, and I discovered a diamond ring in his pocket, thinking it was meant for me. Yet, he turned around and gifted it to his wife, claiming it was a token for their wedding anniversary. Despite Wu Dao's repeated vows to treat him, Guopan's stubbornness flared, refusing to let Wu Dao down until they reached a dining establishment. A glimmer of admiration flickered in Yi Zhang's eyes. This individual was indeed an exceptionally cautious adversary, displaying a steadiness that rivaled even Sten. Although he had previously encouraged him to unleash his abilities, he understood the necessity of precaution and thus activated his defensive skills first. Guopan hesitated momentarily, his body instinctively reacting as though to execute a shoulder throw, which left him feeling quite embarrassed. Chapter 112. This is truly not blood. Blood? Bao Yu tilted his head, examining the front of the stone figure. Is it truly blood? Goodness, I didn't even notice that until you mentioned it. Come on, brother. Stop fooling around. You stand behind the stone figure with the divine path before you. A normal person would certainly have approached from the divine path. There's no way you could have missed it. He Tao analyzed the situation on Bao Yu's side while monitoring the barrage of comments. Leisurely strolling, he epitomized that very essence. Hey, the room's corners were adorned with pillars of white marble, the walls crafted from intricately carved white stone bricks. Golden orchids blossomed vibrantly amidst the white stone, while azure silk curtains fluttered softly in the breeze, all crafted from exquisite single-layer gauze, a display of opulence. His stern brows furrowed slightly as he casually cast aside Xiao Mengchu, who had collided into him. Impossible. I swear, I truly had no idea she was an intern. When you misbehave, you ought to experience a taste of hardship. Your accuracy is lacking. Perhaps you should focus on your rebounding skills. Mo Yufeng remarked mockingly as he dashed past Du Chuan. Xia Mengchu feigned a desire to share a room with him, but seized the opportunity to leap out of the restroom window under the guise of taking a shower. Upon entering the private dining room, the tableware was elegantly unique, exuding a regal ambience, albeit rather heavy in use. As Zhao Yang's bitter cry echoed, $2 billion surged into the Xianation stock market. This influx acted as a potent stimulant, momentarily invigorating the market. And in this fleeting surge of vitality, many despairing individuals on the brink of bankruptcy glimpsed a flicker of hope for survival. At long last, Lu Jin extended an olive branch to Chu Yi, and as his words fell, a hush enveloped the hall. All eyes discreetly turned toward Chu Yi, eagerly anticipating his response to Lu Jin's invitation. After a 5-minute delay, Ji Yuhan languidly reclined against his chair, glancing at the time. If the person he admired were also favored by others, it would suggest that those individuals shared his discerning taste and high standards, which would bring him joy and spur him to compete fairly. He intended to articulate further thoughts, but Murmo interjected, asking if he lacked the qualifications to enter. Noticing the tempestuous woman about to unleash her fury, Qin Lang's heart raced, prompting him to swiftly move toward the window. He had previously overlooked his backyard, but now he sensed an unsettling unrest. realizing the intriguing individuals and events that had emerged there. Li Qinghuan's mind flooded with nostalgic memories, and he wistfully pondered whether Hu Yifei was also in some remote corner of the infinite realm. Before him stood malevolent spirits, their mouths and eyes shrouded in darkness, emanating a dense aura of resentment that threatened to engulf everything in inky blackness. As I approached, the ferocity radiating from these apparitions surged violently, their countenance strikingly fierce. A man had lingered at the Baiwa company for over a decade. Such news, if disseminated, would undoubtedly be a scandal for the company. Inner Mongolia's Bao City was a provincial city, and gazing at the bustling traffic outside, one would hardly imagine that over a century ago, this area thrived on pastoral living. At this moment, Chun Xingdi stood with his back to Yuan Chongshan, 6 fingers clutching incense, struggling to bow in reverence before a spirit tablet that had only been carved the previous day. Chapter 113. Quan, confront your inner fears. The Tomb Raider He Tao had witnessed many things, but he had never encountered reverse tomb raiding before. However, the treasure hunter's explanation was quite reasonable. This unexpected windfall of tens of thousands would only encourage my idleness for half a year, serving no real purpose. It would be wiser to bury it in the ancestral grave. Should any future descendants falter, it might provide a lifeline. Dad, I am that unworthy son. Grandfather, I desire that jade ring. The hidden guards, anxiously awaiting in the shadows, were perplexed as to why Gong Wuxia would not allow them to assist in air. His gaze was as cold as ice. With fingers poised, he launched a swift strike toward the previous location, unleashing a fierce bolt of lightning. While the Muxuan pill within his dantian shimmered brilliantly, transforming the pain in his arm into a refreshing coolness. Were ancient men not accustomed to having multiple wives as a matter of course? Such intolerance would surely lead to further tribulations, prompting Yun Zijing to envision an entire series of palace intrigues. Chinner, may I speak with you about your matters? Lung Yin inquired, having long recognized Mu Yichen's uniqueness. He exhibited not a single trait of a child. However, ultimately, he is his own child. He had previously been at a loss for words, but now he yearns to know his son better. Given his fondness for the English language and the education sector, coupled with his gentle demeanor, diligence, patience, and keen listening skills, he aspires to transition into the field of English training. An incredulous expression crossed the face of an heir as he gazed at the foolishly smiling Gong Wuxia, and his eyes grew warm, nearly brimming with tears. The guard remained impassive, ignoring Yun Zijing's inquiries, merely positioning himself before her to prevent her from leaving. Yun Zijing's expression darkened as she swiftly reached out, incapacitating the 2 guards with a mere touch. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated all his attention within himself, channeling every ounce of his spiritual energy. Who dares meddle? The remaining cloaked figure glanced at his fallen companion, panic surging within him as he hastily inquired. No, I'm eating. Dong Jiao immediately interjected, snatching the fruit from Lin Tian's hand and indulging joyfully. Could it be that this young man is the renowned expert summoned by the Shao family? Skepticism flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Meanwhile, Hu Lingguang, nursing facial injuries and having just lost face before his colleagues, offered a dismissive response before driving to the hospital. Nevertheless, even with Lin Tian's assurances, he remained resolute in his investigation, unwilling to allow any threats to the integrity of Huaxia to persist. Speak up. Lin Tianyang felt a sense of relief at the man's expression, at least for the moment. It would not lead to excessive trouble. Go die, despicable scoundrel, Meng Tutu roared, his colossal fist hurtling violently toward Ryan. Lu Cheng could even perceive the subtle hints of flattery woven into President Xia's congenial smile. This time, he had expelled over 2,000 students from a total of slightly more than 4,000, leaving only half, which still exceeded his anticipated enrollment of 800 by a full 1,200. Chapter 114. Can one amass wealth silently? Mr. Tang, what is my master up to? Chow Haiyun inquired from the monitoring room, noticing He Tao had switched to President Quan's live streaming session. If he is just trying to ride the wave of popularity, he will be scorned. When has your master ever feared scorn? Old Tang chuckled, those damn Tomb Raiders. Do you think the people coming to our live stream are cursing whom? Back in the day, while we were working, an old fellow pointed at the veteran. Regrettably, the lofty demeanor of Do Wei could only be maintained until the moment old Master Chui Kong spoke. Once assured that everything was in order, he began treating Nangong Lioli with his ninjutsu. Currently, her condition appeared optimistic, and his ninjutsu treatment would further facilitate her recovery. However, As the magic could only reveal images without transmitting sound, the various inconveniences were to be tolerated. As the seven of Xiaoji strolled through the streets of Gear City, accompanied by two pirate ninjas, they garnered the attention of several townsfolk, though it did not create too much of a stir. Although this matter was not instigated by Guizhao, if Jia Song desired to involve him, would it truly pose a challenge? Seizing this opportunity, they aimed to demonstrate to the opposing forces within Beiyuan City that even with some losses, they remained the unequivocal leaders. Before long, Jimena brought over 2 cups of milk and a bag of chips, settled herself down, and switched on the television, engrossed in her own world. It was my first encounter with a genuine wizarding family, filled with numerous practical and entertaining household items imbued with magic. For instance, when I gazed into the mirror, it would remind me to straighten my shirt. Lu Qinghan remained motionless, his gaze heavy with sorrow, as if attempting to pierce through the canopy of the carriage. How was his injury? How was his health? She reminded herself that just a single glance would suffice, merely one fleeting look. I dare not. Your Majesty is wise and mighty, resolute and decisive, unmatched by anyone, General Lu declared. Deep down, he was aware that he was flattering the emperor. These insincere words were ones he wished to avoid, yet for the sake of the emperor's dignity, he uttered them nonetheless. Thus I continued to walk, traversing the realms of life and death, reviving, succumbing once more, and reviving again countless times. Meanwhile, Qin Hao utilized the gathering technique once more, directing it toward the target of his choosing. In an instant, a dazzling orange light burst forth anew. Yet, the figure of Meng seemed numb, mechanically serving the soup of oblivion to each wandering soul that passed by. At that moment, a shadow silently descended upon the sun star, heading directly towards the Fusong tree. Upon seeing the appearance of the youth in the azure robe, the disciples who had been ferociously training moments before scattered like ghosts, shouting as they fled. Bai Yechen peeled shrimp for Yu Ziqing. She would eat one herself and feed him another, drawing the attention of many curious onlookers. Should one take charge of offline coordination? It meant an increase in workload, as Dongying indicated she was overwhelmed. Tai Yuanjin, good fortune to you, my friend. Such rare treasures can indeed be found. Yu Luan exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, a large man wept inconsolably, and standing behind him were none other than Yi Romeng and Wang Chu. Though Wang Chu's shorter stature made him easily overlooked, upon returning to his room, he heard Chu Meng berating him from outside, seemingly unable to endure this life any longer. At this juncture, he had no path of retreat. Securing the sword sex techniques from Lu Tianming would render all risks worthwhile. If need be, he could depart from the Yun sect empire and become a local sovereign in some remote place. Members of the 10,000 Swords sect had now appeared in the town. They must have initiated this confrontation. With time still before dawn, he sheathed his axe and destroyed the soundproof talisman, swiftly executing a 100-step wind chase to depart. Additionally, it was mentioned that Yang Shi had unexpectedly acquired insights on talisman crafting, stating that whoever aided him would be gifted these insights. Please, Captain Gu, do not hold back. Although this is a spar, it is also a life-and-death struggle, and I wish to elevate my skills, Yang Shi earnestly expressed. The items on the stone wall could not possibly be blatantly displayed. Otherwise, they would have been taken long ago. Yi found it suspicious, particularly regarding the contents within the stone wall. This matter has been well managed by you. Moran pondered for a moment and said, since it was you who discovered it, we can proceed with the arrest under your leadership, and thus you shall receive the honor of this mission. Today has unfolded at a slower pace than usual, not due to the logging, but because Guan harbored concerns within. The Jinling Pharmaceutical Group stands among the top 10 pharmaceutical enterprises in the Xian Nation, boasting a market value of approximately 30 million, primarily engaged in the development of cancer medications. Gushi observed Lin Muyu and Lin's mother retreating to a corner, feeling a tinge of inexplicable curiosity. After all, Gushi's disposition remained innocent. Although she had encountered discussions of love at school, she had never contemplated it in relation to herself. Thus, Chu Yuanfu found himself resigned to repeatedly enduring this unfortunate predicament. The words spoken by Su Fan, suggesting that he wasn't born this way and could simply undergo cosmetic surgery, suddenly illuminated many aspects for Mu'er. The light of fireflies cannot compete with the brilliance of the full moon. A cold, detached voice echoed, causing Ji Yu's pupils to constrict slightly. The Sun and Moon sect had merely relegated their search efforts underground, yet the identity of a disciple from Mingyue Cliff remained one that could not be easily revealed. Lin Muyu, will you even? Get out of here. You are not worthy to be here. Lin Muyu's presence seemed to exceed the expectations of the directors. But upon hearing his words, their anger flared, His audacity was utterly intolerable. As long as you provide sufficient offerings, I can escort you to the beast wall. Su Ming did not wish to impose conditions from the outset, whereas for Lu Jingxian and the others, the journey ahead might entail greater peril. The venerable elder spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling considerably, staggering backward several steps, ultimately losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Yes, head of the family. The repairman nodded in acknowledgement, turning to lead the cultivator, the two of them advancing in tandem through the curtain of rain. The repairman in the lead unleashed a shield of dark energy, enveloping both himself and the cultivator behind him, keeping the rain at bay. This seemingly unassuming elder was in fact a martial artist adept in combat energy. The group of men gazed down at their distended bellies in sheer terror, desperately pleading with the man they were handcuffed to. At this moment, Lu Tianheng also commenced his own actions, since their entry. The two had separated to carry out their respective plans, as previously arranged. Chapter 115. A youngster enters the cultural circle. In a corridor, He Tao was about to leave when Chow Haiyun suddenly chased after him. Master, please don't rush off. I've got an important matter. What are you babbling about? He Tao turned around, frowning at young Chow. The latter took a deep breath, looking serious as he said, Master, I have a question I'd like to ask you. You startled me. I thought you harbored something untoward. First, we must exclude all false values indicated by virtual beings. Regardless of their truthfulness, we cannot trust their words. And what remains are the citizens of Wuqi Nation, Lu Bufan remarked. The old monk took a step back on one leg, extending a foot to hook Lin Chutian's left foot, stepping diagonally forward. Lu Ning's performance at Longyi Lake went unnoticed by Yang Tong Chuxue, yet in recent days, she had heard much from Zhou Yongjia. Coupled with Zhou Yusher's severe illness, her curiosity about him grew immensely. Despite his youth, he possessed extraordinary talent and an undeniable presence, making him seem worlds apart from the young master, as if they were from entirely different realms. A chilling sensation swept over Akaw, who felt like a drenched chick at that moment. Who is so blind? He exclaimed, I am the eldest son of the Shibua Ho family. Only after uttering these words did he realize he resembled a fallen Daji. Ah, Officer Zhang, why is there nothing in the photo? Just a black vortex? Officer Zhang turned in terror. Are you looking for me? Asked the girl with short hair. Her voice was melodious, yet her tone was icily chilling, sending shivers down one's spine. To be precise, the host who had just collected 100 stars could only be considered a preliminary deity. As soon as Zhang Miao's words fell, the system's voice resounded once more. In this dreamlike realm, everything was under his control. Here, he was akin to a god of creation. Though the dim sum shop and the clothing store partnered with Juzi were performing reasonably well, and with Uncle Zheng's income, Fang Pingying earned several $1,000s a month, sometimes exceeding 10,000. In those times, she could be considered wealthy. Yet no one would ever complain about having too much money. At that moment, the enormous ghost ships had long vanished, the water ghost had disappeared, and even the mist over the sea had lifted. Under your supreme glory's call, the Eastern Red Knight Brigade had just discovered the demon's trail. Recalling past grievances, Old Hong's face turned somewhat sallow. Meanwhile, Wang Yuetian noticed this change in Old Hong and began to form her own thoughts. No, it's dark and uninviting. It looks like nothing good, Lin Yu remarked, staring at the large cup of watered-down tea before Mo phone. Just a short while had passed, and I wondered what had happened to Bai Ru. Though puzzled, I opened the door to let her in. The items used by the third young master, Li, were undoubtedly of high quality. Yet Lin Cece felt a peculiar discomfort at the sight of those tissues. However, the trouble lay in the fact that Mo phone was assisting the injured by taking their pulse. Wang Xingyuan had always held a deep aversion to traditional Chinese medicine. Having been educated in Western medicine, he never believed that a few herbs could heal ailments. He considered traditional practices a remnant of feudal superstition and was actively supporting calls for its abolition. I smiled faintly and closed my eyes. As young people, we are not afraid of difficulty. Rather, what we dread is the sudden absence of those we rely on. What then shall we do? Even if the other party was his father, she questioned whether she could act as if nothing had occurred. For his actions nearly robbed her of the chance to become a mother. Chapter 116, Settling Accounts. If only Professor Xiao could have educated him sooner, he might not have strayed onto the path of crime. I hope this time someone can truly help him understand. He Tao sighed. I, in fact, cannot educate him either. The elder offered a brief defense for himself. Understanding this, He Tao nodded. I know why you've come to me today, merely to plead for leniency or to speak favorably on your behalf. However, given your standing, such efforts are unnecessary. Moreover, You are soon to petition Pompey, requesting the kingdom of Ubbertania as a settlement for the purple sail pirates. Carabas took a bite of the masa cake and insisted on speaking. It's obvious. This fellow has undoubtedly caused trouble again, Leo remarked with a hint of bitterness in his tone. After all, the four had arrived together, yet Ryan had been admitted on the very first day, while the other three were left to toil under burdens, cleaning and tidying, which stirred a sense of imbalance within them. On April 18th, when Zhang Yu feigned an attack on Jixian, the governor of Jingzhou, Lahong, coincidentally reached the outskirts of Xinjiang City. Pausing in the gentle breeze, the figure of the unmatched Eastern Invincible fluttered slightly, her 3,000 strands of hair dancing in the wind, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. With a flick of her crimson sleeves, the Eastern Invincible sat indifferently upon a stone bench. Lu Wuchen, feeling quite helpless at the driver's reaction, chose not to say anything further and simply opened the door to exit the vehicle, which elicited a sigh of relief from the driver in the front seat, who felt the pressure was overwhelming. Lin Tian was momentarily taken aback, suddenly realizing that Dong Jiao had never been drunk. Her previous claims about entering the bridal chamber were merely a ruse to deceive him. She had not come for a wedding night, but rather to take his life. After a brief while, Lu Wuchen heard the sound of sharp reprimands, clearly indicating that disciples were practicing their swordplay on the mountain. I tell you, Ding Kisong, the chief of the Shuang Police Department, is a close friend of mine. If you dare to lay a hand on me, you shall face dire consequences, Yu Xiangshui shouted, his face flushed with anger. Upon hearing Tuoba Shiyue request a private conversation with Xiao Cheng, Yao Qiao felt an inexplicable surge of fury. At this critical juncture of life and death, the host, Zhu Qian's combat skills, honed through countless trials in the hunt for monstrous beasts, instinctively came to the fore. A deposit of 10,000 pounds was required, followed by an additional 50,000 pounds upon shipment from the port, another 50,000 upon arrival at the Fog City dock, and a final payment of 150,000 pounds after installation, with the option to settle using the goods as collateral, as stipulated in the contract. As the delivery room door swung open, the first sound of a bright, wailing infant echoed through the air, soon followed by a nurse emerging with a baby in her arms. At that moment, Zheng Wan lost all inclination to argue and rushed over. Receiving Bai Ji's affirmative reply, Guai Guai's eyes sparkled with mischief as she chuckled to herself, seemingly lost in thought. It is hoped that those destined to inherit the Yuanling space will strengthen the seals in order to continue suppressing the ferocious beasts, preventing them from wreaking havoc upon the world. Under the gaze of Qian Yi, Quan's face turned crimson, even the skin on her neck blushing a delicate pink. Feeling guilty, she averted her gaze and slowly shook her head. In his hand was not his own phone, but rather Yilin's, with the person on the other end being Xing Xian's Wenai. The fox mask, paired with 6 enormous tentacles, made Yilin resemble a woodland sprite. The Noldo's equipment bore half the weight of a human archer's. The total load, including undergarments, was merely 30 pounds, which accounted for a full quiver of 32 arrows. As Noldo arrows were relatively heavy, with a quiver weighing 8 pounds. In the city of Xining, the welcoming party consisted not only of the base leader, Lu Shi, but also Song Zhuoran and Fang Qing. Jiang Ningyu's thoughts momentarily faltered, as a series of seemingly distant images overlapped in her mind, causing her emotions to teeter for a brief second. For the happiness of the people in this world, and for the development of your two nations, why not heed my counsel? Let both nations sign a non-aggression pact, ensuring that for the next decade, we shall not engage in warfare. Su Jiang continued his earnest appeal. However, our vessel was destined to plunge dramatically, indicating an astonishing weight. Though appearing rather slender, it was evidently laden with some unseen burden. The Fu sisters, along with these loyal retainers, and the Kunlun sorcerer, Ji Chiwa, were all fervent admirers of Zhuge Wulong. Fortunately, the opponent was a newly affluent individual, lacking in depth and discernment, who failed to detect the oddities. Yet, the Holy Lord showed no leniency towards the demonic fetus, swiftly taking action and effortlessly grasping it, seemingly intent on exterminating it on the spot. However, the demonic fetus proved remarkably slippery, managing to escape the Holy Lord's grasp in an instant, and climbed onto the back of his neck, preparing to take a bite. After all, the two nations had reconciled, and it was imperative for them to develop together henceforth, which was indeed a remarkable prospect. Other matters were of little concern. I just contacted the Air Defense Command Center, expressing what I have long wished to convey. When Anderson uttered these words, he appeared somewhat disheartened, even exuding an air of melancholy. After reaching the pinnacle of the ancient divine beings, The momentum of the light god. Zeus continued to ascend. Could it be that the light god, Zeus, could surpass the ancient divine pinnacle and attain a level beyond that? Even Mei Hong was captivated by the shimmering sights, albeit it was merely an ordinary street lamp. However, she herself had the liberty of choice. The destitute Hakuryai shrine, reduced to mere remnants, had never been a target for her aspirations. Entering the grand hall, Longue surveyed his surroundings. The first-floor hall spanned 100 miles, with a myriad of reception windows and a constant stream of individuals coming to accept and complete tasks, while others indulged in culinary delights and fine wines at the designated resting area for mercenaries. This Qin who displayed ruthless malevolence towards others, yet was inexplicably obedient to his beautiful fiancée, treating her like a precious gem. Yi Qingchuan's deep voice commanded, "Raise your hands, do not move recklessly, or risk the gun misfiring." To everyone's astonishment, Ling Ming exhibited such an expression. She even stood by Shasha's side. Xiang Linzi was somewhat taken aback. While she was not entirely aware of the events transpiring between Marissa and Ling Ming, she understood that Marissa had always regarded Ling Ming as a rival. Well, her adorableness was as expected. She set aside Sinai for the moment, even though she was curious about why a human possessed divine attributes. However, the objective was evidently not divinity, and Ling Ming's recent changes could also be momentarily set aside. This involuntarily stirred a sense of resistance within Wang Mu, akin to the feeling of having one's vegetable garden pilfered. If one were to encapsulate this emotion in an expression, it might resemble a pinched nose. With vacant eyes, he glanced at Han Jin, concealed behind him, while Han Hong was utterly shattered. Chapter 117. The Scream from Behind the Mound of Earth. At the same time, He Tao had just conveyed to Old Tang his encounter with Professor Xiao. Old Tang's sentiments mirrored his own. This professor possessed little perceptiveness. Were we the type to yield to authority? If surrender were to occur, it could only be to monetary gain. Who could argue otherwise? He Tao couldn't agree more. Even if you were the Dragon King, lacking funds would still lead you to face dire challenges. After concluding this trivial matter, the two turned their attention to the pressing issue at hand. The tree demon eagerly exclaimed, clutching tightly to the black cloth bag in his hands, while numerous creatures and humans behind him chimed in with animated chatter. The modifications to the building were minimal, and the reconstruction costs were low. Yuan Xiaohua had sufficient funds from the rent just received. Yet, the dilemma remained. Who would inhabit such pigeonholes, these hive-like abodes? Meanwhile, within the live streaming room of the Journey to the West crossover, a multitude of onlookers engaged in lively discussions. Xu Feng had searched for quite some time here, activating his spiritual sense to its fullest. Yet he still could not locate Lin Dong and the others. Yi Xing assisted Yu Li, although they bore only superficial injuries. A vampire could not afford to lose too much blood, leaving her exceedingly weak. Dragon snake root. It is indeed dragon snake root. I have seen it in the herbal compendium. It is a high-grade mystical herb, exclaimed a disciple from the fire god sect, pointing at a plant resembling a dragon deity in astonishment. Once, constructing a dwelling outside the Flame Mountain region seemed a trivial task. Anyone could erect a thatched hut for shelter, while earthen and tiled houses were merely the domain of artisans, whose status was hardly esteemed. Suddenly, from the vibrant ancient cavern, figures shot forth, the likes of Sun Shiyu and others. At the riverbank, everyone had not managed to secure adequate lodging that afternoon, spending the entire following day constructing simple accommodations for all. Uncle Zhao Chuani also accounted for the laborers from several villages, totaling 223 individuals, among whom there were 156 able-bodied workers and 67 semi-laborers. Though the tone of Qinlai was seemingly indifferent, devoid of any excessive emotion, the concern and heartache he felt could not be concealed, as it shone through his eyes. The ridge was perilously steep, littered with sharp stone tips, in many places scarcely a foot wide. The four struggled to advance, and after traversing for about an hour, dusk began to descend. Lu Chenxi had mentally prepared herself. Yet as the storm approached, unease gripped her. Encountering Yin Jiao again felt serendipitous. She had anticipated it would require considerable effort, only to discover an unspoken connection. A terrifying force emerged in the space, drawing Lu Rui's corporeal form directly into its grasp, while simultaneously, the 45 stars in Yang Huang's mental courtyard ignited, completely absorbing Lu Rui's soul. However, just as everyone had picked up their chopsticks, ready to dine, the doorbell rang. Another figure, Xie Yantian, trembled as if struck by an unseen force, his body tumbling backward. "Reveal your true form." he declared, launching himself forward with a swift grasp. Milan afforded her no opportunity. Before she could rise, she dashed forward, unleashing 4 swift strikes, each aimed directly at her vital points, eliciting cries of agony that echoed through the air. Moments later, her breath had ceased, leaving uncertainty as to whether she had succumbed to death or merely fainted. How had I offended her? Lu Sheng lamented, directing his grievances towards Chang Yin and Deng Lin, who were merely spectators. The man before him possessed an overwhelming presence, oblivious to the profound impact his every approach had on her. In a society where ambition reigns, who does not yearn to amass vast fortunes and pursue their desires? The voices in her ears retained their customary calm, yet Lin Yuan discerned an underlying tension. Chapter 118. Zhang Daring's Treasure. Whose mischievous child is this? Not a grave robber, but rather the antics of a young one. A child? Xiaotin turned to glance, meeting the twinkling eyes of the mischievous youth. Realizing she had misunderstood the situation, she hastily extricated herself from He Tao's embrace, awkwardly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, and offered a soft apology. How about this? Let us engage in a game. Should you triumph, I shall show you this letter, Qin Shuyun proposed with an air of nonchalance. Ultimately, he imparted his insights on nurturing without reservation to the members of the tribe. Yun Irin understood his desire to shield her from the sight of his back's wounds. Had it been in the past, he would not have been so evasive. Han Ningwei had witnessed Yin Lingyu's swordsmanship numerous times. Yet the magnitude of this display was indeed a first. Yin Lingyu had never before manifested such an array of sword shadows. Thus, her assertion held merit. 3 minutes later, Jiang Yun nodded softly, instructing, Kai Xian, you may withdraw, it suffices. No sooner had the words left his lips than Yu Kai Xian felt her strength dissipate, her body gently toppling backward. Ah Biao, the master has awoken. At that moment, a Fei, who had injured Lin Shi, rushed in with urgency. What noise is that? The old lady was in the midst of a vigorous kick when she heard the sound of drums and gongs, interspersed with the phrase water is flowing. The words carried a palpable threat, casting aside any remnants of gentleness from the past. Su Jingtang's final vestige of compassion vanished entirely. His gaze hardened with resolve. The only resolution to the current predicament lay in confrontation. After their departure, Yan Lingyu counted the offerings. The Liu family had presented 63 Qing Ling coins along with 20 Bai Ling coins, while the Wang family contributed 40 Qing Ling coins and 30 Bai Ling coins. Shall we not head to the staff lounge to procure some disposable cups? Jiang Yun signaled with exasperation. Clearly, Liang Jini had not heard her final remark as Lin Yimo shrugged, turning back to the mirror to continue unraveling her hair. Director Ma, I have come across an issue. I am uncertain whether to voice it, Yu Junfeng suddenly remarked. Without a second thought, Lin Ku crushed Sakata Jintoki's head beneath his foot, refreshing the scene before him as the white-clad warrior re-emerged onto the streets. A row of white wind chimes hung from the railing. As the breeze passed, they emitted a crisp, melodious sound. Beside the railing, a few leisurely cattle and sheep wandered across the grassy expanse, composing a tranquil and harmonious tableau. The parents are merely ordinary office workers, and the most valuable possession in the household is a house of less than 100 square meters, situated in a county town. Qili is undeniably a tough individual, yet his hardened demeanor has raised concerns for Cui Chonglin. Currently, all the remaining funds in the household are under the father's control. Without his consent, where will the money come from to treat the mother's leg? Xiao Lin has also presented a classic vehicle design, which, however, is not particularly popular on Rostar. The tallest buildings here are only 3 stories high, with most being single-story bungalows. Their walls painted in a muted yellow reminiscent of aged parchment. The air lacks any particularly unpleasant odor, a stark contrast to some funeral homes I have previously encountered. In the human cities, the populace is utterly powerless against the rampant demons. Faced with such formidable foes, they are left without any means to resist. Even with local police forces leading the charge, their endurance is limited. Human fortifications are destroyed, and the people suffer grievously, with many becoming food and slaves to the demons. Chapter 119. The fish is hooked. Really? He Tao replied skeptically. Of course it's true, Zhang Daden asserted confidently. I wouldn't dare to deceive you. Especially not the boss. If I trick you, how could I continue to survive in this line of work? In our trade, integrity is paramount. Good, He Tao nodded. In truth, the world of tomb raiders is rife with deceit, trickery, and theft are commonplace. Suddenly, a dramatic turn of events unfolded. Zhou Yinshan stomped the ground with great force, propelling his body like a cannonball towards the arena, his hands charged with abundant mystical energy, aiming directly at Yin Xiao. His silver-white hair cascaded over his shoulders, and though his skin was wrinkled, it still bore a healthy glow, exuding an air of ethereal grace. The meeting with Frederick was scheduled for 3 in the afternoon. Caitlin and the others arrived 10 minutes early at the courtyard gate, which was enclosed by a fence, allowing those inside to easily observe the outside activity. Thus, before Caitlin even knocked, someone emerged from the house to open the door. Wei looked at Caitlin with confusion, unable to comprehend what she meant by saying he could feel something, yet the pressing circumstances did not permit her to inquire further. She could only remember Caitlin's instructions and took her seat before the camera. Before them lay a long crimson rope, vividly bright like blood, while below, the onlookers' eyes glimmered with crimson veins. Under the intoxicating blend of alcohol, music, and suggestive scenes, the primal instincts deep within their souls surged forth. As they drew closer, they realized that standing on the high platform with a holy light judger Chong Yin and his aide, Lu Mingxian. "State your purpose, despicable Oriental." Marshall's voice, laced with suppressed rage, resonated. The recollection of those cold eyes and the charge of a million-strong army made Lu Yu shudder uncontrollably. Though he had yet to assume office, he was already registered with the Six Extremities Affairs Bureau, existing in a state of political wilderness. Therefore, Wei Xian cannot accept him as a servant. The red envelope servant can only be chosen from those beings yet to ascend, even if one is a 9th-grade scholar. As long as they have not yet ascended, Wei Xian may still take them as a servant. As the two conversed, the number of passers-by diminished significantly. Only a few hurried by without pausing, each burdened with their own troubles. After all, who has the time to concern themselves with the affairs of others? After speaking provocatively to Xian Yuan Che, Lin Ma found herself in a quandary, whose command should be heeded. To avert conflict, she awkwardly retreated from the Ruo Lawn courtyard. The rain began to fall, as if to rally the spirits of the crowd, pouring down in a relentless cascade. Upon hearing her say, she did not mind. I felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, what could I do? Was I truly to become her boyfriend? That was utterly impossible. 8 years ago, on a night much like this, he lingered nearby, envisioning her happiness. The pain was suffocating, and I could only drown my sorrows in drink. Later awakening to pretend that nothing had transpired, remaining by her side. Mother, has Chinamo arrived? A commotion erupted outside, and before the queen could scold anyone, Murong Zishua rushed into the hall, her face flushed. It appeared this place must be the lair of some large beast, perhaps a tiger or even a black bear. Chapter 120, Saving Money for Him. That evening, during a live broadcast, Hitao displayed a red banner behind him. National Treasure Collection event inspired by the Forbidden City. Behind him was a whiteboard inscribed with replica source tracking, followed by several expert names. Among them Huang Yaming, who was under investigation, albeit listed as Huang Weiming, with a 1 next to his name, indicating he had already deceived someone. Li Er raised his index finger, grinning more smugly than Simon, declaring, "I must be present during your negotiations. I have never witnessed a large acquisition with an unspoken addendum, especially under the guidance of a ruthless strategist specializing in legal loopholes." Thank you for the concert tickets, Tang Jin hesitated before saying. In truth, he had intended to apologize to Wang Yiqing, acknowledging his own shortcomings. Day and night, he was tormented as if trapped in an unending hell. This was merely the first step of Wei Yuan's quest for vengeance against his father, and he was determined to ensure Su Feng met a grim fate. Yet, those who exhibit such bravado often harbor a fragile, even sensitive core, much like a pearl encased within a hard shell. After receiving a slap, the individual merely retrieved their phone, pressed a few keys, and handed it over to the unsavory man. If it were to come to that, my current abilities would be of no assistance. Ling Xian sighed softly, feeling a sense of helplessness. Lu Bu's proposal opened up a world previously unimagined for Zhang Yi and Mi Zhu, and the two immediately immersed themselves in it with fervor. The final determination of the content of gold, silver, and copper in the minted coins is to replace the circulating currencies such as gold, silver, and the 5-penny coin. A prominent feature of the Maritime Flower is the presence of the most prestigious casino in the East China region, renowned for its dealers, gaming equipment, security, fairness, and fame. Demonstrations and protests are indeed a hallmark of American culture, aren't they? Liar smiled faintly, remaining silent. There were still more than 3 years until the end of the Vietnam War. The United States would not fully withdraw from the battlefield until next year. Let the chaos ensue. Liar was indifferent, having retired from service. Zhao Xiaoan intended to rise and assist Chen Zihan, but upon seeing Zhao Qingyuan run away, he remained seated, continuing to wipe Chen Zihan's sweat. Zhao Qingyuan resided in a duplex apartment located within the inner ring on the top floor, which featured a large terrace of nearly 100 square meters adorned with numerous flowers and plants. When Qin Kaxia found a private room, Tang Hua and Qi Siyu were seated at either end. Tang Hua scratched his head several times, trying to initiate a conversation, but upon facing Qi Siyu's frosty demeanor, he found himself at a loss for words. "I wish to inquire about other matters," Si Yechen stated with remarkable composure. Yet his gaze towards Frank bore a flicker of intensity. Qin Kaxia was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to articulate her thoughts. Her initial agreement to marry He Zhixian was indeed influenced by He Ziyuan, and ever since encountering He Zhixian, she had been plagued by dreams of that fateful car accident. His implication was quite clear. Annihilating the Yin family of the Mofa Hall would be straightforward. Yet if the ancestor were still alive, it warranted careful consideration. He Zhixian regarded Qin Kaxia, a helpless crinkle appearing on his nose, but his deep-set eyes brimmed with affection. Rin Fan, witnessing Zhao Jun's demeanor, suddenly burst into laughter, amused by the sight of the second young master of the Zhao family displaying such a side. Lin Zixuan presented these three themes for discussion, inviting anyone with alternative ideas to share. The substantial barriers of spatial dimensions in the world are not without their advantages. While they complicate the endeavors of those within to venture outward, they also render the intrusion of external beings exceedingly challenging. You are truly having a wonderful time over there. Chapter 121. Teacher He, could you please listen and tell me if the sound is correct? Baoyu asked cheerfully, striking the bronze bell once more. Baoyu, you truly hold me in esteem. What merit do I possess to discern the sound of the bronze bell? That shouldn't be the case. I've heard that there are many bronze bells in the mainland, especially the renowned Zheng Hui bell, which is not permitted to leave the country. The mainland? He Tao became alert, sensing something amiss in Baoyu's tone. Although, I shook my head when I heard Song Feng conclude his statement. I felt that the situation was not so simple. Haizi was a close friend of Yang Yeshing, receiving a gold card from him, granting unlimited access to rooms at the Tunglong Grand Hotel at no charge. Yet today marked his first use of it. In the Feng family, Feng Yuexian and Liu Tianmei were both members of the poker club, while Feng Gangran was not, yet he remained under the influence of Ouyang Shi. Jean and hurriedly stepped forward to serve dishes for Jun Shijue, anxious that someone might inadvertently select a dish he detested, further inciting his displeasure. As Yang Yeshing entered the Qinglan Hall, it was Lu Lanjin who first noticed him, her expression shifting dramatically. With decades of experience in medicine, Ning Hai could glean some insights about his own condition despite being unaware of its specifics. Yi Wuhan found himself at a loss for words, pondering how to alleviate Shun Rui's suspicions when his communication wristwatch suddenly vibrated. At the moment of their contact, a formidable energy surged outward, creating a palpable disturbance in the atmosphere. Resolute in her intentions, Zhao Yuzhen gripped the silver hairpin tightly and directed her feeble gestures toward Jimo and Ao. My dear, in broad daylight, what on earth are you doing? Bai Kaiwei exclaimed, astonished, stepping back instinctively and letting out a low gasp, her hands instinctively covering her face in a flurry of embarrassment. Thus, they arrived at the office of the city management team, where the dashing young man Chenglan was among the first to be apprehended by this formidable force, having lingered at the shop after the incident. The aftermath of the explosion had transformed the surroundings into a scene reminiscent of a powerful typhoon's wrath. However, as police cars approached, Zhang Ji's countenance gradually changed. For the lead vehicle bore the license plate of the Tianhai City Public Security Bureau, flanked by a long convoy, including 3 black buses exclusively used by the Tianhai City SWAT team. If you kill us, you might as well wait to die on this mountain. Jin Xing shouted with unexpected bravado at the Tuyuhan people. Presumably, these individuals had no genuine desire to kill them. A living emperor is far more valuable than a deceased one. Rong Yixia sobbed as she flung herself into Yin Qing's embrace, her tears soaking the disheveled azure front of his attire. In contrast, Qing Yuan and Su Zai appeared quite at ease, savoring their tea, while the carefree Rong Yixia indulged in exquisite pastries, and Gao Mohan exuded a relaxed demeanor, appearing far more composed than the anxious Yin Qing, despite not partaking in anything. Initially, Qin Mingtong had intended to move forward after watching a play, but was halted by Starea's plea for support. Currently, all evidence pointed towards a gang, Hongsheng and company, though much of the information available pertained only to their public dealings, leaving the extent of their collusion with the Japanese unknown to the Hong Kong police. As Li Shuang shook his head. Chapter 122. When the wall falls, the crowd pushes. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Bao's intentions were noble. Yet the circumstances of his museum were rather different, rendering any comparative significance moot. There had been no reports of broken artifact from the collections in Yanjing. Nevertheless, the distance was not insurmountable. While assisting Bao with the appraisal in the island province, Master Gui had already observed 3 suited individuals through his electronic peephole. The newspapers were dated from recent days, and Yili was uncertain what Mrs. Xiao wished her to see. Thus she flipped through page after page, ultimately discovering Qin Lang's name and photograph in almost every entertainment news section. Moreover, it is indeed formidable. However, to act against the princess of the Northern Empire in such a public manner would undoubtedly incite a conflict between the Northern Empire and the Central Kingdom. Let them watch. My Heavenly Gate formation has undergone numerous modifications and is now entirely transformed. Even if the Holy Dragon Kingdom were to muster an army of 100,000, they would merely come to meet their demise. Yilu Haonan sneered sinisterly. The young lady's words seemed to have opened a floodgate, causing the others to forget the presence of the Emperor as they animatedly recounted their own tragic pasts. Cicada, please rise, Ming Xian gently urged, almost descending to assist her. Everyone heed my command. Gather all shields. With a single arrow, Ho, you repelled Xianyu, immediately organizing his forces for defense. This place is no longer safe. We must promptly inform His Majesty and evacuate. After clearing the battlefield and tending to the wounded and fallen comrades, Zhou Tai swiftly led his troops deeper into safety. According to the family lineage, Wang Funan is the ancestor, and Wang Yuchuan ought to refer to Wang Funan as great-uncle. Being of Manchu descent, there are strict customs, and one must not contradict the elders, leaving Wang Yuchuan with no choice but to remain silent. Indeed, many had arrived. Notable figures from all corners of the city were present, including Mo Feiyang, whom he had previously reprimanded. On the flagship bridge of Jing Changsheng, the intelligence officers were diligently sifting through a stream of information. After half an hour, this massive fleet altered its course once more, hastening towards the Stargate of the Fengchuan Galaxy, leaving behind a mere 00 soldiers clad in individual armor to guard the base. General, I have stated that the first order of business upon my return is your dismissal, Song Xiaodong coldly informed the general. However, both the virtual avatars of Yin Junxiao and Lu Yin were in attendance. Only a force like the Tianxin Legion, which had extensively adopted dimensional reverse quantum communication technology, could facilitate instantaneous discussions across star domains. Such a pragmatic approach naturally garnered acclaim from numerous media outlets across the 18 star domains. It was unavoidable. There were no pockets in the combat suit. Heli searched for quite some time, finally discovering a suitable place to conceal items securely. Unlike those who shared a similar fate with him, he possessed the ability to sever the darkness, completely obliterating the gate of abyss from this world and this universe. Report. Sir, due to the extreme distance, the energy index cannot be measured. Thus, we cannot provide an exact value. However, it is certain that it exceeds 3,000 degrees. The alien stated. Chapter 123. They recommended you. So that is the case. He Tao realized, understanding that although these hairpins did not constitute a loss of museum artifacts, the difference was negligible. Most crucially, Director Huang's act of using his authority for personal gain is a crime that the museum could publicly accept. To have them acknowledge the loss of museum artifacts before the public? That was out of the question. They had not even admitted to the Mercedes incident. The truth is, if every person in the nation contributed even a single droplet of spit, they could drown them all. Han Yao's beautiful eyes were gently closed, her cheeks flushed with ecstasy, as she lost herself in the moment, forgetting the world around her and her exalted status, simply reveling in the beauty of the present. This is the token of the courtyard. Without it, no one can enter. Elder Xiao did not grant Enzi the opportunity to speak, thrusting the token into his hands before departing, not even stepping through the door. Within the ring, indeed lay Dong Tianba's token. Yi Haochuan pressed the token against the barrier, which instantly created an opening, allowing his flying shuttle to pass through. Yi Haochuan walked directly into the broadcasting hall where Wang Kefi was located. Today happened to be the finals of a singing competition organized in a live stream format. Brother, how could I dare to deceive you? If I utter a single lie, I wish for a terrible fate. The black sword demon cried, tears streaming down his face. It was no ordinary sight. The piercing machine, like a falling fireball, surged through the atmosphere straight toward the Panlong mansion, seemingly on the verge of collision. No need to look. My wife has been transferred to another hospital. What? Do you still think I would come to you for blame? The middle-aged man exclaimed angrily. 8 chains accurately pierced the body of the 8-winged angel, harvesting his desperate life. To be honest, having lived for over 40,000 years without much change in appearance felt dreamlike, traversing the brutal and chaotic realm of the Tao. It was astonishing to feel like nothing more than livestock. No wonder Gu Zhongfang had given Z a new heart. Otherwise, he would have perished long ago in the Emperor Wuxing domain. In an instant, countless white lights emanated from beneath the ground, converging beneath the form of Dugu Jian. Brother Wildman, take me to Beijing for some fun. I really want to go. Yuzhu suddenly pouted, playfully shaking Wild Brother's arm, her eyes gleaming mischievously. The other 3 presidents recognized that continuing the argument would yield no results, and they all agreed to Yao Yi's arrangements. What do you want? The elegantly dressed young man glared at Wild Brother, a mix of resignation, threat, and anger in his gaze. A day later, an exceptionally rare announcement surfaced, stating that all depositors at the Credit Suisse Bank's Chinese branch could transfer their savings to any of the 5 major banks: Industrial and Commercial Bank, China Construction Bank, Agricultural Commercial Bank, China Bank, and Transportation Bank, using their savings accounts. Ultimately, although this was an event, it was still within the academic term. These students could not be left without any learning before the competition commenced. Could they? Though unspoken, Qin Tian vaguely grasped the meaning behind their words. Colorful butterflies fluttered about. With each step, they danced beneath her feet, and in mere dozens of steps, the 100-meter distance vanished in an instant. Riding towards Liangzhou, gazing at the ancient, unending road, the reality differed from the imagined splendor of the Silk Road, as there were surprisingly few merchants along the way. James was utterly bewildered by what Yao Yi was saying, gazing at him in a daze, feeling that Yao Yi was quite abnormal, observing the evil dragon lose its reason due to his provocation. Jiang Yang felt a surge of pride as he brandished the Panlong staff and charged forward. I intend to seize the body. Do you understand? Shouldn't her expression reflect fear? Shouldn't she feel dread? Perhaps a little coaxing would suffice? My lord, you get to tell me where we are headed, have you? Noticing Jiang Yang lost in thought, A.O. Linger inquired once more.